Chapter 1, 9:58 a.m. Western Time. In the conference room of the Houston Rockets management, I have decided to trade Tracy McGrady. I will speak no more. Who is in favor and who is against? The speaker was Yao Ming, the new owner of the Houston Rockets. As a reborn individual, he had utilized a vineyard as a bargaining chip to acquire the Houston Rockets from Alexander. For Alexander, managing an NBA team was merely an investment. His true passion lay in the wine business. Thus, when Yao Ming proposed to exchange a vineyard worth far more than the team, Alexander accepted the deal without hesitation. Moreover, he swiftly facilitated Yao Ming's integration into the NBA management, making him the first Asian owner in the league's history. Upon hearing Yao Ming's intention to trade the star player McGrady, the conference room erupted in uproar. Seated beside Yao Ming was Carol Dawson, the general manager of the Houston Rockets, whose expression was a spectacle in itself. He had recently signed an indefinite contract with the former owner Alexander, a testament to his contributions to the franchise over the past 25 years. Yet, this young Chinese owner, upon taking office, had chosen as his first act to trade away the team's star, an all-star starter from last season and a member of the 2004-05 All-NBA third team. At present, McGrady's popularity in the league had begun to eclipse that of the Los Angeles Lakers star Kobe Bryant and the Philadelphia 76ers star Allen Iverson. After all, both of them were embroiled in scandals and trade rumors, significantly diminishing their appeal. If we were to consider domestic popularity alone, with the aura of having Yao Ming as a teammate, McGrady in 2005 was undoubtedly the king of NBA stardom. What could possibly be going through Yao Ming's mind to relinquish such a lucrative asset? This young man, Yao Ming, must be out of his mind. What troubled Dawson further was that McGrady was the core player he had painstakingly acquired. This acquisition had been regarded as one of the few highlights of his managerial career. Yet now, barely a year later, this new owner was intent on trading McGrady away. What message did this send? It indicated that the new owner likely intended not just to part with McGrady, but to dismantle everything from the old era of the Rockets. I oppose this. A chubby white man sitting next to Dawson, having perceived his discomfort, stood up to voice his dissent. Last season, Tracy McGrady averaged 25.7 points, 6.2 rebounds, and 5.7 assists, earning a spot on the All-NBA third team as the highest contributor on our team. And furthermore, the chubby man waved a data sheet. Under his leadership, we achieved a record of 51 wins and 31 losses, securing the 5th seed in the playoffs, marking our best season since 1996-97. I believe trading him is an extremely irrational decision. After delivering this statement, the chubby man cast a disdainful glance at Yao Ming. In his eyes, this new owner of the Rockets was nothing more than an ignorant, nouveau riche Chinese. "Who are you?" Yao Ming coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the chubby man. "Boss, this is my assistant," Dawson interjected, patting the chubby man's shoulder to signal him to sit down, Daryl Mago. With the change in ownership, Dawson, as the general manager, naturally sought to make a good impression. Thus, he enlisted the help of Mago, a data analyst who had gained some recognition in the industry, to serve as his assistant. Mago. Upon hearing this name, Yao Ming's face contorted in disgust. Although the Mago incident had yet to occur, Yao Ming, as a compatriot, was well aware of the repulsive nature of this individual. Today's meeting is for managers and executives. You, as an assistant, have no right to be here," Yao Ming sneered, pointing directly at Moga's nose. "Now, get out." "What?" Moga's face instantly reflected shock and embarrassment upon hearing Yao Ming's command to leave. As a privileged white man and an alumnus of the prestigious Sloan School of Management at MIT, he had never been so ridiculed before. And to be humiliated by a Chinese boss. Seeing Moga's humiliation on his behalf, Dawson quickly rose to explain, "Daryl is an exceptionally talented data analyst. Is my previous statement not clear enough?" Yao Ming waved his hand dismissively, not turning his head. He then fixed his gaze on Mago, enunciating each word, "Fuck off." Mago had completely lost his previous bravado, gritting his teeth as he packed away his notebook and turned to exit the conference room. "Dumb you, Yao Ming," he cursed under his breath as he stepped outside. Once Mago left, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an icy silence, with everyone present remaining utterly speechless. "Boss, I disagree," Dawson said, somewhat indignant. "Daryl did nothing wrong. He merely wanted us to do the right thing." The right thing? Upon hearing Dawson's words, Yang Li couldn't help but smirk. What could you possibly know about what is right? In his 9 years as general manager of the Rockets, Dawson's series of maneuvers could hardly be deemed fruitful. They were, at best, inconsequential. In 1996, he acquired the past this prime Charles Barkley, only to fail in the championship pursuit. In 1999, he brought in the aging Scottie Pippen, yielding no results whatsoever. In 2000, he signed the defensively challenged Maurice Taylor to a 5-year, $48 million contract, crippling the team's salary cap. In 2001, he traded away the team's spiritual leader, Hakeem Olajuwon, thoroughly tarnishing his reputation. Even the acquisition of McGrady in 2004 did not yield significant profit. After all, since McGrady joined Houston, the Rockets' best achievement had only been a single second-round playoff appearance, and that was under circumstances where McGrady was injured. Of course, this could not be attributed to McGrady's lack of ability. In truth, McGrady was a player of considerable talent. What was the capability of a standalone scorer? McGrady could take on 2, even 3 defenders at once. Yet opponents still struggled to contest his pull-up jumpers. The issue with McGrady lay in the back injuries that hindered his career. The management of the Orlando Magic, recognizing that McGrady's back problems had reached an unmanageable level, intentionally concealed this, leading to the trade with the Rockets. In Yang Li's memory, as McGrady's most outstanding teammate during Yao Ming's career, he would soon face another significant injury in the upcoming 2005-06 season. This would serve as a turning point in McGrady's career. Afterward, his performance began to decline, with only a relatively decent season in 2006-07. He then rapidly fell from grace, bouncing between multiple teams before ultimately retiring without a championship. Moreover, McGrady himself had once stated in an interview that his style did not mesh well with Yao Ming's. His playing style was more fluid, yet to accommodate Yao, he had to slow down. The end result was that by trying to adapt to Yao, McGrady sacrificed his statistics and failed to achieve success. It was not too late to part ways with McGrady for the Rockets, for Yao, and for McGrady himself. It was a beneficial decision. Thus, what Yang Li needed to do now was to trade McGrady while his value was at its peak, transforming that value into immediate assets. Yang Li's clear vision for team building stemmed from his previous experience as an assistant coach. Moreover, as a devoted NBA fan, he had always revered the Houston Rockets during Yao Ming's tenure. Upon his unexpected rebirth, Yang Li was fortunate enough to become the sole heir of a wealthy Chinese mechanical tycoon in Texas. Having lost his parents at a young age, Yang Li was highly favored within his family. Consequently, when he proposed to exchange a vineyard for the team, his grandfather readily concurred. Of course, to prevent Yang Li from treating this as a mere hobby, his grandfather would no longer provide financial support for the team's future investments. Yang Li was certainly not dabbling for leisure. His goal was to build an NBA dynasty centered around Yao Ming. As for Yao himself, it is likely that all future fans would share a common understanding. Yao Ming was not an excellent leader, but he was undoubtedly a remarkable player. It was unfortunate that his career was fraught with challenges, marred by injuries to himself and his teammates. The most frustrating aspect was that the incompetent management, led by Dawson, had no idea what they were supposed to do. The right thing? Yang Li scoffed, casting a glance at the incompetent group. Trading McGrady immediately is the most prudent course of action. Gazing into Yang Li's half-commanding, half-threatening gaze, Dawson felt as though he could hear Yang Li's unspoken words. "Mr. Dawson, surely you do not wish to lose your position?" "No, I refuse." In the face of this menace, Dawson resolutely retorted, "If you insist on pursuing this course of action, I shall tender my resignation as general manager of the Rockets." "Very well, it is settled." Yang Li could not suppress a chuckle. A double blessing indeed. What could a native Texan redneck possibly be? Now, with his voluntary resignation from the general manager position, was it not a cause for universal celebration? "What? Are you serious?" Dawson could hardly believe his ears. Not only Dawson himself, but the mouths of everyone in the conference room, aside from Yang Li, fell agape in astonishment. This fellow named Yang Li, had he truly lost his mind? He intended to dismiss Houston. Oh no. Rather, the most devoted employee in NBA history towards a single team. Long before Dawson ascended to the role of general manager, he had served as an assistant coach for a remarkable 16 years with the Rockets. By 2005, he had dedicated a full 25 years of service to the Houston Rockets. Yet now, this new owner dared to abandon the most loyal veteran of the team? Though Yao Ming had not studied the art of managing a team, he had certainly delved into history. Which dynasty commenced without first purging the remnants of the previous regime? If they were not dealt with, would it be wise to allow these vestiges of a bygone era to hinder progress? Mr. Dawson, Yao Ming gestured for him to leave. We must continue our discussion regarding the specifics of trading McGrady. You are no longer a member of the management, and it is inappropriate for you to remain here. You will regret the decision you have made today. Dawson felt a flush of indignation as he stormed out of the conference room. Upon reaching the door, he abruptly turned, pointing an accusatory finger at Yao Ming. Remember, you shall be the scourge of the Houston Rockets. I shall remember, Yao Ming replied with a polite smile, but do not forget that I am now the owner of the Rockets. This is my horse. You, Dawson, rendered speechless, could only muster an incredulous expression before slamming his hand on the table and departing. Once outside the team's office building, Dawson muttered bitterly, "Curse Yao Ming." After Dawson's exit, Yao Ming turned to the others and inquired, "Now, is there anyone who still opposes? With C.D. Dawson's nickname gone, I see no reason to remain here. The team will inevitably crumble under your management. I, too, resign from all positions within the organization." 5 minutes later, looking at the now desolate conference room, Yao Ming suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. His objectives had been achieved. In order to set the Houston Rockets on the right path, a complete overhaul of the previous inept management team was essential. Consider the dismal actions of this incompetent squad since 2005. They allowed the aging Uncle Mu to serve as a substitute for Yao Ming, resulting in Yao being overworked for years on end. And after Yao's injuries, they were left with no choice but to rely on the 1.98-meter-tall Chuck Hayes as their center. The outcome was that Yao, having exhausted himself in both club and national team duties, ultimately succumbed to injuries and retired prematurely. Had they managed Yao's playing time judiciously, he could have enjoyed a far more illustrious career. Everyone blamed the national team for overworking Yao, yet the Rockets' inept management were complicit. After disbursing a severance package, Yao Ming successfully disbanded the previous management team. Subsequently, he devoted a month, with his grandfather's assistance, to recruiting several highly experienced assistant general managers from the local Texan community. He then announced he would personally assume the role of general manager of the Houston Rockets. This move undoubtedly aimed to consolidate power firmly within his grasp. Having completed these actions, Yao Ming had merely taken a small step towards the team's reconstruction. Now, the construction of the team's roster would represent the most significant leap towards establishing a dynasty. Time swiftly advanced to June 23. The San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Detroit Pistons in a thrilling Game 7 of the Finals, securing victory with a score of 81-74, thus hoisting the O'Brien Trophy for the third time in 7 years. However, the viewership for this year's Finals set an embarrassing record for being the second lowest in history. Even more humiliating is the fact that the record for the lowest viewership belongs to the 2003 matchup between the Spurs and the Nets. The Spurs' tenacious defense proved to be the key to their championship victory. Yet such excessive tenacity resulted in a game that was exceedingly unappealing to watch, especially this year, as the Spurs faced another formidable team. The Pistons, the spectacle was utterly dreadful. Following the presentation of the Finals trophy, NBA Commissioner David Stern convened an emergency meeting that very night. Since the conclusion of the 2004-05 season, the league had implemented the no-hand check rule. However, it appeared that the referees were yet to fully adapt to this regulation, leading to insufficient enforcement. In a bid to salvage the precarious viewership ratings, Stern mandated that the rule be strictly enforced in the upcoming season. Just as Stern fretted over the declining discourse surrounding this year's NBA playoffs, a sudden message appeared on his phone, causing him to tremble with shock. The Houston Rockets were actively shopping their star player. Tracy McGrady, just as a child cries, the milk has arrived. The very topic that Stern had longed for in the NBA was now at hand. He urged everyone present to disseminate this news immediately. That night, the news of the Rockets shopping McGrady sent shockwaves throughout the entire North American sports community. The fervor surrounding this incident even overshadowed the impending hurricane season. Some media outlets swiftly released articles speculating on whether the Rockets would soar again or descend into oblivion. One particular report spanned an impressive 20 pages. The first 10 pages vehemently criticized the Rockets' new owner, Yao Ming, for his apparent lack of basketball acumen, while the latter 10 pages lambasted Yao Ming for the villainous actions of the previous management. In such a brief time, how could anyone have produced such an extensive article? It was evident that someone from the former Rockets management harbored grievances against Yao Ming and had prepared this piece in advance, merely awaiting the moment when Yao Ming would announce the shopping of McGrady. Within mere hours, Yao Ming had gained notoriety across North America. Jeff Van Gundy, the head coach of the Houston Rockets, was so incensed that he publicly declared he would no longer serve as the team's head coach for the upcoming season. Yao Ming, however, was largely unconcerned by Van Gundy's departure. He believed that Van Gundy was far better suited for a role as a commentator rather than a coach. Of course, Yao Ming's influence extended far beyond North America. Domestically, he faced vitriol that spanned generations. Initially, when fans learned that Yao Ming, a Chinese businessman, had become the new owner of the Houston Rockets, there was jubilant celebration and fanfare. They envisioned a bright future for the Rockets under the protection of a Chinese owner, especially for Yao Ming. However, now, scarcely had Yao Ming settled into his new role when he announced plans to trade the star player McGrady. This was not just a dimming of hope. It was a plunge into darkness. Renowned basketball commentator Yao Ming was quick to reserve 2 full pages in his column to vehemently criticize Yao Ming's foolish decision. Though the newspaper would not be published until the following day, Yao Ming hastily posted his article on his blog. Unlike his previous articles, which exuded an air of full literary flair, this time he succinctly condemned the Rockets' new owner with 3 resounding nothings. No brains. No vision, no future. This Yao Ming, reading through his verbose tirade, Yao Ming couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, just wait and see. The harsher your words now, the greater your embarrassment will be later. After perusing Yao Ming's blog, Yao Ming decided to make a bold statement before bed. He opened his social media account and posted a succinct update. Goal: championship. Following his post, Yao Ming promptly shut down his computer and retreated to his bedroom. The next morning, upon waking, Yao Ming gently tucked the blanket around Gal Gadot, who lay beside him, before donning his robe and exiting the bedroom. Approaching his desk, he opened his computer, nearly causing it to crash. His bold late-night announcement had caused his social media account to explode with activity. Thousands of shares and tens of thousands of comments flooded in, all lambasting Yao Ming. In the social media landscape of 2005, such engagement was considered a phenomenon. The domestic backlash was even more pronounced, as users on forums quickly spread Yao Ming's post, inundating it with critical comments that reached into the thousands. Yao Ming truly experienced the thrill of being the villain. There was no escaping it. He was acutely aware that in this matter, he was the only one standing apart from the crowd. Picking up his office phone, he activated it only to be met with a barrage of text notifications. Before he could even check his messages, a call came in. The caller ID read, Billy Knight, general manager of the Atlanta Hawks. Yao Ming had previously expressed interest in trading McGrady for draft picks. Ideally this year's high-value selections. The Hawks held the 2nd overall pick in the 1st round this year, and they were in need of a talented shooting guard, making them the perfect trade partner. Mr. Knight, it is a pleasure to receive your call. Yao Ming began, I'm equally pleased that you are willing to trade Tracy. Billy Knight responded candidly, to be honest, we have long sought an outstanding shooting guard. What assets are the Hawks prepared to offer? Yao Ming inquired succinctly. This year's 2nd overall pick, along with last year's 1st-round selection, Josh Smith, Billy Knight stated. Yao Ming couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this old man had mistaken him for a fool. Yao Ming was acutely aware of McGrady's trade value, that he had been selected as an all-star starter this year and had earned a spot on the All-NBA 3rd team, averaging 25.7 points, 6.2 rebounds, and 5.7 assists per game. He was one of the only 2 players last season to achieve such impressive stats, the other being the illustrious LeBron James, who averaged 27.2 points, 7.4 rebounds, and 7.2 assists. For reference, Kobe averaged 5.9 rebounds. Of course, LeBron was a non-tradable asset for the Cavaliers, a fact well known throughout the league that McGrady's trade value could be gauged against that of his cousin, Vince Carter, during his 2004 trade. Carter was also an all-star starter that year, yet did not make the All-NBA team. Previously, Carter had only been selected once for the second team and once for the third team. While McGrady had definitively been named to the first team twice, the second team twice, and the third team once. Carter was 27 years old at the time of his trade, while McGrady had just celebrated his 26th birthday. In terms of trade value, McGrady was undoubtedly worth significantly more. When the New Jersey Nets acquired Carter, they offered Alonzo Mourning, Eric Williams, Aaron Williams, and 2 first-round picks. Given Nets' performance, those picks were unlikely to be lottery selections. Although Mourning had refused to report to Toronto, the Raptors ultimately received Eric, who averaged 12.6 points, along with 2 first-round picks. Now, the Hawks expected to trade a second overall pick along with a promising second-year forward for McGrady. What a pipe dream! Josh Smith was indeed a talented forward, well-suited for the Rockets. Noting Yao Lee's silence, Billy Knight added, he was selected to the All-Rookie second team this year and is destined to become a star player. Indeed, it is true that Josh Smith later became known as the King of the Hawks. Furthermore, during the twilight of his career, he indeed played for the Rockets. Seasoned fans will surely recall the legendary headband gang of the Rockets in 2015. It was during Game 6 of the Western Conference semifinals, where Chris Paul led the Los Angeles Clippers to a commanding 3-2 series lead over James Harden's Houston Rockets after 3 quarters. The Clippers had established a 19-point lead over the Rockets, just when everyone anticipated that Paul would reach the Western Conference Finals for the first time in his career. Josh Smith emerged. In the final quarter, he joined forces with the General Corey Brewer, leading the Houston Headband Gang to an astonishing comeback. If one were to consider only that final quarter, Smith indeed appeared to be an exceptional forward. However, a comprehensive understanding of his entire career reveals a different story. His style of play could best be encapsulated by a remark from Coach Zhang Weiping. This play is utterly unreasonable. Such a mercurial player was clearly not the championship piece Yang Lee was seeking. Mr. Knight, if you're genuinely interested in trading Tracy, Yang Lee finally spoke up, proposing to include Al Harrington in a first-round pick from 2007. What? You're asking for an outrageous amount. Mr. Billy Knight was instantly incensed and abruptly hung up the phone. Al Harrington was a starting forward for the Hawks last season, averaging 17 points and 7 rebounds. Furthermore, to demand both the promising Josh Smith and 2 first-round picks, such a high price indicates a clear reluctance to engage in this transaction. In truth, Yang Lee was not keen on making this deal with the Hawks. In his strategic vision, he had another trade in mind. This unpleasant conversation aimed to convey 2 erroneous messages to the Hawks management. Firstly, that forwards are highly coveted and that he sought not just one, but multiple forwards. Secondly, that he held little interest in that person he truly desired from the Hawks roster. At present, it was not the opportune moment to negotiate with the Hawks. Nonetheless, once the message was conveyed, the groundwork had been laid. After Billy Knight hung up, Yang Lee made several more calls, yet none resulted in fruitful discussions. This was not merely due to unappealing offers. More importantly, the elusive fish Yang Lee sought had yet to bite the hook. Just then, Yang Lee's phone ringtone echoed again. Finally, he thought, unable to suppress a smile as the big fish had finally taken the bait. The caller was noted as Jeff Bauer, the general manager of the New Orleans Hornets. The year 2005 is widely recognized as a lackluster draft year, yet the success rate of the rookies from this class was surprisingly high. This year, the New Orleans Hornets held the 4th overall pick, which they used to select a player every NBA fan would recognize: Chris Paul. From the day Yang Lee decided to trade away Tracy McGrady, he had firmly established that the core of the Rockets must be Yao Ming. Viewed through a contemporary lens, Yao might seem unable to fulfill this role. However, under the tutelage of Yang Lee, the so-called chosen one, Yao could potentially transform from a mere chicken into a phoenix. This is a novel, and Yao deserves a boost, so feel free to suspend your disbelief. To build around Yao, the initial issue to address was that of the point guard. Throughout Yao's career, he had partnered with 2 of the most renowned point guards, Steve Francis and Rafer Alston. However, their ability to deliver the ball to Yao was at best mediocre. The player who could deliver the best passes to Yao was, in fact, the all-star shooting guard Tracy McGrady, whom Yang Li was on the verge of trading away. It is quite absurd that a top-tier center throughout his career had never played alongside a competent point guard capable of passing him the ball. One might say that such a management team is akin to a bunch of naive pigs. As for the choice of starting point guard, Yang Li had long since made his decision. If one is to seek, then one must seek the most suitable candidate. Chris Paul is undoubtedly that candidate. Good day, Mr. Bauer. Upon the call connecting, Yang Li politely introduced himself. I am Yang Li, the general manager of the Houston Rockets. Hello, Young, replied Jeff Bauer on the other end. I am aware that you recently acquired the Rockets from Mr. Alexander and have taken on the role of general manager. Are you calling simply to congratulate me on my acquisition? Yang Li offered a light jest. Certainly not. Jeff Bauer chuckled. I understand that there's an old saying in your country. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose, and I suspect you can guess the reason for my call today. So, what kind of offer do you intend to make? Yang Li inquired straightforwardly. These general managers are seasoned veterans. There is no need to engage them in frivolous banter. I thought you were reluctant to trade with teams in the Western Conference. Jeff Bauer remarked, Here, it is essential to mention the unwritten rules of trading during this era. Generally speaking, competitive teams do not engage in star trades with teams from the same conference, just like in 2004. When Shaquille O'Neal, despite receiving better offers from various Western teams, was ultimately traded to the Miami Heat, I truly am reluctant, Yang Li acknowledged, but the Hornets are an exception. Upon hearing this, Jeff Bauer's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Yang Li's words were rather piercing. The New Orleans Hornets had only won 18 games during the 2004-05 season, finishing last in the Western Conference and tied for second to last in the league. Only marginally better than the 13-69 record of the Atlanta Hawks. Yang Li's statement was a clear indication that the Hornets were utterly inept and devoid of any competitive edge. Noticing the silence on the other end, Yang Li recognized that he had managed to catch Jeff Bauer off guard. So he hastily added, Thus, you require Tracy. What was I about to say? Jeff Bauer had prepared an array of talking points. But after being caught off guard by Yang Li, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words that go on. What chips do you intend to offer for Tracy? Yang Li prompted, Right, trading Tracy. Jeff Bauer finally regained his composure. We have this year's 4th overall pick, plus Lee Nailon and Dan Dickau. How does that sound? Upon hearing this ludicrous offer, Yang Li let out a cold laugh. Do you take me for a fool? Yang Li was somewhat knowledgeable about the internal situation of the New Orleans Hornets. After trading away core players Baron Davis and David Wesley during the previous season, they had embarked on a rebuilding phase. Lee Nailon and Dan Dickau were two players specifically arranged to inflate their statistics, aimed at fetching a good price in the upcoming summer. Knowing the truth, Yang Li was not about to fall for the Hornets' ruse. Yang Li was acutely aware that the pivotal step to the Rockets' resurgence hinged on whether McGrady could be exchanged for more valuable assets. After all, the current roster of the Rockets could only be described as dismal. Aside from the Yao McGrady duo, the remaining players on guaranteed contracts included Juwan Howard, Von Wafer, Clarence Weatherspoon, Bob Sura, Mike James, John Barry, and the recently acquired former Hornet David Wesley. This assemblage was a mix of aging veterans, injury-prone players, and those with limited potential. Essentially a collection of undesirable assets that it was as if, apart from the Yao McGrady combination, the Rockets held nothing but lowly cards, lacking even a 7, without dismantling the duo. There was no viable hand to play. I can also throw in an unprotected first-round pick from 2007. Noticing Yang Li's silence, Jeff Bauer appeared somewhat anxious and proactively sweetened the deal. Yang Li remained non-responsive. 2 players merely padding their stats were of no use. Did the Hornets truly believe they could trade McGrady for just 2 first-round picks? What a pipe dream. Faced with Yang Li's lack of response, Jeff Bauer, feeling cornered, relinquished control of the conversation to Yang Li. Or perhaps you could share your proposal, Mr. Bauer. I believe you are quite aware that the Hornets are in need of a young core player to build around. Yang Li did not explicitly articulate his proposal, but instead began discussing with Jeff Ball. Tracy was this year's All-Star starter and also selected for the All-NBA third team. Crucially, he had just celebrated his 26th birthday. For those of you opting for a rebuild, Tracy is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Given this, why not retain Tracy in Houston? Jeff Ball still harbored a slight anti-CPU sentiment. Because I am of Chinese descent, Yang Li stated bluntly. Jeff Ball fell silent once more, as Yang Li's approach seemed devoid of any business considerations and was purely self-serving. As a fellow Chinese, Yang Li wished to have his fellow countryman Yao Ming as the cornerstone of the team, and this reasoning was impeccable. So, what is your specific plan? Jeff Ball inquired again. Li Neilong and Dan Dicao are your key players. I shall not covet what belongs to others. Yang Li smirked. In addition to this year's 4th overall pick in the first round, and the unprotected first-round pick you mentioned from 2007, I would like to acquire the first-round pick for 2009, as well as your backup forward David West. Yang Li was determined to secure this year's 4th pick, fully aware that it could be used to select the player he most desired. The starting point guard known as the Point God, Chris Paul. There are countless stories surrounding Paul. Aside from the aforementioned title of King of Comebacks, there are tales of Paul's fury in the conference finals floor, which could fill 58 hours of discourse. However, it is undeniable that Paul's career achievements are somewhat limited, of course. This is primarily due to physical constraints. Apart from that, all of Paul's attributes are historically exceptional. As long as he can identify his role and comfortably serve as the second-in-command on a championship-caliber team, he is destined for an immensely successful career. In Yang Li's view, having Paul as Yao Ming's backcourt partner is not merely a match, but a perfect fit. Moreover, Paul entered the league at the peak of his abilities in his rookie season, he averaged 16.1 points, 5.1 rebounds, and 7.8 assists, earning the Rookie of the Year title. This performance is something that many starting point guards in the league cannot achieve. Importantly, Paul's exceptional basketball IQ allows him to make contributions that statistics may not capture. This plug-and-play rookie is the most suitable for the championship-oriented Houston Rockets. Besides Paul, Yang Li's proposal includes another all-star caliber player. David West, a member of the illustrious 2003 draft class. He has been an all-star twice in his career. His style of play is straightforward, with solid fundamentals. He excels in post-up situations, has a reliable mid-range shot, and possesses commendable playmaking abilities on the offensive end. He bears a striking resemblance to the best power forward Yao Ming has ever partnered with, Luis Scola. Defensively, his robust physique allows him to withstand physical confrontations, although he struggles against larger opponents due to his height. Nevertheless, his agility enables him to guard even the likes of LeBron James. Thus, David West must be paired with a center who possesses sufficient height and defensive capabilities to maximize the effectiveness of their inside combination. Tyson Chandler during his time with the Hornets and Roy Hibbert during his tenure with the Pacers were among his ideal partners. It is well known that Roy Hibbert is affectionately nicknamed Black Yao. Therefore, pairing David West with Yao Ming in the paint is undoubtedly the best option available to Yang Li. Most importantly, David West is a good friend of our people, possessing a profound understanding of our national circumstances, to the extent that he has achieved a commendable level of familiarity. How could Yang Li not hold affection for such a comrade? In the recently concluded 2004 to 2005 season, David West played only 30 games due to injury. Averaging 18 minutes per game, he managed a modest 6.2 points and 4.3 rebounds, an underwhelming performance to say the least. Fortunately for West, his injury last season diminished his trade value considerably. Trading away such a backup forward posed virtually no psychological burden for Jeff Ball. However, if he were aware that David West, upon joining forces with Paul, would average 17.1 points and 7.4 rebounds in the subsequent 2005 to 2006 season, he would undoubtedly halt the trade immediately. What? You want our first-round picks for the next 3 years? Jeff Ball exclaimed in astonishment over the phone. This is outright robbery. Hold on, Mr. Ball, I haven't finished yet. Yang Li interrupted. As compensation, I will send our all-star forward wing Becker, the cornerstone of our team, Clarence Weatherspoon, and the talented point guard from the 1996 draft class, Mookie Norris, to New Orleans. Are you serious? Jeff Ball could no longer contain himself. You want our 3 first-round picks and expect us to help you offload garbage contracts. As a team manager, he was acutely aware of the caliber of these players. Wung Becker was indeed an all-star forward, but his last selection to the all-star game was 7 years ago. Weatherspoon, the so-called cornerstone, weighed an imposing 270 pounds and could barely move on the court. As for Mookie Norris, while he entered the NBA in 1996, he was merely a second-round pick and a minor player. The 1996 draft class is referred to as the Golden Generation, but Mookie Norris had no connection to it. Yang Li's proposition was not compensation at all. It was a blatant attempt to shed these undesirable contracts through the trade of McGrady. These three players were utterly ineffective on the court and collectively accounted for nearly $15 million in salaries. Which fool would spend $15 million to support three non-contributors? Adding McGrady's upcoming salary of $15.7 million for the next season would almost certainly push the team over the salary cap. Even with the existence of trade exceptions, executing this trade would prove exceedingly challenging. Jeff Ball was left speechless. This individual named Yang Li was nothing more than a naive rookie manager. Subsequently, Jeff Ball took the time to explain to Yang Li the various rules pertaining to the salary cap. "Oh, I see." Yang Li feigned enlightenment. "In that case, how about you send P.J. Brown to the Rockets, and I will remove one player from my side. That should allow the Hornets to accommodate the trade." "Right? But who should I let go?" "Of course, it should be Weatherspoon." Jeff Ball quickly interjected. "He can still perform some dirty work alongside Yao Ming did." "Oh, indeed." Yang Li smiled, not intending to expose him. Whether or not Weatherspoon was suitable for Yao Ming was irrelevant. What mattered was that his salary of $6.35 million for the next season was the highest among the three throw-ins. Nevertheless, Yang Li need not worry about Weatherspoon's contract in the summer of 2005. Every team was granted one team amnesty right. The Rockets initially intended to utilize this amnesty on Weatherspoon. After being amnestied, he chose to retire immediately. P.J. Brown can be included in the trade. "And I can assist you in managing the other two undesirable contracts," Jeff Ball continued, "but I can only offer you this year's 4th overall pick and at most a 2nd-round pick for next year." The newly added P.J. Brown to the trade was a center known for his defensive prowess. He had been selected to the all-defensive second team 3 times in his career and also possessed a reliable mid-range shot and high-post playmaking ability. Last season, he played 82 games for the Hornets, averaging 10.8 points, 9 rebounds, and 2.2 assists that on paper, a player of his caliber should command a high trade value. However, considering that Brown would turn 36 in 3 months and was on the verge of retirement, his contract, which still carried 2 years and over $16 million, was also deemed undesirable. "The first-round pick for 2007, Yang Li countered. "Okay, it's a deal." Jeff Ball agreed quite readily. This is not a decade later, where an all-star could easily be exchanged for 4 or 5 first-round picks, securing 2 first-round selections, a practical center, and a future all-star, while simultaneously offloading 2 undesirable contracts, is undoubtedly a significant gain. However, from others' perspectives, Yang Li's acquisition of McGrady amounted to 2 first-round picks, a premium contract, and a mere throw-in. This trade is set to occur in 2 phases, with the contracts of P.J. Brown and David West aligning perfectly to offset those of Win Baker and Moochie Norris. Consequently, the Rockets obtained a trade exception equivalent to McGrady's salary, $15.69 million. Once this trade concerning McGrady is completed, the Rockets' predicament will be substantially alleviated. After finalizing the details with Jeff Ball, Yang Li sent a mass text to the management of various teams, indicating that the trade for McGrady was confirmed, but the Rockets' 24th overall pick in this year's draft was available for trade. The team executives, astonished, couldn't believe that a superstar of the league could go from being on the trading block to being traded in less than 24 hours. The explanation is quite simple. In Yang Li's eyes, David West is an all-star caliber power forward. Yet in the eyes of the Hornets management, David West was akin to a lottery ticket that had already revealed the words "thank you." Little did they realize that this ticket, once fully scratched, would not yield "thank you for your patronage," but rather, "thank you for your purchase. You've won." Both sides felt they were the winners, prompting a swift confirmation of the trade. This situation is reminiscent of when we sold Dong Feng to Shate back in the day. After this, Yang Li did not receive any further calls. Clearly, the allure of the 24th overall pick paled in comparison to that of McGrady. Just as Yang Li was preparing to go shopping with his girlfriend Gal Gadot, his phone rang unexpectedly. Caller ID, Yao Ming. "Hello, Yao." Yang Li hesitated before answering. "If you're calling to plead for McGrady, you're a step too late. I've already traded him. No, actually The voice on the other end, Yao Ming, suddenly fell silent, and after a considerable pause, he stammered, "Mr. Yang, you actually traded McGrady? Huh, did you not receive the news?" Now, it was Yang Li's turn to be taken aback. Evidently, Yao Ming was unaware of this development. Given the magnitude of the situation, one would expect that after just undergoing surgery to remove a bone spur from his left ankle in San Francisco, he would certainly be informed. Yao scratched his head. After the surgery, I was just focused on leveling up. Yang Li instantly understood. Yao Ming is a dedicated World of Warcraft player, and the summer of 05 was precisely the time for him to be engrossed in leveling up. No wonder he was out of the loop. He hardly had time to check the news. So, why did you call? Yang Li inquired at O, right? While switching his character to Gather Herbs, Yao continued, Dr. Arthur Ding has just released my injury assessment report. My left ankle surgery was very successful. With 4 months of rest, I should fully recover. However, this might mean I one team make it back for the preseason at O. Is that what this is about? Yang Li nodded, but the next moment he suddenly furrowed his brow in alarm. The primary reason for Yao Ming's retirement was his left ankle injury. This ailment had been a lingering issue since his youth. And despite enduring multiple injuries and surgeries in the NBA, he ultimately could not escape the curse of injury. In retrospect, many concluded that Yao Ming retired prematurely due to being overworked, even after undergoing surgery. He was not given adequate time to recuperate. After a standard 4-month recovery, the preseason would have already concluded. If Yang Li's memory served him right, Yao had indeed played in the Asian Championships in September 05. Furthermore, he even participated in the preseason for the 05-06 season. Not only was Yao allowed to compete in the Asian Championships, but he was also permitted to participate in the preseason. Those incompetent management members, like Dawson, deserve to be reprimanded. Mr. Yang, about McGrady. Yao attempted to say more. All right, Yao, you needn't concern yourself with McGrady. You must immediately book a flight to Phoenix. After hanging up, Yang Li hurriedly called Jerry Colangelo, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns. 3 hours later, Yao Ming met with the chief physician of the Phoenix medical team, Thomas Carter. NBA team doctors are not permitted to treat players from other teams, a fact Yang Li was well aware of. He merely sought Thomas Carter's assistance for an evaluation of Yao's injury and a treatment recommendation. The conclusions, however, diverged from what Arthur Ding had reported. Thomas Carter asserted that while the surgery was highly successful, complete recovery would require at least 6 months of rest. Furthermore, if Yao wished to continue his professional career, he would need to lose weight. At present, Yao weighed over 330 pounds, 150 kilograms. To ensure his ankle could support his massive frame, he needed to drop to below 310 pounds, 141 kilograms. Previously, Yao had been encouraged to gain weight to better contend with Shaquille O'Neal in the post. However, with O'Neal past his prime, further weight gain was unnecessary. Even at 310 pounds, Yao would be more than capable of handling the current centers in the league. Yao Ming is a cornerstone for the Rockets' future. Extending his career is paramount. Thus, Yang Li issued a firm directive: 6 months of rest and weight loss. Upon hearing he needed to rest for 6 months, Yao felt an immense relief. Initially, he had planned for a 4-month recovery. Fearing that the leadership of the national team would compel him to play in the Asian Championships come September. Even at the cost of Yao's health, they would prioritize winning the championship. However, the current conclusion indicated a 6-month recovery, meaning by the time the championships commenced, Yao would have barely completed half of that period. This was no minor sacrifice. It could potentially jeopardize Yao's future. Yao Ming is a treasured asset of the national team. No one could bear the responsibility of ruining him. Consequently, the national team had no choice but to reluctantly accept the reality of the Asian Championships proceeding without Yao Ming after receiving his medical report. The following day, June 25, 2005, 2 headlines simultaneously dominated the media's hot topics. Yang Li, too, received 2 text notifications early in the morning. The first read, Houston management exhibits a masterstroke. Tracy McGrady traded to New Orleans. This headline carried a tinge of sarcasm. What masterstroke? It insinuated that Yang Li was lacking in judgment. The second headline proclaimed, Rockets All-Star center Yao Ming undergoes left ankle surgery. Participation next season in doubt. Well, if the first news merely cast Yang Li as a fool, the second rendered the entire Houston Rockets team a laughingstock. The 2 core stars of the Rockets from the previous season had either been traded or were nursing injuries at home. This meant that for the first half of the 05-06 season, the Rockets would be fielding a roster of aging and ailing players. While McGrady's trade might seem slightly disadvantageous, it was not entirely foolish. However, during this era, such a wholesale transformation was utterly incomprehensible. The most unacceptable aspect of this trade was that the Yao McGrady combination had only been in operation for a year and had achieved commendable results. The Yao McGrady duo was already the core of a championship contending team, yet Yongley had the audacity to dismantle it in preparation for a rebuild. I've stripped down, and you say you've just unwrapped the package? In a flash, various discussions regarding the Rockets began to emerge. With the star player gone and injuries plaguing the rest, was the Rockets' aim for next season to secure the top draft pick? Given the current state of the Rockets, even divine intervention would struggle to save them. If they could win 10 games next season, that would be remarkable. Have you forgotten something? That big fool Yongley posted just the other day. Our goal is the championship. This so-called wise Yongley must think Michael Jordan is entering the draft this year. Even if he is, they would only have the 4th pick, and selecting Jordan would require at least a top 3 pick. Even if they had the 4th pick and selected Jordan, does he genuinely believe that rookie Jordan could lead this current Rockets team to a championship? Even Pete Jordan would find it challenging to make the playoffs. Not only the fan community is expressing their discontent, but nearly all basketball media personalities have voiced their opinions, and their consensus is remarkably aligned. The Houston Rockets have undeniably entered the fray for the top draft pick in the upcoming season. Among the most notable commentators is our old friend Charles Barkley. In a recent segment, he once again engaged in a discussion about the Rockets with his longtime partner, Kenny Smith. Everyone is aware that I lost a bet regarding Yao Ming last time. Barkley first acknowledged the fact of his previous loss, then abruptly shifted his tone, stating, "But later, Yao and I became good friend." He once told me an old saying from his hometown. A person cannot fall into the same pit twice. Indeed. This time I bet that the Rockets won't exceed 19 wins next season. Otherwise, I shall once again kiss a donkey's rear. No. Kenny Smith interjected, "If the Rockets surpass 19 wins, I will genuinely don a swimsuit and let you kiss my behind." Ha. Now it seems that not just the outspoken Barkley is taking jabs at Yongley. Even the typically affable Kenny Smith has joined in. This illustrates just how outrageous Yongley's decision to trade McGrady was. If one were to suggest that these commentators were merely seeking sensationalism in their critiques, the opinions from players and coaches surely carry more weight. Don't they? Kobe Bryant remarked, "Tracy is the most challenging player I've faced in my career. He is virtually unstoppable on the offensive end. I am genuinely curious about the mental state of Houston's management when they made this decision." LeBron James expressed disbelief, stating, "Unbelievable. Last season, Tracy and I were the only 2 players capable of achieving 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. This young must either have never looked at the statistics or he has received a fraudulent report." Spurs coach Greg Popovich exclaimed, "Trading away McGrady. That is an utterly foolish decision. If we had McGrady, we would dominate as champions for the next decade." Meanwhile, the traded McGrady openly voiced his confusion and anger. "We just went through a wonderful journey together, and now I am abruptly told that I must disembark. I'm not even clear on what I did wrong, but I know the fault does not lie with me. It lies with the captain of the ship. Just wait and see. I will emerge stronger next season." The players' remarks are practically transparent, and the betting site's reactions are decidedly blunt. The odds for the Rockets to win the championship next season have plummeted to 1 in 2,000, the highest in the league. After all, without clairvoyance, Yongley's recent maneuvers are simply absurd, verging on incomprehensible. Last season, the Rockets, under the leadership of the Yao McGrady duo, secured a playoff spot as the 5th seed in the Western Conference. In the first round, they engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Dallas Mavericks, pushing the series to a decisive 7th game. Had it not been for the league's dubious officiating, which is verifiable, the Rockets would have advanced to the Western Conference semifinals. Logically, this Rockets team, with some offseason adjustments to support Yao and McGrady, should have had a legitimate shot at contending for the championship next season. Yet, what did Yongley do? He actively traded McGrady away. Anyone would find this utterly unbelievable, right? If Yongley had swapped McGrady for another star player to pair with Yao, it might have been somewhat understandable. However, Yongley shockingly exchanged McGrady for 2 first-round draft picks and a backup forward who had only played 30 games last season due to injury. Such an action is simply nonsensical. It is akin to dismantling a ship heading towards the sea and attempting to reconstruct it from the timber. Pure folly. The NBA has even conducted a specialized investigation into this trade. They suspected Yao Ming might have engaged in clandestine dealings with the Hornets, as shadow contracts are hardly a novelty in the NBA. However, the investigation yielded no issues with the trade. Thus, the only conclusion remains: Yao Ming is a fool. Billy Knight, the general manager of the Atlanta Hawks, expressed his regret by slapping his thigh. Had I known this would lead to acquiring McGrady, I would never have hung up the phone. No, this kid is so easy to deceive. I must seize this opportunity. Just as Yao Ming was enjoying the post berating him, he suddenly received a phone call from Billy Knight. "Hello, Mr. Knight." A flicker of excitement crossed Yao Ming's eyes as he answered, jokingly saying, "Isn't it a bit late for you to be calling? Tracy has already been traded." "Haha, I am well aware of that," Billy Knight replied with a sly grin, "but you will still need to part with your 24th pick in this year's first round. Won't you? The Hawks finished last in the league last season and are in urgent need of rebuilding. Draft picks are crucial for them. So, are you proposing to exchange Harrington for a 24th pick?" Yao Ming said, nearly unable to contain his laughter on the other end. Billy Knight's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Harrington's trade value is at least equivalent to a top 8 draft pick. Does this Yao Ming truly believe he can pull this off? "Oh, no. I understand that the Rockets currently need a forward." Billy Knight shook his head. "We have a premium forward from the 2003 elite draft class, Boris Diaw. Although he plays guard for us. His height of 6 feet 8 inches, 2.03 meters, enables him to fill the forward position perfectly. I believe he would be an excellent fit for the Rockets." Yao Ming exclaimed, "Goodness, this Billy Knight has indeed grasped the 2 implications I previously conveyed to him. He has actually delivered Diaw right to my doorstep." Boris Diaw, selected 21st overall by the Atlanta Hawks in the 2003 draft, is fondly referred to as the French magician and was part of the 2014 NBA championship team. However, these accolades are from later in his career. Last season, Diaw, as a backup player, averaged only 4.8 points, 2.6 rebounds, and 2.3 assists. Yet this is not the crux of the matter. As an outside player, his shooting percentage languished at a mere 42.2. With a dismal 3-point shooting rate of only 18. Judging solely by the past 2 seasons, this acquisition seems like a wasted lottery ticket. However, Yao Ming, as someone who has been through the grind, understands the reality. Diaw is a versatile player capable of playing every position from point guard to center. He may never become a team's cornerstone, but he is undoubtedly a perfect role player. Back in 2005, Diaw was included as a throw-in during the trade of Joe Johnson to the Suns. Upon arriving in Phoenix, Diaw fortuitously found himself starting due to Stoudemire's significant injury in the 2005 to 2006 season. He then enjoyed a career-defining season, ultimately earning the Most Improved Player award for the 2005 to 2006 season with averages of 13.3 points, 6.9 rebounds, and 6.2 assists. Notably, the second-place finisher for the Most Improved Player award was David West, whom Yao Ming had already traded for. Presently, it seems that only Yao Ming possesses the manual for utilizing Diaw effectively to TO others, especially the Hawks management. Diaw is undoubtedly viewed as a fringe player. During his rookie season, he averaged 25 minutes on the court, but this dropped to 18 minutes in his second season, highlighting the shift in perception. "Mr. Knight, do you believe I am entirely ignorant of the situation?" Yao Ming began to employ strategy. "Boris is merely a backup player averaging less than 5 points. Billy Knight awkwardly scratched his head. This Yao Ming may indeed be a bit dim, but he is not foolish to the point of being oblivious. Do you think my decision to trade Tracy was ill-conceived?" Yao Ming continued to feign ignorance. "Tracy's salary for next season is over $15 million. By trading him away, I can save the team a substantial amount of money." Billy Knight suddenly understood. All right, I concede that Yao Ming is not a fool. Rather, he is a miserly fool. He swapped McGrady for draft picks solely to reduce player salaries. Therefore, Yao Ming continued, "I would like to exchange your second-round pick for a 24th first-round pick. You are picking 31st in the second round, which is not far off, yet can save considerable funds. Genius. Absolute genius." Billy Knight was nearly beside himself with admiration. This Yao Ming is indeed a brilliant little money saver. "All right then, we shall trade our second-round pick for your first-round pick. It's a deal." "Hold on a moment," Yao Ming interrupted. "We have a player who just underwent surgery and may not be able to play next season. I cannot afford to pay him a few million for nothing. Wait a moment. Could the individual you mentioned be Yao Ming? Given Yang Li's previous series of outrageous actions, Billy Knight even speculated that he might trade away Yao Ming as well. Yang Li smirked, thinking to himself how audacious that idea was. Yao Ming is my fellow townsman. How could I possibly trade him? What I was referring to was Bob Sura, Yang Li stated. Bob Sura was someone Billy Knight was quite familiar with. During the 2003 to 2004 season, they acquired Bob Sura from the Detroit Pistons. In the 27 games he played for the Hawks, Sura averaged 14.7 points, 8.3 rebounds, and 5.3 assists, leaving a profound impression on the Hawks management. However, in the summer of 2004, when the Hawks were preparing to re-sign Sura, the Houston Rockets intervened. Former Rockets general manager Carroll Dawson had set his sights on Bob Sura, believing he could become a third strong point alongside Yao and McGrady. Consequently, Dawson promised Sura the starting point guard position and the status of the team's third option. Ultimately, the Rockets' sincerity swayed Sura, leading him to sign a 4-year, $14.4 million contract with them. In contrast, the Hawks had intended to offer Sura a contract averaging $5 million per year. Sura took a pay cut to join the Rockets, motivated by the desire to partner with Yao and McGrady in pursuit of a championship. Last season, although Sura was often criticized by domestic fans for not passing the ball to Yao, he still managed to contribute an average of 10.3 points, 5.5 rebounds, and 5.2 assists, proving to be an invaluable ally beside Yao and McGrady. Many Rockets fans subsequently reminisced about Sura, hoping for his return from injury to aid Yao and McGrady in their championship quest. However, the Rockets found themselves waiting in disappointment, ultimately reaching the end of Sura's contract. Now, aside from Yang Li, no one would know that Sura would never return to the court. Naturally, Billy Knight remained oblivious, even planning to acquire Sura back for free. How about this? Yang Li proposed, the Boris Diaw you just mentioned, if I recall correctly, has a salary of only $1 million. He would indeed be a great fit for our Rockets. So I'll exchange Sura for him. Billy Knight felt an overwhelming urge to give Yang Li a thumbs up right then and there, sincerely exclaiming, "Sir, you are truly astute. A first-round 24th pick coupled with a starting point guard averaging 10, 5, and 5, albeit post-surgery, for his own second-round 31st pick and a marginal role player. Such a deal was utterly impossible to refuse." Deal. Billy Knight promptly agreed, swiftly finalizing the trade and reporting the transaction to the NBA's management. Adam, what's your take? NBA Commissioner David Stern inquired of his bald assistant with a donkey-like face that moment. Adam Silver was Stern's special assistant. Having recently spearheaded the documentary Yao's Year, he was quite well-versed in the situation of the Rockets. Yang Li's audacious maneuver of exchanging a $100 bill for two $10 notes was indeed astonishing. "I find Yang Li rather intriguing," Silver remarked with a hint of amusement. "Do you remember last year's Kobe? He had to rush to games due to legal troubles. Yet, each time he did, the viewership was remarkably high." Stern nodded. Perhaps Silver mused, Yang Li intends to garner fan attention through such actions, even if it severely compromises the interests of the team and the league. However, increased attention will inevitably bring profits. If Yang Li were to realize Silver's line of thinking, he might very well spew blood on the spot. To jeopardize the NBA's reputation for the sake of viewership was certainly a self-deprecating notion. Are you implying that your thoughts were inspired by me? I refuse to shoulder such blame. I initially believed he traded McGrady to acquire a partner for Yao. Stern sighed heavily, yet he was astounded that he had merely traded McGrady for 3 draft picks. And this latest trade was even more outrageous. Silver shook his head in exasperation. Even someone as shrewd as Yang Li couldn't entirely fathom the implications of these two trades. In any case, I shall not concern myself with his motivations, Stern declared resolutely. If he continues this reckless behavior, I will convene the league's board and expel him from the ranks of NBA owners. While Stern fretted over the Rockets' future, Yang Li was in high spirits. The trade with the Hawks not only successfully acquired Diaw, but also conveniently resolved the matter of Bob Sura. It was indeed a multifaceted success. However, as the saying goes, business is akin to a sow wearing a bra. One deal follows another. With this second trade, the general managers of the other 27 teams in the league could no longer remain seated. It was akin to a telegram group where one person claimed there were opportunities for profit, One might initially dismiss it, suspecting it was merely a false alarm. But when another person declared, "Wow, it's true. The buyer has already shipped the goods," could anyone still remain composed? Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Yao Ming's phone buzzed again. Caller, R.C. Buford, general manager of the San Antonio Spurs. Hello? Mr. Buford, Yao Ming greeted. I am delighted you're willing to take my call, Yao. Buford replied, somewhat excitedly, as it seemed the Houston Rockets were planning to abandon next season for a rebuild. I am afraid that's not the case, Yao Ming said with a smile. Rebuilding is indeed on the agenda. But the Rockets' objective for the new season is the championship. Buford was left speechless, scratching his forehead with great force. Truly, seeing is believing. The Yao Ming of rumors bore no marks of distortion whatsoever. He was indeed this uniquely distinct. I initially thought you were planning to tank for a rebuild, Buford said regretfully. To be honest, I was hoping to exchange next year's second-round pick for your backup guard, John Barry. Although John is nearing 36, he averaged an impressive 45.1 three-point shooting, hitting 1.1 three-pointers per game in the 55 games he played for the Rockets last season. Most importantly, his salary next season is only $1 million. For a Spurs team aspiring for a championship, acquiring such a stable and experienced veteran shooter would be the perfect addition. However, given the Spurs' caliber, their second-round pick next year will undoubtedly be outside the 55th selection. After all, they just secured the NBA championship for the 2004 to 2005 season. You expect to con us out of John Barry with a second-round pick ranked 55th. Upon hearing Buford's words, Yao Ming understood he had successfully deceived him with the fade he presented. Armed with this preconceived notion, Buford would be easy to manipulate. John Barry is indeed tradable. Yao Ming replied with remarkable candor. Furthermore, not only can I send John Barry to the Spurs, but I can also include this year's second-round 31st pick in the deal. You can even retain your second-round pick for next year. What? Buford could hardly believe his ears. Could such a stroke of luck truly exist? Of course, Yao Ming said, a grin spreading across his face. But I can't just give it away. Huh. Indeed, Buford responded with a forced smile. So, what would you like in return from the Spurs? Quite simple, Yao Ming replied. I want the signing rights to Luis Scola. If one is a devoted fan of the Rockets, they would undoubtedly be familiar with the illustrious name of Diamond Scola. He is, without a doubt, the most outstanding power forward that Yao Ming has ever partnered with throughout his career. Unfortunately, his arrival came too late. Scola joined the Rockets in 2007, a year that marked the twilight of Yao's professional journey in fact, Scola was a contemporaneous rookie with Yao. Yao was the first overall pick in the 2002 draft, while Scola was selected in the second round as the 56th pick by the Spurs in the same year. However, Scola's original team demanded a buyout fee of a staggering $3.5 million, which prevented him from making his NBA debut until 2007, when the Spurs traded his rights to the Rockets. Scola personally contributed $3 million, while the Rockets covered the remaining $500,000 to buy out his contract with his original team, thus enabling his successful entrance into the NBA. By 2005, Scola had already garnered considerable fame. He led the Argentine national basketball team to victory over the United States Dream Team in the semifinals of the 2004 Athens Olympics and ultimately triumphed over Italy in the finals, securing the Olympic gold medal in men's basketball. At this juncture, Scola had become a prominent figure on the international basketball stage. The Spurs management was not inactive. However, NBA regulations only permitted clubs to contribute a mere $500,000 towards a buyout. The optimal solution was to offer Scola a lucrative contract, allowing him to finance the buyout himself. Yet, much like the former owner of the Rockets, Alexander, the Spurs owner was notoriously frugal. Betting millions on a player whose adaptability to the NBA was uncertain seemed rather unwise. Upon learning that Scola's rights could be exchanged for Bonner and a second-round pick in that year's draft, Spurs general manager Buford was elated. The buyout issue with Scola remained unresolved, yet now his rights could be traded for such valuable assets. What a stroke of luck! Deal! Buford hastily concluded the transaction with Yao Ming without a moment's hesitation. After the deal was finalized, Popovich learned from Buford about the trade of Scola's rights with surprise. You better explain this to me, Popovich demanded angrily over the phone. Why would you trade away the rights to Luis Scola? He is an integral part of the Spurs' future plans. In his fury, Popovich slammed his steak onto the table. "Calm down, Greg," Buford patiently replied over the phone, "that I swear you would never guess what I got in exchange for his rights." "Oh." Popovich's expression softened, as if he had an inkling of what was to come. "So, you made a deal with the Rockets?" "Exactly, haha." Buford laughed. "I traded him for Bonner and this year's second-round pick. So it was a trade with that Yao Ming." Popovich chuckled, putting the steak back on his plate. "That makes sense." After the trade with the Spurs, Yao Ming was left with only the 4th overall pick in the upcoming draft, apart from Paul. There were no other rookies in Yao Ming's plans. In fact, several late first-round rookies from 2005 turned out to be hidden gems, particularly David Lee, selected 30th overall, Monta Ellis at 40th, and Lewis Williams at 45th. Their future performances far surpassed the value suggested by their draft positions. However, selecting them would require at least 2 more years of development. Yao Ming aimed to assemble a mature team capable of contending for the championship after just 1 season of integration. It wasn't that they weren't good enough. It was merely that Yao Ming did not have the luxury of time to nurture them. 3 days later, on June 28, the 2005 NBA draft was officially held at Madison Square Garden in New York. When Yao Ming arrived at the draft venue, he attracted no attention whatsoever, even with his companion, the stunning Gal Gadot, standing at an impressive height of 178 centimeters. Of course, at that point, Gadot was merely a beauty queen, so her anonymity was quite understandable. Yao Ming himself was strikingly handsome, standing even taller than Gadot in her high heels, embodying the quintessential wealthy and attractive Asian gentleman. While people were becoming more familiar with the name Yao Ming, they were still unaware of his true appearance, as he was a newcomer to the NBA realm, an unexpected rookie owner. "Hello," a robust black man approached him, extending his hand with a smile. "Young? Greetings, Mr. Knight." Yao Ming recognized Billy Knight and reciprocated the handshake. "Indeed, it is you," Billy Knight chuckled heartily, his judgment proving correct. Who else could it be but Yang Lee, the only Asian man present at the draft? "I heard that after obtaining the 4th overall pick." "You haven't arranged a single workout," Billy Knight remarked. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. You must have a suitable candidate in mind already. That depends on who you 3 choose ahead of me." Yang Lee replied, shrugging. "After all, there are only a handful of outstanding forwards in this draft. Once you 3 make your selections, I'll take the best available forward that I see." Billy Knight nodded in understanding. Knight had his own ideas and insights regarding player selection. During his tenure as the Hawks general manager, he had a penchant for explosive 6 feet 9 inches forwards. Players like Al Harrington, Josh Smith, and this year's intended pick, Marvin Williams, all stood at 6'9", that he was aware that the Rockets' long-standing weakness lay in the forward position. Thus, he fully supported Yang Lee's desire to select a forward. However, Knight couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride, and no wonder Yang Lee had not arranged any workouts. There were only 2 quality forwards in the lottery, Marvin Williams and Charlie Villanueva. The consensus top pick was almost certainly Andrew Bogut from Australia. The Utah Jazz, holding the 3rd pick, needed a point guard and would likely choose between Chris Paul and Darren Williams. Therefore, the Rockets' selection at 4th depended solely on the whims of Knight and Hawks management. "Good luck, Young," Billy Knight said, embracing him. "I hope you can successfully select the player you desire." While saying this, he was already calculating how to extort Yang Lee after selecting Marvin Williams. "Thank you, Mr. Knight," Yang Lee replied, patting Knight's back with a barely perceptible smile that a sophisticated hunter often presents himself as prey. The draft was on the verge of commencing, and all the participating players had taken their seats. The cameras panned to the green room, first showcasing the presumptive top pick, Bogut. Next was Channing Frye, the local New York Center rookie. The arena erupted in a thunderous ovation. The Knicks' draft choice was nearly a foregone conclusion. As long as Frye remained unselected in the top 7, he would undoubtedly be their choice. Following, there were the 2 prodigious talents, Darren Williams and Chris Paul, as the cameras focused on the earlier draftees. Their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Yet when the camera reached Paul, his expression was solemn, for he had just been informed that he might fall to the 5th pick before being selected. Before this moment, Paul had firmly believed that he would be selected by Atlanta in the 2nd overall pick. After all, he possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities. The Milwaukee Bucks, holding the 1st overall pick, were merely compelled to choose Andrew Bogut due to their pressing need for a core player in the paint. Therefore, when he was suddenly informed that he would drop to the 5th pick, The disparity was indeed overwhelming. However, this was not necessarily a misfortune, for the team with the fifth pick was the Charlotte Bobcats, located in North Carolina. Paul was a native of North Carolina, and his residence in Winston-Salem was merely 80 miles from Charlotte. Playing for his hometown NBA team was still an opportunity. He welcomed the camera transition from the green room. It immediately focused on the die-hard Knicks fan Spike Lee, who was present at the draft. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yet in the next moment, the camera unexpectedly cut to Yao Ming. The crowd fell into a state of confusion as Madison Square Garden fell eerily silent. They were unfamiliar with Yao Ming. Fortunately, the director reacted quickly, though somewhat mischievously, by promptly labeling Yao Ming, general manager of the Houston Rockets, which instantly filled the arena with a cacophony of boos and jeers. The uproar was comparable to Trae Young's grand entrance in New York. It had only been 3 days since he traded away McGrady, and during this time, Yao Ming's name had been mentioned repeatedly by various media outlets, reaching a level of notoriety akin to that of Dennis Rodman in the 1990s. He was, after all, the fool who traded away McGrady. Did he truly have the audacity to appear at the draft, unafraid of being drowned in the spittle of disgruntled fans? It was only the second time I had witnessed such an incompetent team manager. I said, "Old chap, let us not drag the Knicks management into this mess at such a time." Yao Ming himself was taken aback by the unexpected popularity he was experiencing in New York. "I never anticipated that you would be so well known," Gal Gadot remarked somewhat forlornly beside him. Originally, she had intended to accompany him for a moment of glory, but now, perhaps it was better to remain in the shadows. "Don't you think this is rather cool?" Yao Ming smiled at Gadot. He then adjusted his jacket, stood up with a beaming smile, and bowed slightly towards the camera. This bow resembled the dramatic entrance of a villain from a movie, instantly inciting fury among the fans that F. Yao Ming. Madison Square Garden erupted into a sea of expletives. As the chorus of insults grew increasingly harsh, the director hastily shifted the camera to Knicks legend Patrick Ewing. The vitriol ceased abruptly, and applause rang out once more. For in the hearts of Knicks fans, Ewing held an esteemed position. Once the farce concluded, NBA Commissioner David Stern ascended the stage. "The 2005 NBA Draft is officially underway," he announced. The Milwaukee Bucks, holding the first overall pick, were granted 5 minutes to deliberate on their choice. Incredibly, the Bucks utilized less than a minute before submitting their decision. With the first pick in the 2005 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Andrew Bogut. Sparse applause echoed through the arena. Such treatment for a foreign first overall pick was quite typical. When Yao Ming was selected in the past, the scattered applause was often drowned out by boos. Next up was the selection for the second pick, as the Atlanta Hawks also had 5 minutes to contemplate their choice. Unlike the swift decision of the Bucks, the Hawks seemed to be divided internally, taking nearly the entirety of their allotted time before arriving at a consensus. Yao Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. If the Hawks were to snag Paul, he would have to hastily consider backup options. As the assistants in the work area appeared uncertain about whom to select, just then, Stern returned to the podium and, unlike some domestic variety shows, he wasted no time. With the second pick in the 2005 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Marvin Williams. Yao Ming exhaled in relief. "It's secure now. This is definitely a solid choice." It seemed that Billy Knight had made the decision, opting for his favorite 6 feet 9 inches forward. Then came the third pick, as the Utah Jazz chose Deron Williams. Yao Ming felt no apprehension regarding this selection. Later, Jazz general manager Kevin O'Connor explained to reporters why they opted for Deron instead of Paul. The reasoning was straightforward. Both were exceptional point guards, but Deron possessed greater physicality in this regard. His choice was indeed justified. Paul's measurements revealed a height of 182 centimeters and a weight of 81 kilograms, while Deron stood at 187 centimeters and weighed 92 kilograms, just 5 centimeters taller but 11 kilograms heavier, a true heavyweight point guard. Crucially, Paul recorded a sprint time of 3.22 seconds over 34 yards, while Deron clocked in at 3.25 seconds, merely 0.03 seconds slower. Taller, stronger, and nearly as fast, passing on Deron would have been unthinkable. Although Paul had the edge during their college days, Deron's basketball IQ was not lacking. Most importantly, Deron excelled in pick-and-roll situations, which was precisely the strategy favored by Jazz coach Jerry Sloan. Finally, it was time for the Houston Rockets to make their selection at the 4th pick. Paul gazed at the 3 vacant spots in the green room, feeling a surge of discontent as he slapped the table beside him. "Don't lose hope, Chris," his brother CJ Paul reassured him with a smile. "Playing back home isn't necessarily a bad thing, that I hope so." Chris Paul nodded, but suddenly his sixth sense prompted him to turn towards the audience to tea that moment. Yao Ming was looking back at him with a grin. Paul's expression darkened instantly. Could it be that this universally acknowledged foolish manager, Yao Ming, intended to select him? "CJ, do you think is there a chance the Rockets might choose me?" Paul asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It's hard to say," but CJ replied, glancing up at the stage. "We'll find out soon enough. Why now?" David Stern had taken the stage with the Rocket selection results in hand. The audience held its breath in anticipation, far more excited than when the first pick was announced. Everyone was eager to discover which unfortunate soul would be sent to Houston, a franchise in disarray. Regardless of who was selected, they'd better brace themselves for at least 3 years of mediocrity. With the 4th pick in the 2005 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Stern paused momentarily, seemingly in disbelief, lifting his gaze to Chris Paul. Chris, the point guard, sitting beside Paul, CJ was in a state of shock, clutching his head in disbelief. Fortunately, Paul had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Though it was a disheartening result, he feigned calmness, smiling as he embraced his family and friends before making his way to the stage. Without hesitation, he donned the cap emblazoned with the Rockets logo. Perhaps this was fate. Going to Houston didn't seem like such a dire outcome, after all, the very least, in a team where McGrady had been traded and Yao was injured. He would be nurtured as the unequivocal centerpiece. "Congratulations, young man." David Stern smiled as he shook Paul's hand. "Thank you," Paul replied shyly, nodding before the two turned to face the audience for a photo opportunity. As Stern stepped down from the stage, Adam Silver awaited him backstage. The choice made by Houston was indeed rather unexpected, Silver remarked, somewhat astonished. Chris was truly meant to be a 2nd overall pick. Stern responded, "Him falling to the 4th pick can be considered a stroke of luck." Yao Ming, that fellow, seems to possess a touch of... Xiaohua glanced at Yao Ming in the audience with a smile. Upon seeing Yao Ming's smug expression, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. "What a stroke of bad luck! Everett Auguste." With the Houston Rockets lacking any draft picks, Yao Ming had no intention of wasting time there and left the draft venue. Arm in arm with Gal Gadot, the objective for today had been successfully achieved. The tactical core for the Rockets in the upcoming season will be the formidable combination of Yao Ming and Chris Paul. The Great Wall Cannon. Now all that remained was to wait. On June 30, 2005, at 6 p.m., the NBA summer free agency market officially commenced. At this time in 2005, the rules of free agency were strictly upheld. It was understood that teams could only contact free agents after the market opened, unlike in later years when free agents had already secured new teams even before the finals concluded. With some time still remaining before 6 p.m., Yao Ming rose and made his way to the study, turning on the computer. The Rockets snagged the best rookie of this draft, selecting Paul at the 4th pick. This was the headline from the Houston Chronicle regarding the draft results. At least the local media in Houston seemed quite pleased with this outcome. However, the comment section of the electronic publication revealed a less friendly sentiment. While Paul was likely the best player of this draft, he could just as easily become the most unfortunate one. Chris Paul was a cornerstone player, but that depended on the reliability of the team owner. Yao Ming would ruin Chris Paul's career. Goodness, Yao Ming found himself somewhat at a loss for words. That I picked the right person, and yet I am being criticized. What is wrong with these people? Hoping I would choose a useless player and focus on tanking? Fine, I've noted all your IDs. Once the season concludes, I shall message each one of you back. With this thought, Yao Ming suddenly burst into laughter. What kind of Durant-like behavior is this? Never mind. What is that saying? Summer insects cannot discuss ice. There is no need for that. Finally, the clock struck 6 p.m., and the doors of the free agency market swung open. The commencement of the free agency market meant that teams had the right to negotiate with free agents and reach verbal agreements. After 12 p.m. on July 6, formal contracts could be signed. This interim period was also a time ripe for significant trades, potentially leading to deals that could alter the league's landscape. Just like Shaquille O'Neal's move to the East in 04 and LeBron James's decision in 10. These transactions directly influenced the NBA championships in 06, 11, and 12. The most prominent free agent this year was undeniably Ray Allen, the star of the Seattle Supersonics, as the second-best player on the all-time three-point list. His defensive capabilities were equally formidable. Moreover, he could not merely be classified as a 3D player, as he also possessed the ability to dominate as a core player. After trading away Tracy McGrady, the Rockets were in urgent need of an exceptional shooting guard. If Ray Allen partnered with Paul in the backcourt, it would undoubtedly terrify any opposing team in terms of both offensive and defensive prowess. They would be fully equipped. Thus, Yao Ming promptly reached out to Ray Allen, offering him a 5-year, $75 million contract. This was the maximum contract Yao Ming could propose within the rules. However, the outcome was as Yao Ming had anticipated. Ray Allen decisively rejected the offer. The Seattle Supersonics had already presented him with a 5-year, $85 million max contract. Even if Yao Ming could spin a tale about the Rockets' future, the difference of $1 million was insurmountable. Without bird rights, it was utterly impossible to compete with the home team. With the pursuit of Ray Allen foiled, Yao Ming shifted his focus to the second target, Joe Johnson, the starting shooting guard for the Phoenix Suns. Although he was Yao Ming's secondary target, Joe Johnson was by no means a mere footnote. Not only was ISO Joe a renowned name, but he was also a player of historic caliber with a big-game mentality. Having repeatedly delivered clutch performances, Joe Johnson had earned the title of King of the Clutch. With his rookie contract expiring this summer, Johnson was a restricted free agent. Everyone knew he would not be re-signing with the Suns. Johnson had long expressed his unwillingness to continue as the third option behind Nash and Stoudemire. What he desired was the role of a team core player that, of course, even if he wanted to stay with the Suns. They lacked the cap space to re-sign him. Thus, a sign-in trade was his only viable option. The beleaguered Rockets presented an excellent opportunity. With Johnson on board, he would immediately become the team's leader. Unfortunately, ideals are often lofty while reality remains harsh. "I'm sorry, Yao," said Jerry Colangelo, the Suns general manager who had previously assisted Yao Ming. "We will not discuss any trade involving Joe Johnson with a Western Conference team. Even if it's the Rockets." The man was indeed nice, but had a sharp tongue. What did he mean by even if it's the Rockets? Oh, so that implies the Rockets lack competitiveness, does it? After failing to secure 2 marquee players in succession, Yao Ming did not feel disheartened. The team already boasted 2 future superstar core players in Yao Ming and Chris Paul, along with a potential future all-star in David West. With this foundation, acquiring Ray Allen or Joe Johnson would merely be icing on the cake. Moreover, adding another peak superstar could potentially lead to a salary cap explosion, dismantling the roster. The correct approach for constructing a dynasty team should revolve around bolstering core players while maintaining the stability of the main roster. Take the San Antonio Spurs, for instance. They centered their strategy around the GDP trio, surrounding them with a plethora of role players suited to the Spurs system. This resulted in the trio playing together for 14 seasons, collectively clinching 4 championship trophies. The Houston Rockets, on the other hand, aimed to build a roster centered around the AUL combination of Yao Ming, West, and Paul. DDP signifies delivered duty paid, implying that the trio could handle everything together. Therefore, Yao Ming's next task was to identify quality role players that complemented this trio. Earlier, when discussing Ray Allen, the term 3D player was mentioned. The concept of 3D players was somewhat ahead of its time in 2005. As it did not gain popularity until around 2010. Now, numerous teams in the NBA have begun to emphasize the cultivation of such players. The archetypal 3D players, Klay Thompson and Danny Green, both played the shooting guard position. Coincidentally, there was a high-quality 2D, 3D player available in the free agency market in 2005. Rajabel, a name that seasoned fans would undoubtedly recognize, that he was the starting shooting guard for that fast-paced Suns team. Boasting a career three-point shooting percentage of an impressive 40.6, Danny Green, another representative of 3D players, barely reached a career three-point shooting percentage of 40. Of course, Rajabel was not primarily known for his shooting ability, but rather for his defensive prowess. His defensive skills were exceptional, making him the best perimeter defender on that Suns team. His career's most notable moment occurred during the first round of the Western Conference playoffs in 2006. When the Suns faced the Lakers in Game 5, during an offensive play, Kobe Bryant attempted to isolate Raja Bell at the top of the arc. Kobe accelerated past Bell, driving toward the basket. Bell, without hesitation, executed a brutal throat-locking move, sending Kobe crashing to the floor. This action was immediately deemed a flagrant foul, resulting in Bell's ejection from the game. Following the game, the league imposed an additional one-game suspension on Bell. Ironically, during the very game Bell was suspended, Kobe scored 50 points, grabbing 8 rebounds and dishing out 5 assists while shooting 20 for 35. In the other 6 games of that series, Kobe managed to average only 24.2 points while being defended by Raja Bell. Ultimately, the Suns triumphed over the Lakers with a decisive score of 4-3 following the conclusion of this playoff series. Raja Bell was promptly labeled as the Kobe Killer. This moniker is a remarkably astute play on words. For a player of his caliber, a high-quality 3D player, one would expect a salary of at least $10 million per annum. Right? Wrong. Not $10 million. Not even $8 million, but merely $5 million to bring home one of the league's elite 3D talents. During the 2005 to 2006 season, to compensate for the departure of Joe Johnson, the Suns secured Raja Bell with a 5-year, $23 million contract as a fully unrestricted free agent. Last season, Bell played for the Utah Jazz, averaging 12.3 points, 3.2 rebounds, and 1.4 assists per game. It was his impressive performance from the previous season that prompted the Suns to extend a 5-year contract offered him. Raja Bell's career has been fraught with challenges that, as an undrafted player in 1999, he did not receive a temporary contract from the 76ers until the year 2000, over the next 4 seasons. Bell played for the Philadelphia 76ers, Dallas Mavericks, and Utah Jazz, earning just over $3 million in total during that span. After taxes, his net earnings fell below $2 million for a player of his stature. Acquiring his services is both straightforward and direct. Simply throw money at him. I'm aware that the Phoenix Suns have presented you with a commendable contract, Yao Ming said to Raja Bell on the other end of the line. However, I believe you are worth a higher price, so I will extend to you an offer of $30 million over 5 years, and I can also guarantee you the position of starting shooting guard. Bell's hand trembled as he held the phone, and, after swallowing hard, he stammered, I think I need to consider this. That he had anticipated a decent contract this summer, but never expected such a substantial offer. One might reference Ron Artest's contract as a comparison. Both were participants in the 1999 draft, with Artest being selected as the 16th overall pick in the first round. During his contract year, Artest delivered impressive averages of 15.5 points, 5.2 rebounds, 2.9 assists, and 2.3 steals, while also earning a spot on the all-defensive second team. Ultimately, Artest signed a lucrative 6-year deal worth $40.8 million with the Indiana Pacers. Excluding the last year as player option, Artest's contract for the first 5 years was worth $33.4 million. In terms of both statistics and accolades, Artest overshadowed Bell. Yet, Yao Ming's offer was only $3.4 million less than Artest's. This contract clearly demonstrated profound sincerity. Moreover, one must not overlook a crucial detail. Yao Ming was aware that Bell was already intrigued and seized the opportunity to press further. Stating, Texas has no state income tax. This statement proved to be the proverbial nail in the coffin. Bell's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. Prior to Yao Ming's outreach, the best offer he had received was the Suns' 5-year, $23 million proposal. Arizona, home to the Suns, imposes a state tax of 4.54, whereas Texas, where Houston is located, has no such tax. Thus, accepting the Suns' contract would net Bell just over $11 million over 5 years, while accepting the Rockets' offer would yield him upwards of $16 million, unlike those seasoned veterans who have already amassed their fortunes and seek a championship with a contender. Bell stood to gain an additional $1 million annually by joining the Rockets. It would be foolish to decline. Consequently, Bell and Yao Ming successfully reached a verbal agreement. Provided no one else presented a higher offer, Bell would be joining the Houston Rockets. In truth, both parties understood that it was unlikely any other team would present a more lucrative offer. A 5-year, $30 million deal significantly exceeded Bell's current market value. The Suns, initially eager to acquire Bell, found their salary cap severely constrained. While they could forcibly sign him, the management would undoubtedly deem the transaction unwise. Insiders revealed that the Rockets had reached a verbal agreement with free agent Raja Bell for 5 years at $30 million. That upon the disclosure of this information, it stirred quite a commotion. I concede that Rajabel is indeed an excellent player, but he is not worth $6 million per year. Humph. Isn't an overpriced contract merely a manifestation of cutthroat competition? Yang Li is a real troublemaker. It might not necessarily be cutthroat. Perhaps Yang Li is simply a classic case of a fool with too much money. With such negotiating prowess, even the Knicks management will be forced to acknowledge him. First came the peculiar trades, followed by overpriced signings. Yang Li has truly reached a point where he is vilified by all. Nevertheless, regardless of public opinion, the Houston Rockets now have their starting shooting guard. This development confirms that the Rockets starting lineup has solidified 4 positions. The starting center, of course, is Yao Ming. Shaquille O'Neal, now 33, has seen a decline in his dominance in the paint. Meanwhile, Yao, approaching 25 and having played 3 seasons in the NBA, is on the brink of his peak performance. Once he returns from injury, Yao will swiftly replace O'Neal as the league's premier center. The center position will undoubtedly become the Rockets' strongest asset in the future. The starting power forward position is held by the third-year player David West. Compared to Luis Scola, West possesses superior athleticism and a more robust playing style. Yao's own game leans more towards finesse. Although his impact in the paint during his prime was comparable to O'Neal's, his style remains relatively soft. A combination of a tough and a finesse player in the frontcourt makes for the optimal pairing. The starting shooting guard, as previously mentioned, is Rajabel. Next, the starting point guard is Chris Paul, whose prowess requires no further elaboration. It is sufficient to note that during Kobe's peak season in 2007 to 2008, Paul nearly snatched the regular season MVP from him. The final position to address is that of the starting small forward. Yang Li has 2 candidates in mind, Ron Artest from the Indiana Pacers and Shane Battier from the Memphis Grizzlies. Both players were teammates of Yao during his time with the Rockets. They are both elite defenders, yet their temperaments differ. One is fiery and quick to anger, while the other is calm and composed. Nevertheless, both share a profound admiration for Yao. They have publicly stated on multiple occasions that Yao is the strongest teammate they have ever had in their careers, despite one having played alongside Kobe and the other with LeBron James. If either of these two could serve as Yao's wingmen, Yang Li would feel exceptionally secure. Beginning with Ron Artest, Yang Li has already inquired about a trade with Pacers general manager and NBA legend Larry Bird. Bird outright rejected any discussions regarding a trade for Artest. After all, Artest is the defensive cornerstone of the Pacers and serves as their second offensive option. In the 2003 to 2004 season, he was awarded the DPOY Defensive Player of the Year and was selected for that season's All-Star game as well as the All-Defensive First Team. Logically, such a player would be a difficult ask for Yang Li. Ultimately, it was Artest's spectacular performances from the previous season that emboldened Yang Li to make inquiries. This spectacle refers to the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, where Artest was a central figure. To call a player versatile usually implies they can play from the 1 to the 5 positions. For instance, Boris Diaw in the current Rockets lineup has indeed played all 5 positions. However, Ron Artest's versatility is even more remarkable. He not only can play from the 1 to the 5 positions, but has even ventured into the stands. The infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills significantly tarnished the public image of the NBA. Ultimately, Artest faced a severe penalty of 73 games and suspension. This not only resulted in a direct financial loss of $5 million for him, but also deprived the Pacers, who had been strong contenders for the championship, of a place in the Eastern Conference Finals of 2005. It was initially assumed that such egregious behavior would lead to Artest's departure from the Pacers. However, to everyone's surprise, the team exhibited considerable patience towards him. Nevertheless, Yang Li was well aware that this patience would not extend beyond 6 months. In December of 2005, Artest expressed his desire to be traded, subsequently being placed on the injury list. Ultimately, on January 26, 2006, he was traded to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for Peja Stojakovic. Yang Li was resolute in acquiring Artest, merely biding his time for 6 months, after which the cost of trading for Artest would likely be even lower. With the situation regarding Artest proving unfruitful, Yang Li shifted his focus to Battier. However, this time, Yang Li was up against a formidable adversary, Jerry West, the legendary general manager of the Memphis Grizzlies. In his playing days, West was among the most distinguished athletes of his era, and as a member of the management, he is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional figures in NBA history. Without question, consider the monumental achievements he accomplished during his tenure in management. While with the Lakers, he traded the starting center Vlade Divac for the rookie Kobe Bryant, and subsequently lured Shaquille O'Neal from the Magic with a max contract. He single-handedly forged the iconic duo of Shaq and Kobe, which ultimately secured a three-peat championship dynasty for the Lakers. During his advisory role with the Warriors, he selected Klay Thompson and Draymond Green in the 2011 draft, successfully completing the core trio of Curry, Klay, and Draymond. In the summer of 2014, it was again West who vehemently opposed a trade that would have sent Thompson to the Cavaliers in exchange for Kevin Love. Consequently, the Curry-Thompson-Green trio propelled the Warriors to 3 championships in 4 years, establishing a dynasty. In 2017, he became an advisor for the Los Angeles Clippers, and through a series of astute maneuvers, he remarkably acquired both Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, 2 of the league's elite forwards. For the Clippers, in modern terms, his actions could be likened to possessing an omniscient insight, understanding that employing cunning strategies would be futile against such a negotiating counterpart. Yao Ming recognized that to broker a deal with the Grizzlies for Battier, genuine sincerity was essential. "Hello, Mr. West." Upon the call connecting, Yao Ming respectfully greeted, "I am Yao Ming, the general manager of the Houston Rockets." In the presence of such a revered figure, Yao Ming sought to avoid appearing overly flippant. "Hello, Yao Ming," West replied with a smile. "I am familiar with you and have even seen you before." "Really?" Yao Ming was taken aback. West had actually encountered him. It was on the large screen at Madison Square Garden. West continued, bursting into a hearty laugh. Yao Ming then recalled that he had indeed been the center of attention at Madison Square Garden on draft day. "Go ahead," West encouraged, taking the initiative to steer the conversation. "I assume your call today is not merely to exchange pleasantries. Allow me to be forthright." Yao Ming cleared his throat and stated, "I wish to discuss a potential trade involving Rockets forward Juwan Howard." "Please share your thoughts," West replied, maintaining an air of composure. "I watched all 4 playoff games of the Grizzlies last season." Yao Ming did not rush into the specifics of the trade. He recognized that the Grizzlies' most pressing issue was the lack of a capable frontcourt partner for Pau Gasol. "Indeed," West nodded slightly. Continued, "It is undeniable that Lorenzen Wright is a commendable interior player." Yao Ming began to articulate, but his limitations cannot be overlooked. His offensive repertoire is rather one-dimensional, predominantly confined to shots near the basket. Defensively, due to his lack of agility, he struggles against more mobile big men. "Your analysis is quite astute," West conceded, "yet this merely accounts for our defeat to the Suns, as they excel at playing fast-paced basketball." "Not only against the Suns," Yao Ming retorted candidly. "If you fail to make changes, there are 7 playoff teams in the West that you would struggle to compete against." West shot back, "You might as well say we can't compete with any of them. The 8th seed is us, after all." "Currently, the Grizzlies possess only 2 interior players," Yao Ming continued, "and relying solely on Lorenzen Wright and Pau Gasol is insufficient to support a playoff-caliber team. The NBA is a game dominated by size. Those who control the paint dominate the game." West nodded, indicating his agreement with Yao Ming's perspective. "Pau Gasol is not of the caliber of Duncan, Nowitzki, or Stoudemire. With only Lorenzen right alongside him, he cannot shoulder the requisite pressure, even against a team like the Suns, which sacrifices interior strength for speed. Your frontcourt still suffers. The optimal solution to extricate yourselves from this predicament is to bolster your frontcourt." Yao Ming insisted, "Consider the surplus of wing players you possess. Mike Miller, James Posey, Shane Battier, Bonzi Wells. While they might occasionally fill in at power forward, they are certainly not equipped for the role." Since you've broached the subject, West interjected, "Which forward do you propose we trade for Juwan Howard?" Juwan Howard, having been Yao Ming's longest-tenured frontcourt partner, was well known to fans as Uncle Juwan. Throughout his career, he had often been viewed as a supplementary piece in trades involving Tracy McGrady. However, he was far from a mere throw-in. During the 2003 to 2004 season with the Magic, he averaged 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. In contrast, the Grizzlies star, Pau Gasol, concluded the recently finished 2004 to 2005 season with averages of merely 17.8 points, 7.8 rebounds, and 2.4 assists. Unfortunately, after joining the Rockets, Howard's role diminished significantly, with his average playing time plummeting from 35 minutes to 26 minutes, resulting in a decline in statistics to 9.6 points, 5.7 rebounds, and 1.5 assists, given the circumstances. This was to be expected. During his tenure with the Magic, McGrady was the primary scoring option, while Howard served as the secondary. Upon arriving at the Rockets, the offensive responsibilities shifted to Yao and McGrady, relegating Howard to a blue-collar role without any priority in ball distribution. However, the crux of the issue lay in Howard's inability to fulfill the role of a blue-collar power forward alongside Yao. While Yao possessed formidable scoring ability in the post, his capacity to handle double teams was somewhat limited. What he required was a power forward capable of spacing the floor, commonly referred to as a stretch four, or a forward with strong offensive skills and playmaking abilities. One who could alleviate defensive pressure from Yao and deter opponents from double-teaming him. Although Howard could technically fulfill these roles, he did so with little effectiveness, while he possessed a modicum of shooting ability. Those who had observed him were well aware that his shooting motion was excessively lengthy. Even my grandmother could disrupt his shot while rushing to snatch discounted pork at the supermarket. Thus, this led to opponents being able to freely double-team Yao Ming, resulting in the classic scenario. Yao, fatigued by the fourth quarter, witnessing the adversary stage a comeback that on the defensive end, Yao's Achilles heel lies in his sluggish mobility. Therefore, what he requires is a nimble second center, power forward, to assist him in covering the gaps. How fortuitous, then, that Uncle Hua is also not particularly swift. The combination of two slow players results in an even slower dynamic. This is one of the reasons why the team struggled to achieve success during Uncle Hua's partnership with Yao. However, the arrival of Scola somewhat alleviated this issue, at least liberating Yao on the offensive front. Had Uncle Hua joined the Grizzlies, the situation would have been markedly different. He possesses the ability to execute low-post plays, allowing Gasol to facilitate near the free throw line while he dominates the paint. Moreover, when Gasol is off the court, he could serve as the core of the second unit. In contrast, even when Yao is absent, the Rockets predominantly focus on perimeter play rather than exploiting Uncle Hua's interior game. On the defensive side, although Gasol's speed is also limited, it does not reach the extent of Yao's that at the very least, he wouldn't be as completely ineffective as the bulkier Yao. These insights are well understood by both Yang Li and the Venerable West. Consequently, he quickly discerned Yang Li's intent to trade Uncle Hua for a forward from the Grizzlies. Mike Miller was the target. Yang Li employed a diversionary tactic, highlighting Miller's impressive regular season three-point shooting percentage of 43.3, which soared to a staggering 47.1 in the playoffs. I require his perimeter firepower. I regret to inform you that Mike is not for sale. West firmly declined. Yet, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to acquire Uncle Hua, he added, if you're seeking to bolster your perimeter shooting, both Sean Battier and James Posey would also be excellent options. James Posey, like Sean Battier, is an outstanding 3D player. Notably, he was a crucial member of both the 2005-2006 Heat and the 2007-2008 Celtics championship teams, serving as a significant outside scoring threat rather than merely a role player. Theoretically, both Posey and Battier would fit well with the Rockets. However, emotionally, Yang Li would undoubtedly prefer Battier. Whom do you think I should choose? James or Sean? Yang Li decided to test the waters with West. I believe you should select Battier. West replied that he averaged 10 points. In reality, 9.9 points and 5 rebounds last season, while James only managed 8 points and 4 rebounds. However, in the playoffs, Battier could only muster 7 points per game. Yang Li countered, noting that his three-point shooting percentage plummeted from nearly 40 in the regular season to the low teens, and this was not his first playoff underperformance. West chuckled and candidly stated, the Rockets must prioritize regular season performance. Ultimately, he was merely an astute observer and not an omniscient entity. While he had some level of agreement with Yang Li's maneuvers that summer, he did not believe the Rockets would emerge as a championship contender. Today's candid discussion regarding Uncle Hua's trade was likely motivated by a desire for a mutually beneficial outcome, retaining the more playoffs-ready Posey while sending the more regular season effective Battier to the Rockets posed no issues. All right, I will heed your advice, Yang Li responded with composure, internally humming a tune. The final starting player was finally secured. Following the trade of Uncle Hua for Battier, the Houston Rockets starting five was complete. This roster now preliminarily possessed the potential of a championship-caliber team. The next step was to make some adjustments to the existing lineup. The simplest way to enhance the team was to sign free agents. The first issue Yao Ming needed to address was finding a backup point guard to orchestrate the offense of the second unit. He had already identified the ideal candidate, Josh Calderon. The most notable oversight of the 2003 draft, as a part of the illustrious 2003 draft class. Not only did the selected rookies have a high success rate, but many quality players also emerged from the undrafted pool. Besides Calderon, Miami Heat legend Udonis Haslem was also an undrafted player from 2003. However, Haslem joined the Heat in 2003, marking the beginning of his NBA career, while Josh Calderon was only signed by the Raptors in 2005. The subsequent narrative is well known. Calderon secured the starting point guard position with the Raptors in just 2 seasons and consistently ranked among the league's top assist leaders in the following years. Calderon is a natural point guard with an exceptional ability to read the game that he passes with precision, rarely commits turnovers, and boasts a sharp shooting touch from beyond the arc, particularly excelling in pick-and-roll situations. His defensive prowess is merely average. While not particularly strong, he certainly does not fall short. One could say that Calderon is a diminished version of Chris Paul. Speaking of Paul, one cannot overlook his historically exceptional ability to control turnovers. Over his career, Paul has amassed over 10,000 assists, and despite this impressive total, his assist-to-turnover ratio stands at an astonishing 4:1. This means that, on average, for every 4 assists Paul delivers, he commits just 1 turnover. In NBA history, numerous players are renowned for their assist capabilities, such as John Stockton, who boasts a career assist-to-turnover ratio of 3.7:1, Magic Johnson, with a ratio of 2.9:1, Steve Nash at 3, and Jason Kidd, also at 3:1. LeBron James, who accomplished the historic 411 project, has a career assist-to-turnover ratio of 2.1:1. The Calderon that Yao Ming has set his sights on has a total of 148 assists in his career, with an assist-to-turnover ratio of 3.8:1, surpassing even the great Stockton. This is primarily due to his solid fundamentals, as he rarely commits basic violations such as traveling or carrying the ball. After all, the international stage is not the NBA, where officiating is stringent and does not differentiate based on a player's star status. Mr. Yang, are you sure you want to offer me a 5-year contract? Calderon could hardly believe his ears. And aren't you going to conduct a trial first? Isn't this decision a bit hasty? Not at all hasty, Yao Ming replied with a smirk. I have watched all your games from last summer's Olympics, and I believe you are exceptionally suited to be the orchestrator of the Rockets' second unit. In the 2004 Athens Olympics, Calderon was the starting point guard for the Spanish national team. They defeated the eventual gold medalists, Argentina, in the group stage, but unfortunately lost to Team USA in the knockout rounds. Calderon's performance at the Olympics was stellar, and he, along with Pau Gasol, was viewed as the future of Spanish basketball. As an undrafted player from 2003, Calderon had yet to sign a contract with any team. Now he found himself entirely free. The NBA implemented a new labor agreement starting in the 2005 to 2006 season, stipulating that the maximum contract length for free agents is 5 years. Yao Ming's offer of a 5-year deal fully complies with the regulations. Of course, only someone with the inside of Yao Ming would dare to offer a 5-year contract to a player who had never played an NBA game. 5 years for $13 million. Calderon still found it hard to believe. Are you really not joking with me? If you doubt it, Yao Ming glanced at his Rolex, confirming the date. You can fly to Houston the day after tomorrow, and we will sign the contract in person. I've already booked your flight. After hanging up, Calderon remained a daze. He had initially planned to explore various NBA teams for opportunities before the September Eurobasket Championship. Yet, the current situation was such that a contract had seemingly fallen from the sky while he was sitting at home. Recovering his senses, Calderon vigorously slapped his own face before swiftly commencing to pack his belongings. Having secured a backup point guard, Yao Ming's next objective was to find another substitute center. After all, with Yao Ming set to rest for half a season, the starting center for the upcoming season would be P.J. Brown, acquired from the Hornets. However, considering P.J. Brown's advancing age and the fact that Uncle Moo is also aging, Yao Ming must seek a vigorous and youthful substitute center. This center need not be exceptional. It suffices that he can fortify the paint during Brown's rest periods. This time, Yao Ming truly owes a debt of gratitude to the Cleveland Cavaliers for the invaluable opportunity presented to him. The Cavaliers had previously announced their intention to forego re-signing their backup center, Desagana Diop. Diop, a Senegalese center selected 8th overall by the Cavaliers in the 2001 draft, stands at an impressive height of 7 feet, 13 meters, and weighs 300 pounds, 136 kilograms. His strength is formidable, his attitude commendable, and his defensive tenacity is highly regarded. With his towering height and long arms, he excels in rebounding and shot blocking, making him an outstanding defensive asset. However, his offensive capabilities are woefully inadequate, bordering on non-existent. That Diop's career free throw percentage languishes at a paltry 46.7, meaning he can scarcely score without being served easy baskets. In essence, Diop is a quintessential garbage player, akin to a diminished version of the garbage king, Clint Capella. Despite being cast aside by the Cavaliers, in an alternate timeline, he was poised to experience a breakthrough season. In the original 2005 to 2006 season, Diop joined the Dallas Mavericks as their backup center. Through diligence and effort, he managed to surpass the so-called second-best center in the West, Eric Dampier, and assumed the role of starting center for the Mavericks. During his tenure as a starter, he propelled the Mavericks to an impressive 13-game winning streak and led them deep into the playoffs, culminating in a trip to the finals. Dampier, the second-best center in the West, is a notable figure in NBA lore. In the 2003 to 2004 season, while playing for the Golden State Warriors, Dampier delivered the finest performance of his career, averaging 12.3 points, 12 rebounds, and 1.9 blocks per game. That year was pivotal for him as it was a contract year, and he was well aware that a lucrative deal awaited him. Thus, he famously proclaimed that Shaquille O'Neal was the best center in the West, with himself in second place. However, the Western Conference also boasted talents like Yao Ming and Amare Stoudemire. If he aspired to claim that second spot, it was crucial to acknowledge that it did not come without competition from a first. After all, everyone aims to be the best. It is rare to find anyone vying for second place. The summer of 2004 was marked by the significant departure of the Big Shark to the East. With the top center in the West gone, one might think that Dampier would naturally ascend to the first position. Yet this notion is rather humorous, as players like Yao and Stoudemire viewed O'Neal as a benchmark to strive towards. They never entertained thoughts of competing for the title of first or second center. Fortunately, Dampier was not entirely beyond redemption. He refrained from declaring himself the best center in the West merely because he led in total rebounds that season, thus showing some respect for O'Neal's position. Nonetheless, the ability to displace Dampier from the starting role indicates that Diop possesses a degree of talent. Furthermore, Diop's market value is modest, easily secured for a few million per year. Snagging such a player to serve as Yao's backup would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. When Yongley reached out to Diop, it was already the morning of the official signing day. Remarkably, Diop had not received a single phone call in the entire week. Just as despair began to set in, he suddenly received Yongley's call. "Listen, Desagana, I need you to back up Yao Ming. Starting salary of $2 million, 3 years for $6.6 million. Lee didn't even afford Diop a chance to respond, insisting that he fly to Houston this afternoon for an immediate signing. Without waiting for an answer, Yongley abruptly hung up the phone. Diop, still processing the abrupt conversation, was startled by a text notification that IT was a booking confirmation from the airline. Had someone just offered him a contract? Diop scratched his head. Momentarily at a loss for words, he promptly called his agent. "Sign it, of course," his agent replied without hesitation, "that I've contacted several teams on your behalf, and they wouldn't even give you a chance to play in the Summer League." As the 8th overall pick by the Cavaliers in 2001, Diop's 4-year tenure had been far from fruitful. During his time in Cleveland, he participated in 193 games, averaging merely 10.8 minutes, 1.6 points, 2.6 rebounds, and 0.8 blocks per game. His final season was particularly dismal, with only 7.8 minutes of playing time. In the Cavaliers system, a center who cannot stretch the floor holds little value. That season, his statistics were nothing short of abysmal, a mere 1 point, 1.8 rebounds, and 0.9 blocks. Such performance effectively sealed his fate with the NBA. That if a team were willing to offer him a minimum salary, it would be a stroke of luck, allowing him to hone his skills in the G League. Now, with Yongley offering him a chance to back up Yao, along with a 3-year contract worth $6.6 million, it would be utterly foolish not to sign. That afternoon, the new rookie Paul and other players who had reached verbal agreements with the Houston Rockets arrived. Due to the successful negotiations, the signing process proceeded smoothly. Paul received a standard 4-year rookie contract, the monetary terms dictated by the league. His first-year salary was set at $3.14 million, amounting to a total of $14.71 million over 4 years. Bell secured a 5-year contract worth $30 million, with a first-year salary of $5 million, increasing by $500,000 each subsequent year. Calder also signed a 5-year deal totaling $13 million, with an initial salary of $2.2 million, progressively rising by $200,000. Diop's contract was for 3 years at $6.6 million, commencing at $2 million, with annual increments of $200,000. As for Scola, given the current circumstances, his abilities warranted a contract averaging around $3 million per year. Yao Ming was generous, extending a 5-year contract worth $22 million. Uniquely, this contract featured a structure where the first-year salary was the highest at $5 million, subsequently decreasing by $300,000 each year. Yao Ming's intention was to enable Scola to buy out his contract. Scola's club had firmly insisted on a buyout fee of $3.5 million, according to NBA regulations. A team could only cover $500,000 of a player's buyout costs. With a first-year salary of $5 million, Scola would likely receive nearly $3 million, just enough to cover the buyout fee. Essentially, he would work for free in the first year, but gain an opportunity to play in the NBA. After a brief discussion with his agent, Scola accepted the offer. Lastly, there was Uncle Mu, affectionately known as the Mountain of Africa, Dikembe Mutombo, who is greatly cherished by fans, regardless of whether he still possesses fuel in the tank, or how much remains. Even if he contributes nothing but waves a towel from the sidelines, his presence provides the Houston Rockets with the essential spirit and motivation they require. Thus, Yao Ming is undoubtedly determined to retain Uncle Mu. After discussions, the contract was ultimately settled at 2 years for $4 million. Consequently, the roster of the Houston Rockets for the upcoming season has begun to take shape. C.P.J. Brown, $8 million, center. C. Yao Ming, $5.59 million. C. Dikembe Mutombo, $2 million. C. Desagana Diop, $2 million. P.F. Luis Scola, $5 million. Power forward, P.F. David West, $1.33 million. F. Kalena Azubike, $6.35 million. Forward, a swingman capable of playing both small forward and power forward. S.F. Shane Battier, $4.9 million. Small forward. F. Boris Dial, $1.17 million. Forward guard, capable of playing both forward and guard. G. David Wesley, $5.07 million. Guard, a versatile player who can play both shooting guard and point guard. P.G. Chris Paul, $3.14 million. P.G. Jose Calderon, $2.2 million. The Rockets currently have 14 players, with a total salary of $55.16 million. According to the new labor agreement, the salary cap for the 05-06 season is set at $49.5 million, exceeding the soft cap. Of course, should they waive Azubike, the total salary would fall back beneath the cap. However, there is no rush, for this lineup will not be the final roster for the Rockets. For now, let the situation unfold. Once the top-tier players in the free market are pursued, teams will begin to engage in trades. Yao Ming has resolved to remain inactive for the time being, opting to take action after more than a month. Naturally, this inactivity pertains solely to the trade market. Yao Ming, however, is not one to remain idle. He must initiate some form of endeavor. Thus, as media outlets revealed that Joe Johnson would be joining the Hawks via a sign-in trade, Yao Ming himself dropped a bombshell. For the 2005-2006 season, Houston Rockets owner and general manager Yao Ming will personally assume the role of head coach, having spent many years as an assistant coach in his previous life. Now that he has the financial means, is it not fitting for him to purchase a team and enjoy the experience of being head coach? According to NBA regulations, players cannot hold equity in a team, but coaches can. Examples include Riley and Kidd. The dual role of general manager and head coach is not uncommon. The legendary Red Auerbach and the strategic mastermind Pat Riley are prime examples. Greg Popovich, Doc Rivers, and Tom Thibodeau are also head coaches who serve as team presidents, effectively combining the roles of head coach and general manager, earning dual salaries. While a stakeholder can be a coach and a general manager can be a coach, holding all three positions simultaneously is prohibited. As mentioned later, one can only say the protagonist is reckless. It cannot be stated that there are regulations forbidding it, so please refrain from nitpicking. This shocking revelation has rendered the summer's most prominent player transfers utterly irrelevant. Everyone following basketball and the NBA is left dumbfounded. They have witnessed recklessness before, but never on this scale. Yang Li, at just 25, shares the same age as Yao Ming, West, and Scola. The youngest head coach in NBA history was 24-year-old Dave DeBusschere. But that was over 30 years ago. The current youngest head coach is Avery Johnson of the Dallas Mavericks, who, despite his moniker as Little General, was 39 when he became head coach. Certainly, there have been instances of team owners also serving as general managers and head coaches. NBA legend Pat Riley, for example, is a stakeholder in the Miami Heat and has simultaneously held the roles of general manager and coach. However, one must consider Riley's age. Pat Riley was already an established coach when he first won a championship, while Yang Li was still in his formative years. What a farce Yang Li is making of the NBA. This reckless acquisition of teams seems solely intended to provoke the fans. What is the league doing? Why has this charlatan not been expelled from the NBA? Domestic fans are even more agitated than those in America. Yao Ming has truly fallen upon misfortune, landing in the hands of such a foolish owner. Is this young fellow perhaps a product of some childhood mishap involving a donkey? Or was he perhaps kicked to America in such a manner? They say that when Chinese people venture abroad, they do so to bring honor to their country. But this imbecile is merely tarnishing our image. The internet is ablaze with vitriol, flooding all social media platforms. Even the NBA's official email has been inundated with complaints. If Yang Li's prior actions were tolerable, this time Stern could no longer remain passive. This is sheer madness. Stern slammed his hand on the table. Adam, call Yang Li immediately. The phone rang for quite some time before Yang Li finally answered. Hello, Mr. Stern. Yang Li said nonchalantly, I wonder what prompted your call. You should know. Stern retorted angrily into the speakerphone. Indeed, you have acquired the Houston Rockets, but that does not grant you license to act with impunity. I possess a coaching certification, Yang Li replied, then countered, is there a rule against team owners or general managers serving as head coaches? Having been an assistant coach in his previous life, obtaining a certification was straightforward. Stern found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, there is no such regulation. Silver chimed in, however, the league now questions whether you possess the capability to serve as head coach. Whether I possess that capability will only be determined once the season commences. Yang Li stated with a hint of impatience. Now, I am having lunch with my assistant coach. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up. Assistant coach? Stern asked, astonished. You are already assembling a coaching staff? Indeed, Yang Li confirmed. We are currently in Manhattan, discussing the team's plans of the new season. Stern and Silver exchanged glances, realizing that Yang Li was indeed serious. If you have not yet dined, Yang Li continued. Noticing their silence, you are welcome to join us in 10 minutes. A tall, thin white man and a short, stout white man entered a Chinese restaurant in Manhattan. Tea that moment. Yang Li was seated across from a robust, middle-aged white man. Perhaps they were engrossed in conversation or simply had poor eyesight, but neither Yang Li nor his companion noticed Stern and Silver as they took their seats at the table behind them. The white man seated across from Yang Li was recognized by Stern. He was Mike Malone, son of his old friend Brendan Malone. Regarding Mike Malone, NBA fans are undoubtedly familiar with him. He's the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, champions of the 2022 to 2023 NBA season. However, at that point in time, he was merely an obscure assistant coach. During the 2004 to 2005 season, he served as an assistant coach for the New York Knicks, primarily engaged in training support for the players. Just a few days prior, the Knicks had decided to hire Larry Brown as their head coach for the 2005 to 2006 season. With Brown bringing his own team of assistants, it was certain that Malone would be optimized out of his position. Initially, Malone was supposed to join the Cleveland Cavaliers as an assistant coach under Mike Brown, thanks to a recommendation from Greg Popovich. However, Yang Li proactively reached out to Malone and sincerely and generously invited him to be his assistant coach. Malone initially thought Yang Li was joking until he saw the news announcing Yang Li's appointment as the head coach of the Rockets. Before he could even process his astonishment, Yang Li appeared in New York. The two then proceeded to a Chinese restaurant, where they joyfully toasted each other. Stern and Silver, seated nearby, began to eavesdrop. Since Yang Li had his back to them, it was only natural that he could not see them. Conversely, Malone, seated opposite Yang Li, had already indulged in quite a bit of drink before their arrival. The two did not shy away from those around them, merrily savoring their red wine, while discussing their respective understandings and analyses of the Triangle offense and Princeton offense. Their conversation grew increasingly engaging and animated. As the saying goes, the more the wine flows, the deeper the feelings. In the midst of their revelry, Malone affectionately called out my dear little brother to Yang Li, which brought a smile to Yang Li's face. Malone is the father of someone, and I, being Malone's little brother, have thus become an uncle to that someone, he quipped. Stern, having listened for a while, found his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. This Yang Li was indeed no novice with a lack of understanding. The topics discussed between him and Malone, while theoretical, were far from mere idle talk. Their comprehension of the game and basketball was undoubtedly at a professional level. "Let us go," Stern said with a smile, gesturing for Silver to leave. As they reached the restaurant's entrance, Stern suddenly turned to Silver and asked, "Adam, what do you think? We have experienced 3 consecutive years of disappointing viewership. Yang Li's entry may indeed bring a catfish effect to the league." Silver glanced back at the two in the restaurant, where Yang Li and Malone were thoroughly enjoying themselves, ties loosened and thrown behind their backs. Yang Li even stood up to demonstrate a fist-pumping game to Malone. Silver, momentarily speechless, added with disdain, "But I don't see much opportunity." After the two departed, Yang Li and Malone continued their drinking spree. The restaurant's owner, a Chinese national, had not witnessed anyone engaging in drinking games in Manhattan for quite some time. Amused, he not only stopped a waiter from intervening, but also retrieved a bottle of Erguotu from the back of the liquor cabinet, giving it to the waiter to deliver to the rowdy table. As long as they didn't destroy the place, he thought, let them be. The following day, Yang Li was awakened by the blinding sunlight. Rubbing his temples vigorously, the potency of Erguotu was indeed formidable. He then flipped over, turning his back to the light, and instinctively wrapped his arms around the blonde beauty beside him. "I have to go out shortly. I can't accompany you today. Once you've rested, I'll have my assistant take you to the airport. I wish I could stay longer, but I must attend to some matters in Miami." The blonde beauty exclaimed with delight. "Then you can stay a few extra days in Miami. Our next stop for the film promotion is Miami." "Wonderful. Then we shall meet in Miami," Yang Li replied, reluctantly letting go of her. This blonde beauty was none other than Scarlett Johansson, renowned for her portrayal of Black Widow. Not long ago, she had met Yang Li while promoting her new film Escape from Clone Island in Houston. Upon learning that Yang Li was the owner of an NBA team, she unhesitatingly ended her brief 2-month romance with Josh Hartnett, a seasoned basketball enthusiast. She arranged to play a game with Yang Li that very night. Yang Li's basketball skills were quite impressive, and so were Scarlett's. The two quickly established a rapport as basketball buddies, a bond that continues to this day. Naturally, Yang Li had many friends on the court, and his schedule was quite packed. So their meetings were limited to playing basketball together whenever possible. On his last trip to New York for the draft, Scarlett was out promoting her film, which is why Yang Li brought Gal Gadot along instead. Ultimately, Yang Li's primary vocation was that of a master of time management, with his secondary role being that of a team owner. After bidding farewell to Scarlett, Yang Li indulged in a bit more sleep before heading out to catch his flight to Miami. As a head coach, he certainly would not rely on just one assistant coach. His aim for this trip to Miami was to meet with the Heat's assistant coach, Erik Spoelstra, for older fans. Coach Spoelstra may be more well-known than Coach Malone, as he previously led the Miami Heat to 2 NBA championships. However, at that time, there was considerable debate regarding Spoelstra's coaching prowess. Many claimed he was merely a puppet, suggesting that even his grandmother could lead 3 Hall of Famers to a championship. Nevertheless, Spoelstra later disproved those doubts with his coaching abilities. In the 2023 NBA playoffs, Spoelstra guided a roster of veterans, overlooked undrafted players and fringe players from other teams to success, defeating both the Bucks and the Celtics, the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference, to reach the finals, even after overcoming the Celtics, who boasted first-team All-Star Jason Tatum and second-team All-Star Jaylen Brown. External opinions still predicted the Heat would be swept in the finals, akin to the Los Angeles Lakers. However, after losing the first game, the Heat managed to secure a victory in Game 2 while playing on the road. Though they ultimately lost the finals 1-4 to the Denver Nuggets, coached by Malone, This Heat team undoubtedly stands as a legendary chapter in NBA history. Following that playoff run, Coach Spoelstra finally earned his rightful recognition that, of course, Yao Ming did not expect Spoelstra to possess top-tier coaching abilities 18 years prior. What he admired was Spoelstra's almost obsessive, fierce coaching style. This included a 3-hour training regimen, an hour and a half of free practice for players, followed by another hour and a half of intense conditioning to push their physical limits. Additionally, there was strict control over players' body fat percentages, with routine checks. Any player exceeding the limit would face a fine of $1,000 for the first infraction, $3,000 for the second, and a suspension for the third offense, unless they were veterans like Uncle Moo, in which case he applied the same standards uniformly and resolutely. Speaking of which, Spoelstra's demands had a notable flaw. How would he manage if he were to coach a human embodiment of five-spice pork? Nikola Jokic, in summary, Yao Ming requires Spo to assume the role of the chief assistant coach for the team. Prior to his arrival in Miami, Yao Ming conducted a brief investigation. At present, Spo's position within the Heat's coaching staff is rather inconspicuous. It was not until 2004 that he was promoted from the team's video analyst to assistant coach. However, this assistant coach role did not entail collaborating closely with the head coach on tactical analyses. At that time, among the assistant coaches like Spo, there were not fewer than 8 in the team. Spo was responsible for training 2 players, which alone indicated his standing within the organization. Point 1 was Dorell Wright, selected 19th overall in the first round by the Heat in 2004, who played merely 3 games throughout the entire 2004-05 season. The other player was Yao Ming, who played his final year in the NBA. During the 2004-05 season, the starting center for the Miami Heat was the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, while Yao was the 4th center on the team, following Alonzo Mourning and Michael Doliak. Compared to Wright, who had played only thrice, Yao was relatively fortunate, securing 20 appearances that season. It is evident that Spo was essentially the least prominent member of the coaching staff at that time. Consequently, Spo's capabilities had yet to be fully recognized by Pat Riley. Thus, bringing Spo into his coaching team could be considered a serendipitous opportunity. Upon hearing the position offered by Yao Ming, Spo appeared somewhat taken aback. That I know you are currently the assistant coach responsible for training at the Heat, Yao Ming remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The responsibilities are familiar to you. I'm confident you can excel in this role in Houston. However, Spo hesitated, expressing concerns regarding Coach Riley. Yao Ming smiled, understanding Spo's unspoken thoughts, which revolved around the notion of Riley valuing him and the immense gratitude he felt. Riley, being a shrewd businessman, had a reputation for such platitudes. Was it not merely because Spo held utilitarian value for him that he spoke so sincerely? Dwayne Wade had been similarly swayed by Riley's emotional appeals, leading him to accept salary reductions twice, resulting in a loss exceeding $20 million. Of course, Riley was merely one of the culprits. Those who comprehend the situation are well aware. The Dallas Mavericks had previously proclaimed that Steve Nash was the core of their team. Yao Ming was prepared to impart a lesson in counter-PUA strategies to Spo. Nevertheless, last summer, Dallas was only willing to offer Nash an annual salary of $8 million. As events transpired, which you are also aware of, Spo, nodding and understanding, recognized the Nash situation. Due to Mark Cuban's frugality, the contract negotiations for Nash reached an impasse. The Phoenix Suns seized the opportunity, presenting Nash with a 6-year, $65.6 million contract. Cuban opted not to match the offer, resulting in Nash's successful acquisition by the Suns. Under Nash's leadership, the Suns dramatically transformed from the bottom of the Western Conference to its pinnacle. If Riley truly values you, it should be reflected in your salary, Yao Ming stated. Producing the prepared contract and sliding it across the table. That I hear your current salary is $100,000. I offer you $500,000. Spo's mouth fell agape, his eyes widening as if the team had suffered an unjust call. According to Yao Ming, a leader's appreciation ought to manifest in monetary terms. That 5-fold salary surely signified 5-fold importance. It is noteworthy that the average annual salary for an NBA head coach hovers around $3 million, with some coaches lacking achievements earning as little as $1 million. Yet here was Spo, merely an assistant, potentially receiving $500,000 from the Rockets? Was Yao Ming serious? Spo picked up the contract, scrutinizing it closely. The figure indeed read 500,000. He had seen Yang Li on television and in news reports. There was no possibility of forgery. Suddenly, Spo viewed Yang Li in a more favorable light. This Yang Li's actions during the off-season appeared eccentric, even somewhat foolish, yet his generous offer rendered him remarkably appealing. Spo rationally suspected that Yang Li might be engaging in a spree of extravagant purchases following an impulsive acquisition of a team. However, this behavior was likely temporary. He should seize the opportunity to sign the contract before Yang Li regained his composure. "You can sign right now," Yang Li urged, producing a pen and pushing it toward Spo. "However, I must remind you to consider the last clause of the contract carefully. The final clause pertained to the penalty for breach of contract. Due to the unique nature of the NBA, players do not typically face penalties for breach. However, coaching contracts can certainly include such a stipulation. Generally, only high-profile head coaches possess this safeguard to protect their interests. If you wish to terminate my contract, you may do so, provided you pay the penalty." Nevertheless, the penalty Yang Li established was mutually binding. During Spo's contract tenure, the Rockets could not dismiss him arbitrarily. Simultaneously, Spo could not resign without cause, or he would also face substantial penalties. This was not only applicable to Spo. Yang Li had offered a similar contract to Malone. Both contracts feature a salary of 500,000, spanning 5 years. Yang Li's intention was to bind Malone and Spo to a ship for a minimum of 5 years. Establishing a dynasty requires not only a stable roster, but also a consistent coaching staff. "No need for further deliberation. I accept," Spo declared without hesitation, picking up the pen and signing the contract. After securing Spo, Yang Li instructed him to collaborate with Malone to recruit additional personnel, thereby completing the coaching staff. Subsequently, the two would work together to lead the team in the Summer League. With that, Yang Li's responsibilities reached a temporary conclusion that he decided to grant himself a brief respite, as Miami is a renowned vacation destination on the southern coast. Since he was already there, not indulging in a few extra days of leisure would be a disservice to Black Widow. As Yang Li basked in the sun wearing sunglasses, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was the gaming-obsessed Yao Ming. "Hello, Big Yao," Yang Li answered lazily. "Apologies for bothering you, Yang Zong," Yao replied. "Please refrain from calling me Yang Zong from now on," Yang Li interjected. "I am now the head coach of the team. You should call me Coach Yang. Yao on the other end was momentarily stunned. When did this happen? Yang Li, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing Yao's gaming addiction was rather severe. "You might want to check the news when you have a moment," Yang Li suggested. "There have been significant changes in the team during your gaming hiatus. Oh, okay, I'll check the news as soon as I hang up," Yao replied eagerly. "So, what did you want to discuss?" Yang Li inquired. "Right, it's about Deji." Yao hesitated, seemingly uncertain of how to proceed. "Coach, you know Deji, right?" "Of course, I know him," Yang Li nodded, thinking to himself that he not only knew Deji, but was currently in the same city as him. "Deji just called me," Yao continued. "The Heat have decided not to re-sign him, and he has reached out to several teams, but Yang was quite familiar with Deji. All right, I understand. Tell him to contact Eric Spoelstra, and in a few days, he should come to Houston." "Thank you so much, Yang Zong," Yao exclaimed, relief washing over him as he smiled broadly, grateful for the opportunity for Deji to try out. However, before Yao could bask in his excitement, Yang Li swiftly added, "Who said anything about giving him a tryout?" Yao was suddenly bewildered. Hadn't Yang Li just been speaking positively? If Deji wasn't he going for a tryout? Then what was the purpose of bringing him to Houston? Was it to witness a satellite launch? 100,000 a year. Let him sign directly. Yang Li decisively concluded. Yao was once again left in a state of confusion. Could it be that he had inadvertently activated a power of influence? Just a phone call to Yang Li, the boss and general manager, directly secured $1 million contract for Deji. This is certainly not Yang Li merely saving face. He has his own plans. Deji is merely a part of his strategy, and given Deji's amiable nature, what is the harm in lending him a hand? Since you've mentioned Deji, Yang Li continued, why not reach out to Lou and inquire if he's interested in joining the Rockets for some games? I wanna, came to Lou's faint yet resonant voice from the other end of the line. This time, it was Yang Li who was left utterly bewildered. Could you keep your voice down? You're nearly deafening me, the Yao scolded, hastily removing his headset. "Coach, my apologies," Yao quickly explained over the phone. "We're currently engaged in a PvP session in the wild on TeamSpeak. To be precise, we're being camped," Lu added from the other end. Understanding dawned on Yang Li. Once upon a time, he too was needing TeamSpeak for voice communication while forming teams for dungeon raids. Hearing that Yao and Lu were playing games on TeamSpeak stirred a wave of nostalgia within Yang Li. He resolved to join the ranks of the Mountain Mouth army and team up with Yao and the others for some dungeon adventures once this flurry of activity subsided. Wait a moment. Yang Li suddenly realized a pressing issue. Lu, shouldn't you be preparing for the Asian Championships right now? Well, today is a rest day. Lu stammered at a rest day. Only then did Yao sense something amiss. Coach Jonas is notoriously strict. How could he possibly grant you a day off? All right, I'll be honest. Lu conceded. Today, Ba approached the leadership, expressing his desire to give the NBA another shot, so he wishes to withdraw from the national team. Oh, that's not surprising. Yang Li recalled that Ba indeed did not participate in this year's Asian Championships. He hadn't anticipated that Coach Jonas would find out. Lu continued. He was furious, berating Ba. And thus today's training was cancelled. Ba certainly knows how to pick his moments. Yao had already undergone surgery and couldn't participate in the Asian Championships. The other key center, Ji, was now in a state of dismissal. The only reliable center left in the national team was Ba. While it was true that Tang was also in the team, one could hardly rely on him. He might excel in the league, but falters in international matches. That's precisely Tang. Now, with Ba seeking to withdraw from the national team, wasn't that just pouring salt into Jonas's wounds? I heard. Lu sighed, continuing, "It seems the leadership intends to bring Yao back, saying he'd have to play even if in a wheelchair." Upon hearing this, the three fell into a profound silence. Yang Li felt somewhat helpless. Was this the so-called butterfly effect? It's fine for you guys in the blue shoes to mess things up, but please don't drag my Houston Rockets down with you. If you incapacitate Yao, you won't face any direct consequences. But who will be responsible for the future of my team? No, this issue must be resolved promptly, Yao. Yang Li broke the silence. Could you act as an intermediary and help me contact the leadership of the Blue Shoes? 3 days later, an article entitled Leave of Absence, Not Defection, unveiling the truth behind Ji's absence was published. The article was penned by Chiu D. Fried, the very same journalist who had reported on Ji's defection initially. The article meticulously detailed the entire process and intricacies surrounding Ji's so-called return. In America, the article garnered little attention. After all, Ji is hardly even a fringe player in the NBA now. Therefore, few fans would care about Ji or Ba, players on the brink of being sidelined. Currently, the only domestic player the American media is concerned about is Yao. However, once this article was circulated by domestic media, it sparked a significant uproar. It turned out we had misunderstood Ji all these years. The emergence of this article was naturally facilitated by Yang Li's financial influence. American media is not the so-called independent media of free opinions. They are merely mouthpieces for power and capital. Writing an article without violating principles can yield a handsome sum. So why not take advantage of that? Simultaneously, Yang Li found himself in the conference room of the National Blue Shoes. His visit aimed not only to address the Yao situation, but also to pursue a more significant objective. Leveraging the impact of the Asian Championships, he sought to advertise domestically, paving the way for his company's entry into the domestic market. After all, in the future, the domestic market would become the global market. As for Yao's condition, I believe I've explained it quite clearly, Yang Li stated, tucking away Yao's medical report that if you wish for Yao to represent the country for the next decade, if not 15 years, you must allow him to recover fully. The leaders present exchanged glances, opting for silence. That we understand your concerns. Li Yanwei of the Blue Shoes finally spoke, but how can we guarantee results if Yao doesn't return? How do we report to the leadership? Yang Li felt a bit exasperated, but could only offer a wry smile as he continued. I have 3 suggestions for your consideration. To expresses respect for the leadership. Yang Li stood up after finishing his statement. Firstly, I propose that the Blue Shoes recall Ji to the national team for this year's Asian Championships. Li Yanwei crossed his arms, remaining non-committal regarding Yang Li's first suggestion. This was something he had already contemplated, given the public sentiment that had begun to swell, with fans clamoring for Ji's return. it would be a perfect opportunity to invite him back into the national team. Secondly, after the summer training camp concludes and leading up to the Asian Championships, our Houston Rockets could serve as sparring partners for the national team, covering all associated costs. Upon hearing this second point, the leaders in the conference room could not help but whisper among themselves. Having an NBA team as sparring partner for the national team would undoubtedly enhance the training's effectiveness. Moreover, this training would be at no cost. A rare opportunity. Lee Yanwei nodded slightly at this second proposal. The idea of having an NBA team assist in training would indeed be beneficial for improving the national team's performance, and the fact that there would be no financial burden only struck a chord with him. While they wouldn't be spending money, the expenses could be reported accordingly with a few invoices. As Lee Yanwei's eyes darted around, Yang Li could sense his thoughts aligning. These parasites. Thirdly, during the tenure of this blue shoe administration. Yang Li paused deliberately, flashing a smile at Lee Yanwei before continuing, excluding Yao, Deji, and Ba, who have already joined the NBA. The Rockets should introduce at least one domestic player into the 15-man roster each year. This would allow some key players from the national team to train with the Rockets, alleviating a portion of the competitive pressure onto Yao. After all, only about 12 or 13 players truly participate in a game. The team wouldn't miss 1 or 2 practice squad members. While this may seem like a measure for Yao's health, it was only a fraction of the reason. The thought of the national men's basketball team potentially losing to lesser teams infuriated Yang Li. If the Blue Shoes want to play their games, fine. If CBA wants to engage in feudal basketball, they can forego their status as Asian powerhouses. However, the national men's basketball team must not lose to lesser teams. Even if it's just for this reason, Yang Li must take action. This declaration sent ripples through the conference room. Yang Li's third point struck a nerve with Lee Yanwei. Yao, Deji, and Ba were all players who had entered the NBA before his tenure. Deji joined the NBA in 2000, Ba in 2001, and Yao was the first overall pick in 2002. For 3 consecutive years, domestic players had made their way into the NBA, including 1 first overall pick. This period could indeed be considered the most radiant phase of the Blue Shoes' achievements. However, since Lee Yanwei assumed office in 2003, it has been 3 consecutive years without any domestic players entering the NBA. The closest was the talented Liu in 2004, yet he was regrettably waived by the Kings before the start of the 2004 to 2005 season. Furthermore, Yang Li boldly speculates that it is quite likely that the Blue Shoes, in their eagerness to send a domestic high-ranking player to the NBA, assisted Yi Jinlian in falsifying his age to participate in the draft in 2007. The NBA draft regulations state that international players who have reached the age of 19 automatically qualify for the draft if they meet any of the following criteria. 1, they will be at least 22 years old during the calendar year of the draft. 2, they have signed a contract with a professional basketball team in the United States, excluding the NBA, and have played under that contract. Yi Jinlian was actually born in October 1984 and would turn 22 in October 2006. Therefore, theoretically, he should have entered the draft in 2006, rendering him ineligible for the 2007 NBA draft. This situation implies that Yi Jinlian would likely have been a second-round pick in 2006, with perhaps a team considering him for a late first-round selection due to the domestic market appeal. Such a premature intervention by the Blue Shoes indirectly jeopardized Yi Jinlian's NBA career. Had Yi Jinlian entered the NBA in 2006 as a second-round pick, he could have started as a role player, gradually honing his skills and enhancing his competitiveness to become a competent NBA rotation player, rather than being thrust into a starting position where his weaknesses were magnified for all to see. In an even more ideal scenario, the Rockets, who held the 32nd pick in the second round in 2006, could have selected Yi Jinlian, with the presence of Yao Ming, a senior figure in the national team. Yi Jinlian's character flaws would have been less problematic. Unfortunately, the Blue Shoes have a penchant for such short-sighted actions, as the outcome of one term is uncertain, and achieving tangible results during their tenure is the priority. Now, Yang Li has proactively proposed that each year, one domestic player be absorbed into the NBA, a suggestion that Lee Yanwei cannot resist considering. That we will take your proposal under serious advisement, Lee Yanwei replied in official terms. While I simply express my own thoughts. Yang Li nodded, sitting down with a serious expression directed at Lee Yanwei. Do not forget, Your Houston Rockets also need to practice before the season begins. Li Yanwei tapped his fingers on the table twice, stating, thus, this is not the Rockets merely providing practice for the national team. Rather, it is the national team that is assisting the Rockets in their training. Indeed, Yang Li chuckled, his understanding of the domestic leadership's mindset significantly heightened. You must consider this matter carefully, Li Yanwei said, slapping the table emphatically. This equates to us mobilizing the entire nation to assist the Rockets in training at a critical juncture while preparing for the Asian Games. Leader, I actually came today to discuss business. Yang Li, fully aware of Li Yanwei's intentions, smiled as he extended a finger. Our company, Huali, wishes to sponsor this year's Asian Championships with a sponsorship fee of $10 million. Yang Li had long harbored plans to penetrate the domestic market. This collaboration with the Blue Shoes marked the first step in Huali's endeavor to establish itself in the domestic arena. Finally, the negotiations concluded successfully, and a sponsorship contract was promptly signed. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to Yang Li's plan. Using this $10 million as a stepping stone was not overly extravagant for him. His grandfather was the Chinese mechanical tycoon Yang Guochang from Texas, whose company, Guoli Machinery, specialized in manufacturing large agricultural machinery and held a significant share in the European and American markets. Yang Li was cognizant of future trends. Electric motor and battery manufacturing would become popular fields. The motor segment constituted only a small fraction of Guoli Machinery's operations. Thus, Yang Li had long claimed this portion of the business and had already severed ties with Guoli. As a foreign investor, he successfully positioned himself as a target for domestic investment attraction. Consequently, he established his company domestically, naming it Huali Electric, which did not even resemble a foreign enterprise. Its primary operations involved producing motors and batteries, providing component services for numerous domestic electric vehicle brands. Thanks to the booming domestic electric bicycle market, the motor industry was already gaining momentum. In 2005, Yang Li could leverage this sponsorship of the national men's basketball team to promote Huali and enhance its brand value. Soon enough, brands like Aima and Yadi would undoubtedly seek Huali as their supplier. Furthermore, Huali could even manufacture its own brand electric bicycles, preparing to join the new energy wave in the future. 3 days later, just when everyone thought Yang Li had finally calmed down, a news report ignited a media frenzy once more. The Houston Rockets had completed contracts with domestic players Yi Jianlian and Liu. After Yang Li had already set off several fireworks, the chaos had just begun to settle. Yet, Yang Li, without warning, tossed another firecracker into the mix. The public, once again inundated with sensational news, was left bewildered. They claimed that trading McGrady to support Yao Ming was devoid of ulterior motives. It was plainly aimed at vexing American fans. Even international teams, such as the Bullfighters in Argentina, known for their prowess in international competitions, had never had 3 players simultaneously represent a single NBA team. Yi Jianlian's performance with the Heat last season was hardly up to par with the current NBA intensity. Liu, if memory serves, had previously trialed with us in Sacramento, but simply lacked the skill to compete in the NBA. Damn Yang Li. This team is not your private nursery. Get out of the NBA. Not only did American fans struggle to comprehend the situation, but domestic fans were equally baffled. What? Yi Jianlian and Liu are both in the NBA. They lack the capability, don't they? Wouldn't it be better to use that money to sign a couple of veteran minimum contracts to strengthen the team? With McGrady already traded, what further reinforcement could possibly hold significance? Signing these 2 underperformers seems like a solid plan. Next season, they'll be tanking for a top draft pick. I suspect Yang Li may have something incriminating against the Blue Shoes. Yang Li was wholly unfazed by the criticism. No, to be precise, he simply lacked the time to dwell on IT that moment. He sat before his computer, playing Warcraft with Yao Ming, just as they were about to face a challenge. Yang Li's phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, David Stern. Yang Li. Stern's voice boomed immediately upon answering. You need to explain to me what on earth is going on. Yang Li, seemingly unconcerned, nonchalantly placed his phone on speaker. Isn't there a rule that prohibits teams from signing unrestricted free agents? But both of them are Chinese players. Stern clearly disapproved of Yang Li's attitude. I now have reasonable suspicions of the Houston Rockets engaged in unscrupulous financial transactions while acquiring these 2 players. That would be an overreaction. Yang Li chuckled. My signing of these two was entirely for the future of the team. Upon hearing this, Stern couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Adam, did you hear that? This kid claims that signing two unplayable Chinese players is for the future of the team. Stern made a gesture that suggested incredulity, while Silver murmured under his breath, I suspect it's more about securing a top draft pick. Yang Li removed his headset, silencing the conversation, and picked up his phone. Mr. Stern, you were fully involved in the negotiations when Yao Ming entered the NBA, Yang Li stated with utmost seriousness. You should remember one thing. The Blue Shoes insisted that during international events, Yao must be available at all times, of course. I remember that. Stern nodded. However, international events typically occur during the offseason and do not conflict with the NBA schedule. Have you ever considered? Yang Li's tone turned exceptionally grave. Whether a player standing 7 feet 6 inches tall and weighing over 300 pounds can withstand such a high-intensity schedule. Stern fell silent upon hearing this. The NBA schedule itself is inherently taxing for players, and Yao Ming, being a center, bears the brunt of that exhaustion. Simply participating in NBA games proves to be quite strenuous for Yao. Consequently, the club can only limit his playing time. However, the national team is a different matter. Those officials would gladly have Yao on the court for the entire game. That if the team were lose due to Yao's lengthy rest, who would shoulder that blame? Wait a moment. This doesn't add up. Stern suddenly regained his composure. We are discussing two Chinese players. How is this related to Yao? How is it not related? Yang Li retorted. These two are playing in the NBA, even if their playing time is limited. Their development is far superior to playing domestically. Wouldn't you agree? Stern furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. As their skills improve, their contributions in international competitions will be more significant, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Yao. Stern exchanged a glance with Silver, seemingly swayed by this reasoning. Take the Asian Championships, for instance. Yang Li continued. If the national team can still clinch the championship without Yao's participation, wouldn't the coaching staff consider granting him more rest in future competitions of similar caliber? All while ensuring victory? Indeed, Stern nodded in agreement. Thus, with just an additional expenditure of over $1 million, I can ensure that the core player of the team receives ample rest and maintains optimal condition. Yang Li's tone suddenly escalated. And furthermore, I have recorded this conversation. I wish to know, is your call indicative of your personal views on Chinese players? With that, Yang Li excitedly slammed his hand on the table, inadvertently striking the keyboard, causing it to clatter loudly. No, absolutely not. Stern's expression shifted instantly. Issues of racial discrimination cannot be taken lightly. Then tell me, is there anything wrong with my approach? Yang Li demanded sternly. Of course, there is no issue whatsoever. Stern quickly donned a smile. Very well, Mr. Stern. Yang Li's tone softened. If there is nothing else, I shall resume studying the game footage for tactical analysis, without waiting for Stern's response. He abruptly ended the call. All right, Yao, I'm ready to start the game. As Yang Li donned his headset, he discovered his game character had inexplicably appeared in a graveyard. What the heck, how did I die? I'd like to know as well. Yao lamented in the voice chat. I was in the middle of brewing potions when you suddenly unleashed the monsters. Li Gu, Yao interjected amidst the chaos. I've always wanted to ask you something. What do you wish to inquire? Yang Li replied while casting a skill that you're perpetually busy, flying to and fro, yet how is it that your level and gear surpass mine? Yao queried, puzzled. That I play every single day, because I'm rich, Yang Li stated flatly in the voice chat. So, Yao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, you're paying someone to level up your character and buying your equipment. No, Yang Li replied nonchalantly. I purchased Blizzard. In the ensuing period, Yang Li and Yao became utterly engrossed in online gaming. There was no helping it. The 60 version was simply too enjoyable. The overall pace of the game is leisurely, allowing players to immerse themselves in the joy of exploration. Much like the current style of NBA games, every team meticulously executes each play, relishing every offensive and defensive exchange, unlike the alterations made by Silver, who, in his misguided pursuit of a more thrilling game, gradually modified the NBA's rules, resulting in a frustrating version where every touch led to a foul, and referees incessantly blew their whistles. In a game from 2005. If there were no overtime, the total duration of a match would last around 2 hours. However, Under Silver's leadership, the NBA has collaborated with betting companies, leading to games being excessively prolonged, often lasting 3 hours without conclusion. Referees are meant to facilitate the flow of the game, not dictate its outcome. Yao Ming resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would ensure Silver's removal from the league, restoring the NBA to its former integrity. It was during this time that the NBA Summer League commenced. Yao Ming had entrusted the entirety of the Summer League affairs to 2 assistant coaches. This year, the Houston Rockets dominated the competition. The primary reason for their success was the presence of Paul and Calderon, 2 elite basketball minds, along with Scola, a highly skilled and seasoned interior player, while players from other teams were preoccupied with individual performances to secure lucrative contracts. The Rockets' strategies were already well coordinated, far surpassing the typical level of a Summer League team. Naturally, the Rockets' performance garnered little attention. After all, Paul was already one of the best players from the 2005 rookie class, and his leadership capabilities came as no surprise. Ultimately, Scola averaged an impressive 18.6 points, 8.2 rebounds, and 2.4 assists, earning the Summer League MVP award. Subsequently, Scola returned to the Argentine national team to participate in the Stankovic Cup at the end of July. This also marked the first international competition for De Gea since his return to the national team. Notably, while the butterfly flapped its wings, it did not fully take flight that on July 29, the national men's basketball team faced off against Puerto Rico. With just a minute and a half remaining in the game, the national team led Puerto Rico by nearly 20 points. In Yao Ming's memory, they should have been ahead by 11 points. This was due to the strengthened capabilities of the national team following De Gea's return. However, a physical altercation ensued as Jianlian contested a rebound against an opponent, the Puerto Rican player. Unable to control his emotions after a humiliating defeat, struck E. Observing this, De Gea, who was not particularly fast, surged forward like a 2.14-meter lightning bolt, delivering a powerful blow to the opposing player. The Puerto Rican players evidently failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. As they approached, seeking to encircle De Gea in response, Juba transformed into a dragon, unleashing a flurry of left and right hooks, swiftly incapacitating 2 adversaries and demonstrating that those who provoke us will face dire consequences. Ultimately, all players involved in the brawl were fined, compelled to apologize, and required to reflect on their actions. As the instigator, De Gea faced the most severe punishment. However, he ultimately benefited from the incident, as it solidified his status as the elder statesman of the national team. Following the conclusion of the Stankovic Cup, Yao Ming engaged in a prearranged practice session with the national team. This was the final preparation before the Asian Championships. Yao Ming continued to play the role of a hands-off manager. After all, with Ma Long and Spoelstra present, did these minor details require my direct involvement? Nevertheless, during this period, Yao Ming did not resume his online gaming obsession. His first priority was to negotiate a contract extension with Yao and his team. A 5-year, $75 million deal. This was the maximum contract Yao could secure under the current regulations. This was a straightforward matter, devoid of suspense. Those who incessantly speculate about the hypothetical scenario of Yao joining the Lakers to team up with Kobe should take a break. Even if Yao had not extended his contract early in 2005, the Rockets would have matched any offers made by other teams in 2006, but the prospect of a Yao-Kobe partnership was utterly impossible. Furthermore, the atmosphere of the league during that time was markedly different from what it became later. The pressure from star players demanding trades from their teams could only stem from one possibility. The team had repeatedly failed to perform and was utterly incapable of contending for a championship. At that time, the Rockets, boasting the formidable Yao McGrady duo, were undeniably a legitimate championship-caliber team. The organization had consistently built its roster around this dynamic pair, undertaking various reinforcement strategies. Imagine if Yao suddenly declared that McGrady's support was insufficient and expressed a desire to join forces with Kobe in Los Angeles. Such an act of abandoning loyal fans in pursuit of a championship by seeking to align with a more prominent star in a larger market is hardly something a person of integrity would do. Of course, there may indeed be individuals capable of such actions, but Yao Ming certainly is not one of them. After all, the older generations of players in our country possess a certain resilience and dignity. Once Yao's contract extension was secured, Yao Ming wasted no time in initiating a new round of trade operations. Presently, the Rockets roster featured only one bona fide shooting guard, Rafer Alston, while Dio could also play the shooting guard position. His versatility meant that this was the position he performed least well in throughout his career. Therefore, Yang Li's primary objective was to seek out a quality backup shooting guard. This target had long been determined. He was merely waiting to observe whether the anticipated chain of events would still unfold after the butterfly's wings had flapped. To his astonishment, serendipity struck once more. Recently, reports emerged alleging that Celtics sophomore Tony Allen was embroiled in a shooting incident. Although Allen was not the shooter, he was nonetheless detained for 2 nights. Shortly after this incident, Yang Li reached out to Danny Ainge. For those familiar with the NBA, Ainge is a well-known figure, arguably second only to the venerable Jerry West in terms of adept team management, that he was responsible for assembling the Celtics' Big Three and clinching the 2008 championship, as well as orchestrating trades that sent aging stars to the Nets in exchange for draft picks. Successfully rebuilding the team, his various strategic maneuvers, such as trading Isaiah Thomas for Kyrie Irving and acquiring Rudy Gobert for a multitude of assets, have become the stuff of legend among fans. However, this time, Ainge would not have the same fortune, for his opponent was Yang Li. "Good day, Mr. Ainge. I am Yang Li, the general manager of the Houston Rockets." "Wow, what an honor," Ainge responded with a playful tone, seemingly surprised that the illustrious Yang Li had chosen to contact him. This remark, devoid of a need for translation, clearly conveyed a hint of sarcasm directed at Yang Li, a sentiment Yang had encountered before. Years ago, Ainge had traded the first overall pick to the 76ers for the 3rd pick, additionally securing a high-ranking first-round pick. Ultimately, the Celtics selected Jason Tatum with that 3rd pick. In a subsequent interview, Ainge had cheekily remarked that he had originally intended to select Markelle Fultz with the 1st pick, but was pleased to still have landed Tatum with the 3rd. Such comments implicitly suggested that the 76ers management was less than astute. "I must admit, I have a keen interest in a particular player on the Celtics," Yang Li stated directly at this juncture, who would be idle enough to engage in casual chit-chat with a team manager. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Which player are you referring to?" Ainge, harboring a preconceived notion of Yang Li based on media portrayals, did not view him as a serious adversary. "Tony Allen," Yang Li asserted without hesitation. Tony Allen, a first-round pick at the 25th overall in 2004, was merely a role player who had only completed 1 year in the NBA. Last season, he averaged a mere 16 minutes of playtime, contributing 6.4 points and 2.9 rebounds. Clearly, his offensive capabilities left much to be desired for a shooting guard. Yet, Yang Li, possessing the wisdom of experience, recognized that Allen's true potential had yet to be unearthed. Despite his modest height, Allen was robust, quick, and exhibited exceptional defensive prowess. His positive defensive attitude and keen awareness enabled him to guard positions 1 through 3. He had even been named to the NBA's all-defensive team for 3 consecutive years, establishing himself as one of the league's premier perimeter defenders. Had the shooting incident not occurred, Allen's trade value would likely have been significantly higher. However, the image-conscious NBA had recently imposed stricter regulations regarding player conduct. Incidents involving firearms not only tarnished public perception, but also had a profound impact on the players themselves. Moreover, Yang Li was not one to adhere to conventional approaches. The day before contacting Ainge, he had discreetly engaged a reporter, offering a sum of money in exchange for a damaging article. This expose served as Yang Li's leverage in negotiating with Ainge, attributing the incident's origins directly to Tony Allen and labeling him as its instigator. Whether Allen was indeed the true culprit of the incident remains uncertain. However, in the court of public opinion, Yang Li had undoubtedly positioned him as such. Ainge had already received a call from Stern, who had lambasted him for the incident. Firearms and illicit substances are lines that the league cannot afford to cross. His mood, already sour, brightened upon hearing of Yang Li's interest in Tony Allen, his eyes gleaming with the predatory glint of a wolf spotting its prey. Yang Li initially offered the Rockets' 2nd-round pick from 2006 and some cash. In Ainge's estimation, this pick would likely fall within the early portion of the 2nd round. While the trade did not seem overly detrimental, Ainge's shrewd calculations ultimately led the Celtics to acquire both the 2006 and 2007 2nd-round picks from the Rockets. Yang Li gritted his teeth, reluctantly parting with these selections. Once the trade was finalized, Yao Ming could no longer contain his laughter. He held immense confidence in the current iteration of the Rockets, even if they did not secure the top seed in the regular season. They were certain to finish among the elite in the Western Conference. The second-round picks from these 2 years were unlikely to fall within the 55th pick or higher, even with Yao Ming's keen insights. He doubted he could unearth significant talent at that range. Acquiring Tony Allen with these selections felt akin to securing a premier defensive player at no cost. After obtaining Tony Allen, Yao Ming faced another issue. Several players on the roster did not fit his plans. Rafer Alston was already dealt with when Yao Ming utilized the amnesty clause during the signing of DeGea and DeLu. This left only David Wesley and Mike James as the remaining guards. Yao Ming opted to address the more manageable situation first with Mike James. While Mike's playing style was considered rather self-centered, this did not imply he was devoid of value. His self-centeredness stemmed from a penchant for dominating the ball. Opinions on such players varied, with some labeling them as ball hogs while others referred to them as primary ball handlers. Regardless of the terminology, Yao Ming's Rockets had no need for such a player. However, other teams might disagree. In the summer of 2005, the Raptors had traded their starting point guard, the street ball king Rafer Alston, to acquire Mike James from the Rockets. Their intention was to address the offensive void left by Vince Carter's departure. Mike James did not disappoint the Raptors management, delivering an impressive average of 20.3 points, 3.3 rebounds, and 5.8 assists during the 2005-06 season. That he effectively demonstrated that, with the ball in hand, anyone could produce commendable statistics. After contacting the Raptors management, Yao Ming proposed the idea of trading for Mike James. The other party was evidently keen on acquiring Mike James, almost articulating their desire outright. However, Yao Ming had no intention of pursuing a mere streetball king. Despite his considerable popularity, Alston's offensive, defensive, and playmaking abilities could only be summed up in one word: average. His skills were merely sufficient, and in comparison to Paul and Calderon, he was clearly lacking within the Toronto Raptors. There was another player whom Yao Ming coveted, Red Mamba Matt Bonner. An early prototype of a stretch forward. For most of his career, Bonner had been a bench player, yet standing at 6 feet 10 inches, 2.08 meters, Bonner possessed an exceptionally accurate three-point shot. Over his 12-year career, his three-point shooting percentage reached an impressive 41.4. This surpassed the previously mentioned Rajon Rondo and Danny Green, and was even on the verge of rivaling Klay Thompson. It could be said that as long as he was on the court, no one dared to leave him open. The space he created was akin to the desolate streets of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. Furthermore, Bonner had received the prestigious Kobe Bryant Award, the heaviest accolade in the league. The nickname Red Mamba was bestowed upon him by Kobe during a media interview. The trade negotiations progressed smoothly. Ultimately, the Rockets traded Mike James to the Raptors in exchange for Matt Bonner to balance the salaries. The Raptors also sent Lauren Woods as an additional piece to the Rockets. One should not assume that Mike James could be traded for the Raptors starting point guard Alston, leading to the conclusion of his significant trade value. In truth, Alston was to be dispensed with by the Raptors simply because he was a volatile presence in the locker room. During his tenure with the Raptors, he had conflicts with head coach Mitchell and several teammates, that he even had a physical altercation with veteran leader Jalen Rose in the locker room. The Raptors management had long regarded him with disdain, and trading him for Mike James was merely a case of exchanging one problem for another. Given Mike James's detrimental attributes, the Rockets were inevitably compelled to part ways with him. Yao Ming managed to trade such a toxic player for a functional one. It appeared to be an equitable exchange, yet in reality, it was a significant gain for the Rockets. However, after this trade was finalized, Mike James openly expressed his dissatisfaction with former team general manager Yao Ming. "You traded me for 2 bench players? When I face the Rockets next season, I'll make them understand what regret truly means." Nevertheless, this time, Yao Ming's seemingly miraculous maneuver did not attract much attention. After all, Yao Ming had performed such magical operations numerous times, and the public had developed a resistance to them. But who was Yao Ming? He never disappointed the fans who followed him. Soon, a blockbuster trade was revealed. The Houston Rockets traded David Wesley and Lauren Woods to the Cavaliers in exchange for second-round picks from 2006 and 2007. Yao Ming had actually traded away the only experienced veteran point guard in the team for 2 future second-round picks. What was Yao Ming thinking, sending Wesley away like this? It seemed he intended for the Rockets to embrace a complete rebuild. Otherwise, how could he have made such a decision, with the only experienced ball handler gone? Was he planning to have two rookies develop next season? Why am I already laughing, even though the Rockets haven't played a single game? Yao Ming merely smiled silently at these comments. Of course, Paul and Calderon were to be developed. Keeping Wesley would only be financially burdensome. Moreover, this so-called King Wesley was defensively inept and unclear in his passing down the court, apart from making an occasional open three-pointer. He contributed almost nothing. Even more frustrating was that sometimes even that open three was dispiritingly off-target. Longtime fans surely remember him by the nickname Wei Yizhong, which is quite self-explanatory. Keeping him would only take up space in roster spots. Better to let him go. After trading Wesley, the Houston Rockets roster for the new season was solidified. CPJ Brown, $8 million. Yao Ming, $5.59 million. Dikembe Mutombo, $2 million. Desagana Diop, $2 million. Wang Zhizhi, $1 million. PF Luis Scola, $5 million. PF Matt Bonner, $2 million. PF David West, $1.33 million. SF Shane Battier, $4.9 million. FG Boris Diaw, $1.17 million. SG Rajon Rondo, $5 million. SG Tony Allen, $970,000. PG Chris Paul, $3.14 million. PG Jose Calderon, $2.2 million. PG Lu Wei, $370,000. The Rockets had a total of 15 players with a total salary of $67 million. The salary cap for the 2005 to 2006 season was $49.5 million, leaving nearly $5 million in cap space. This roster was quite commendable, apart from being a bit crowded at center and somewhat thin at small forward. During this period, various continental tournaments commenced. Many players from the Rockets returned to their home countries to compete, granting Yao Ming a rare respite. Once Yao Ming wrapped up his off-season tasks, he finally had time to attend to some real business. He needed to find himself a full-time female secretary. Of course, Yao Ming wouldn't be foolish enough to search the streets indiscriminately. He went to the HR department of his grandfather's company, sifting through the applicants' files one by one. Consequently, he stumbled upon a familiar, yet unfamiliar candidate, Ivanka Trump. At this time, Ivanka had just graduated and was not keen on leveraging her family's connections for AJOBI in her previous life. She had secured a position as a sales manager at a small company right after graduation. Thus, Yao Ming was not surprised to see her applying for a sales manager role, while others reviewing resumes would not recognize Ivanka's true identity. Yao Ming was well acquainted with the princess. Intrigued, he perused her resume. Ivanka Trump, born on October 30, 1981. Not bad, just a year younger than me. Born in Manhattan, New York, she graduated from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. Quite an accomplished individual, not a mere decoration. Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 132 pounds, 60 kilograms. Wow, I had no idea she was in such good shape. Having lost interest in the subsequent information, Yao Ming promptly dialed Ivanka's number. That very evening, he flew to Manhattan to share dinner with her as they savored their red wine. The two engaged in delightful conversation. An adage aptly states that great wealth brings forth a remarkable aura. The confidence radiating from Yao Ming, emanating from within, rendered him particularly captivating in her eyes. Before even finishing half a glass of wine, Ivanka found herself utterly enchanted by Yao Ming. After all, the current Ivanka was merely a young girl stepping out of her ivory tower. What surprised Yao Ming even more was discovering that Ivanka was, in fact, a sports enthusiast. That night, they even played a game together. Following that day, Yao Ming had effectively passed Ivanka's test. She readily accepted the position of his personal secretary. Of course, this was merely one aspect of her responsibilities. Her actual title was the marketing manager at Huali Capital. Huali Capital was the investment firm founded by Yao Ming, primarily focused on investing in emerging internet companies. As the saying goes, when one stands at the forefront of opportunity, even a pig can soar. Being well aware of the future, Yao Ming was perpetually positioned at the crest of opportunity. Companies like Facebook, YouTube, Tencent, and Alibaba were either targets for acquisition or investment, practically guaranteeing success. Furthermore, Yao Ming had even preemptively connected with Jack Dorsey and Zhang Yiming. With Yao Ming's comprehensive support, one launched Twitter while the other founded ByteDance. The groundwork had already been laid. simply awaiting the harvest. Yang Li's business empire was constructed amidst a languid existence. However, managing an NBA team proved to be a more laborious endeavor for him. Following the conclusion of the Intercontinental Championship, the players of the Houston Rockets gradually returned to the team at last. The Rockets were ready for their first major practice before the season began. After a brief round of basic training, Yang Li gathered everyone together. His sole intention today was to establish authority, although, as the team owner, no one would dare to flaunt their prowess before him. Yang Li was acutely aware that, in his capacity as head coach, he might struggle to command respect. The players were unaware of his extensive experience as an assistant coach in a previous life. In their eyes, Yang Li was merely a 25-year-old who had never worked in basketball and had traded away the team's star player right from the start. How could such a person possibly be head coach? It was inconceivable. Yang Li was merely a figurehead, delegating the actual coaching responsibilities to Malone and Spoelstra. The group stood around lazily, with a few still engaged in quiet laughter and banter. Today, we would be dividing into teams for a practice game. Yang Li announced, instructing that all but Yao Ming would split into two opposing groups. Upon hearing that a practice game was on the agenda, the previously restless players perked up, eager to participate. The significance of intra-team practice games before the season cannot be overstated. Besides fine-tuning tactics, the most crucial aspect was to assess players' performances to determine the season's lineup. The better one performed in practice, the greater the likelihood of securing a starting position. But of course, there were penalties for the losing side. Yang Li pointed to the baseline of the court, stating that the team that lost would have to complete 20 full-court sprints alongside the coaches. As soon as Yang Li finished speaking, the expressions on the players' faces brightened with excitement. Typically guided by the coaches in their training, the prospect of seeing their coach participate was quite amusing. Malone and Spoelstra exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Yang Li intended to challenge them. But "I'll take one group, while Mike and Eric take the other," Yang Li declared. Upon hearing this, Malone and Spoelstra turned to Yang Li in shock. "You can't be serious, Ollie. Are you really going to put yourself through this?" The players' expressions reflected even greater enthusiasm at the prospect of seeing their team owner subjected to sprints. "You choose 3 players first. Then I'll select 6, and afterward, you can choose 3 more, leaving the last one for me," Yang Li said, gesturing for Malone and Spoelstra to proceed. This left everyone present utterly bewildered. Allowing the opponents to pick 3 players first seemed akin to conceding defeat. "This is straight out of a wuxia novel," Liu quietly remarked to Yi Jianlian, letting the opponent take 3 picks. "How does that even make sense? What if they really are formidable?" "I know he's a gaming expert," Yi Jianlian replied, "but I struggle to accept that he's a coaching prodigy." Liu nodded in agreement. Although he appreciated Yang Li's assistance, blind admiration was unwarranted. Noticing that Malone and Spoelstra were still dazed, Yang Li urged, "Hurry up and choose. Don't waste training time." Finally, they snapped back to reality, confirming Yang Li's seriousness. PJ Malone opted for a valuable center. Among the 4 centers, PJ Brown was indeed the most useful. Malone had always shown a preference for center players. Sean Spoelstra selected the team's sole legitimate small forward, having a penchant for top-tier defensive wings. For the final choice, they deliberated briefly before selecting Paul over Calderon. The combination of an interior center, a wing player, and a backcourt organizer represented the best options available. After being chosen, the 3 players stepped aside with relaxed expressions. Meanwhile, those left unselected exhibited disappointment mixed with anxiety. They genuinely feared being picked by Yang Li, as that would mean facing the dreaded 20 full-court sprints. "Have you made your selections? Then it's my turn." Yang Li smiled before listing Luis, David, Matt, Raja, Jose, Boris. The 6 players named initially froze, then reluctantly stepped forward to stand on the opposite side. Being chosen by Yang Li essentially meant they were warming up for the impending sprints. However, Malone and Spoelstra were taken aback when Yang Li, leveraging his ability to select 6 players at once, completed the lineup for the wing positions. Reluctantly, they chose Diop to fill the power forward role and then selected Tony Allen, as they still lacked a shooting guard. For their final choice, they picked Yi Jianlian from the trio of Mu and Liu. The players Yang Li selected were predominantly known for their shooting prowess. Consequently, Mu's rim protection capabilities would not be fully utilized. Moreover, at 39 years of age, Mu was already considered a grandfather in their country. Yet, Yang Li had no intention of letting go of Mu, insisting he be included in the sprints. Observers regarded Yang Li's decision as excessively harsh. Why drag Mu into the sprints? Liu, who had come to the Rockets with a learning mindset, was unsurprised to be the last picked. Thus, the teams for the intra-squad scrimmage were finalized. The assistant coach's team: Jianlian, Brown, Diop, Battier, Tony Allen, Liu, and Paul. The head coach's team: Mu, Scola, David West, Bonner, Diop, Rajabel, and Calder. And the assistant coach's side boasted starters with years of experience, while the head coach's team had only Mu, who was 39, and Rajabel, who had previously held a starting position. That a comparison of the two teams clearly illustrated that Malone and Spoelstra's team was significantly stronger, based solely on the disparity in talent on paper. Yang Li's team faced an uphill battle for victory. That Mu and David, you two can take a rest for now. After summoning 7 players to his side, Yang Li commenced the tactical briefing for the match. Luis, you will assume the center position. Today you are our primary offensive threat. The rest of you spread out to the perimeter. When defending, implement a 3-2 zone. Raga, take charge at the top of the arc, and remember, only Chris and Sean possess long-range shooting capabilities. With just a few succinct instructions, Yang Li sent his players onto the court. The training had only just begun, and they might not retain much if he elaborated further. However, this was not the principal reason for his brevity. The main factor was that the 5 players he had deployed possessed exceptional basketball intelligence. Upon hearing his tactical directives, they instinctively understood their roles. After Yang Li's brief tactical outline, they even questioned whether they had misheard. Their head coach, Yang Li, truly understood tactical arrangements. Standing beside Yang Li, Yao Ming maintained a composed demeanor. Simultaneously, Malone and Spoelstra dispatched their lineup of Brown, Diop, Battier, Tony Allen, and Paul. This arrangement came as no surprise. It was the only logical combination they could field. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the duo of Jianlian and Liu Wei would, throughout the entire 2005 to 2006 season, primarily occupy the bench. Much like today, with the sound of the whistle, the game commenced. Brown and Scola leaped for the tip-off. However, it was evident that Scola was no match for Brown in this contest. Brown deftly directed the ball to Paul behind him, granting the assistant coach's team possession. Yet, the head coach's team had anticipated this outcome, swiftly positioning themselves accordingly. Paul orchestrated the offense at the top of the arc, with Brown and Diop each maneuvering towards the baseline. Upon observing the defensive setup of the head coach's team, Paul furrowed his brow slightly. Malone and Spoelstra on the sidelines were also taken aback. Glancing towards Yang Li that moment, Yang Li relaxed in a chair at the edge of the court, his expression exuding ease and contentment. They all understood that the assistant coach's lineup would struggle against this 3-2 zone. Although Scola and Bonner faced disadvantages in height and strength, their combined efforts in defending the paint could mitigate individual shortcomings in rim protection. The top of the arc, the formidable perimeter defender, Rajabel, was tasked with guarding Paul. With a clear height disadvantage and no significant speed advantage, Paul faced considerable difficulty in attempting to penetrate using sheer skill. Thus, he signaled for Brown to set a screen. During his time with the Hornets, Brown often performed such laborious tasks for Baron Davis. Responding instinctively to Paul's gesture, he moved in to provide a pick. Unfortunately, the quality of the screen was lacking, allowing Rajabel to circumvent it effortlessly. Brown, opting to disengage, was more concerned about Paul potentially pulling up for a shot after using the screen, especially with 2 teammates lurking near the basket. Seeing this, Paul swiftly executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball securely into Brown's hands. Brown, seizing the opportunity, charged towards the basket. However, midway through his initial stride, he found himself ensnared in Scola's embrace. Whistle. Offensive foul. Yang Li smiled faintly. It was clear that Brown had underestimated Scola's prowess. Scola was known for drawing multiple offensive fouls in a single quarter. This was not meant as a derogatory remark. Scola's knack for drawing fouls stemmed from his ability to position himself effectively and obstruct opponents' attacking paths. He would simply await the collision, regardless of the opponent's strength, and then gracefully descend onto the floor. The whistle blew, signaling the offensive foul. Yang Li gave Brown a thumbs up. Brown, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, helped Scola to his feet before passing the ball to Diop, who was poised for an inbounds play. Diop swiftly delivered the ball to Calder in that advancing to the front court. Scola established position in the low post, while the remaining four players dispersed beyond the three-point line. Brown-eyed Scola with a look of perplexity. Surely, this Argentine rookie, who is 7 centimeters shorter than me, intends to take me one-on-one? Brown thought. Recalling his previous accolades as a member of the all-defensive second team for 3 seasons. Yet to his astonishment, Scola indeed called for the ball, signaling his intent to go one-on-one. Calder, leveraging his height, lofted the ball over Paul's head to Scola. Concerned about Paul's potential help defense, Calder indecisively created space. Upon receiving the ball, Scola wasted no time and began to back down Brown. After enduring a couple of Scola's powerful post moves, Brown found himself sweating profusely. This Argentine rookie possessed remarkable strength. To withstand Scola's might, Brown had to lower his center of gravity. However, the very next moment, Scola executed a smooth spin move, using the backboard to score. Brown barely registered the play before the ball swished through the net. Scola flashed a grin at Brown, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Are we, my young friend?" The assistant coach's team resumed play, and this time, Brown ensured the quality of his screen was impeccable. Ragabell was unable to keep pace with Paul, but fortunately, Calder swiftly provided assistance. After being screened by Calder, Paul instantly recognized that Tony Allen was open. Taking immediate action, the unguarded Tony Allen cut towards the basket. Paul, displaying remarkable finesse, delivered a precise one-handed bounce pass to Tony Allen. Upon receiving the ball, Tony Allen opted to drive straight to the hoop. However, the paint was still guarded by 2 defenders from the head coach's team. Unsurprisingly, Allen's layup was thwarted by Bonner's defense. Scola promptly positioned himself behind Diop to secure the defensive rebound. Paul quickly retreated on defense. Addressing Tony Allen, "You should have taken the three-pointer earlier." "My apologies, Chris," Tony Allen replied, shrugging his shoulders. "I'm not proficient at shooting threes." This statement was not an excuse. He genuinely struggled with long-range shooting. Throughout his career, Tony Allen's three-point shooting percentage stood at a mere 28.2. His highest percentage occurred during his rookie season, where he achieved a rate of 38.7. However, this season, he participated in 77 games, yet attempted only 31 three-pointers. Unless presented with an utterly uncontested opportunity, he rarely took the shot from beyond the arc. Thus, it was imperative to commend Ragabell's defensive awareness in the previous possession, upon observing Calder's help defense. Ragabell swiftly navigated around the screen to pressure Tony Allen. This was precisely why Tony Allen opted for the cut instead of attempting a shot. Without a wide-open look, his chances of making the basket were slim. The ball found its way back to Calder's hands, and this time, the head coach's team opted for a 4-player perimeter spread, allowing Scola to establish position near the paint. Learning from the previous possession, Brown approached his defensive assignment with heightened caution. While maintaining his stance against Scola's post play, he remained vigilant for a potential spin move. Yet this time, Scola, after creating sufficient space, turned directly to face Brown and launched a shot. The basketball soared over Brown's head, finding its mark in the net with a clean swish. Brown stood momentarily dazed, incredulous. "Am I being put through boot camp here?" "Timeout." Malone, unable to sit still, decisively gestured for a pause in the action. On the assistant coach's side, aside from the ball handler Paul, only Battier posed a three-point threat. However, Diop remained glued to Battier, offering no opportunity for him to receive the ball. If Battier were to set a screen, it would be akin to committing a self-sabotaging act. The towering defenders, Legia, Bayer, and Dio, swiftly closed in on Paul, effectively trapping him to that moment. Paul found himself unable to even release the ball. After much deliberation, Malone ultimately decided to substitute DeGie for Diop. At the very least, DeGie could stretch the floor for a shot. Spoelstra seemed inclined to voice his thoughts, but upon noticing that the players had already taken to the court, he restrained himself. Yang, upon seeing him enter the game, smiled and shook his head. It was evident that Malone had not changed his ways. His in-game adaptability was lacking. Compared to Spoelstra and Carlisle, he could only thrive in well-prepared scenarios. Once the game began to deviate from his expectations, he easily found himself in a dead end. For instance, currently, the assistant coach's power forward lacked shooting capability. prompting the substitution of a more versatile shooter. However, such a strategy often equated to patching one hole while creating another. As the match continued, Paul and Deji executed a pick and roll. After the screen, Deji received Paul's pass and, with the defender yet to recover, stepped just inside the three-point line to make a long two-pointer. Swish, the ball sailed through the net. Deji finally secured the team's first points, triumphantly raising a small fist in celebration. Jose, Yao Ming called out as Calder dribbled past half court, promptly giving him a knowing look. Calder immediately understood, signaling to the waiting Bonner in the corner to come over. Bonner rushed forward, setting a screen for Calder, and Deji was sure to follow Bonner's movement. So after the screen, he switched to guard Calder and faced with Deji's defense. Calder feigned a move before accelerating past him, leaving Deji behind. Just as the excitement began to build, a bucket of cold water was splashed over it. Unfortunately, Deji's greatest flaw was his slow defensive footwork. This deficiency was a significant reason why Deji could not make it in the NBA. As soon as the opposing team switched defenders and a quicker guard sought to isolate Deji, he was utterly helpless, rendered powerless. Seeing Calder driving towards the basket, Brown quickly stepped up, aiming to intercept him. Calder executed a delicate bounce pass, sending the ball under Brown's arm to Scola. With an open basket before him, Scola leaped and dunked the ball with both hands. 6-2, Scola scored 6 consecutive points. Wreaking havoc in the assistant coach's paint, Malone's expression grew increasingly grave. Why did it feel like every move he made was anticipated by Yao Ming? Yao Ming merely glanced at Malone and offered a subtle smile. "Oh, Malone, why did you not consider moving Battier to the 4 spot and substituting Delu? Although Delu's overall ability might be average, at least he could reliably hit spot-up three-pointers and defend adequately. Yet, with Deji on the court, wouldn't he become a sieve on defense?" Ultimately, for Malone to become a championship coach, one must pay homage to Coach Jokic. The Nuggets' tactical framework is fundamentally built upon Jokic's elite playmaking ability. Popovich has openly stated, "It was not Kerr who made Curry exceptional, nor was it I who elevated Duncan's game." Similarly, this statement applies to Malone. He did not make Jokic great. Malone merely found himself fortunate to encounter Jokic and assist him in reaching the pinnacle of success. In truth, Yao Ming brought Malone on board to serve as his aide. The overall style and strategy of the Rockets were dictated by Yao Ming. What Yao Ming required was Malone's support, unifying the team's locker room, enhancing team cohesion, and uplifting player morale. These were the tasks Yao Ming aspired for Malone to undertake. As for Spoelstra, he belonged to the type that gradually honed his skills to perfection. Currently, he had excelled in training players, but his coaching prowess had yet to reach the level he displayed when leading the depleted Heat to the finals, given that both of these individuals hailed from backgrounds as video analysts. Their overall coaching style leaned toward strategic planning. Spoelstra excelled at post-game reviews, making adjustment for the next match, while Malone thrived in pre-game analysis, meticulously crafting a comprehensive game plan. These abilities were precisely what Yao Ming needed most. It was believed that after today's scrimmage, both would glean valuable insights. The game resumed. Although Deji's presence had worsened the assistant coach's defense, the offensive issues had notably improved. This time, Paul, utilizing Deji's screen, deftly maneuvered between 2 defenders. Confronting Scola under the basket, Paul lofted the ball high. Brown leaped, snatching the basketball midair with both hands before emphatically slamming it into the hoop. The assistant coach's team concluded this offensive sequence with a spectacular alley-oop. After all, this was Chris Paul, one of the league's foremost masters of the alley-oop. Once Brown landed, he pointed at Paul, signaling that the dunk was a moment of release. However, Paul immediately sensed something amiss and shouted, "Get back on defense." At that moment, Scola had already secured the ball with one hand, standing out of bounds. Whoosh, a quarterback-length pass arced across the court, landing perfectly in the hands of Dio, who had sprinted to the free throw line in the opposing half. Upon receiving the ball, Dio took a single dribble before leaping for a one-handed slam. From the moment the ball was inbound to the score, the entire fast break took less than 3 seconds. Yao Ming observed Dio's agile frame, chuckling to himself with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that this coffee-loving individual would later balloon to 249 pounds, 113 kilograms? It seemed necessary to add a rule: no coffee consumption during games and practices. Both teams exchanged points until the first half concluded, with the head coach's team leading by 6 at 34-28. This scrimmage was played in two halves of 15 minutes each. During halftime, the assistant coach's side wore solemn expressions, both coaches and players alike. Accepting minor penalties was one thing, but losing the game was utterly humiliating. Were they truly being outplayed by a team of rookies and veterans? Yang Li, perceptive of their thoughts, decided to increase the intensity and challenge them further. Matt, take a breather. David, you're up. Yang Li began outlining the strategy for the second half. Luis, in the second half, initiate the high post plays. The team exchanged puzzled glances at Yang Li. After all, Scola had been performing admirably down low in the first half. Why the sudden shift to the high post? Everyone remember three things: movement, screens, and cuts. After articulating these points, Yang Li turned to West and David, instructing, utilize your physical advantages to set screens for your teammates, and if the opportunity arises, drive to the basket. Yes, coach. West, having eagerly observed from the sidelines, was ready to take action. Once everyone took the court, Yang Li gestured for Yao Ming to sit beside him. Yao, do you recall the high post strategy we discussed? Yang Li pointed to Scola on the court. Scola excels at this. Pay attention and learn well. As soon as he finished speaking, Legia Bayer slipped to the opposite corner, utilizing West's screen. Meanwhile, Scola had already passed the ball to the corner, just as Legia Bayer stopped and turned. He received Scola's pass. Tony Allen, chasing from behind, quickly navigated around the screen to contest, but he still could not prevent Legia Bayer's shot. With a swift release, Legia Bayer drained a three-pointer. This success was not only due to Scola's precise pass, but also the quality of West's screen. Turning back, Paul, with Brown's screen, unleashed a three-pointer finesse ball. The young Paul was indeed formidable, and Yang Li grew increasingly pleased with his choice. It was time for the head coach's team to attack again. This time, Calder in brought the ball up court, handing it off to Scola at the high post before darting to the corner. West quickly moved in to set a screen for Calder in. Deji decisively shifted towards the corner, cutting off Scola's passing lane. However, this shift created a predicament. Scola had already pulled Brown out from the basket, and with Deji now covering the corner. The defender at the rim was none other than the 183 centimeters tall Paul. Without a moment's hesitation, West took a seat and immediately began to dominate the smaller players. Left with no choice, Paul had to commit a foul in advance. After the ball was re-inbound, it was handed over to Calder in for further action. This time, Calder in did not pass the ball to Scola, but instead charged toward the basket, utilizing Scola's high screen. However, Brown reacted swiftly, quickly blocking Calder in's path. What he did not anticipate was that Calder in would audaciously toss the basketball high above his own head. Simultaneously, West executed a swift spin and accelerated past Yao Ming. He then leapt into the air, catching Calder in's pass mid-flight and forcefully dunking the ball. Upon landing, West clenched his fists and let out a roar. This shout was a cathartic release of the frustration and resentment he had been harboring. For the past 2 years, he had played as a mere role player within the team, only to be treated as a trade throw-in to the Houston Rockets. In his inaugural practice game with the Rockets, he found himself relegated to the bench, finally given a chance to play. He yearned to express the pent-up frustration within him. Yao, what do you think of the partner I've found for you? Yang Li asked proudly, glancing at Yao Ming. Coach, do you mean David West? Yao inquired. Who else could it be? Yang retorted, continuing, Scola is indeed remarkable, but his abilities fall short of being the starting power forward for the Rockets. This was not a sign of Yang underestimating Scola. In fact, Scola could start for more than half of the teams in the league. However, with the Rockets aiming for the championship, that was not an option. The combination of Yao and Scola posed no issues offensively, yet defensively it presented significant concerns, especially against teams with elite big men like Duncan, Nowitzki, and Garnett. Scola could effectively serve as the tactical core of the second unit, allowing his skills to be maximally utilized and contributing significantly to the team's victories. Yao, Yang continued, I know your idol is Sabonis, so I want you to learn from his style of play. Coach, are you serious? Before Yang could finish, Yao sprang up in excitement that I can really play like Sabonis. Could you keep it down? Yang pulled him back down by the waistband of his shorts that I've watched the tapes from your rookie season. And I believe you have the potential to play like Sabonis. It's just a pity that year. Yang's regret was well understood by Yao, referring to Rudy Tomjanovich, his first mentor in the NBA. Unfortunately, Yao's rookie season was cut short when coach Tomjanovich resigned due to bladder cancer. The Rockets, who had once hoped to make the playoffs, ended up finishing ninth in the Western Conference, missing the postseason. Tomjanovich's coaching style was characterized by his willingness to provide superstars with ample opportunities to showcase their talents. During the two championship seasons, it was Olajuwon leading the Rockets to victory. Yang believed that the key to their success lay in adjustments made by Tomjanovich during the summer of '92. At that time, the starting point guard for the Rockets was our old friend Kenny Smith, the primary offensive initiator. Tomjanovich intentionally reduced Kenny's ball-handling responsibilities while increasing Olajuwon's playmaking duties, as a result. During the 92-93 season, Olajuwon not only achieved a career high of 3.5 assists per game, but also set a new scoring record of 26.1 points per game. The Rockets' record soared from ninth in the West to second. Although the previous season's ninth place was due to Olajuwon's injury, the season before that, they had only managed sixth place in the West at in summary. This adjustment fully unleashed the might of the Dream. Ultimately, in the 93-94 season, the Houston Rockets successfully ascended to the pinnacle, claiming the championship. In contrast, during Tomjanovich's tenure, Yao had delivered many spectacular passes, behind-the-back assists to Mobley and precise feeds from 45-degree angles to the basket. Yet, with the arrival of new coach Jeff Van Gundy, those dazzling passes seemed to vanish overnight. What emerged instead was a Yao whose playing style became increasingly rigid and whose movements grew sluggish. Van Gundy's dismissal was certainly justified. His coaching philosophy was excessively rigid and failed to qualify him as an outstanding team leader. Coach, rest assured. Yao looked at Yang with unwavering determination that I will strive to become the new Great Wall. Yang chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself how Yao still had a touch of youthful exuberance. By the way, Yao, there's one thing you must not forget, Yang said earnestly. Sabonis possesses three-point shooting ability. Yao furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded vigorously. He understood Yang's implication. He needed to work on his three-point shooting. What is the purpose of high-post playmaking? Yang mused aloud. It is to create sufficient space for teammates to maneuver, cut, and make backdoor runs. Yao listened attentively, like a diligent student. The more the playmaker can stretch the floor, the greater the space teammates have to operate. Yang gestured toward the court as he spoke. If you only possess mid-range shooting capability, you merely allow your teammates to occupy the area within the paint. However, if you can shoot from beyond the arc, you can give your teammates the entire area inside the three-point line to work with. This way, they can more easily find optimal positions for shooting opportunities. Having observed Jokic in action, Yang understood this principle thoroughly. Without a three-point shooting ability, opposing centers could afford to sag off. They could defend your mid-range shots while quickly retreating to protect the rim. Consequently, Jokic's effectiveness will be significantly diminished. However, with his three-point shooting prowess, the scenario shifts dramatically. Even if you possess elite rim protection skills, you must respect Jokic's range and step out to the three-point line. Otherwise, a simple flick of his wrist could result in a three-pointer that teaches you a lesson. Yao nodded thoughtfully, recalling how Sabonis had given his opponents a tough time with his three-point shooting in international competitions. Your ankle isn't fully recovered yet, so there's no need to train with the team, Yang advised. Use this time to enhance your upper body strength while also working on your three-point shooting. In fact, this period of recovery for Yao's ankle presented an excellent opportunity for upgrading. While lower body training was not feasible and not particularly necessary, the slim Yao of his rookie season had been able to overpower Ben Wallace, dunking over him reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Ben, after all, was among the best interior defenders in the league, with top-tier strength. Further enhancing lower body strength would yield minimal practical benefits and could negatively impact speed and agility, resulting in a net loss. Conversely, developing upper body strength would not only enhance physicality, but also improve ball handling ability, by bolstering upper body strength while engaging in extensive shooting practice. He could maintain a feel for the game as his strength increased. Following this, Yang laid out a simple verbal plan for Yao's future training. Their conversation continued. The practice game concluded. Unsurprisingly, the coach's team emerged victorious. The players on Yang's side were elated, while those on the assistant coach's side hung their heads in disappointment. They simply could not comprehend why, despite possessing the advantage in skill, They had been consistently outplayed by the coach's team. The most aggrieved of all is Brown. After all, he is the starting center for the Hornets. Yet upon arriving at the Rockets, he was utterly outperformed by a rookie. Malone and Spoelstra fared even worse. While the other players had completed their laps, the two of them still had several more to go. In the gaze of many onlookers, they finally concluded their lengthy shuttle run training. Once again, Yao Ming gathered everyone together to commence his speech. This time, the players were no longer as lackadaisical as before. They all stood in an orderly fashion, their eyes fixed on Yao Ming, attentively listening to his address. Previously, they had shown a lack of respect towards Yao Ming, believing him to be merely a part-time coach. However, actions speak louder than words. Just moments ago, Yao Ming had made selections under disadvantageous circumstances and had easily triumphed over the assistant coach's team. Yao Ming's capabilities needed no further elaboration, akin to Duncan's arrival at the Spurs. In the inaugural practice match, he had decisively outperformed the General Robinson, establishing his core position within the team for the next 2 decades. The same principle applies to Yao Ming. The NBA operates on the premise that strength speaks for itself. Back when Jillian returned to China after failing to secure a place in the NBA, the media attributed it to his personality issues, claiming he could not integrate into the NBA's team culture. Yet, in reality, if Jillian possessed the prowess of Yao Ming, no matter how difficult his personality, numerous teams would have been clamoring for him. Of course, alongside persuasive reasoning, one must also possess virtues to win others over. After today's training concluded, Yao Ming promptly ushered the players onto a bus. They headed directly to the most popular Chinese restaurant in Houston, the Yao Ming restaurant. Tonight's entire bill would be graciously covered by Boss Yang. Upon arrival, Yao Ming warmly welcomed everyone into the restaurant. Earlier that afternoon, Yao Ming had reserved the largest private room at the Yao Ming restaurant, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of training to treat everyone to a meal. Not only the players but also the assistant coaches and trainers were in attendance. Allow me to say a few words. Yao Ming raised his glass and spoke. Today, firstly, we celebrate the inaugural team training of the new season. And secondly, we aim to immerse ourselves in our nation's culinary culture. Apart from Yao Ming, Deji, and Liu, the others appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend Yao Ming's eloquent Chinese address. We have no strict rules today. I shall drink first as a toast, Yao Ming declared, lifting his glass and downing its contents in one go. After finishing, he displayed the bottom of his glass, prompting everyone to exchange glances. Kinbang. Junku. Yao Ming also raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Deji followed suit without hesitation, finishing his drink in one gulp. Bro, we're drinking red wine, not beer, Liu quietly remarked from the side, before also raising his glass and swallowing it down. Observing this, the others promptly lifted their glasses and followed suit. After drinking, Malone took out a small notebook he always carried, swiftly jotting down a few lines while muttering to himself. Fantastic! Today I learned something new about red wine culture. The following morning, as everyone gradually awoke, they realized they were already lying in their beds. Although each had their own room, their attention was collectively captivated by the magnificent view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wow, Boss Yang is incredibly generous, Liu exclaimed excitedly, standing by the window. I've never stayed in such a fine hotel in my life, and it's situated right in a scenic area. Moments later, a blonde beauty dressed in a maid's outfit knocked on the door, inviting Liu to the restaurant for breakfast. Yao Ming had already been waiting for them. Upon seeing Liu, he greeted him warmly. Liu, come sit. Yang's own Liu cheerfully sat beside Yao Ming, sipping a cup of soy milk. This hotel is truly impressive. The garden outside is larger than any park we have back home. It must cost a fortune to stay here, Yao Ming calmly replied after sipping his nourishing porridge. This is my home. Cough, 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 Liu sputtered, nearly choking on his sour soy milk. Just moments ago, he had stood by the second-floor window, admiring the surrounding scenery. Wherever he looked, it was a sprawling garden that seemed to have no end. He had assumed it was a scenic area, only to realize this was Yao Ming's residence. As Liu wiped the milk from the corner of his mouth, Dur suddenly barged in. Coach, do you know the owner of this hotel? Dur inquired as he approached Yang. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with something here? Yao Ming asked. No. Dur quickly waved his hands, then leaned in conspiratorially to Yao Ming's ear. That waitress was truly stunning. I feel as though I've fallen in love. Yang Li shot Dora a glance, bemused at how the French were renowned for their infatuation with beautiful women. So, what do you intend to do? Yang Li asked, a playful smile on his face. I want our name, Dora replied, his face alight with hope. Oh, is that all? Yang Li nodded. Her name is Daisy. However, she is not a waitress but rather my housekeeper. Before Yang Li could finish, the restaurant door swung open once more, revealing a procession of beautiful maidens in various outfits, each carrying trays brimming with delectable dishes. Dior's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Why are there so many daisies? Then it dawned on him. Housekeepers? He suddenly understood the implication. Welcome to my home, Boris. Yang Li smiled, gesturing for him to take a seat. Dior was momentarily rendered speechless, plopping down in his chair with a thud. From that day forward, the entire Rockets team grasped the meaning of being wealthy in both character and riches. After all, only the elite of Texas could afford such a sprawling estate. In the ensuing days, the Rockets spent their time diligently fine-tuning their tactics. On October 10, the NBA preseason officially commenced. The Rockets were scheduled to play a total of 8 preseason games, and Yang Li utilized all 8 to practice their strategies. After all, real combat is the best way to assess tactics. Merely engaging in practice games often obscures many issues. Yang Li ensured that all 14 players, aside from Yao Ming, participated in every game, distributing playing time evenly. Observing the Rockets' frequent substitutions, fans began to criticize Yang Li vehemently. While other teams were honing their strategies, it appeared the Rockets were merely training their players. I see Yang Li's coaching strategy now. It's all about who has the energy to play. He's relying on sheer endurance to it seemed genius. Yet if the game were not limited to 48 minutes, this tactic might have genuinely been effective. Goodness, so in the NBA, it's not about skill, but rather stamina, is it? In the final preseason game, the Rockets faced off against the New Orleans Hornets. This summer, Yang Li had just traded McGrady to the Hornets, and everyone was eager to witness the spectacle of this historic rivalry. However, the once iconic duo of Yao and McGrady was now reduced to just McGrady participating in the match. Yao Ming sat on the bench, dressed in a suit, watching the game unfold, effectively rendering McGrady a lone warrior against the Rockets. The match was brutal. McGrady, a master at dominating weaker teams, unleashed an astonishing 58 points against the Rockets. Leading his team to victory, it seemed he was also eager to exact revenge for being traded away from the Rockets, as he played nearly the entire game. The rookie Paul experienced the chilling reality of McGrady's 58-point assault for the first time. Ultimately, the New Orleans Hornets secured a narrow victory at 105-101. Aside from McGrady, the other Hornets players performed adequately, with only J.R. Smith surpassing 10 points. In contrast, despite the loss, the Rockets had 6 players scoring in double digits, with all 14 players contributing to the scoreboard. Even DeLu managed to go 2 for 2, racking up 4 points and assisting teammates on 2 occasions. Following this match, Yang Li felt he could finally drop the facade. He had thoroughly prepared for the new season. The Rockets were ready to soar. However, prior to that, the Houston Rockets are set to experience a significant event. As early as 6 months ago, Yang Li had been contemplating the acquisition of the Houston Rockets. Simultaneously, another noteworthy endeavor was underway: the construction of a new arena in downtown Houston. Indeed, this will be the Rockets' very own home court. The rationale is quite straightforward. The previous arena bore the name of a certain Japanese brand. Yang Li simply disdained its name, and that was that. Following the conclusion of the preseason, the Houston Rockets will officially move into the new Huali Center. Yang Li's motives extend beyond mere frustration. The establishment of a new arena also serves as a resounding advertisement for Huali Group, reaping multiple benefits in one fell swoop. On November 2, 2005, the Houston Rockets at the Huali Center will host the Sacramento Kings. This marks the Rockets' first regular season game of the season and is undoubtedly the most anticipated match of the day. It is worth noting that there are a total of 14 regular season games scheduled today, meaning only 2 out of the 30 teams are not competing. To stand out in today's match would undeniably validate Yang Li's formidable influence displayed during the offseason. Today, no one is concerned with which team might emerge victorious. All eyes are on whether the Rockets can avoid defeat. The Rockets' opponent today is well chosen, as they are facing the Sacramento Kings, who suffered a loss to the New Orleans Hornets just yesterday. Moreover, the Rockets too faced a defeat against the Hornets in their final preseason game. That it can be said that today's contest is a fiercely contested affair. However, it must be acknowledged that the Rockets hold the advantage. After all, the Kings just lost to the Hornets on the road yesterday and are now facing the Rockets in a back-to-back challenge in Houston. The Rockets possess both home court advantage and a physical edge. In such circumstances, if they were to lose, it would undeniably signify a complete failure of Yao Ming's maneuvers from this summer. Across the ocean, Yu Shifei was providing commentary in the studio with Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping. During the players' warm-up, the two engaged in a discussion about the series of enigmatic maneuvers executed by the Rockets during the offseason. Zhang, I know you have always been a staunch supporter of the Rockets and Yao Ming. Yu Jia remarked, prompting Zhang Weiping to respond, that I am curious about your thoughts on this summer's major adjustments within the Rockets and the coaching change. That Yu Jia's statement was quite explicit. Haven't you always been attentive to the Rockets and Yao? You must answer this question. You can't feign ignorance. With a chuckle, Zhang Weiping replied, this situation appears utterly unreasonable. Yet it is, in fact, quite rational. Yu Jia exclaimed, well, you've deemed it reasonable. So please elaborate. He continued, what is unreasonable about it? And what makes it reasonable? First, consider this. Zhang began, the Yao McGrady duo should be regarded as one of the strongest inside-outside combinations since their separation. Indeed, Yu Jia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Currently, in the league, the only combinations that can rival this are Wade and Shaquille O'Neal from the Heat and Nash and Stoudemire from the Suns. You possess one of the league's most formidable combinations. Yet suddenly, and without warning, you trade away one of them. Zhang gestured with his right index finger, emphasizing that such a move is entirely unreasonable. That I believe many fans share the same sentiment as Zhang. Yu Jia stated, turning to Zhang Weiping with an eager expression, could you explain how this is considered reasonable? Isn't it simple? Zhang Weiping laughed. The Rockets' new owner, Yang Li, clearly doesn't understand basketball. Anything he does is unsurprising. Yu Jia was taken aback, never expecting Zhang to directly criticize Yang Li. Domestic fans watching the match at home erupted into laughter, applauding Zhang Weiping's candidness. This Zhang Weiping truly serves as the voice of my network. Yu Jia continued to inquire, so, who do you believe will win today's game? Based on past performances, last season the Rockets had 51 wins and the Kings had 50, indicating that both teams are evenly matched. Zhang Weiping offered a balanced perspective, which was somewhat unexpected. However, he noted the Rockets traded McGrady during the offseason, and Yao is sidelined due to injury. At this point, everyone felt reassured, realizing Zhang had a caveat. However, the Kings also traded away their star player Chris Webber last season. Zhang's statement left everyone gasping, clearly indicating the challenges both teams faced. Of course, these comparisons are purely player-centric. The most crucial factor lies in the coaching. Zhang finally unveiled his analysis, highlighting that Adelman has an extensive coaching career spanning over 20 years, with his Princeton system achieving success with the Kings. After laying the groundwork, he then pointedly contrasted this with Yang Li, whose age pales in comparison to Adelman's coaching experience. This revelation elicited amusement from domestic fans. Zhang is disregarding team capabilities and merely comparing head coaches. How can Yang Li possibly secure a victory? Indeed, as a rookie coach with no prior basketball-related experience, the prospects appeared grim. As the saying goes, no hair on the mouth, no solid work. Can a mere 25-year-old youth effectively lead an NBA team? Zhang continued to express his skepticism. Yu Jia, ever the provocateur, chimed in, are you suggesting the Rockets are destined to lose? In this era devoid of online harassment, Zhang's boldness was commendable. However, one cannot say too much. Merely hinting at the situation. While Yu Jia suggested the Rockets' defeat was a foregone conclusion, Zhang asserted that the Kings were certain to win. With Zhang's assertion, anticipation built for the upcoming match, if domestic commentators held such views. One could only imagine the sentiments of American media. Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith specifically chose the Rockets versus Kings matchup among today's 14 games for their broadcast. Furthermore, this contest stands as the only nationally televised game devoid of star players. The reason is evident. The Rockets attract substantial viewership. Following this summer, what team can rival the Rockets and Yang Li in terms of popularity? Even the negative attention contributes to their allure. Charles, while I've always considered you quite the loudmouth, Kenny remarked, I genuinely find myself in agreement with you this time. The Rockets are undoubtedly a struggling team this season. Oh, come on, Kenny, Charles retorted, dismissively gesturing. Your skepticism towards the Rockets stems entirely from your admiration for Yao. If Yao were fit to play, you wouldn't be so critical of the Rockets. No, no, no. Kenny repeatedly shook his head in denial. Even if Yao is healthy this season, I firmly believe the Rockets will fail to reach the playoffs. What are your thoughts on today's game, then? Barkley inquired. What can I say? Kenny shrugged. I naturally view it as a joke. Under normal circumstances, with Yao Ming's chaotic management this summer, one would expect tickets for the Rockets' home games to be hard to sell. Yet sometimes, things unfold in peculiar ways. Surprisingly, tickets for the Rockets' 05-06 season opener sold out entirely. It is noteworthy that the new Huali Center boasts a seating capacity exceeding 20,000, rivaling New York's Madison Square Garden. A substantial crowd filled the arena, with most attendees arriving merely to witness the spectacle of the Rockets' potential defeat and Yao Ming's possible embarrassment. Upon observing the astonishing attendance at the Rockets' home game, Adam Silver, far away in the New York office, seemed to grasp a new understanding. I see now. So this is how tickets can be sold out. Yao Ming was also taken aback, as he found himself once again provoking a moment of enlightenment in Shaohua. Naturally, he had no time to ponder such matters. This was, after all, Yao Ming's inaugural official match as a coach. Being of Chinese descent, he was keen on securing a promising start. I know everyone has been eagerly anticipating this day. Yao Ming gathered the players around him, stating that they had prepared diligently for 2 full months. Now was the time to showcase their true skills. Yes, coach, the players responded in unison as the game commenced. The strategy was to let Chris take the lead, while Brown and David executed pick-and-roll plays. This tactic had been Paul's signature move during his tenure with the Hornets, especially after acquiring the boxer Chandler. The effectiveness of this strategy had reached new heights. The warm-up concluded, and both teams approached the center circle, ready to tip off. The starting lineups for today's matchup were CPJ Brown versus Brad Miller, PF David West versus Sharif Abdurrahim, SF Sean Battier versus Pages Stojakovic, SG Rajabell versus Bonzi Wells, PG Chris Paul versus Mike Bibby. During the tip-off, Brown's superior leaping ability allowed him to snatch the ball, directing it to Paul behind him. Paul, unhurried, brought the ball up court, signaling his teammates to position themselves promptly as the Rockets settled into position. Adelman on the sidelines suddenly furrowed his brow. The positioning of the Rockets players seemed rather intriguing. Brown moved close to the free throw line, while the other 4 players positioned themselves beyond the three-point arc. Battier and Rajabell lurked in the corners, ever ready to receive and shoot. Paul held the ball at the top of the key. As West approached to execute a handoff pass, Bibby closely shadowed Paul, while Raheem followed West's lead in defense. After Paul and West completed the handoff, both players decisively switched defensive assignments. Paul then feigned a handoff, and upon witnessing the Kings switch, he accelerated towards the paint. Raheem, unable to keep pace with Paul, could only delay him symbolically, leaving the subsequent defense to the center, Miller. Meanwhile, Brown stepped forward to set a screen for West. Bibby, in pursuit of West, collided directly into Brown. With no one guarding him, West cut sharply towards the basket, leaping high just past the free throw line. Paul's pass soared over Miller's head, landing perfectly in West's hands midair. Thud! The basketball was emphatically slammed into the hoop by West. At that moment, Raheem had just arrived under the basket, rendered powerless to prevent West's spectacular dunk right above him. Surely, no one could have anticipated that the Houston Rockets would commence the new season with such a breathtaking highlight. Well done, David, Yao Ming shouted. Simultaneously, the players on the bench waved their towels fervently. Even Yao, clad in a suit, rose excitedly, clenching his fists. This is the point guard and power forward I have always yearned for. What were those others? However, in stark contrast to the Rockets' exuberance, the fans in attendance remained remarkably composed. It wasn't that they were indifferent. They were simply taken aback by the Rockets' explosive opening act, though the home team had executed a stunning play. Not a single fan cheered. One might think they were in the Kings' home court. Television viewers back home were equally incredulous. Is this real? Did the Rockets just run a play? This Yao Ming seems to possess a certain acumen. Impossible, utterly impossible. A mere commoner like Yao Ming, How could he devise such a strategy? This tactic essentially exploited the vulnerabilities that arose during defensive switches following high screens, just like this particular play. When Raheem switched to guard Paul, he presumed the ball was directed to West. Thus, he failed to anticipate Paul's drive, leading to his eventual bypass. Subsequently, Paul confronted only the Kings center, Miller. At this juncture, Brown had two options: either cut directly to the basket unopposed or set a screen for West. Regardless of the choice, both would yield an opportunity to attack the rim unguarded. However, Brown astutely observed Raheem's movements and recognized that after being beaten by Paul, Raheem was already retreating towards the basket. Brown understood that if he impulsively opted to cut, he risked being intercepted by the already activated Raheem. Meanwhile, West had also initiated his move, even ahead of Raheem. Thus, the optimal decision was to screen for West against Bibby's pursuit. What appeared to be a complex three-player coordination was merely a series of correct choices made by each individual. Paul chose to fake the handoff before driving. West opted for an unopposed cut to the basket. Brown decided to set a screen for his teammate. Each player's basketball IQ was elevated, making the execution seamless. Yao Ming learned this principle from Popovich: if every player on the court performs their duties correctly, victory will follow. The simplest way to gauge a player's basketball intelligence is to observe their off-ball performance. For ordinary players, lacking off-ball ability is manageable, as they can comfortably assume a role player's duties without needing to dominate offensive plays. Conversely, a superstar who can only operate with the ball but cannot move without it becomes a liability within the team. You must find another star who can play off the ball to facilitate their success. If a star cannot play off the ball and lacks shooting ability, it becomes necessary to recruit both an off-ball star and another who can create space. Yet, to return to the point, a star who excels both with and without the ball, in conjunction with a space-creating star, is the quintessential composition of a championship team. Engaging with someone who cannot play off the ball and lacks shooting ability is simply a waste of time, unless one has been thoroughly misled. The match continued as the Kings entered their offensive phase, with the ball entrusted to Bibby. The team must be noted that this current iteration of the Kings is far removed from the illustrious team of yesteryears. Once, the Kings were a team where everyone could handle the ball, capable of delivering exquisite passes straight to the basket at any moment. Now, they rely solely on Bibby's perimeter playmaking and Miller's high-post facilitation. Bonzi Wells, a swingman devoid of shooting and playmaking attributes. Peja possesses a sharp three-point shot, but lacks ball-handling skills and is a defensive liability. Raheem can shoot threes, albeit inconsistently. He lacks the speed of small forward, the toughness of a power forward, and any passing ability. With such a lineup, Adelman surely finds himself in a quandary. It is no wonder that he departed from the Kings following the 2005 to 2006 season. In contrast, the Rockets exhibit a clear division of roles. Paul orchestrates the offense, while Brown and West handle high-post operations. Battier and Rajabel, as wing players, focus on spot-up threes offensively, while providing robust perimeter defense. Though the Rockets may not exhibit the dazzling offensive flair of the peak Kings, their distinct roles ensure they are undoubtedly a cohesive unit on both ends of the court, faced with the Rockets' tenacious perimeter defense. Bibby had no choice but to engage in a high screen with Miller. After the screen, Bibby passed the ball to Miller, while Wells used his considerable strength to push Rajabel aside. The referee remained silent, and Wells surged towards the basket. Miller, quick on the uptake, swiftly fed the ball into the post. Upon receiving the ball, Wells leapt, right hand poised, ready to smash it into the hoop. Just as Wells was about to complete the dunk, a shadow suddenly emerged from his side. West surged forward, leaping high to intercept Wells' dunk, forcefully bringing both player and ball crashing down to the ground. Indeed, Wells possesses considerable strength. However, he is merely a heavyweight swingman. West, on the other hand, stands at an imposing height of 6 feet 9 inches, making him a robust power forward. How could Wells possibly contend with him? Furthermore, at this juncture, West is not yet the seasoned veteran familiar to young fans as the older version of West from the Warriors. Although West's athleticism may not rank among the elite in the league, he is still quite capable of running and leaping. When Wells' dunk was thwarted, time on the court seemed to momentarily freeze. The players on the Rockets bench were initially taken aback, but soon rose in unison, wildly waving their towels. Meanwhile, Uncle Moo stood up, extending his right index finger, shaking it with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing the thunderous cheers from the crowd, the players on the court finally snapped back to reality. They quickly scrambled for the rebound. Brown, positioned closest to the basketball, was the first to rush in and secure it, while Paul simultaneously appeared before him, signaling for the ball. Without hesitation, Brown passed the ball directly to Paul. After receiving the ball, Paul did not even dribble. He executed a long pass to the front court. The Kings players hurriedly retreated on defense, but Battier had already anticipated the play and sprinted ahead. After catching the ball, Battier leapt into the air like Batman, slamming the ball through the hoop. This display seemed rather inconsistent with the Battier we remember. The Battier in our minds appeared to only shoot three-pointers on the offensive end, and we had never witnessed him attempting a dunk. Yet, all of this was indeed real. Battier was not the player that everyone had presumed him to be. During the draft training camp, Battier's physical fitness and lateral speed were the best among his peers. While trying out for the Atlanta Hawks, an assistant coach had him and Jason Richardson engage in a game known as Superman training, simultaneously performing sprints while completing dunks at both ends of the court. After Richardson had exhausted himself and lay down, Battier continued to showcase his skills for a while longer before finally stopping. Ultimately, Battier triumphed over Richardson, who would later become a two-time All-Star Dunk Contest champion in 2002 and 2003. With a score of 70-63. Remarkably, after running 70 court sprints, Battier was still capable of executing dunks. Such a simple fast break. Wasn't Battier just casually dunking? The Rockets, having executed a cut to begin the game, triggered a defensive counterattack, prompting Adelman to call a timeout decisively. The on-the-fly decisions of seasoned coaches are nothing short of astonishing. At the very least, they know when to call a timeout. Yao Ming recognized that Adelman was about to reconfigure the defensive strategy and promptly took out his tactical board to illustrate his plans. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Kings devised a mismatch isolation play following a screen. Miller received the ball near the free throw line, with Paul, who barely reached his shoulder, behind him. This scenario was one the Rockets had practiced countless times, and Battier immediately charged in to double-team Miller alongside Paul. With good court vision and passing awareness, Miller distributed the ball to Stojakovic, who had been left open the moment Battier approached. However, this decision was entirely predictable. The instant Miller released the ball, Raja Bell had already positioned himself in the passing lane, following an exquisite steal. Bell quickly advanced towards the opposing basket. Fortunately, Bibby was swift enough to pivot and accelerate, catching up to Bell just in time. Before Bell could attempt a layup, Bibby slapped his arm, executing a clever tactical foul that halted the Rockets' fast break while preventing them from reaching the free throw line. As the Rockets prepared to inbound the ball, Brown set a screen for Paul, who easily received the ball. Faced with Bibby's defense, Paul remained remarkably composed, dribbling with one hand while directing his teammates' movements. Observing Miller stepping up his defensive position, Battier and Raja Bell promptly executed a cross screen along the baseline. Notably, after setting a pick under the basket, Battier moved directly to the opposite corner, while Bell sprinted towards a 45-degree position beyond the three-point line. Wells, trailing behind him, collided directly with West, who was setting a screen for Bell in that instant, Paul swiftly delivered the ball to Bell. Bell, upon receiving the pass, launched an open three-pointer. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. The Rockets led the Kings 7-0. The crowd seemed to awaken at last, erupting into applause for the Rockets' splendid teamwork. This was no longer the Rockets we remembered, who had previously struggled with tactical execution. With the absence of star players, the Rockets had discovered an effective style of play. Goodness, it turned out that it was not the role players hindering Yao and McGrady. Rather, it was Yao and McGrady who had impeded the role players. Ridiculous. None of the 5 players on the court were from last season's Rockets roster. Oh dear, does this imply that the Rockets' transformation is entirely due to Yao Ming's maneuvers? No, I cannot accept that. To suggest so would be to defame Yao Ming. Meanwhile, the two commentators witnessing this unfold in the broadcast booth found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on the Rockets' performance at the start of this game? Yu Jia reverted to the old routine, tossing the question to Zhang Weiping. Today, the Rockets exemplify what we often refer to as a collective effort. Zhang Weiping's seasoned commentary skills were put to the test. With McGrady and Yao absent, every player on the Rockets could contribute in their own familiar way, which made perfect sense Well, it was reasonable. He finally came around. Regardless of others' reactions, the game was bound to continue. For Yang Li, coaching from the sidelines for the first time, adrenaline surged through him in such an atmosphere. It was genuinely challenging for Yang Li to maintain his composure. Ever since West's alley-oop at the start of the game, Yang Li had not sat down, but he remained on the sidelines, meticulously observing every occurrence on the court. From his position, he could even hear the sound of muscles colliding during the players' confrontations. This sensation was more exhilarating than playing basketball with his partners. This is the allure of competitive sports. At the end of the first quarter, the Rockets led the Kings by 9 points. 27-18, the Kings struggled offensively and were utterly helpless against the Rockets' defense. Had the Rockets not substituted in their bench players during the latter half of the first quarter, they would have easily surpassed 30 points. In the second quarter, the Kings also brought in their substitutes, only to be thoroughly outmatched by the Rockets' second unit. Even when the Kings reintroduced their starters in the final minutes, they could not halt the Rockets' onslaught. Ultimately, the Kings managed a mere 12 points in the second quarter, totaling just 30 points for the entire first half. In stark contrast, the Rockets surged ahead, amassing 58 points by halftime. With a 28-point lead, it was nearly safe to declare the Kings defeated before the game commenced. Aside from those within the Rockets organization, no one would have anticipated such an outcome. After all, this was a Rockets team stripped of its two premier stars. Yet, for Yang Li, this result was entirely unsurprising. Following the Kings' trade of their franchise player Chris Webber, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament. While the Kings could still deliver an impressive performance against teams with average wing defenders, they faltered against those with stronger defensive capabilities. Previously, with Webber in the lineup, the Kings could rely on his individual prowess to break through tough defensive matchups. However, post-Webber, the team's most formidable wing player, Stojakovic, was merely a spot-up shooter, incapable of effectively penetrating the opponent's defense, making victory elusive. The Rockets, however, boasted elite wing defenders, Shane Battier, Rajabel, and Tony Allen, each renowned for their presence on the all-defensive team. Even when Paul was forced to switch onto the wing, he could disrupt the opposing offense with his exceptional defensive instincts. As the third quarter commenced, Yang Li reintroduced the starters and urged them to play aggressively without reservation. This was not merely due to Yang Li's desire to punish a beleaguered opponent. Rather, he aimed to provide the bench players with an opportunity to take the court to be. By the end of the third quarter, Edelman's expression had darkened considerably. The Rockets led 85-47, enjoying a staggering 38-point advantage. Thus, the fourth quarter descended into utter garbage time. DeG, Allen, and Alou were all summoned to the court. Meanwhile, the unactivated Mudashio and Banner were not idle, fervently waving towels in support of their teammates from the sidelines. It is no wonder that Tony Allen has been selected for the all-defensive team 5 times. Even during garbage time, his fighting spirit remains as fierce as if he were competing in the finals. DeG and Alou, benefiting from the capital accumulated by their teammates in the first 3 quarters, played the entirety of the final quarter. Not a single fan in attendance left early. They all cheered loudly. They were either rallying for the substitutes or criticizing Yang Li. This is due to a long-standing tradition at the Rockets' home games. Whenever the Rockets win and score over 100 points, every fan present receives a complimentary hamburger. Since Yang Li became the owner, this tradition has been elevated. It is no longer merely a hamburger, but a full hamburger meal. Therefore, Yang Li's decision to field the substitutes in the fourth quarter was perceived by the fans as a miserly act, aimed at ensuring the score did not exceed 100 points, thus avoiding the need to distribute meal packages. With 2 minutes remaining in the game, DeLu and DeG executed a brilliant pick and roll. After the screen, DeG received Alou's pass beyond the 3-point line and raised his hand for a shot. The fans collectively held their breath, watching the ball soar toward the hoop. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, and the score for the Houston Rockets changed from 98 to 101. The Toyota Center erupted in cheers, and the DJ promptly played celebratory music. Great shot, DeG. Yes, it's in. It's in. Zhang Weiping could not help but burst into laughter in the broadcast booth, bringing a smile to Yu Jia beside him. Today, the Rockets truly lived up to what Coach Zhang mentioned. Yu Jia remarked, the entire team is on the same page, and our DeG and Alou are playing exceptionally well. In the remaining 2 minutes, the Kings had lost all desire to compete. However, the Rockets did not let their guard down. They remembered Yao Ming's words clearly. AS role players, they needed to cherish every opportunity to step onto the court. Every hustle and every shot would be seen by others. Of course, when Yao Ming spoke these words, he unconsciously thought of a 12-year-old Eastern boy named Chi. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Houston Rockets triumphing over the Sacramento Kings with a resounding score of 105-66. This significant victory was not as exaggerated as it seemed. The Kings in their season opener had also faced a 67-93 defeat against the Hornets. That Hornets team featured key players such as Paul, Brown, and West, merely substituting two starters with J.R. Smith and Nabar. The enhanced roster only outperformed the Hornets team by 13 points, as Coach Young would say. This outcome is quite reasonable. After the game, Yao Ming thought he could finally gain recognition. Yet the results proved him naive. The Rockets, resting at home, had defeated the weary Kings in a back-to-back match, which was hardly a feat worth boasting about. The Kings had suffered a 20-point loss to the Hornets the previous day, followed by a more than 30-point loss to the Rockets today, indicating that it was not the Rockets' strength, but rather the Kings' weakness. Trading away a star player. What good can come of it? The Kings were a bloody example. And what are the Rockets? How should they be viewed after trading McGrady? Just wait and see. The Rockets are next. Yao Ming had encountered many such comments. Even after the Warriors won the championship in 2015, there were those who claimed the Warriors had numerous issues. You can never satisfy everyone, but you can achieve results that satisfy yourself. 2 days later, on November 5th, the Rockets welcomed their second opponent of the season, the New Orleans Hornets, to the Toyota Center. One cannot help but wonder how the schedule was arranged. It seemed as if it had been tailored specifically for the Rockets. At the season's outset, both the Hornets and Rockets had the opportunity to warm up against the Kings before clashing with each other. After all, as the parties involved in the summer's most significant trade, the outcome of the Rockets versus Hornets game would decisively answer the question, who benefited from the trade, the Hornets or the Rockets? Prior to the game, the press conference was charged with tension. Since the conclusion of the preseason, I had eagerly anticipated this match, that McGrady still appeared somewhat bleary-eyed, but there was a hint of intensity about him. Neither team had been fully prepared during the preseason. However, today, we were ready. I would secure victory for the New Orleans Hornets and for every individual in New Orleans. This summer, New Orleans was ravaged by a hurricane, displacing thousands and causing immense loss. Thankfully, the Hornets had acquired McGrady, bringing hope to their community, but I deeply regret the plight of the people of New Orleans following the disaster. Yao Ming did not immediately delve into discussing the game. Instead, he began with remarks befitting a corporate leader. Earlier, our Huali group had donated $5 million in supplies to those affected, and I had previously committed to contributing an additional $5 million for New Orleans reconstruction. As he finished speaking, the camera flashes erupted. Although as a team operator and head coach, Yao Ming may not have been exemplary. As an entrepreneur, he certainly excelled that, of course. Yao Ming suddenly smiled and said, "If the Hornets manage to defeat us at home today, that figure will change too." He extended a finger point. 10 million. 10 million. The moment the words left his mouth, the assembled media were left astounded. If one considered this a gamble, Yao Ming was indeed wagering for a donation that, if not, the outcome of a single game would determine whether 5 million or 10 million would be donated. A far greater gamble. Of course, no one would naively believe that Yao Ming's generous donation stemmed purely from benevolence. New Orleans, situated on the southern edge of the Great Plains, serves as a crucial grain export center along the Mississippi River. It is also home to numerous agricultural producers and wealthy merchants. Thus, New Orleans is one of the key target markets for Gwilly Machinery's clients. Donating to disaster relief was merely a means to expand their customer base. Yao Ming would not be personally footing the bill. It would be Gwilly Machinery covering the costs. Huali merely acted as the sales channel for Gwilly Machinery, fully orchestrating the matter. The ultimate goal was for Huali to gradually replace Gwilly, culminating in a transfer of assets. This was the ultimate aim of the duo. It is worth noting that Yao Ming managed to evade being forced to sell the team largely, because he had indeed donated $5 million to New Orleans. This sum is considered substantial even among NBA team owners. As for the players, they were merely employees, not capital. How much could they really donate? As the most prominent star in the NBA at this moment, Kobe Bryant has only donated $150 $0.000. In contrast, the big-ticket Kevin Garnett generously contributed $1.5 million, making him the highest donor among NBA players, although LeBron James did not make a monetary donation. He participated alongside Kobe, Tracy McGrady, Garnett, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and 29 others in a charity game initiated by Kenny Smith. Ultimately, this charity event raised over $1 million, all of which was allocated for the reconstruction efforts in New Orleans. It is notable that such a grand charity game only managed to gather a little over $1 million. Today, however, should the Rockets lose, Yao Ming will donate an additional $5 million. Can only imagine how precious the outcome of this game is. Thus, Yao Ming's bet has successfully galvanized the entire New Orleans Hornets team, with each player eager to teach him a lesson, as the players warmed up on the court before the game commenced. Yao Ming felt the weight of countless intense gazes directed at him. Whenever a player on the opposing team dunked or sank a three-pointer, they would steal a glance at him. Even head coach Byron Scott occasionally glanced at Yao Ming while studying the tactical board. Yao Ming remained remarkably composed, for to him, the $5 million was merely a trifling sum that as long as he secured a few significant contracts during the post-disaster reconstruction phase, he would easily recoup that amount. Ultimately, the benefits would still accrue to the one providing the resources that, in stark contrast to the Hornets' explosive warm-up, the Rockets displayed a much calmer demeanor, in a rather peculiar atmosphere. The pre-game warm-up concluded, and both teams gathered near the center circle to prepare for the tip-off. The starting lineup for today's match were CPJ Brown versus Jamal Magloire, PF David West versus Boris Diaw, SF Sean Marion versus Rasul Butler, SG Rajabell versus Tracy McGrady, and PG Chris Paul versus Speedy Claxton. With McGrady's arrival, J.R. Smith was relegated to the role of the team's sixth man. However, this forced adjustment proved to be remarkably effective, as J.R. became the team's second scoring option. The Hornets lineup, while slightly stronger than McGrady's teammates during his tenure with the Magic, still had its limitations, likely only capable of barely scraping into the playoffs. Nonetheless, the expectations for the Rockets were exceedingly low, as they were ranked last in the league. In this light, the Hornets seemed to hold the upper hand, particularly at the shooting guard position, where they undoubtedly had the advantage with Tracy McGrady. The matchup at center was particularly intriguing, as last season, due to Magloire's injury, Brown had stepped in as the starting center for the Hornets. Previously, for 2 seasons, Magloire had been the steadfast starting center for the New Orleans Hornets. Today would reveal who was truly the dominant force. As the game commenced, both teams immediately engaged in a fierce offensive battle, specifically between McGrady and the entire Rocket squad. The Rockets executed a high pick and roll, resulting in a mid-range jumper that McGrady responded with a pull-up jumper. Following a cross screen, the Rockets launched a three-pointer to McGrady, utilizing a screen, also sank a three. The Rockets cut to the basket for a layup that McGrady stormed through for a two-handed dunk. One could hardly dismiss the palpable rivalry between McGrady and the Rockets. However, McGrady's style of play presented a significant issue. His stamina could not sustain such intensity throughout the game. This was not the preseason, where defensive intensity is often lax. The Rockets boasted a roster filled with defensive specialists, particularly on the wings with Battier and Bell. These two players could effectively defend against McGrady. Even managing to contain Kobe Bryant at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Hornets led the Rockets by 2 points, 28-26. However, when McGrady sat out, he was already gasping for the start of the second quarter. Yao Ming grasped the source of McGrady's audacity. The lineup remained unchanged, but J.R. was substituted in for McGrady. J.R. Smith had been selected by the New Orleans Pelicans as the 18th pick in the first round of the 2004 draft. In his rookie season, he averaged 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 1.9 assists. Although he did not make the all-rookie team, his performance as a high school draft pick was commendable. This season, J.R. was expected to clash with Scott, leading to his gradual marginalization within the team. Unexpectedly, McGrady's arrival inadvertently resolved this issue that J.R. had initially been confident in securing a starting role as the team's shooting guard, which had prompted his disputes with Scott. However, with McGrady's presence, it was clear that no amount of confidence could convince him that he could usurp McGrady for that starting position. Consequently, J.R. willingly embraced the role of the sixth man. In the preseason and the first 2 regular season games, he performed admirably, ranking as the second leading scorer for the New Orleans Hornets, trailing only McGrady. while the Rockets faced a formidable McGrady in the first quarter. They were more than equipped to handle a second-year player like J.R. As soon as J.R. received the ball, Paul would swiftly double-team him. Although J.R. possessed impressive scoring abilities, his ball handling skills were merely average. Especially when pressured, he struggled to distribute the ball effectively. He recorded one air ball on a contested three-pointer, was stripped once, and even committed a 24-second violation, leading to a complete shutdown in his performance. Meanwhile, McGlure was overwhelmed by Brown, who scored multiple mid-range jumpers over him. Scott, feeling helpless, called a timeout. Then, he resorted to his secret weapon. His star player. Once the timeout concluded, McGrady re-entered the game. Yang Lee, observing McGrady endure back pain to return to the court, felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, for the sake of winning, he decided to ramp up the intensity against McGrady. In addition to having Bell and Battier continue to wear him down defensively, Yang Lee instructed West to post up McGrady after switches. With McGrady already heavily fatigued and nursing a back injury, this strategy proved to be too much for him. In this quarter, the Rockets managed to outscore the Hornets by 6 points at halftime. The Rockets led 54-50. As Yang Lee anticipated, McGrady immediately retreated to the locker room during the halftime break, where the Hornets team doctor awaited him. "Tracy, I have some unfortunate news for you," the doctor said solemnly after examining McGrady's injury. "You likely won't be able to continue in this game, and upon returning to Oklahoma, I will need to conduct further evaluations on your back." The prognosis does not look promising. Following the hurricane that devastated New Orleans, the Hornets temporarily relocated to Oklahoma. "No way. I must finish this game." McGrady furrowed his brow and decisively rejected the doctor's advice. "Please give me a cortisone injection. I am determined to bring this victory to New Orleans. Tracy, I advise against this course of action." Yang Lee unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the Hornets' locker room. "It's just a regular season game. Don't jeopardize your career for it." "Yang Lee," McGrady's expression shifted to one of surprise. "What are you doing here? This is the home court of the Houston Rockets." "A venue I funded." Yang Lee chuckled. "So it wouldn't be strange for me to appear anywhere, would it?" "Please leave our locker room immediately," McGrady replied, somewhat displeased. "Your presence here is quite impolite. The unwritten rule in the NBA prohibits home team personnel from entering the visiting team's locker room. I am merely standing at the door and have not crossed any boundaries," Yang Lee remarked, pointing to the door frame above his head to emphasize his point. "Moreover, I came out of goodwill to offer you a reminder." "No need," McGrady declared resolutely. "I do not require your pity. As for the $10 million in charitable donations," Yang Lee did not take offense at McGrady's words, "that I assure you, regardless of the outcome of the game, I will donate $10 million." McGrady's small eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise as he turned to gaze at Yang Lee. The outcome of the game was already evident in his heart. Yang Lee, with a hint of resignation, smiled gently. "If your indignation stems solely from my trade of you this summer, then do as you please." After speaking, Yang Lee shook his head and turned to leave, leaving McGrady to ponder in the locker room. There will not be instances in this book where a single game spans over 10 or 20 chapters, similar to the 2K manager mode. The primary information will be conveyed, and then the game will be simulated, much to the chagrin of those who revel in reading tens of thousands of words for a single match. Here, that will not occur. At the post-game press conference, a curious journalist inquired, "Coach Yang Lee, you had made a wager prior to the game that if the Rockets won today, you would donate $5 million to aid the reconstruction of New Orleans. But if you lost, you would donate $10 million. Yang Lee nodded, affirming the authenticity of the wager. The Rockets triumphantly defeated the New Orleans Hornets, who were missing their star McGrady for the second half. With a score of 105-84, are you pleased to have saved that $5 million? The journalist pressed. "First and foremost, I must express," Yang Lee brought the microphone to his lips, "that I am indeed happy about winning this game." The room erupted in boos from the media. He genuinely, so pleased about saving $5 million, they murmured. "However, my joy is solely attributed to the victory," Yang Lee continued, his expression grave as he addressed the audience. "For I cannot find happiness in the calamity that befell New Orleans this summer." The journalists were momentarily taken aback by Yang Lee's poignant stance. "And so, I have decided," Yang Lee proclaimed firmly into the microphone, "to donate an additional $10 million in supplies, all directed towards the reconstruction efforts in New Orleans." This revelation hit the media like a resounding dunk, leaving them momentarily stunned. Ultimately, Yang Li had always intended to donate that $10 million. The wager of $500,000 versus $1 million was merely a ploy to draw attention to his charitable efforts. Unsurprisingly, the following day, headlines across major media outlets extolled the Houston Rockets owner Yang Li for his generous donation of $10 million. Orders from across North America surged overnight as a result. With no game scheduled for the next 2 days, Yang Li took the opportunity to enjoy a brief respite. The publicity surrounding his donation catapulted his name into the limelight, making him a household name across America. So, what does this have to do with taking a break? Quite a lot, because Yang Li's ex-girlfriend had come to find him, previously unable to tolerate his carefree demeanor. She had chosen to part ways. However, upon witnessing Yang Li's sudden rise in reputation, she decisively opted to rekindle their romance. Yang Li harbored deep feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have set her song as his ringtone. Yang Li, did you know? His ex-girlfriend murmured as she lay against his chest. I've recently written a song about us, and I am eager to sing it for you. Yang Li furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Could it possibly be that song? Wait a moment, she said, rising from the bed and retrieving the guitar she had once gifted him from the wall of the bedroom. After visiting Yang Li, she discovered he had kept the guitar hanging there, which deeply moved her, prompting an intense game between them. What she was unaware of was that Yang Li had taken it out from storage in anticipation of her visit. Furthermore, the storage contained not only the guitar she had given him, but also a necklace, a watch, a tennis cap, and a plethora of other items to avoid confusion. He had even labeled each item meticulously. A hallmark of a masterful time manager. Once her guitar was tuned, she turned to Yang Li and flashed him a sweet smile. Girlfriend. Yang Li immediately recognized the song. The legendary Girlfriend had catapulted Avril to pop stardom. In an era when mobile technology was still in its infancy, that song was the first on his MP3. It was no wonder that his first act upon his rebirth was to seek out Avril and pursue a romance with her. After all, who wouldn't want to turn dreams into reality? Their breakup had a straightforward cause. Avril discovered Yang Li flirting with other girls. While this might be a significant issue in their home country, in the United States, it was hardly a matter of consequence. After all, Yang Li had never ventured to Raleigh Island, which was already a testament to his restraint. During their 2 days of respite, Yang Li and Avril honed their basketball skills together, as season partners. They quickly regained their previous synergy. Yang Li's time spent improving his craft had only enhanced his skills, making Avril increasingly reluctant to part ways with her old basketball companion. Even with a performance scheduled for the following day, she was loath to cease their practice. Ultimately, it was Yang Li who reminded her of his important game the next day, cautioning that overexertion on the courts might compromise his condition. Only then did they bid a reluctant farewell, with the driver taking Avril to the airport. On November 8th, the Houston Rockets welcomed their third opponent of the season, the Orlando Magic, at the Toyota Center. One might wonder if the scheduling was deliberate. Having just faced former McGrady, they were now set to battle former Francis. However, both exes shared a common trait. Their teams lacked the prowess to reach the playoffs. Before visiting Houston, the Orlando Magic had suffered 3 consecutive defeats, languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Despite a seemingly solid roster, their performance was dismal. In theory, such an opponent should not warrant Yang Li's concern. He could easily play casually. Yet, Yang Li insisted that this game held significant importance, not for the win or loss, but rather because he aimed to bolster Diop's confidence and elevate his market value. He had a purpose. Today, the lineups for the match are as follows. Sidi Sagana Diop versus Dwight Howard PF David West versus Tony Batty SF Sean Battier versus Hito Turkoglu SG Raja Bell versus Deshaun Stevenson PG Chris Paul versus Steve Francis. Fans are undoubtedly familiar with the center of the Magic, Howard, as the star among stars. He's the most vital component of the Magic. However, that pertains to the later iteration of the team. The current squad is still missing a crucial figure, Rashard Lewis. Prior to Lewis's arrival, the Magic lingered on the fringes of the playoffs. As the first overall pick in 2004, Howard played all 82 games last season, averaging 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 1.9 blocks per game. Achieving a double-double in his rookie season and maintaining that average across the first 14 seasons of his career is commendable. However, today, Howard is poised to face a formidable challenge. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches and weighing 120 kg, he finds himself matched against Diop, who towers at 7 feet and weighs 136 kg. Diop possesses a clear advantage in both height and weight. Renowned for his explosive physicality, Howard has long been considered one of the most athletic centers in the league. Yet Diop is no pushover either. Otherwise, how would such a rugged player have been selected 8th overall in the first round of the 2001 draft? The reason Diop has remained without a team is simply that for the past 4 years, he has relied solely on his athleticism without developing any offensive skills. However, others overlook a crucial point. Despite his lack of technique, Diop is not lazy. On the contrary, this summer, he has been the hardest worker in the Rockets training regimen, much to the delight of the training fanatic, Spoelstra, who has pushed him to train until the last minute every day. With offensive skills elusive, the plan is to refine his defensive abilities to the utmost. This is the path Yao Ming has charted for Diop, perfectly aligning with his circumstances that it can be asserted that. In terms of rim protection, Diop is now among the top 5, if not the top 3 centers in the league. In contrast, the Magic's Howard struggles to shoot, Batty avoids three-pointers, Stevenson lacks accuracy for beyond the arc, and Francis boasts a mere 25.7 three-point shooting rate. The only players on the team capable of shooting from distance are starting small forward Turkoglu and backup guard Jameer Nelson. How can a Magic possibly play? They can only charge towards the paint, each carrying a metaphorical explosive. This scenario perfectly aligns with Diop's area of expertise. In this match, Diop played a full 37 minutes, ultimately grabbing 16 rebounds. Additionally, he benefited from 5 assists from Paul and West, scoring 10 points achieving a double-double. He also delivered 6 blocks to the Magic. All 3 statistics marked new career highs. Ultimately, Diop helped the Rockets easily defeat the Orlando Magic with a score of 96-82. Following this night, media coverage predominantly focused on Howard. The first overall pick in the 2004 draft was thoroughly outperformed by a player on the fringes of the league. Consequently, Diop's value soared overnight. Numerous teams in search of solid center have begun to contact Yao Ming. After all, the center position for the Rockets is exceedingly crowded, and Diop is merely the 3rd center on the roster. So his asking price should not be exorbitant. However, Yao Ming has his own plans and decisively rejected all trade requests. Following this victory, the Houston Rockets stand undefeated in 3 games, dominating the top of the Western Conference. In the studio, Charles, are you feeling anxious? After summarizing the recent performance of the Rockets, Kenny Smith provocatively remarked, "The Rockets have won 3 games. If they win 16 more, you'll have to kiss my backside." Frankly, the Rockets' 3-game winning streak was indeed unexpected. Barkley, not one to spout off mindlessly, acknowledged the Rockets' performance to a degree, but noted that all 3 opponents were teams unlikely to reach the playoffs. So, are you suggesting that the Rockets were merely fortunate to win these 3 games? Kenny, ever the instigator, probed further. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. In any case, it is still premature to draw conclusions. Barkley flipped through his notepad and continued, "The Rockets' next opponent is the Miami Heat, last season's Eastern Conference champions." Despite Shaq's absence, the Rockets are also missing Yao Ming. This match will provide us with the answers we seek. That on November 10th, the Houston Rockets traveled to Miami to challenge the formidable Eastern Conference team, led by Dwayne Wade. Last season, the Miami Heat achieved an impressive record of 59 wins and 23 losses, entering the playoffs as the top seed, sweeping the Nets in the first round and the Wizards in the second. The team's star Wade undoubtedly played a pivotal role, his performance far exceeding that of his teammates. In 8 games, Wade averaged 28.6 points, 6.6 rebounds, and 8.4 assists. Meanwhile, the second star, the marquee player Shaquille O'Neal, averaged only 17.9 points and 7.9 rebounds, his dominance waning. Even in the Eastern Conference Finals, facing the league's best perimeter defense in the Detroit Pistons, the 2 teams battled it out until Game 7, with the Heat narrowly losing. Wade's averages of 25.8 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 4.3 assists were the highest among all players in the series. That O'Neal's statistics saw a slight uptick from the previous rounds, but he only managed 26 points and 7.6 rebounds. It is no exaggeration to say that by 2005, Wade had already emerged as a significant player capable of leading his team to victory in the playoffs. Thus, after dominating 3 lesser teams, the Rockets finally faced their first formidable opponent of the season, a team that was originally poised to contend for the championship, even without one half of their star duo. O'Neal Wade still had the support of Iron Man Mourning, White Chocolate Williams, the Glove Payton, Big Baby Walker, and the familiar Haslam. A team must be noted that the nicknames of players from this era are all uniquely distinctive. Unlike later generations where players are often referred to as the God or the Bro, one might mistakenly believe that these were the fast-paced comrades gathering for an NBA annual meeting. Every player in Heat's rotation is a notable figure in the league. In contrast, among the Rockets, the only player of renown is the 39-year-old Mutombo. Other players' reputations pale in comparison to the likes of Mourning and Payton. Furthermore, this game takes place at the Heat's home arena, the American Airlines Arena, that a comparison of the starting lineups reveals a clear disadvantage for the Rockets. CPJ Brown versus Alonzo Mourning, PF David West versus Udonis Haslam, SF Sean Battier versus Antoine Walker, SG Rajabell versus Dwayne Wade, PG Chris Paul versus Jason Williams. As the players took to the court, nearly everyone believed the Rockets were destined to lose. However, Yao Ming stood confidently on the sidelines, convinced that this match was theirs for the taking. Mourning undoubtedly stands as a formidable presence in the paint. However, he is, after all, limited to a single kidney. Born in 1970, he has now reached the age of 35, and his physical condition has significantly declined. On the other hand, Brown of the Rockets is merely 3 months older than Mourning, yet he has consistently maintained exceptional fitness levels, having participated in over 70 games in every season except for the 1998 to 1999 season. Remarkably, during the 2004 to 2005 season, he completed all 82 games without missing a single one. In terms of defense, a fully fit Brown is roughly equivalent to a compromised Mourning, which should not pose much of an issue. Offensively, both players primarily score through second-chance opportunities in the paint, complemented by their mid-range shooting. However, unlike Mourning, Brown possesses an additional playmaking ability. Thus, in the center position, the Rockets hold a slight advantage. As for the power forward position, the discussion is rather straightforward. West, a first-round draft pick in 2003, contrasts sharply with Haslam, who went undrafted in 2002 and joined the Heat as a free agent in 2003. Previously, West's potential had been stifled by the Hornets, but this season he has flourished under Yong Lee's trust. In comparison to Haslam, who is relegated to performing the dirty work, West boasts a more reliable mid-range shot and an additional playmaking skill. Therefore, Haslam has little opportunity to gain the upper hand over West. In the small forward position, Battier from the Rockets exemplifies stability and efficiency, while Walker represents the antithesis, marked by inefficiency. Throughout the annals of NBA history, Walker's scoring seasons averaging over 20 points per game certainly rank among the least efficient. Otherwise, he would not have been discarded by the Celtics. Not once, but twice. In the shooting guard position, Wade undoubtedly surpasses his counterparts. Although Rajabell offers a more balanced offensive and defensive presence, the two faced each other only once in the 2005 to 2006 season, with Bell recording 22 points and 4 rebounds, while Wade tallied 25 points and 2 rebounds, resulting in an evenly matched performance. Finally, we arrive at the comparison between the most reliable point guard and the most flamboyant one. Team may sound audacious, but even in his rookie season, Paul eclipses the peak performance of White Chocolate. On the other side of the ocean, there exists a player whose style closely resembles that of White Chocolate, nicknamed Yellow Chocolate. His gameplay is characterized by an audacious flair. In truth, for the average spectator watching Yellow Chocolate, the experience parallels that of a head coach observing White Chocolate in action. When one player has the ball, the other 9 panic, and the entire arena yearns to administer a resounding slap to him. It has been previously mentioned that Paul's career assist-to-turnover ratio is an astonishing 4-to-1, while White Chocolate stands at 2.8 to 1 at first glance. This appears commendable, doesn't it? However, those who have witnessed White Chocolate's gameplay understand that his 2.8 assists often come at the expense of a turnover that is far more exasperating than the average player's single misstep. The dazzling passes of White Chocolate indeed captivate audiences, but frequently they deceive not only opponents but also his teammates. The result is that teammates are left bewildered, allowing opponents to seize the ball and initiate a counterattack. How could this not induce a headache for the head coach? During his tenure with the Kings, White Chocolate led the team to the second round of the playoffs in his third year, only to be swept by the Los Angeles Lakers the following year. The Kings traded him for White Devil Mike Bibby, which propelled the Kings to the Western Conference Finals, where they battled the defending champions, the Lakers, to a decisive Game 7 in that climactic match. Bibby scored an impressive 29 points, leading the Kings in a fierce contest until the very end, though they ultimately fell short. Aside from the Kings, the other three playoff opponents of the Lakers collectively managed to secure only a single victory against them. Compared to White Chocolate, Bibby's style of play is far more pragmatic and efficient, resulting in a vastly different impact on the team. Moreover, Paul, when compared to Mike Bibby, exhibits a steadier style of play, not to mention greater efficiency. Thus, the truly skilled point guards represent a significant step above those who merely engage in flashy antics. As both teams conclude their warm-ups, the game is set to commence. The opening jump ball sees morning gain possession. Wade receives the ball, opting not to pass to Williams, but instead advancing it himself. It seems Wade is acutely aware of White Chocolate's tendencies and recognizes that handling the ball himself is the most prudent approach. He is genuinely concerned that White Chocolate might reward himself with a no-look pass upon entering the game. In this possession, Wade executed a straightforward play. After Morning set a screen, he took a step back and launched a shot. Wade particularly enjoys initiating the game in this manner to gauge a shooting touch, and once he finds his rhythm, it becomes a nightmare for the opposing team. The ball struck the rim and bounced down, resulting in a score. Yao Ming furrowed his brow, sensing that today's match might require considerable effort. If Wade successfully sinks his mid-range shot at the start of the game, the opposing team is bound to have nightmares. The moniker Flash is not given lightly. Prior to his injury in the 2012 to 2013 season, Wade's ability to penetrate defenses was undoubtedly among the league's elite, just like the opening shot when a center sets a screen. Wade can easily exploit it to bypass his defender and drive straight to the basket. However, Wade typically refrains from employing this strategy immediately. He prefers to first test his mid-range shooting touch. If it misses, he will not rush into flash mode, but instead play more cautiously. Yet if he finds success, the situation simplifies dramatically. After the screen, defenders must choose whether to guard his jumper or his drive. The moment a defender hesitates for even half a second, Wade will either take the shot or easily glide past them. It can be said that Wade has mastered the art of combining finesse and power to an exceptional degree. Stopping him is virtually impossible. The only viable strategy is to limit his shot attempts. Before the game, Yao Ming advised West that if Wade makes his first mid-range shot, the defensive focus should shift entirely to him. Whenever Wade receives the ball, defenders should converge on him, ready to provide help defense. As for Haslam, they can afford to give him a little space, as his mid-range shooting is not lethal, should he opt to attack the basket. Brown will be there, and others can provide timely assistance. With Haslam's efficiency around the rim, even if Paul steps in, he can significantly impact Haslam's performance. But what if Haslam decides to pass the ball? That would be an unnecessary concern. If he truly possessed such skills, Wade would not have recruited Bosch in the first place. As anticipated, this defensive strategy proved effective. Wade, standing at only 1.93 meters, faced considerable limitations when double-teamed. Not only did his drives become constrained, but his mid-range shots were also severely affected. The phrase Jordan, but 5 centimeters shorter, serves as both a commendation and a lament for Wade. Had he possessed a height of 1.98 meters, he might have reached a level comparable to that of peak Jordan. However, constrained by his height, he finds himself repeatedly launching himself toward the basket whenever his team requires a strong finish. If he could rely more on mid-range shots, perhaps his battered knees could withstand the rigors of the game for a few more years as the first half drew to a close. Wade had attempted only 9 shots, successfully making 4, with free throws contributing to his total of 10 points. Conversely, Haslam found some joy today, securing the second most attempts on the team with 8, resulting in 4 successful shots and a total of 8 points. Morning and Walker recorded 7 and 6 points, respectively, while Williams struggled, hitting only 1 of 4 attempts for a mere 2 points out on the Rockets' side. The situation is rather intriguing. The standout performer of the team turned out to be Raja Bell, who matched up against Wade. Perhaps due to West alleviating some of the defensive pressure, Bell's offensive performance in the first half was quite remarkable. He had 10 opportunities to shoot from beyond the arc, converting 6 of them. It is not that Wade is incapable of defending against Bell. Rather, the quality of the screens set by the Rockets is exceptional. This past summer, Yao Ming dedicated an entire month to training the Rockets on pick-and-roll techniques, meticulously refining every detail from positioning onwards. The rationale is straightforward. He wants to avoid witnessing the Rockets repeatedly penalized for illegal screens, resulting in unfair calls from the referees, as Wade faces constant double teams on the offensive end. He must also chase the indefatigable Bell from one end of the three-point line to the other on defense. How can he possibly endure such physical exertion? In theory, this situation should have prompted Williams and Walker to assist in alleviating some of the defensive pressure. However, what caliber of defense do these two possess? White Chocolate is notoriously known as a defensive black hole on the perimeter, with numerous teams exploiting him as a target during their offensive plays. Walker's one-on-one defensive capabilities can be deemed acceptable, yet his awareness in switching is virtually non-existent. Yao Ming capitalized on this weakness, prompting the Rockets to continuously employ off-ball movement to tear apart their defensive line. The result was a complete disarray. Most absurdly, during one offensive play in the second quarter, Bell and Battier executed a baseline cross screen. After completing the screen, one player darted towards the left corner while the other circled back to the left 45-degree angle to set a pick for Paul. Meanwhile, the adorably portly fat Buddha Walker inexplicably found himself stationed in the right corner, guarding thin air. Consequently, Wade pursued Battier, while Bell received Paul's pass in the corner and sank a three-pointer, thanks to the Heat's abysmal defense. Although Paul managed to score only 5 points in the first half with a mid-range jumper and a three-pointer, he distributed 8 assists, effectively orchestrating the entire offensive system of the Rockets. Ultimately, the Rockets led the Heat by 8 points at halftime, with a score of 47-39. As the head coach of the Heat, Stan Van Gundy recognized the team's issues and made adjustments during the halftime break. He promptly benched White Chocolate and brought in the veteran Gary Payton, who had performed admirably in the latter half of the second quarter. The Glove Payton earned his nickname for a reason. His defense is akin to a glove, tightly adhering to his assigned opponent. His absence from the starting lineup was solely due to his advanced age of 37. However, he was still capable of playing a full half. In addition, Walker was replaced by James Posey at the small forward position. Both of these players, along with White Chocolate, had arrived at the Miami Heat through a significant 5-team trade in August of this year. The media later regarded this move by Riley in the summer of 2005 as one of the most pivotal trades in the history of the Heat, as it directly contributed to their championship victory in 2006. Posey, like Battier, is a top-tier 3 and D player, and his defensive awareness far surpasses that of the offensively inclined Walker. With the substitution of 2 defensive stalwarts for the second half, the Heat's defense decisively elevated to a new level. Furthermore, Payton's exceptional playmaking abilities allowed him to organize the offense, liberating Wade to focus on off-ball movement and executing isolation plays as the primary ball handler on the wing. Naturally, Yao Ming would not remain passive under such circumstances. When faced with the Heat's adjustments, the Rockets were prepared to counterattack. Both Payton and Paul are historically elite point guards known for their two-way prowess. However, Paul had only participated in 4 official games up to that point. In terms of both experience and skill, he had yet to reach his future potential. Presently, aside from his youthful vitality, Paul found himself overshadowed by Payton in nearly every aspect, even in terms of physical attributes. Payton stood a full 10 centimeters taller than Paul. A seasoned veteran like Payton could easily handle a rookie like Paul. The same could be said for Calderon, who, while slightly taller than Paul, was thoroughly outmatched by Payton in every regard. Given this situation, why not consider a different approach? Why must traditional point guards face off against one another? The Rockets had the French wizard Boris Diaw on their roster. Diaw is capable of playing any position from point guard to center. In the 2005-06 season, Diaw had already broken into the Phoenix Suns starting lineup during Stoudemire's injury, often filling in as the point guard when Nash was off the court. This was no mere fluke. Diaw performed exceptionally well in that role. His averages of 13.3 points, 6.9 rebounds, and 6.2 assists during that season serve as definitive proof if he didn't possess considerable talent. Would he truly be dubbed the French Wizard? Standing at 2.03 meters, Yao is mismatched against any current point guard. This mismatch allowed him to frequently draw opposing point guards to the weak side, engaging them in one-on-one battles. With his height and reach, Yao could score both facing the basket and with his back to it. When faced with shorter opponents, he would either shoot over them or back them down near the paint for easy scores. Initially, the Heat players were unaware of Yao's prowess and attempted to double-team him. However, they were taken aback by Yao's exceptional passing skills as soon as the defense committed to the double-team. Yao would quickly deliver the ball to his unguarded teammates. After a few possessions, no one dared to approach him again. Simultaneously, while Yao was deployed against Peyton, Yongley substituted Scola for West, currently apart from Yao Ming. Scola is the Rockets' most proficient player in back-to-the-basket situations. The rationale for bringing in Scola was straightforward: to have him and Yao continuously attack Peyton on the offensive end. The strategy was to wear him down and torment him. In contemporary parlance, Yongley's tactic could be termed the old man exhaustion strategy. Years ago, the Cleveland Cavaliers employed a similar strategy, having LeBron James and Kyrie Irving take turns isolating against Curry, thereby continuously exhausting him defensively. Despite the low success rate of these isolations, they effectively drained Curry's stamina. Once his energy waned, his offensive threat significantly diminished, and guarding Irving became increasingly challenging, if this was true even for Pete Curry. How could the 37-year-old veteran Peyton withstand such pressure? Within a quarter, Peyton was already drenched in sweat. Once Peyton's stamina was depleted, it was time for the Rockets' showtime. The perimeter players continuously interchanged positions, utilizing screens to create open looks. As soon as a player found space, Scola, who was orchestrating from the top, would deliver the ball directly to him. If Haslam focused too intently on disrupting Scola's passing lanes, Scola would simply elevate and take a mid-range jumper to conclude the possession. Fortunately, Wade was still present. During Peyton's time on the court, he managed to score 12 points in that quarter through a combination of drives and jump shots. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket and could not prevent the team's impending collapse. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets exploded for 32 points in that period, leading the Heat by 16 points with a score of 79-63. At this juncture, Van Gundy found himself at a loss for solutions. His only hope rested on Wade momentarily transforming into a 193-meter-tall Jordan to salvage the team from disaster. Meanwhile, Yongley, holding a 16-point advantage, focused on maintaining composure and not letting up. Since Bell had played an excessive amount of minutes in the first three quarters, he was given a breather. The team still had another shooting guard, the Mad Dog. With a nearly full-strength Tony Allen replacing Bell, he clung to Wade like a piece of chewing gum. Allen exerted maximum effort to defend each possession. Yongley's motivational words echoed in his ear. "Tony, remember, your current driving ability is not yet outstanding, and your shooting is not stable enough. If you want to establish yourself in the NBA, you must defend like a mad dog, clinging to your opponent. You must never lose sight of him, bite at him, and torment him. Even if you score nothing, if you can hold your matchup to fewer than 10 points. Your contribution to the team is equivalent to scoring 10 points. When this innate defensive powerhouse encountered an equally relentless PUA practitioner, the results were nothing short of remarkable. Wade only rested for a mere 5 minutes throughout the first three quarters, and by the final quarter, his stamina had begun to wane. Once Tony Allen, the relentless defender, clamped down on him, Wade's performance plummeted. After all, he is not the true Jordan in the last quarter. Wade played only 6 minutes before taking a seat, managing to score merely 2 points through free throws. With half a quarter remaining, further play seemed unnecessary, as it had devolved into garbage time. The Heat fans in attendance began to exit early, unable to conceal their disappointment in the home team. Meanwhile, the likes of DeGie and DeLu were all smiles, as they had earned valuable 6 minutes of playing time, as the final whistle blew. The Rockets triumphed over the Miami Heat with a resounding score of 97-81. Wade finished with 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, making him a standout player for the Heat. In contrast, his counterpart, Rajon Rondo, also achieved a personal best, sinking 8 three-pointers for a total of 24 points, proving to be the key contributor to the Rockets' victory. Following this match, the Rockets boasted a flawless record of 4 wins and 0 losses, dominating the entire league. Honestly, Charles, Kenny said with a mischievous grin. I'm going home today to choose my swimwear style. Calm down, Kenny, Charles replied, bemused. Even though the Heat are missing Shaq, the Rockets' performance has exceeded all expectations. Kenny, glancing at Yang Li on camera, suddenly remarked, if Yao Ming returns this season, the Rockets will be strong contenders for the championship. After stating this, Kenny quietly muttered, perhaps it's all because of Yang Li? No, Kenny, I believe it's still premature to discuss the Rockets as title contenders. Barkley interjected, interrupting Kenny Smith that he maintained a relatively cautious stance regarding the Rockets. He held no grievances against Yang Li or the team. Rather, he wished to keep an objective perspective in the discussion. Have you noticed a critical issue? Barkley began to analyze. This current Rockets team consists either of rookies or players who were previously underutilized. I understand your point, Charles replied, quickly grasping that the team's success stemmed from sheer determination. Once we reach the halfway mark of the season, these players will either hit the rookie wall or face a period of stagnation. Exactly, Barkley nodded. While I might be on board with your views, the true nature of this Rockets team will only become apparent after Christmas. Their dialogue proved prophetic. The Rocket style was soon adapted by other teams, making their game increasingly arduous. As it stood, none of the players on the court were genuine superstars. Paul and Westbrook were still in the developmental phase, far from all-star status. Relying on a cadre of rookies and role players was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. In the following month, the Rockets played 15 games, securing victory in only 5. Not only was the Rockets' form lacking, but the teams they faced were generally formidable. Aside from the Hawks and Kings, they encountered no easy opponents. With the Mavericks led by Dirk Nowitzki, the Spurs featuring Tim Duncan, the Nets with Vince Carter and Jason Kidd, and the Pistons boasting their 5 Tigers, none were pushovers. Thus, after an initial 4-game winning streak, the Rockets gradually faltered, currently holding a record of 9 wins and 10 losses, placing them 9th in the Western Conference. The team found itself in an awkward position, teetering on the brink of the playoffs. Initially, following the 4 consecutive victories, the Rockets and Yang Li's reputations had begun to improve. However, just a few days later, the Rockets became the target of widespread criticism once again. See, I told you, the Rockets are merely adept at defeating weaker teams. And now, their true colors are showing that if Tracy McGrady were here, the Rockets would at least be a playoff team. Interestingly, the New Orleans Hornets had won one more game than the Rockets and were currently 8th in the West. Had Yao and McGrady both been present, the Rockets might have even been positioned in the upper half of the playoffs. The Rockets' middling record was hardly better than outright tanking. Faced with the current predicament, Yang Li was not one to remain idle. After a prolonged period without action, he resolved to make a move once more. Just days ago, Ron Artest audaciously expressed to the media his desire to be traded, citing that his playing style was being restricted with the Pacers. The underlying issue, however, was the irreconcilable conflict between Artest and head coach Rick Carlisle. Artest's public declaration of wanting to be traded undoubtedly crossed a line with the team. Consequently, the Indiana Pacers placed Artest on the injury list while seeking a new home for him. Interestingly, Artest even named his desired destinations: the New York Knicks and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Ultimately, he pressed his face against the cold shoulders of both teams, who expressed disinterest in acquiring him. Initially, many assumed this was a ploy orchestrated by Artest's agent, inciting such behavior. However, Artest's agent, Stevens, claimed he was unaware of Artest's intentions to leave the Pacers and did not support his departure. What a spectacle! This entire farce was a one-man show by Artest. Such an individual was undoubtedly viewed as a problem child, prompting other teams to steer clear of him. Yet, Yang Li chose to do the opposite. He proactively reached out to Indiana's general manager, Larry Bird. Unlike his outright rejection during the offseason, the Bird exhibited a noticeably warmer demeanor this time. Bird was aware of Artest's trading value, albeit not excessively so. In terms of capability and performance, Artest was undoubtedly an all-star caliber player. However, considering his temperament and other factors, he was akin to a ticking time bomb in the locker room. Playoff-bound teams would certainly shy away from acquiring such a player. The uncertainty of his contribution to the team was overshadowed by the potential disruption he could cause to existing chemistry. Teams with no playoff aspirations also shunned Artest, as they generally preferred to tank for a higher draft pick next year. Only those teams on the playoff fringe, seeking to bolster their rosters for a postseason push, might consider taking a chance on Artest. Coincidentally, the Houston Rockets fit this bill perfectly. Young Lee, I know you've long desired this problem child. What is your offer? Bird stated directly to Sagana Diop and our first-round pick for next year. Young Lee replied candidly. That sounds appealing, Bird remarked with a smile, but you know we in Indiana are not in need of a center. I've already discussed with the Supersonics. Young Lee continued with a slight smile. They will send a second-round pick next year along with Ronald Murray to the Pacers. And all you need to do is send Eddie Gill to Seattle. The Seattle Supersonics had previously expressed interest in Diop, but Young Lee had been reluctant to agree until now, as this deal finally offered a chance to involve Diop as a third party. Bird pondered briefly. While parting with Artest was painful, Young Lee's terms were acceptable. After all, Artest was a former All-Star and DPOY recipient. Acquiring him for just a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a role player averaging 10 points this season was a steal. However, the management was weary of the headaches Artest had caused. The Pacers had initially aimed to contend for the championship upon Artest's return this year. But now, following his latest antics, their title hopes had been dashed once more. At this point, the Pacers management had completely lost patience with him. If he could be sent away in exchange for some favorable assets, then the outcome would be quite acceptable. The specific maneuver would involve the Rockets utilizing the trade exception acquired from the transaction involving McGrady to bring back Artest. Subsequently, they would send a first-round draft pick to the Pacers while dispatching Diop to the Supersonics. After the Supersonics absorbed Diop, they would then send next year as a second-round pick along with Ronald Murray to the Pacers. In turn, the Pacers would balance the contracts by acquiring Eddie Gill from the drinking fountain and receive another second-round pick from the Supersonics. Upon the completion of this significant three-way trade, Ron Artest would officially join the Houston Rockets. Following Artest's acquisition, Young Lee's reputation evidently took a hit. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that aptly describes Young Lee. Artest, a notorious troublemaker even for Carlisle. How could a Chinese player possibly manage him? I reckon that within half a month, Artest would have the roof of the Warlord Center torn down, with the best rim protector in the team sent away. The Rockets might find themselves vulnerable to relentless attacks, but what has to fear? Let the best defensive player, Ron Artest, guard the rim instead. Such a move, acquiring players discarded by others, undeniably diminishes one's prestige. However, as the saying goes, one man's poison is another man's nectar. What appears to be a troublesome player to others is, for Young Lee, a veritable treasure. Originally, Artest joined the Houston Rockets in the summer of 2008. During the 2008-09 season, the Rocket star player McGrady was sidelined due to injury, appearing in only 35 regular season games and missing the playoffs entirely. In this scenario, Yao Ming, Artest, Scola, and others united to lead the Rockets into the playoffs. Defeating the Blazers, led by Roy and Aldridge, 4-2 in the first round. In the second round, they faced the eventual champions, the Los Angeles Lakers. Despite Yao only participating in 3 games due to injury, the Rockets still battled the Lakers fiercely in a 7-game series. Though they ultimately fell short, they did so with commendable dignity. For that year, only the Rockets could push the Lakers to a Game 7, while other contenders posed no threat. The standout performer in this series was none other than Ron Artest, who made significant contributions on both ends of the court. That year, the Rockets' playoff starting lineup consisted of Yao, Scola, Battier, Artest, and Little Black Bean Brooks. Today, in Young Lee's Rockets lineup, all but Brooks remain. Moreover, Chris Paul, a fellow 1.83-meter point guard, possesses far superior capabilities compared to Brooks. Not to mention, the Rockets now boast formidable players like West, Raja Bell, Diop, and Calderon. The roster Young Lee has assembled is already beginning to exhibit championship potential. The reason it is merely preliminary is that the players still need to develop chemistry, and individuals like Paul and Scola require growth. Since chemistry is essential, the core of the team cannot be absent. The press conference announcing Artest joining the Rockets, Young Lee dropped a bombshell. Yao Ming will make his return after Christmas. This revelation sent shockwaves through the attending media. Initially, many believed Yao might miss the entire season, with some articles questioning whether he could regain his former level upon returning. Young Lee could answer that question for Yao. He would not return his previous state. Instead, the returning Yao would emerge even stronger. At that point, Yao would become the opponent that the other 29 teams in the league most dreaded encountering. The current Houston Rockets roster has finally become the team Yao Ming has long desired. Upon Yao's return, the starting lineup will be C. Yao Ming, P.F. David West, S.F. Ron Artest, S.G. Rajabell, P.G. Chris Paul. This lineup is capable of both offense and defense, organized and strategic, proficient in low-post isolation, while also possessing perimeter firepower. While it may not be flawless, it is certainly a highly reasonable top-tier configuration. Even against the Lakers led by Kobe and Gasol, the Celtics' Big Three, the Spurs' GDP, or even the Warriors, the Rockets would stand their ground. Point one could assert that as long as they do not encounter a super team benefiting from referee favoritism, the Rockets fear no adversary. Furthermore, the Rockets possess not only a perfect starting lineup, but also a formidable bench. This second unit could even hold its own against the starting lineups of most teams. CPJ Brown, PF Luis Scola, SF Sean Battier, FG Boris Diaw, PG Jose Calderon. Each of these 5 players has served as a starter in their careers for over 5 seasons. Utilizing this lineup against other team second units is akin to deploying starters against backups. The remaining 5 players form the third unit, or what one might call the drinking fountain unit. C. Dikembe Mutombo, CPF Yao Ming, PF Matt Bonner, SG Tony Allen, PG DeLu. This lineup takes on somewhat of a mascot-like quality. In an NBA game, the active roster consists of 12 plus 1, meaning that in most Rockets games, 2 of these 5 players will inevitably be inactive. Consequently, even during garbage time, the 2 inactive players cannot take the court. Most of the time, DeLu and the other player are activated. After all, Yao Ming intends for them to be ready to step onto the court at any moment. Ultimately, the decision on who remains inactive is made through discussions between Yao Ming, Malone, and Spoelstra. For instance, if a game requires countering a strong outside shooter, the defensive specialist Tony Allen would be activated. If the opposing team features a powerful forward with strong help defense, the three-point shooting stretch format Bonner would be activated. It can be said that the current Rockets roster, aside from the relative youth and lack of technical experience among many players, possesses no glaring weaknesses. Before Christmas, the Rockets have 6 games left to play. During this period, Yao Ming has refrained from rushing to put Artest on the court, instead keeping him in a non-active status. The rationale is quite simple. On one hand, to temper his temperament, and on the other, to allow him to familiarize himself with the Rocket style of play. However, the first half of the Rocket season has indeed felt like a grueling schedule in the last 6 games leading up to the holiday. Only the Toronto Raptors appeared as a soft target. The remaining 5 teams included the Clippers, Warriors, Nuggets, and Lakers, all vying for playoff spots in the Western Conference, along with the Supersonics, who share a similar win-loss record with the Rockets. Although the Rockets faced defeats against the Clippers, Warriors, and Nuggets, they managed to secure victories against the Lakers and Supersonics. Ultimately, before Christmas, the Rockets held a record of 12 wins and 13 losses, temporarily maintaining the 9th position in the West. Since the Rockets were not scheduled to participate in the Christmas Day games, they enjoyed 3 days of rest. However, just as the players concluded their last game and prepared to reunite with their families for the holiday, Yao Ming unexpectedly issued a directive that sent the Rockets players into an uproar. On Christmas Eve, there would be a major team training session, and all players were required to attend. Originally, Christmas Eve was meant to be spent with family, much like our New Year's Eve celebrations. Have you ever heard of anyone being made to work on New Year's Eve? Even the NBA's Christmas games commence the night after Christmas Eve. Is it simply because the Chinese do not celebrate Christmas Eve that we are being exploited? Initially, I thought Yao Ming was different from other team owners, but it turns out he is an even more ruthless capitalist. Yao Ming's once burgeoning reputation with the Houston Rockets, which had only recently been established, was nearly obliterated overnight, and on the morning of December 24, 2005, the entire Rockets organization gathered at the team's training facility. Apart from Yao Ming and a few other Chinese players, the rest appeared rather lackluster. Most of them had only just arrived in Houston this year and had yet to settle in. After today's training, even if they were to rush home to reunite with their families, it would be well past midnight by the time they arrived. Although the schedule for training was exceedingly unkind, not a single member of the Rockets was absent. Yao Ming strolled into the training hall with his assistant, Ivanka, exuding an air of confidence, observing everyone in their practice attire on the court. He felt a wave of satisfaction. With a sharp whistle, he called for attention. The players immediately lifted their heads, their expressions tinged with resentment upon seeing him. "What on earth is going on?" Yang Li admonished loudly. "Why aren't you all changed yet? What are you standing around for?" Upon hearing his words, the players were momentarily taken aback. Did he really expect them to explain their situation? After all, hadn't they already donned their training gear? Before they could regain their composure, several staff members suddenly approached, carrying large bags. With a clattering sound, a multitude of bags piled up before them. "Coach, what is this?" Dio, the boldest among them, ventured forward to inspect one of the bags. A Santa hat and a Santa Claus costume. Everyone hurriedly located their own bags. Yang Li, taking his Santa suit from Ivanka, instructed, "Change into these costumes within 10 minutes and gather at the team bus." 10 minutes later, the Houston Rockets team bus rolled out, carrying a host of Santas. Following closely behind was a medium-sized truck. The two vehicles made their way into a community welfare center in Houston. Upon arrival, the players soon realized that Yang Li was not there to conduct a training session, but rather to engage in a charitable activity. The welfare center catered to children afflicted with various psychological conditions, such as autism and depression. As they disembarked, the players rushed toward the truck to unload the gifts that Yang Li had prepared in advance. To everyone's surprise, the usually indifferent artist single-handedly carried twice the load. No one noticed the shift in artist's gaze towards Yang Li, which had begun to change. Having long struggled with a hereditary mental illness, Artist had previously expressed gratitude to a psychologist for years of support after winning the championship with the Los Angeles Lakers in 2010. He even auctioned off his championship ring, donating the proceeds to charities for children with mental health issues. Subsequently, he changed his name to Meta World Peace, a title that would become widely recognized. Witnessing Yang Li's genuine dedication to a cause that resonated with him, Artist felt an undeniable connection. This was all part of Yang Li's strategy, but merely an aspect of his broader plan. If the sole intention was to integrate Artist into the Rockets, then this charitable event seemed a bit excessive. Yang Li had not only brought the entire team along, but had also invited media friends. Surely, no one believed that these so-called entrepreneurs enjoyed performing good deeds in secret. Charity without recognition is like a night ride in splendid attire. In a prearranged room, the Rockets players presented Christmas gifts to the children before enjoying a delightful lunch together and engaging in games throughout the afternoon. Of course, the children involved were those with milder conditions, and a few were even brought in by Yang Li himself. After all, who would dare play with severely ill children? If complications arose, it could lead to considerable trouble. A little financial support to the welfare organization ensured their cooperation. After the media captured a group photo, the players left the welfare center, satisfied with their day. Yet another day filled with goodwill. Just when everyone thought their work was done, Yang Li suddenly stood up. "Next, we are heading to our next destination. Next destination." It was already evening, and would they really have enough time to return home for Christmas Eve? It seemed Yang Li had no intention of allowing them to reunite with their families. The bus slowly made its way out of downtown Houston, heading toward the outskirts. Darkness enveloped the sky. Everyone's mood soured further, but suddenly the road ahead erupted with lights. The bus had entered a small town. "Welcome to Rockets Town." Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive neon sign suspended above the town. "Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable!" Uncle Moo exclaimed from the front row. How could a town just appear out of nowhere? Having played in Houston for a year, he was familiar with the area and knew this was no ordinary place. "It didn't appear out of thin air. I built it," Yang Li remarked, lightly patting Uncle Moo's shoulder. Uncle Moo was left utterly speechless. Yang Li had indeed created an entire town. The bus gradually entered the town, coming to a stop in the central square. West could barely contain his excitement as he was the first to jump off. He noticed rows of Christmas trees lining the streets, adorned with colorful lights and festive decorations. He adored the holiday atmosphere. As he stepped down, he suddenly sank into the ground. Wait, is there snow on the ground? This was Houston at latitude 29 degrees north, a place that hadn't seen snow in years. Snowflakes gently fell upon West's head, dampening his bald spot. When he looked up, he was astounded to see dozens of snow machines working tirelessly on the rooftops. Yang Li had truly constructed a winter wonderland in the southern United States. One by one, The players exited the bus, transitioning from confusion to sheer amazement. Before they could fully process the spectacle, the sound of singing erupted from the grand hall in the town center. As the familiar jingle of Christmas music filled the air, the festive spirit surged. The doors of the hall swung open, and a throng of people rushed out toward the Rockets players. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Arteist exclaimed, demonstrating his defensive prowess as he deftly maneuvered to embrace his parents. "CJ," Paul shouted in surprise upon seeing his brother. "I thought you were back in Winston." "I did go back," CJ Paul replied, stepping aside to reveal their parents, "but I returned to bring someone." "Oh my goodness," Paul gasped, covering his mouth in sheer joy. "Chris," West exclaimed, tapping Paul on the shoulder, "I must introduce you to my father. Amos and my mother, Harriet." As Paul turned, he was taken aback, not due to their skin color, but because West's family towered over him. Amos West stood at 6 feet 5 inches, having once played amateur basketball in New Jersey, while Harriet matched Paul's height at 6 feet, although she appeared even taller in her snow boots. "Hello, Mr. West and Mrs. West. It is a pleasure to meet you." Paul, regaining his composure, enthusiastically greeted West's family before introducing his own parents and siblings to them. This snowy little town instantly transformed into a grand social gathering for the entire Houston Rockets team. However, the West family was not the tallest family unit present. The most striking figure among the crowd was undoubtedly the Yao family. Standing an impressive 2.26 meters, Yao Ming towered over his father, Yao Sr., who was 2.08 meters, and his mother, Feng Yi, who stood at 1.88 meters. The family, positioned among the throng, resembled the majestic Colorado Plateau of North America. As the most prominent star of the Rockets, Yao naturally became the focal point of the event. Many approached to introduce their relatives to Yao, eagerly pressing their faces close to his parents in excited camaraderie. The parents of both Liu and Ji were also invited by Yang Li, as they had not seen their sons for several months. Ji, having been abroad for a while, was somewhat accustomed to the situation, while Liu, visiting from overseas for the first time, let out a heartfelt wail upon reuniting with his parents. Yang Li's invitations extended beyond just the players' families. The families of 2 assistant coaches were also welcomed. Brandon Malone, a renowned NBA coach, expressed admiration for Yang Li's coaching philosophy and took the initiative to greet him. Their conversation lasted a while until Mike Malone approached, needing to introduce his father to the players, which prompted the elder Malone to reluctantly pause their dialogue. Most of the relatives of these players and coaches have been directly contacted by Yang Li. Upon meeting him in person, they all warmly approached him to extend their greetings. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Yang Li quietly observed the gathering, a smile creeping onto his lips. The success of an NBA team hinges significantly on a strong sense of unity among its members. Yang Li believed that organizing an unforgettable team-building experience would enhance this cohesion. Christmas Eve, a day of significance, saw Yang Li suppressing the urge for everyone to reunite with their families until nightfall. When their longing for togetherness reached a critical point, that moment, the door that had obstructed their reunion swung open, allowing their emotions to overflow. At this juncture, everyone would undoubtedly feel grateful to Yang Li. "I merely wish to create beautiful memories for everyone in Houston," Yang Li proclaimed, his outward demeanor composed, while inwardly he reveled in delight. "These folks are truly amusing. Without me, you would have likely reunited with your families today. Yet, I first hindered your reunion, only to facilitate it later. In essence, I did nothing at all, and yet I have somehow become your benefactor. What does it mean to be an international PUA master?" Tactical lean back, Yang Li glanced at Ivanka nearby, noticing her discreetly wiping away tears. "Do not be disheartened, Ivanka," he said, pulling her into his embrace. "I am your family." Inviting the players' families to celebrate Christmas Eve together was merely Yang Li's first step. He intended to continue his heavy-handed approach. "Ladies and gentlemen," Yang Li suddenly produced a megaphone and declared, "Please allow me to act as your guide as we tour our little Rockets town." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Yang Li, then cheerfully followed their guide on the tour. "Behold, this is our town's AF," Yang Li indicated toward a quaint little structure by the roadside. "Next, let us welcome our esteemed Houston Rockets chief barista, Mr. Boris Dio, to brew a cup of coffee for everyone." Dio, initially taken aback, quickly lit up with excitement upon realizing that Coach Yao Ming knew about his passion for coffee. The CAF was equipped with all the necessary facilities, and Dio eagerly showcased his coffee-making skills before the crowd. Boris, Yao Ming approached Dio and whispered, "From now on, you shall be the proprietor of this AF." Dio's hand trembled in surprise as he turned to Yao Ming, seeking confirmation that it was not a jest out of course. "There is a stipulation," Yao Ming added with a mischievous grin, patting Dio's shoulder. "You must refrain from consuming flavored coffee within the team premises until the season concludes. We have an agreement." "Absolutely," Dio nodded without hesitation. Yao Ming had merely prohibited him from drinking coffee with the team, allowing him to indulge at home or in his hotel. Naturally, Yao Ming never intended for Dio to completely abstain from coffee. Rather, he aimed to encourage moderate consumption. After savoring the coffee brewed by Dio, the group set off for their next destination. "Here lies our town's library," Yao Ming announced, pointing to an elegant European-style building. "I hereby declare Mr. David West as the librarian of this establishment." West, initially taken aback, soon approached with great enthusiasm. "David, I know how much you cherish reading," Yao Ming said, handing him the library keys. "From this day forth, you are the master of this library." As West accepted the keys, a whirlwind of emotions engulfed him. Throughout his schooling, he often frequented the library, but faced disdain from others due to his skin color. Was it a foregone conclusion that black individuals had no interest in literature? Did they merely pretend to read? Were they only capable of perusing the covers? West had always been deeply interested in politics, history, and culture, expanding his horizons beyond Western literature. After all, how could Yao Ming regard him as a commendable ally otherwise? West had conducted thorough research on various historical issues, particularly during the pivotal events of 2019, where he stood alone in the NBA in advocating for fairness and justice. Bestowing a library upon such an admirable individual was hardly excessive. Was it? "This is simply outrageous," West exclaimed as he opened the library doors. "Coach, did you really bring an entire library here?" While the exterior of the library appeared unremarkable, the interior was a treasure trove. The entire structure was designed with a sunken layout, resembling a shape. The 3 levels above ground served merely as reading areas, while the underground section was filled with towering wooden bookshelves. This design not only minimized land use, but also protected the books from sunlight, preventing damage. Furthermore, Yao Ming had ensured that the library was meticulously organized, with books clearly labeled by country, region, and genre. Every wall had been treated to prevent moisture, and the central air conditioning operated continuously, safeguarding the books from humidity and mold. "Coach, I would like to request a coffee machine for the library," Dio suddenly exclaimed upon entering the library, realizing that he could brew coffee for everyone while they read. "No problem," Yao Ming waved his hand dismissively. "You submit the request, and I will approve it." After exiting the library, the group continued onward. Just a few steps later, Paul abruptly halted. "What's wrong, Chris?" CJ inquired, noticing his brother staring intently ahead. "CJ, look," Paul pointed at the street side. "What should I be looking at?" "Oh my goodness," CJ gasped, astonished by the scene before him, tears welling in his eyes. "Chris, CJ, why are you two still standing there?" Yao Ming appeared behind them, gently nudging them forward. "Go check out your gas station." The brothers turned around, tears streaming down their cheeks uncontrollably. "I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Coach," with tears streaming down his face. Paul embraced Yao Ming tightly before dashing into the gas station. CJ followed closely behind, entering the station with an excited expression as he grabbed a fuel pump. Fans familiar with Paul have undoubtedly heard the tale of his astonishing 61-point game during high school. Paul's maternal grandfather, Nathaniel Jones, owned his very own gas station, making him the first African-American to possess such an establishment in North Carolina. Jones dedicated himself diligently to serving his customers, earning deep affection from the local community, who fondly referred to him as Cool Grandpa. Paul cherished spending time with his grandfather, often rushing to Jones's gas station after school to lend a hand. However, tragedy struck when Paul was 17. Jones met with a robbery at his gas station and sadly passed away at the age of 61. That fateful day coincided with Paul's receipt of a scholarship from Wake Forest University. Immersed in joy, he was suddenly shattered by the devastating news, his heart heavy with grief. His grandfather was not only his closest relative, but also his most steadfast supporter in basketball. Consequently, Paul resolved to pay tribute to his beloved grandfather in a unique manner. During the subsequent game against Parkland High School, Paul transformed from a selfless orchestrator into an unstoppable force, relentlessly penetrating the opponent's defense. By halftime, he had already amassed 32 points, with just 2 minutes remaining in the game. Paul, who had scored 59 points, surged towards the basket once more. As he scored, he was granted a free throw opportunity. After the basket, Paul collapsed onto the court, remaining there for an extended moment. Ultimately, during the free throw, he missed entirely, prompting the head coach to substitute him out. Paul did this to ensure his score remained at 61 points, commemorating his grandfather's age at the time of his passing. After being substituted, Paul fled into his father's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Thus, aside from a number 58, the most significant number in Paul's life is also 61. The gas station in this small town was meticulously restored by Yao Ming after he conducted an on-site investigation of Paul's hometown. Resembling Jones's gas station almost perfectly, this gesture deeply moved Paul's entire family, with his mother expressing endless gratitude to Yao Ming. With the establishment of this gas station, even while in Houston, Paul could find a sense of home. After touring the gas station, Yao Ming led everyone to the rear of the town. As they turned a corner, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight of an expansive artificial lake. The entire lakeside was adorned with lights, and several exquisite fishing boats were moored at a small dock. Without hesitation, Gary Bell rushed towards the dock, leaping onto one of the fishing boats without slowing down. Upon landing, his eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a wolf entering a rabbit's den. The fishing gear on this boat was state-of-the-art and remarkably durable. "Coach, how did you know to buy this brand?" Bell exclaimed, holding up a fishing rod with enthusiasm. "Well, honestly, I didn't," Yao Ming replied with an honest shrug, admitting that his greatest virtue was his transparency. He simply purchased the most expensive options. Not only were the fishing tools of the highest quality, but the boats docked there were also meticulously chosen, some suited for lake fishing, others for rivers, and even a few for ocean fishing. The artificial lake Yao Ming excavated connects to the rivers flowing east toward Houston, ultimately merging with the ocean. Everything at this dock perfectly encapsulated the ultimate fantasy for fishing enthusiasts. As a seasoned angler, Bell even contemplated living on the boat for the rest of his life. However, the purpose of excavating this artificial lake extended beyond fishing. It also served as a vibrant feature of Rocket Town. From the lakeside garden, a floating bridge adorned with lights led directly to a small island in the lake. Although the island was modest in size, it offered a plethora of recreational activities that, in the future, should the entire Rockets team wish to host a gathering, this would be the ideal venue on the opposite side of the lake. Overlooking the town lay a sprawling golf course. Among NBA players, many have a penchant for golf, and after his rebirth, Yao Ming had also successfully succumbed to this vice. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness, he would have relished the opportunity to play around with his companions. Continuing along the lakeside, they reached the residential area of the town. Every member of the Rockets could claim a house of their own here, making it feel like home during their tenure in Houston. All expenses related to the houses would be covered by the team. In essence, this town served as the employee dormitory for the Houston Rockets, albeit one with a higher standard and larger scale. After traversing the residential area, they finally arrived at the town's entertainment district. The most prominent building in this area was, in fact, a state-of-the-art recording studio. Although the eccentric artist possessed a voice akin to a rusty bell, he had an unwavering passion for singing, that he believed himself to be exceptionally talented and had even held a solo concert tour. Yao Ming found some solace in this, as it meant artists could wreak havoc in more than just one place. Yao Ming merely hoped that this recording studio would contain artists, preventing him from causing further chaos. In addition to the recording studio, the entertainment district boasted bars, cinemas, bowling alleys, and a myriad of other recreational facilities. Naturally, basketball courts and gyms were also included. However, the most popular attraction was undoubtedly the esports arena. "Liga, I absolutely adore you," exclaimed Luda, unable to resist giving Yao Ming a kiss before dashing off to the esports arena. The others quickly followed suit, as what boy doesn't enjoy gaming? The esports arena was not solely for gaming. At the bar, one could order anything they desired to eat. Additionally, when weary from gaming, there were billiards, foosball, and other leisure activities available for relaxation. The dozens of computers here were equipped with the latest technology, complemented by the finest esports desks and peripherals, making it a veritable fortress of gaming excellence. In Luda's words, he had never set foot in a gaming CAF of such high caliber. In the ensuing hours, everyone dispersed to their favorite spots, reveling in the joys of small-town life. As midnight approached, Yao Ming gathered everyone in the central square of the town that he aimed to welcome the arrival of Christmas alongside them. Yao Ming's method of celebrating Christmas was straightforward yet spectacular. Fireworks, with a whoosh and a bang. A firework slowly ascended, blossoming into a dazzling golden flower. The Christmas festivities had officially commenced. All members of the Rockets family gazed up in awe at the vibrant fireworks display, which lasted a full 30 minutes. Not only was the duration impressive, but the density was remarkable as well. Typically, one might witness 3 to 5 fireworks launching simultaneously, but this town's display was a 360-degree, all-encompassing spectacle. At any given moment, fireworks erupted all around the town, leaving spectators hardly able to catch a glimpse of everything, as their eyes could only focus on one direction at a time. Following the grand fireworks display, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What they witnessed was not merely fireworks, but rather a cascade of currency. Finally, as the fireworks came to an end, everyone exchanged Merry Christmas wishes before returning to their designated homes. The Rockets' inaugural team-building event concluded splendidly. Yao Ming could distinctly sense that, following this day, the team's cohesion had reached extraordinary heights. To put it simply, if Yao Ming were to relieve himself to the left, none would dare to disrobe to the right. The 3-day holiday swiftly came to an end, and the regular season resumed. On December 27, 2005, the Rockets finally faced their first opponent after Yao Ming's return, the Utah Jazz. The rivalry between the Rockets and the Jazz is well known among veteran fans in the country. In the playoffs of 2007 and 2008, the Rockets were eliminated by the Jazz in the first round for 2 consecutive years. Subsequently, the Utah Jazz earned the notorious title of the Rockets' nemesis. The Jazz's all-stars, Carlos Boozer and Mehmet Okur, became infamous for being Yao's tormentors. Although Yao's mobility was limited, he was not entirely incapable of defending Okur at the three-point line. However, the Rockets relied heavily on Yao's rim protection, and with their power forward, Uncle Ho, unable to contain Boozer, what could they do? They had no choice but to have Uncle Ho defend Okur's three-point attempts while Yao matched up with Boozer inside. Boozer, standing 20 centimeters shorter than Yao, was far more agile. Moreover, Boozer possessed a strong low-post game and a reliable mid-range shot. The Jazz excelled in pick-and-roll plays, making it exceedingly difficult for Yao to keep up. Of course, on the offensive end, the Jazz struggled to contain Yao as well. Thus, the reality of the situation was that Yao and Boozer were essentially trading blows. However, if it was merely a mutual exchange, the Rockets were undoubtedly at a disadvantage, especially considering that the Jazz had Okur in the paint as well. Fortunately, such a scenario would not unfold again. Over the past 6 months, Yao had successfully shed weight, enhancing his speed and even developing a bit of three-point shooting ability. Furthermore, the Rockets' power forward was no longer the cumbersome Uncle Ho, but rather the agile David West, whether in isolation or help defense. West excelled on both fronts as the roadblock to the Miami Heat. The Indiana Pacers, with West as their primary power forward, had pushed the Heat's Big Three to a decisive Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2013. Although West was the second option, he posed the greatest challenge for opponents to defend. More agile than a traditional power forward and stronger than a small forward, West's strength was formidable enough to hold his own against a peak Dwight Howard. Regrettably, the Pacers ultimately fell short against the Heat that year. The loss was attributed to the absence of their core player, Danny Granger, who suffered a malicious injury during the 2012 playoffs, leaving him nearly sidelined for the entirety of the 2012-13 season. He played only 5 regular season games, averaging 15 minutes on the court and missing the playoffs entirely. Despite the absence of their star, the Pacers still managed to battle the Heat to 7 games. Showcasing West's remarkable prowess, with such a capable interior partner, Yao had no reason to fear the Jazz's frontcourt duo. As both teams took to the court for warm-ups, the stage was set for an epic confrontation. The starting lineups for the Rockets and Jazz were as follows. Yao Ming versus Jared Collins, PF David West versus Mehmet Okur, SF Ron Artist versus Andrei Kirilenko, SG Rajabel versus Gordon Jirasek, PG Chris Paul versus Keon. Dueling. From the starting lineups, it was evident that the Jazz were at a significant disadvantage. After all, they had only just drafted Darren Williams and had yet to solidify his position as the starting point guard. The most prominent player on the team was still AK-47, Kirilenko. Meanwhile, the Jazz's second star, Carlos Boozer, was sidelined due to injury and could not participate in the game. The substitute Collins, brought in at the last minute, was less capable than the 39-year-old Uncle M.O.O. As the game commenced with the jump ball, Collins jumped merely for show. Once the Rockets gained possession, they immediately initiated a low-post play with Yao to test his rhythm. Upon receiving the ball, Yao merely nudged Collins twice before he found himself right beneath the basket. Before Okur could assist with a double team, Yao effortlessly executed a gentle hook shot, placing the ball through the hoop. Indeed, Yao merely laid it in. Collins was unable to even contest Yao's shot. With an expressionless glance at Collins, Yao turned and retreated to defend his half of the court. This cold demeanor instilled a profound sense of despair in Collins, as if Yao were silently proclaiming, "What level are you at to dare defend me?" One could imagine the caliber of players Yao trained with during his rehabilitation, such as P.J. Brown and Uncle Mu, both of whom had been named to multiple all-defensive teams, with Mu even winning the Defensive Player of the Year award 4 times. Notably, both were taller and stronger than Collins. If they could not contain Yao, how could Collins, standing at 2.26 meters, possibly stand a chance against him? As the Jazz transitioned into their offensive possession, Collins wisely positioned himself near the baseline, that he understood that if the team wished to secure a victory, he could not rely on himself for much. It was imperative to get the team's leading scorer, Okur, involved. Okur recognized this as well. In this Jazz team, Kirilenko was the defensive linchpin, while he himself was the offensive centerpiece. The Jazz's offense revolved around Okur. Noticing that West was shorter than him, Okur promptly took position beyond the three-point line, ready to receive the ball. To his surprise, however, it was Yao who emerged to contest him. Seeing this, Dueling quickly passed the ball to Collins. At that moment, Collins had successfully sealed West behind him and received the ball, creating an opportunity for an isolation play. Collins thought to himself, "If I can't handle Yao, surely I can manage you." Yet reality delivered a harsh lesson. Against the comparatively shorter West, Collins attempted to back him down 3 times, resulting in a farcical scene reminiscent of Karl Anthony Towns backing down DeMarcus Cousins. West stood his ground without budging. In despair, Collins decided to pass the ball back to Dueling. Simultaneously, Okur, utilizing Kirilenko's screen, maneuvered to find an opening. Upon receiving the ball, Dueling wasted no time and swiftly passed to Okur. Okur, catching the ball, went straight up for a shot. Suddenly, a crimson flash appeared before him. Just as he released the ball, Yao swatted it away with authority. The Rockets bench erupted in jubilation, towels flying through the air. Uncle Mu laughed heartily, shaking his finger while shouting. Yao Ming, the home crowd was ignited by the spectacular block, cheering fervently. However, the players on the court remained intensely focused. Paul, with remarkable quickness, was the first to retrieve the ball and rapidly push forward. Meanwhile, Dueling, upon noticing Yao's advance, instinctively retreated to his half of the court. Despite Paul's extraordinary speed, his diminutive stature led him to forego attempting a layup. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a towering figure in a Rockets jersey pursuing from behind. Paul executed a behind-the-back dribble and passed the ball back. Yao caught it and in 3 swift steps, unleashed a powerful one-handed dunk. After scoring, Yao silently returned his half of the court, ready to defend. "Yao, what on earth are you doing?" Yang shouted in frustration. "Didn't I tell you what to do after a dunk? Are you deaf?" Only then did Yao realize, clenching his fists at the center court. He let out a roar toward the heavens that, their network delay. Yang was on the verge of losing his mind over Yao's antics. Become the core of a dynasty team. One must possess leadership qualities. This trait cannot be easily articulated. It needs to be cultivated from various aspects. Take, for instance, the celebration after a dunk. Look at any superstar. They revel in exulting and pounding their chests. The humble and reserved demeanor often associated with Asian culture is simply impractical on the NBA stage. People would merely perceive you as a pushover, someone too timid to make a statement. Scoring 5 or 8 points silently over your opponent pales in comparison to a bold proclamation such as, "Your wife resembles a donut." In the subsequent offensive round, it was evident that the Jazz had developed a palpable apprehension towards the towering Yao Ming. They decisively opted to initiate their attack from the weak side. Kirilenko, standing a height of 2.06 meters, was being defended by Arteist, who measured only 2.01 meters, placing him at a clear disadvantage. Nevertheless, Arteist was the reigning DPOY, currently at the peak of his prowess. What did it matter that he was shorter by 5 centimeters? If he had the skill, he could certainly thwart my shots. As if he had heard Arteist's inner thoughts, Kirilenko rose effortlessly for a jump shot. Arteist, unable to block the shot, could only leap desperately to interfere. Unfortunately, Kirilenko's long reach and height rendered his shot virtually unaffected. As it soared directly toward the hoop, the ball swished through the net. After making the basket, Kirilenko flashed a triumphant smile in Arteist's direction. "I heard to the DPOY." Arteist, on the other hand, wore a look of frustration, realizing that he should have pressured Kirilenko more aggressively. Just as one basked in triumph and the other simmered in discontent, Yao Ming, positioned perfectly beneath the basket, secured the ball. Swiftly, he stepped out from the baseline. Then, with a single-handed grip, launched the ball in a motion reminiscent of a softball throw. The basketball sailed high above the court, landing directly in the Jazz's restricted area. Raja Bell caught the ball under the basket and executed a powerful dunk. "Well done, Yao," Yongley exclaimed, clapping fervently. "My investment was not in vain." Fans who frequently watch the games would undoubtedly recognize that many interior players in the NBA possess a remarkable ability for long-distance passing akin to that of a quarterback. Players like Kevin Love and Marc Gasol exemplified this skill. However, Yao had yet to acquire such a talent. Yongley pondered the root of the issue, unsure if Yao's relatively shorter arms were the primary reason. Eventually, he dismissed the need to identify the problem, concluding that it would be more effective to simply resolve it. Consequently, Yongley dramatically waved his hand and lavishly hired world champions from various sports: baseball, shot put, softball, and even javelin and discus to teach Yao the art of precise throwing. Ultimately, Yao gravitated towards the softball throwing technique, achieving the highest accuracy with it. Thus, he embarked on a daily regimen of 500 full-court throws. At present, Yao had refined his long-range accuracy to within half a meter. Hence, Yongley confidently proclaimed that his expenditure was justified. In Yongley's view, any issue that could be resolved with money was no issue at all. Following this round, Jerry Sloan immediately called a timeout, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. All the meticulous preparations he had made prior to the game now seemed futile. What had transformed Yao so drastically after a single surgery? The Yao of old, aside from setting screens for teammates, could only position himself for one-on-one plays beneath the basket. Yet what had Yao just accomplished? He not only participated in fast breaks, but even initiated them. Upon returning to the court, the Jazz substituted Darren Williams for Mike Lior. Nonetheless, their offensive strategy continued to revolve around the wing play of Kirilenko. This time, Arteist stepped up, making it considerably more challenging for Kirilenko to execute his plays comfortably. Williams, recognizing Arteist's intentions, rushed to set a pick for Kirilenko. Before Paul could position himself defensively, Kirilenko swiftly bent down and charged toward the basket. West, stationed beneath, quickly stepped forward to impede Kirilenko's advance. However, Kirilenko's versatility was his greatest asset. He was not solely reliant on his own scoring, but adept at facilitating his teammates' success as well. Leveraging his height and wingspan, Kirilenko deftly passed the ball over West to Collins beneath the basket. Without hesitation, Collins rose to emphatically slam the ball home. Just as he was about to dunk, Yao suddenly emerged from the side, forcefully pressing both hands against the basketball. Thud! Collins, along with the ball, was sent sprawling to the ground. Coach Sloan instantly felt a throbbing headache. Not only had Yao evolved new skills, but his rim protection remained at an elite level. Had I possessed another Yao back in the day, I could have undoubtedly led Malone and Stockton to triumph over Jordan. As Collins was denied, West quickly turned around that he bent low, snatching the basketball from Collins and promptly dishing it to Paul to launch a counterattack. All 9 players on the court raced toward the Jazz's half, leaving only Collins still grounded beneath the Rockets' basket. The Jazz's fast break was swift, with four players quickly establishing their positions. However, a dilemma arose. Collins had yet to return, leaving Yao unmarked. Oka retreated to a position near the foul line, capable of defending West while also obstructing Yao's cut to the basket. Yet, Yao did not move inside. Instead, he stationed himself at the top of the arc beyond the three-point line. Seeing Yao unguarded, Paul immediately passed him the ball. Upon receiving it, the Jazz's four players remained unresponsive. Everyone in the league knew that Yao lacked the capability for long-range shooting like a T this moment. Any player who dared to rush in for a defensive effort against Yao would only fall into a trap. Then, under the gaze of 9 players on the court and the watchful eyes of over 20,000 fans, Yao raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball cleanly swooshed through the net. Upon this successful shot, Coach Sloan's heart sank completely to, oh dear, how could they compete now? Yao had undeniably evolved into a prehistoric behemoth. If Boozer were present, perhaps there would be a chance to challenge Yao. But given the current circumstances, what possibility of victory remained for the Jazz? Throughout the game, the Rockets consistently dominated the Jazz. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets had already established a 25-point lead over the Jazz. The entirety of the fourth quarter devolved into a joyous occasion for DeG and Lou. On this day, fans at the Toyota Center once again enjoyed a sumptuous feast of hamburgers. Thanks to Yao, the Rockets' reputation in the domestic sphere experienced a complete turnaround. Yao Ming reminisced about the days when the Rockets, boasting the duo of Yao and McGrady, were lauded by the domestic media in an almost surreal manner. Players deemed undesirable by other teams, those who could scarcely find playing time, transformed into either strong assets or fierce warriors upon joining the Rockets. They were either championship puzzle pieces or the most suitable partners for Yao and McGrady. Yet, everyone was well aware of their true capabilities. After departing from the Rockets, they struggled to even secure a spot on the court, relegated to the CBA to dominate lesser competition, and at times, even failing to comprehend their superiority. After all, during that period, the CBA was not as lacking as it would later become. Presently, Yao Ming's Rockets faced a similar predicament. Just look at how the domestic media lauded Yao's teammates. The ultimate answer for the Rockets' perimeter. The future strongest point guard in the NBA, Chris Paul, Yao's strongest partner in the paint, a top-tier power forward rivaling Chris Webber, David West. The league's premier defensive player, a two-way wing stalwart, Ron Artest, a shooting guard whose shooting rivals McGrady's in defense, stands tall against Kobe. The league's top-tier two-guard, Raja Bell, the heir to the Dream Shake, Argentina's dream, Luis Scola. Other players needn't be elaborated upon. Just conjure up the media's hyperbole from 20 years ago and let your imagination run wild. However, unlike in previous years, the current assemblage of players on the Rockets truly lived up to their descriptions. Which of the aforementioned claims could possibly be disputed? None. Not a single one. Nevertheless, the Rockets merely basked in Yao's brilliance, momentarily gaining the recognition of domestic fans. Over in America, however, the fans possessed no such Yao filter. In fact, with Yao's newfound three-point shooting ability, they derisively likened him to a soft player akin to Nowitzki. Yao's return and the Rockets' victories did not garner the fans' approval that if blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at the Jazz for their inadequacies. After all, their record languished at 11th in the Western Conference. The following day, the Rockets faced the Hornets in a back-to-back matchup. As anticipated, the Rockets secured another effortless victory. Both the Jazz and the Hornets were teams with little hope of reaching the playoffs, so a win held little significance. However, the upcoming game against the Warriors was poised to be crucial to this juncture. The Rockets boasted a record of 14 wins and 13 losses, yet remained 9th in the Western Conference. Just one victory shy of surpassing the Lakers in the 8th position. On December 31, 2005, the Houston Rockets welcomed their final opponent of the year, the Golden State Warriors at the Toyota Center. Currently, the Warriors hold the 7th position in the Western Conference with a record of 16 wins and 14 losses. Trailing them are the Los Angeles Lakers with 15 wins and 14 losses, and the Houston Rockets with 14 wins and 13 losses. It can be said that this matchup is a crucial battle for positioning within the top 8 of the West. The Warriors' ability to secure a spot in the competitive Western Conference is certainly not to be underestimated, with their core player being the formidable Big Beard, Baron Davis, that he may be referred to as the original Big Beard. while the more familiar second iteration is the well-known James Harden. As the third overall pick in the 1999 NBA draft, Davis has averaged an impressive 17.9 points, 4.4 rebounds, and 8.9 assists this season, with his assist average ranking just behind this year's MVP, Steve Nash. Partnering with Davis in the backcourt is the renowned slam dunk champion, Jason Richardson. Younger fans may not be overly familiar with him, but at the time, this dunking king was a household name. A dunk champion is not merely a player who can dunk. He possesses a remarkably accurate shooting touch from beyond the arc. Richardson boasts a career three-point shooting percentage of 37, peaking at an impressive 38.4 during the 2005-06 season. Capable of both dunking and shooting, he averages 23.2 points, 5.8 rebounds, and 3.1 assists this season, making him the team's leading scorer and forming a dynamic backcourt duo with Davis. Thus, the Warriors' backcourt of sharpshooters has become an enduring tradition for the team that a decade later, the Splash Brothers would surpass this duo, demonstrating an even greater prowess. While the Warriors' backcourt is rich in firepower, their front court is equally formidable. Troy Murphy, a 6'11", 2.11 meters, white center, contributes an average of 14 points and 10 rebounds per game this season. Furthermore, this player is also capable of shooting three-pointers. Murphy's career three-point shooting percentage is even higher than Richardson's, reaching an astounding 3.88. As the small ball era dawned, many began to reminisce about this tall white center, who was once criticized for lacking strength and playing too softly. However, if placed in today's NBA, while his physique may not be particularly robust, it would still suffice to contend with the majority of interior players. A player who can rebound and shoot threes is truly a top-tier center in the small ball era. Additionally, the Warriors' small forward position is held by the well-known Mike Dunleavy. He currently serves as the general manager of the Golden State Warriors, tasked with managing the aftermath of the post-Splash era. During his playing days, Dunleavy was also responsible for resolving conflicts among teammates, often mediating disputes. This experience has undoubtedly equipped him with valuable skills for his future role in management. After both teams completed their warm-ups, the game officially commenced. The starting lineups for this match were Yao Ming versus Troy Murphy, PF David West versus Ek Budo, SF Ron Artest versus Mike Dunleavy, SG Rajabell versus Jason Richardson, PG Chris Paul versus Baron Davis. Right from the outset, Davis applied tremendous pressure on Paul. Known for his steady ball handling, Paul appeared somewhat unsteady in the face of Davis's defense. It is well known that Paul has a peer from the same draft class, Darren Williams. While Williams' career may not be deemed as successful as Paul's, his performances against Paul have been decidedly one-sided, often resulting in Paul's struggles. Williams famously remarked that throughout his NBA career, he has only done three things: eat, sleep, and play against Paul. As a powerful guard, Williams possesses speed that rivals that of Paul. With superior strength and comparable speed, he often leaves Paul at a disadvantage. Consequently, every encounter between the two has resulted in Paul facing considerable challenges. Davis, sharing the same heavy guard archetype as Williams and even surpassing him in strength, presents a daunting challenge for the rookie Paul. At his peak, Davis is a force to be reckoned with, leaving Paul with little choice but to pass the ball to his teammates and watch them take the lead. However, while Paul is being pressured by Davis, Murphy is also receiving a beating from Yao Ming. Prior to the game, Murphy expressed in an interview that matching up against a great center like Yao is a formidable task, and he could only attempt to create some trouble for him. This statement caught the attention of Yao Ming, who promptly dubbed Murphy the timid lizard for his lack of bravado before the game had even begun. While the reality may be as he described, one would expect him to exhibit a bit more tenacity. However, Yao Ming soon understood the reasoning behind Murphy's timid demeanor. After all, during Shaquille O'Neal's prime, many other centers in the league displayed similar trepidation. Yao, having recently returned from injury, showcased his dominance within just 2 games. It is undeniable that Yao's performances in these games have been nothing short of spectacular. In his first game against the Jazz, Yao played only 3 quarters, yet managed to score 28 points on 10 of 16 shooting, while also securing 12 rebounds and delivering 5 assists. He even recorded 6 blocks, marking the first time this season that a player has achieved a stat line of 25 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks. in the second game against the Hornets. Yao showed no mercy against his former teammate, Tracy McGrady. The Hornets center, McGloire, known for his defensive prowess and rebounding, was left utterly helpless against Yao. Yao erupted for 32 points and 15 rebounds, overpowering McGloire with ease. Throughout the match, Yao attempted only 12 shots in the low post, efficiently converting 11 of them, and he was sent to the free throw line 10 times, sinking all his attempts. This style of play was strategically orchestrated by Yao Ming, driven by a simple motive: to prove a point. The media and fans have often labeled Yao as soft, and he aimed to demonstrate just how tough he could be. Indeed, after the game against the Hornets, those who had previously labeled Yao soft fell silent. If anyone still dared to make such claims, it would only reveal their obstinacy. Thus, Murphy's apprehension is entirely understandable, as Yao's prowess is undeniable. In truth, both Yao Ming and Yao are well aware that Yao's sudden surge in strength is not entirely due to his own transformation. While Yao has indeed improved significantly over the summer, it is not as if he has suddenly evolved from a little giant into Shaq. The real reason lies in the enhancement of Yao's teammates. In the past, whenever Yao received the ball in the low post, he was consistently met with double teams. However, now, when Yao positions himself, opponents are far less inclined to send help than if they dare to double team. Yao can easily kick the ball out for an open three-pointer or dish it to David West for a mid-range shot. Reflecting on the past, Yao had only McGrady as a reliable teammate, while others were either inconsistent or poor shooters in any team. When one player improves, it creates a positive ripple effect for the others, unless that improvement comes at the expense of teammates, rather than through individual excellence. In the early stages of the Rockets' game against the Warriors, they struggled to find their rhythm, primarily due to Paul being stifled by the opposing defense. The fluidity of the Rockets' offense was considerably affected. However, after Yao Ming and Westbrook executed several splendid interior collaborations, the entire Warriors team was thrown into disarray. Particularly Davis, as the star of the team, needed to step up and make a difference. Consequently, he began to attempt to sever Yao's passing lanes, making it more challenging for him to receive the ball. Ironically, this action inadvertently liberated Paul. Although Yao was impacted on the offensive end, Paul seized the opportunity to take charge of the Rockets' offense, successfully invigorating the entire team. Moreover, Davis had to pay a higher price for his approach. Midway through the second quarter, Davis began to show signs of fatigue. After all, as a heavy guard, his exertion was undoubtedly greater than that of a more agile point guard like Paul. When Paul, using his speed, breezed past Davis to deliver a magnificent alley-oop to Westbrook, Coach Montgomery decisively pulled Davis from the game. At this juncture, Davis needed a respite. If he continued to bear the burden, he would likely find himself overwhelmed by Paul's relentless attacks in the second half. Yao Ming also promptly substituted Brown and Calder in, allowing both Yao and Paul to rest. The game continued. Yao Ming sat beside Paul, glancing at the court while quietly asking, "Chris, did you notice any issues in the first half?" "Yes, coach." Upon realizing Yao Ming was speaking to him, Paul quickly removed the towel covering his head, contemplating the considerable gap between himself and the league's elite point guards. He knew he had to work harder to catch up. No, Yao Ming replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean, then?" Paul inquired, somewhat perplexed. "If all 5 positions of our Rockets feature the strongest players in the league," Yao Ming remarked with an intriguing expression, "then what suspense would remain in the outcome of the game?" Paul remained silent, merely nodding in agreement that, of course, such a scenario was utterly implausible. Yao Ming suddenly chuckled, patting Paul on the shoulder. "However, if we have just one position occupied by the strongest player in the league, we can leverage his advantages to orchestrate our offense and defense around him." Paul grasped the towel with both hands, seemingly beginning to comprehend Yao Ming's words. This way, others could capitalize on the advantages he established, resulting in a more comfortable and efficient performance. At this point, Yao Ming abruptly turned to Paul, declaring, "The one who establishes that advantage is our team's core." Upon hearing this, Paul experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, wasn't that precisely how the game had unfolded? Yao, as the unequivocal stronghold of the Rockets, held an undeniable advantage over any opponent. It was precisely because Yao had outmatched Murphy that Paul managed to break free from Davis's grasp. Subsequently, Paul rediscovered his familiar rhythm, and the team's offense flowed increasingly smoothly. "Chris, remember this," Yang Li said, pointing with his thumb towards the intensely focused Yao. "The core of the Houston Rockets is Yao Ming." "Yes, coach," Paul affirmed with an emphatic nod. "And you, Chris Paul, are our team's second in command," Yang Li added, half in consolation and half in encouragement, as he grasped Paul's arm. "I hope you could be the strongest teammate alongside Yao. At least during your tenure with the Rockets." "Coach," Paul suddenly found this statement somewhat puzzling. What did Yang Li mean? Did he intend to trade him? "I know you possess a fierce competitive spirit." Yang Li observed Paul's confusion and explained with a smile, "One day, you may wish to prove yourself and become an absolute core of a team, just like Yao." Seeing Yang Li's expression, Paul felt a mix of emotions. But in the next moment, Yang Li's gaze sharpened. "As long as you play for the Rockets, you must regard yourself as Pippen and Yao as Jordan." That look seemed to serve as a reminder for Paul. Leaving the Rockets, departing from Yao, especially from Yang Li, would unequivocally not bode well for him. "Yes, coach, I will remember," Paul exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. The players on the Rockets bench turned to look at him. Embarrassed, Paul quickly covered his head with a towel and sat back down. Yang Li, noticing Paul's obedient demeanor, smiled with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Thus, the young Minerminty duo of Yang Li and Paul sat side by side, attentively watching the game. Yang Li knew his PUA tactics had taken effect, but of course, this effect was not likely to last until the end of Paul's career. However, at least during Yao's absolute peak, Paul should refrain from causing any disturbances within the Rockets. Reflecting on the original timeline, Paul had first partnered with Hart on the Rockets, then teamed with Booker on the Suns, having played alongside two of the league's top scoring guards. He had yet to capture a championship. Ultimately, it boiled down to his inability to accept the role of number two. It was evident to all that during the Rockets' year in the Western Conference Finals and the Suns' year in the Finals. Paul was eager to assert his status as the primary star. This led to a shift in the team's tactics, ultimately resulting in a missed championship opportunity. Yang Li worried whether Paul might also aspire to usurp Yao's number one position within his own team. Yao, in contrast, exhibited a character that was far from assertive to be precise. He possessed a distinctly submissive personality, almost to the point of having a masochistic tendency. After becoming the national team coach, he once attended a game with his wife. Yao, in front of the cameras, she openly chastised him. Although the specifics of her comments were unknown, Yao's demeanor as a beleaguered figure evoked both pity and amusement. One must wonder how a grown man could lack authority and voice at home, let alone command respect within a team or on the court. Yang Li had been striving to help Yao address his character flaws. Yet, that alone was insufficient. To solidify Yao's core status, it was imperative to enhance his strength and confidence while simultaneously removing external threats. This conversation with Paul was Yang Li's effort to help Yao eliminate such threats. Aside from Paul, the other players on the Rockets were likely to willingly support Yao, especially the renowned Yao enthusiasts. Badier and Artist. Previously, when asked who their best teammate had been throughout their careers, they immediately replied with Yao's name. It was hard to fathom that even a fiery character like Artist could be so profoundly influenced by Yao. However, Paul posed a different challenge altogether. After all, Harden had been the MVP, and yet Paul still felt resentful. One could only imagine how Yang Li would go about dislodging such a thorny issue. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed over the Warriors with a score of 103-92. Yao once again posted impressive statistics with 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists. Simultaneously, Paul contributed a splendid performance with 18 points and 10 assists. With the thorn removal operation successfully completed, the victory was secured. Yang Li had effectively achieved both of his objectives for the day. The night of victory would soon lead to January 1st. 2006, on the very first day of a new year, Yang Li would face a daunting challenge. On the morning of New Year's Day, Yang Li received invitations from 3 friends who share his passion for basketball. Black Widow, Gal Gadot, and Avril all sent messages inviting him to celebrate the new year together. Fortunately, Ivanka, having decided to return to her home in New York for the holiday instead of joining the festivities, did not add to the dilemma. However, receiving simultaneous invitations from 3 friends left Yang Li feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After all, he had already made plans to spend New Year's with Jessica Alba. Born in California, was someone Yang Li had met just 2 weeks prior during an away game in Los Angeles. Amidst the back-to-back matches against the Clippers and the Lakers, he managed to steal a moment for a brief date with her. At that time, Jessica was in a Cold War with her boyfriend, Cash Warren, so Yang Li refrained from making any bold moves. Instead, as they parted, he handed her a ticket to a Rockets versus Lakers game, with a seat right next to the Rockets bench, enabling her to witness firsthand his coaching prowess. Ultimately, Yang Li led his team to a hard-fought victory against the Lakers, and Jessica, who had always been a basketball enthusiast, found herself utterly captivated by him. Though she had been a Lakers fan, she eagerly returned home after the game to announce on her social media that she was now a devoted fan of the Houston Rockets. After posting, she quickly dashed toward Yang Li, who had just emerged from the shower. Since then, Yang Li had gained a new basketball companion. Their partnership, still in the bloom of romance, made Yang Li readily agree when Jessica proposed they spend New Year's together. Now, with 3 other friends vying for his attention, Yang Li found himself in a quandary that it seemed he would have to play multiple roles, leading him to feel an increase in pressure. Without hesitation, he pulled out his trusty notepad to begin managing his time. The first issue to resolve was the choice of venue. Los Angeles was immediately ruled out, with Black Widow, Jessica, and Avril all there. The paparazzi would be overwhelming. Next, New York was also dismissed due to safety concerns, particularly in Manhattan, where he would be easily recognized. Especially with Ivanka also in New York, the risk of exposure was heightened. The ideal solution was Las Vegas. The visitors there were generally discreet and less likely to gossip. Even if Yang Li were to be recognized, it would merely suggest he was there to gamble with a companion. The second matter to address was the allocation of time. Jessica had planned for them to have dinner at her home that evening. Avril, on the other hand, wished to return to her homeland in Canada that night, thus scheduling her time with Yang Li for lunch. Perfect, their timelines did not conflict. Black Widow had to attend the premiere ceremony for her new film during the day, reportedly starring Hugh Jackman as the lead. After the ceremony, she would first attend a dinner before she could meet Yang Li. This left the afternoon open for Gal Gadot. Yang Li decided to accompany her to the casino for a bit of fun. Once he had meticulously pinned down his plans, Yang Li sighed, feeling the weight of the day's demands. The location was set for Las Vegas. "Yang Li, I'm over here," Avril exclaimed, waving her hand excitedly as she removed her sunglasses upon spotting him. She had arrived early in Las Vegas, without the need for time management. Speaking of which, Avril was quite bold. Was she not concerned about being recognized? As Yang Li approached, he suddenly understood. She truly had no fear. Today, Avril had styled her hair in a playful shortcut and opted not to wear her usual semi-permanent smoky makeup. In all honesty, if one were not intimately familiar with her, they would hardly recognize her as the pop sensation Avril Lavigne. Though she lacked the striking appearance typically associated with her, she exuded a charming, down-to-earth quality. Yang Li found himself enchanted by her anew. "Let's go. I've made a reservation at a restaurant," Avril said, linking her arm through Yang Li's and leading him outside the airport. The venue she chose was a renowned Chinese restaurant in Las Vegas. Yang Li's admiration for Avril continued to grow. She had thoughtfully considered her own tastes when selecting the restaurant, proving to be a remarkable girlfriend. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu to "It's my first time here, so why don't you order?" Avril smiled sweetly at Yang Li, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, stirring feelings reminiscent of first love. "All right, I'll take care of it," he replied, flipping open the menu. "Let us start with a Peking duck." And then, "Yang Li, what are you doing here?" Before he could finish his order, he suddenly heard Gal Gadot's voice. Yang Li awkwardly lifted his gaze to see her looking at Avril with evident hostility. The two women simultaneously pointed at each other as they turned to Yang Li, questioning him. Yang Li felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. What should he say? Perhaps honesty was the best policy. "Gal, this is my girlfriend, Avril." He began, introducing Avril to Gal before turning to Avril. "Avril, this is also my girlfriend, Gal." After the introductions, both women regarded each other with complex expressions. "Yang Li, I'm so disappointed in you," Gal suddenly exclaimed, her tone laced with anger. "Gal, I'm sorry. Let me explain." Yang Li began, but before he could finish, Gal interjected, "You introduced her before me." "Ah?" Yang Li was momentarily bewildered. Was this truly the source of her anger? "Hello, Avril Lavigne." Avril extended her hand in a friendly gesture toward Gal. This unexpected turn of events caught Yang Li off guard. He had anticipated a verbal onslaught from both women, perhaps leading to a dramatic exit. "Hello, Gal Gadot," Gal responded with a smile. Shaking Avril's hand to his surprise, the two began to chat amiably, leaving Yang Li scratching his head in confusion. "Yang Li, let us have lunch together, the three of us." "You should order more," Avril remarked amidst their conversation. "Oh." Yang Li was momentarily taken aback, then nodded cheerfully. He then signaled to the waiter, who stood with his mouth agape in astonishment. The waiter may not recognize Gal, but he certainly knew who Avril was. Initially mistaking her for someone with the same name, he soon realized that she was indeed the Avril Lavigne engaging in a conversation about music composition with Gal, which confirmed her identity. After placing their orders, Yang Li produced a wad of cash and tucked it into the menu. "Remember, you saw nothing and heard nothing today," he said, locking eyes with the waiter in a slightly menacing tone. "God bless you, sir. I swear today I have only served 3 ordinary customers." The waiter pledged fervently, clearly impressed by Yang Li's generosity. "Very well." Yang Li nodded with satisfaction. Once the ice was broken, the three quickly fell into laughter and began their meal together. However, sitting opposite Yang Li, he did not perceive the scene as particularly tranquil. Avril incessantly boasted to Gal Gadot about her various musical awards, while Gal, not to be outdone, recounted how she triumphed over numerous young and beautiful contestants in beauty pageants. Yang Li could easily discern that the two were subtly competing with one another. To be honest, he had not anticipated that they would both be able to accept the fact that he was a sea king. Of course, this was not difficult to comprehend, for Yang Li was naturally magnetic. It was only fitting that girls would be drawn to him. The dishes soon arrived, and the trio enjoyed their lunch together. Passers-by could not help but cast envious glances at Yang Li, seated with 2 stunning young women. Yang Li chose to ignore them. This was not the first time he had encountered such attention, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. After finishing their meal, the 3 left the restaurant together. Avril initially intended to fly directly back to her hometown in the Maple Leaf Country, but she was having such a delightful conversation with Gal that she didn't want to relinquish Yang Li's time to her. Thus, she decided to join Yang Li and Gal for a few rounds at the casino before heading to the airport. Once inside the casino, they were quickly approached by someone offering to assist Yang Li, but he decisively declined. He was merely there for the atmosphere, content to watch Gal and the others play. After all, Yang Li was a man of principle. Gambling and drugs were matters he resolutely avoided. While his companions went to exchange chips, Yang Li strolled around, enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Awesome, I won again." Yang Li felt a jolt and slowly turned around. Jessica was gleefully sliding the chips on the table towards herself. Yang Li hurriedly attempted to slip away, but before he could take a step, Gal's voice rang out. "Yang Li, we're over here." "Yang Li?" Jessica, who had just been collecting chips, immediately lifted her head and spotted Yang Li attempting to escape. Yang Li was caught red-handed. At that moment, he desperately wished he had the ability of Invisible Woman. Alas, he did not. "I want to escape, but I cannot." Upon seeing Yang Li, Jessica disregarded her chips and dashed towards him. Gal was the epitome of grace and poise, always radiating warmth with a bright, hearty laugh. Avril, on the other hand, exuded a confident aura, even without smoky eye makeup. Jessica resembled a child, and being with her felt akin to the innocent romances of high school. Jessica was perpetually vibrant, infusing every word and expression with boundless affection. Although she had just ended a Cold War with her ex-boyfriend, it did not deter her from enthusiastically embracing new romantic possibilities. Naturally, Yang Li did not wish to disappoint someone like Jessica. He opened his arms and embraced her right in front of Avril and Gal. Given the circumstances, what was one more? Yang Li had no intention of hiding anymore and proceeded to introduce the 3 to one another. Initially, he expected Jessica to burst into tears and flee, but miraculously, she accepted the situation. Yang Li could hardly believe it. Was this world truly the same as before? Perhaps it was, but he was no longer the same person he once was. The answers Yang Li sought were laid out before him. A magazine hanging on the casino's bookshelf bore his face, that infuriatingly handsome visage. Yang Li, the youngest billionaire on the Forbes list of 2005. Ah, that explained everything. Suddenly, Yang Li felt a wave of relief wash over him as, oh, that's why everyone has been staring at me today. Initially, he thought it was due to his charming companions, only to realize it was his own allure that drew their attention. From Jessica, he learned that she lived nearby. This year, she happened to be visiting friends in Las Vegas and decided to play a few games. She had planned to return home before dinner, but was surprised to run into Yang Li at the casino. What a coincidence! Yang Li found himself bemused. I feel as if I didn't teammate plans. Rather, you all conspired to corner me. As they chatted, they approached a gambling table. The three women sat down together, while Yang Li took a seat nearby to observe. Did Yang Li watch the game? No, he was witnessing a grand spectacle of rivalry. Moments ago, the three had been laughing, yet now they were locked in fierce competition. As if whoever won today would claim Yang Li as their prize. Yang Li wished to exclaim, "What do you take me for? A trophy." He had no desire to be their wager. It was a tea until the trio had gambled away all their chips that they finally conceded defeat. The odds are not in our favor, they lamented. Although they exchanged winnings among themselves, their total dwindled alarmingly. Eventually, another player at the table claimed all their remaining chips. What lesson does this story impart? Gambling is not a path to victory. Yang Li felt fortunate he had been honest today, avoiding any deceptive bets. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. At that moment, Jessica's stomach grumbled audibly. "Yang Li, I'm hungry," she said with a pitiful gaze. Avril and Gal, as stomachs echoed the sentiment. Is it even that late? You're already hungry? Yang Li glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. It was already 6 p.m.? Jessica suddenly furrowed her brow. Is it that late? Perhaps I shouldn't go home tonight. What about you? Yang Li looked at Avril, who had originally planned to fly back to the Maple Leaf Country. It would be too late to catch a flight now. Avril replied, I'll call home and let them know I have other plans. I'm flexible. Gal shrugged nonchalantly at Yang Li's gaze. All right then, let us dine together tonight. After leaving the casino, the four hopped into a car and headed to a luxurious hotel in Las Vegas. The driver mentioned that the presidential suite offered the most breathtaking view of a Las Vegas skyline. Upon arriving, they noticed a myriad of cars outside the hotel, with guests disembarking as they approached the entrance. The doorman informed Yang Li that a celebration was about to commence. Just as they were about to step inside, a familiar voice called out from behind, Yang Li? Well, there was Black Widow. After attending a project launch, she had come to the hotel for a cast dinner. What a serendipitous encounter! Upon seeing Yang Li with his three companions, Black Widow immediately understood the situation. She had long known about Yang Li's reputation as a Sea King, but she hadn't expected him to bring three women along. After introductions, they all entered the hotel, chatting amiably. The cast members, including director Woody Allen and lead actor Hugh Jackman, approached Yang Li instead of Black Widow, leaving her momentarily sidelined. Yang Li couldn't help but smile at Black Widow's disgruntled expression. The price of fame. He had merely made it onto a small Forbes list, yet suddenly he found himself so popular. After exchanging contact information, Yang Li prepared to join the group for dinner when he suddenly heard another familiar voice. Yang Li? I swear this is the last time I see this moment. Ivanka stood in the hotel lobby, her expression a mix of surprise and delight upon seeing Yang Li. Reluctantly, Yang Li approached her once more. The situation unfolded as it did. He laid everything bare, and after speaking, he quietly gazed at Ivanka. It's all right. That's quite normal, Ivanka replied with a smile, adding, at least you didn't go on the island, which is rather good. I'm relieved that you're not angry. Yang Li exhaled, then curiously inquired, by the way, how did you end up here? This hotel is owned by my father. She responded, Yang Li suddenly realized that he was at the Trump International Hotel. The group enjoyed dinner together, with each person indulging in a modest amount of red wine, resulting in a pleasantly tipsy state. In this ambience, a fiercely competitive game unfolded in the presidential suite of the Trump Hotel, marking one of the most intense matches in history. The exertion from the game was immense, and it wasn't until the following evening that Yang Li finally set foot on the ground. After a brief rest, he flew back to Houston overnight. He was to join the team on the next day's flight to Washington, where they would face the Wizards as the visiting team. In truth, Yang Li could have flown there independently, but he chose not to. although he was the owner of the team, traveling with the players undoubtedly fostered team cohesion. Currently, the Wizards are led by the Washington Trio, a three-point shooting squad. The general, Gilbert Arenas, was the core of the team, accompanied by Antoine Jamison and Karen Butler, the other two sharpshooters. Each of them possessed remarkable shooting capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to limit their attempts during games. With so many threats to defend against, it was inevitable that they would be afforded suitable shooting opportunities. The Rockets, too, were adept at shooting, and typically, the contest would revolve around which side showcased superior firepower. However, Yao Ming chose an unconventional strategy today, focusing on Yao's low-post play. This approach was perplexing, particularly because the Wizards' starting center, Brendan Haywood, was renowned for his defensive prowess. Currently, Haywood was considered one of the best low-post defenders in the league. By pursuing this strategy, Yao Ming was essentially wielding his strongest spear against the Wizards' most formidable shield. The sole motivation behind this was to test the spear's sharpness. Yao did not disappoint Yao Ming's expectations. Facing Haywood's tenacious defense, he attempted 15 shots throughout the game, successfully making 10 of them. This performance demonstrated that even against one of the league's elite low-post defenders, finding someone stronger than Haywood was a rare feat. Yao's back-to-the-basket game boasted a success rate of 2/3. This statistic clearly indicated that losing weight did not diminish Yao's low-post effectiveness. However, the general, Arenas, also displayed remarkable prowess. In the first three quarters, he went 10 for 16 from the field, 5 for 8 from three-point range, and 7 for 10 from the free throw line, amassing a staggering 32 points. With such a score after three quarters, how could he not reach 34 points for the entire game? Indeed, in the fourth quarter, Yao Ming introduced Tony Allen. Having not played a single minute in the first three quarters, Allen was itching to make his mark. Upon entering the game, he activated his relentless defense mode, leaving the fatigued general bewildered that Allen's defense was fierce, yet he committed no fouls. Ultimately, Arenas managed only one field goal in the fourth quarter, contributing a mere 2 points. The other two sharpshooters also failed to shine under the Rockets' staunch defense. Consequently, the Washington Wizards fell to the Houston Rockets with a score of 101-113. Following this match, the call for Yao to be recognized as the premier center in the league grew louder. 2 days later, the Rockets faced their most formidable opponent of the Eastern Conference road trip, the Cleveland Cavaliers. With a current record of 16 wins and 13 losses, the Rockets had surpassed the Los Angeles Lakers to secure the 8th position in the Western Conference. Meanwhile, under the leadership of King LeBron James, the Cavaliers stood second in the Eastern Conference with a record of 19 wins and 10 losses, surpassing the Heat led by Wade and O'Neal, as well as the Nets spearheaded by Carter, Kidd, and Jefferson. The only team ahead of them was last season's Eastern Conference champions, the Detroit Pistons, boasting a record of 25 wins and 4 losses. From a performance standpoint, the Cavaliers clearly held the advantage. However, the Cavaliers had just triumphed over the Bucks in Milwaukee the previous day and were now rushing back to Cleveland to face the Rockets. The back-to-back travel was bound to affect the team's performance. Nevertheless, LeBron James was in exceptional form, having scored over 30 points in 4 consecutive games, averaging an impressive 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists during this stretch. His best performance came in the recently concluded game against the Bucks, where he played for 46 minutes, nearly the entire match. James finished with 32 points on 12 of 29 shooting, along with 11 rebounds and 11 assists, achieving a remarkable triple-double that led his team to victory. Despite all 5 Bucks starters scoring in double figures, they could not prevent James from carrying the win back from Milwaukee. The media was effusive in its praise for LeBron's recent performances. Naturally, this upcoming game was set to be a focal point. Firstly, Yao was the first overall pick in 2002, while LeBron was the first overall pick in 2003, making this a direct confrontation between 2 first-round picks leading their respective teams. Secondly, the Rockets boasted the league's strongest perimeter defense team. While LeBron had earned the title of the most formidable perimeter ball handler in the media's eyes, the clash of the strongest spear against the strongest shield was bound to attract attention. Lastly, both teams featured a superstar supported by 4 powerful starters. Each of the 10 players on the court was exceptional, promising a thrilling contest. Examining the starting lineups: C. Yao Ming versus Zydrunas Ilgauskas, P.F. David West versus Drew Gooden, S.F. Ron Artest versus LeBron James, SG Rajabel versus Damon Jones. PG Chris Paul versus Eric Snow. The Rockets needed no introduction. They were familiar faces. The Cavaliers lineup, aside from their core player LeBron, also comprised formidable characters. Big Z Ilgauskas, standing at 7'3", was the tallest among the league star centers, closely matching Yao's height. As the Cavaliers' defensive anchor, he had averaged 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks over the past 2 seasons. He was LeBron's most loyal guardian during the first half of his career. Drew Gooden, the 4th overall pick in 2002, entered the NBA alongside Yao. Last season, he averaged 14.4 points and 9.2 rebounds, making him the Cavaliers' leading rebounder. He possessed a solid mid-range jump shot, effectively creating space for his teammates in the paint. Damon Jones, an important acquisition for the Cavaliers in the summer of 2005. Self-proclaimed the best shooter in the universe, had played for the Miami Heat the previous season, specializing in perimeter shooting as a versatile guard. That season was a highlight in his career, boasting a three-point shooting percentage of 43.2, averaging 11.6 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 4.3 assists, serving as Wade's optimal backcourt partner. After becoming a free agent in the summer of 2005, he signed a 4-year, $16 million contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers that in comparison. Rajabel had joined the Suns on a 5-year, $23 million deal, averaging $4.6 million, just slightly more than Jones' average of $4 million. Thus, while Jones may have been somewhat less skilled than Bell, the gap was not substantial. This season, after joining the Cavaliers, Jones' average stats fell to 6.7 points, 1.6 rebounds, and 2.7 assists due to various reasons. However, his influence on the court extended far beyond what statistics could convey, even if his shot attempts were limited. However, when other teams face the Cavaliers, no one dares to allow him to shoot three-pointers. Ultimately, it was Eric Snow, the finest backcourt partner in Allen Iverson's illustrious career as a traditional point guard during his tenure with the 76ers. He consistently delivered an impressive performance of 10 points and 6 assists over his last 3 seasons. Iverson took on the scoring duties, while Snow was responsible for defense and playmaking, their roles distinctly defined and remarkably efficient. In 2003, Snow was named to the All-Defensive Second Team and received the highly esteemed Kobe Bryant Recognition Award. Kobe once remarked, "In the NBA, no one defends me as effectively as Eric Snow." However, in the summer of 2004, he made the decision to return to his hometown and fight for the Cavaliers. In his first season with the Cavaliers, he served as the backup point guard, averaging merely 4 points and 3.9 assists. Yet, during the 2005-06 season, he emerged as the starting point guard, playing all 82 games. His final averages improved to 4.8 points and 4.2 assists. Nevertheless, his primary contributions were evident on the defensive end. In games for the Cavaliers, his main task was to guard the opposing team's perimeter scorers, whether they were point guards, shooting guards, or small forwards. Whenever faced with the most challenging outside threats, Snow would assertively declare, "Let me handle him." The Cavaliers' 1.0 roster was certainly not merely a product of hearsay about teammates relying on others. Particularly with Big Z, it's astonishing that some would still argue about the disparity between the strength of the West and the East. Thus, comments suggesting that an Eastern Conference All-Star center pales in comparison to an average Western center are indeed misguided. This game was broadcast nationwide, with Barkley and Kenny providing commentary from the studio. "Charles, the Rockets have already secured 15 victories. Win just 4 more, and you'll be kissing my backside," Kenny teased. Barkley, maintaining a final vestige of stubbornness, insisted that they must win at least 20 games to make it worthwhile. "Oh man," Kenny laughed, pointing out that the Rockets still had over 50 games left to play, and they only needed to win 1 out of every 10 to reach 20 victories. In short, "I won't take any action until the Rockets hit 20 wins," Barkley stated. "But I will," Kenny retorted, brandishing a pair of swim trunks emblazoned with a donkey's face, exclaiming, "Look, I brought the swim trunks I purchased." The moment Barkley caught sight of the swim trunks, he erupted into laughter, filling the studio with a joyous atmosphere. "Now, let us shift our focus back to today's game," Barkley chuckled before quickly changing the subject. "Kenny, you have always been a supporter of Yao. Do you believe the Rockets will win today?" "Of course, I believe the Rockets will triumph," Kenny replied without hesitation. "That I hold no disrespect towards Idris Ilgauskas. He remains one of the top 5 centers in the league." Barkley nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, there are few centers in the league who surpass Big Z, but this is Yao Ming we're discussing. Kenny continued, shrugging. Unless the Cavaliers center is Shaquille O'Neal, Big Z simply cannot contain Yao. All right, if you're saying that, Barkley smirked, chuckling. I think I share the same sentiment in the current iteration of the league, where centers have yet to be thoroughly diminished. A dominant center can indeed influence the outcome of a game, of course. Cleveland also boasts LeBron James. He's the most formidable wing player in the league right now, and he will pose significant challenges for the Rockets' perimeter defense. Kenny stated earnestly that LeBron is undoubtedly exceptional. Barkley conceded, but I do not believe he is unguardable. Before he could finish his thought, Kenny shot him a knowing glance. Barkley quickly amended his statement, asserting, I believe LeBron is capable of leading a team to defeat the Rockets. After all, he has scored over 30 points in 4 consecutive games. Yes, indeed. The game commenced. As the first quarter unfolded, Yao Ming began to dominate the paint. Yao Ming's strategy was clear, to force the Cavaliers' defense to collapse. The primary objective was not merely to create space for shooters to launch three-pointers, but to allow Paul to operate more comfortably. Having played less than half a season, Paul was still in the developmental phase of his game. The pressure of facing a top-tier perimeter defender was simply too great. However, by compelling the Cavaliers' defense to contract, Yao expanded Paul's range on the perimeter, significantly alleviating the pressure Snow could exert on him. As the Rockets' cerebral playmaker, if Snow managed to restrict Paul, the Rockets would struggle to find rhythm. That a certain infamous brand once had a popular advertisement. You've been played every time I dunk or score 30 or 40 points. Did you really think I did it all alone? But truthfully, basketball is a team effort. Believe it or not, this advertisement encapsulates an undeniable truth. Presently, Yao possesses the ability to score 30 or 40 points in a single game. But the prerequisite is that his teammates must also perform admirably. That if Paul is stifled, the Rockets' operation becomes akin to a plane with a missing engine. While Yao or Wes can facilitate from the high post, one engine alone cannot lift an aircraft. It necessitates the synergy of both wings. Yao himself understands this. When Paul plays well and dishes out assists, it eases his own game as well. Essentially, Yao utilizes his intimidating presence in the paint to enhance Paul's performance, which in turn allows him to play more comfortably. This epitomizes the essence of true team basketball. As for the Cavaliers, well, let's not digress. I must speak the truth. Conversely, the Cavaliers, with Snow as a traditional point guard, had a commendable backcourt organizer. Yet upon arriving in Cleveland in 2004, he was required to relinquish ball-handling duties to LeBron. However, Snow's shooting ability was a cause for concern, with a dismal career three-point shooting percentage of merely 20, rendering him incapable of fulfilling the role of a spot-up shooter. Moreover, to enable LeBron to operate on the weak side, he had to position himself away from the basket, creating space for LeBron. Consequently, Snow contributed little offensively. When both he and LeBron were on the court, the Cavaliers effectively played 4 against 5 on offense. How could the team's offensive efficiency possibly be high? The Cavaliers management, along with LeBron, recognized this issue during the 2004-05 season. Thus, in the summer of 2005, they made the high-priced acquisition of Steel King Larry Hughes. This decision would later be regarded as one of the most regrettable moves of the Cavaliers' 1.0 era. However, from the perspective of that time, the move was undeniably sound. Hughes, during the 2004-05 season, was the league's leader in steals and earned a spot on the all-defensive first team. Moreover, compared to Snow, Hughes was not only an outstanding perimeter defender, but also an exceptional scorer. While with the Washington Wizards, he formed a formidable backcourt duo with Gilbert Arenas, known as the Wizards' Two Guns. Averaging 22 points per game in the 2004-05 season. In addition to this, he is capable of delivering an impressive average of 4.7 assists per game for his teammates, making him the finest offensive orchestrator on the Wizards roster. Second only to Arenas. However, no one anticipated that upon Hughes' arrival with the Cavaliers, he would encounter injury troubles in his inaugural season. Consequently, he was absent from today's match. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown had no choice but to start Snow in his place. This situation led to the Cavaliers' offense becoming increasingly constrained. In such circumstances, it is imperative for the team's star player to step up and address the offensive challenges, a concept we now refer to as hard solutions. Yet, James found himself facing a formidable opponent today, confronted by the league's premier wing defender, Artist, James struggled to make any headway in one-on-one situations. Even during a forceful drive against Artist, the ball ended up directly at his feet. In desperation, James called upon Gooden to set a screen for him. However, just as the screen was completed, he found himself up against West instead. After attempting to take on West in isolation, he again found no success. Frustrated, James had to summon Snow for another screen. Yet upon the screen's execution, it was Bell who switched on to him. Aware of Bell's prowess, James opted for a mid-range jumper. Alas, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound and delivered a long pass to Paul in the front court. After receiving the ball, Paul took one dribble before soaring for a two-handed dunk. The Houston Rockets had once been one of the Cavaliers' tormentors during James's first stint. In a rare game, James recorded a mere 21 points, 1 rebound, and 0 assists. This match was against the Houston Rockets, led by Yao Ming. On December 23, 2008, the Rockets visited Cleveland for a back-to-back challenge against the Cavaliers. The Rockets had just secured their 4th consecutive victory against the Milwaukee Bucks the previous day. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers had also achieved a perfect record of 3 wins in 3 games that in the first quarter. Yao made an impressive start, hitting both of his attempts for 4 points. However, he quickly accumulated 2 fouls and was forced to sit out. Upon returning in the second quarter, Yao was whistled for another offensive foul. A call that was heavily influenced by the notorious actor, Varejao. Yao believed this was a missed call and approached the referee for clarification, only to receive a technical foul for his trouble. Thus, with 3 fouls and a T to his name, Yao was compelled to remain on the bench once again. The third quarter had hardly begun when Yao was again charged with an offensive foul. With 4 fouls, Yao had no choice but to retreat to the sidelines once more. In the fourth quarter, Yao was tagged with yet another foul. Yet, despite the looming threat of fouling out, he managed to score 14 points. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, and the Rockets ultimately fell to the Cavaliers by a score of 90-99. Yao, hampered by foul trouble, played only 23 minutes, shooting 3 for 10, but managed to score 19 points through 13 free throws, a rather frustrating performance. McGrady, on the other hand, was off his game, hitting only 2 of 7 attempts for a total of 4 points. James, meanwhile, shot 11 for 23, finishing with 27 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals, notably blocking Yao once during the match. However, he also recorded 7 turnovers, resulting in an unusual stat line of 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. After the game, during a media interview, Yao famously declared, "See you in Houston." Following Yao's proclamation of "See you in Houston," the Rockets finally welcomed the Cavaliers to their home court on February 26. 2009, in this encounter, McGrady was sidelined due to injury, leaving Yao to lead the team single-handedly. Throughout the game, Yao shot an astounding 13 for 15, amassing 28 points and 8 rebounds. The defensive trio of Yao, Artist, and Battier formed an impenetrable barrier. Ultimately, James struggled, shooting only 7 for 21 and scoring 21 points. Known for his versatility, James managed to secure just a single rebound and did not register any assists in this game. This marked the first time in James's career that he finished a game without a single assist, and he even committed 3 turnovers. The assist-to-turnover ratio was decidedly unfavorable in the fourth quarter. Yao emphatically blocked James, avenging the previous game's defeat. Yao fulfilled his promise, leading his team to a decisive victory against the Cavaliers, with a score of 93-74. This year undoubtedly marked the pinnacle of Yao's career. In the 2008-2009 season, Yao played 77 games, averaging 19.7 points and 9.9 rebounds, ultimately earning a place on the All-NBA second team that year. He also guided the Rockets to their first playoff series victory. Regrettably, during the Western Conference semifinals against the Lakers, Yao sustained an ankle injury in Game 3, which sidelined him for the remainder of the playoffs. The claim that Kobe's knee collided with Yao's, causing this injury, is entirely unfounded. That incident occurred in Game 1, when Kobe collided with Yao's right knee. Yao's injury was to his left ankle, and he himself stated that Kobe had hit a nerve. Yet after a brief recovery, Yao continued to play through Game 1. If that collision had truly caused a significant injury, he would not have been able to participate in Games 2 and 3. Some individuals are remarkably adept at spreading falsehoods. Despite the absence of both Yao and McGrady, the Rockets displayed remarkable tenacity, pushing the Lakers to a decisive Game 7 that many still assert that had Yao not been injured. The championship in 2009 would have belonged to the Houston Rockets. This assertion holds some merit. Had they overcome the Lakers, the Rockets would have faced the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. Yao against Marcus Camby would have been a straightforward matchup. As for the Nuggets core player Carmelo Anthony, he would undoubtedly struggle against the ironclad defense of Artest and Battier. Billups was a strong point for the Nuggets. But that year, the little black bean Brooks appeared to be on fire. He could match Kobe point for point, and he would hardly fear facing the likes of you. Reaching the finals would mean facing the Magic. A team that was essentially a free pass. It is well known that Yao excelled in three aspects during his NBA career: eating, sleeping, and dominating Howard. The 2008 to 2009 season was Howard's peak, as he utterly dominated other centers across the league. However, when matched against Yao, Howard was transformed from a beast into mere slime. Yao's approach was one of effortless control. Yao and Howard faced each other 9 times, with Yao's Rockets winning 7 of those encounters. In terms of personal statistics, Yao thoroughly outclassed Howard. Over these 9 games, Yao averaged 23.6 points, 10.4 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks, while Howard managed only 12.2 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 1.7 blocks on average. Their scoring averages were worlds apart. Furthermore, Yao boasted a shooting percentage of 56.1, while Howard's was a mere 45.1, with their core player being so thoroughly outmatched. How could the Magic hope to triumph over the Rockets? It is also noteworthy that this Magic team had previously dominated James's Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. That year, even with Yao, Artest, and Battier's relentless defense, James found it challenging to make an impact against the Rockets. Today's Rockets not only have Yao, Artest, and Battier, but also West and Bell. One cannot dismiss the notion that Yao is no longer at his peak. However, while Artest may have passed his prime in the 2008 to 2009 season, he is currently at the height of his prowess. In the original timeline, the Rockets triumphed over the Cavaliers, 90-81. The Rockets attempted 25 free throws, while the Cavaliers had 18, indicating that the officiating was fair and certainly not biased toward the Cavaliers. Presently, James's abilities do not match his performance during the 2008 to 2009 season, against a defense that is even more formidable than that season. The outcome could only be worse. The entire Rockets team had undergone specialized training in setting screens, mastering the nuances of screen fouls, leaving no room for the referees to call any balancing fouls. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets held a commanding lead of 20 points over the Cavaliers, 78-58. Even before the final quarter commenced, the fans in Cleveland's arena began to file out. In the fourth quarter, the Rockets' second unit, led by Scola, continued to pummel the Cavaliers. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Rockets emerging victorious, triumphing over the Cavaliers by a staggering 29-point margin, 100-71. Yao Ming delivered an outstanding performance in this match, having played only 3 quarters, yet achieving an impeccable shooting record of 12 for 12, which included a three-pointer, ultimately amassing a staggering 30 points with a flawless shooting percentage of 100. In addition to this, Yao secured 15 rebounds over the heads of Big Z and Gooden, and notably blocked 3 shots against the Cavaliers. It can be said that Yao single-handedly wreaked havoc within the Cavaliers' interior defense. Logically, there was no need for Yao to exert himself so fiercely. However, Yang Li had repeatedly urged him prior to the game, "You must crush the Cavaliers." Although Yao was somewhat perplexed by this directive, he complied with Yang Li's wishes. Yang Li bore no personal grudge against the Cavaliers. Rather, he remained haunted by the memory of the Houston reunion incident. After all, exacting revenge at home was far less satisfying than dismantling the Cavaliers on their own turf. Seizing the opportunity to stir up chaos at the Cavaliers' home ground was imperative before the day came when the home officiating grew unreasonable. While the Rockets could still triumph, it would certainly not be as exhilarating as today's overwhelming victory over the Cavaliers. Today, the King LeBron James was thoroughly bewildered, managing only 5 successful shots out of 16 attempts, along with just 1 out of 2 from the free throw line, resulting in a mere 11 points. This performance shattered his previous season low score of 14 points against the Indiana Pacers half a month ago. However, in that game, LeBron at least managed to secure 8 rebounds and provide 9 assists. In stark contrast, during today's encounter with the Houston Rockets, he captured only 1 rebound and recorded no assists at all. Moreover, his turnover count soared to 5 at half of the game. Malone adorned Arteas with a necklace symbolizing the best defensive player, further solidifying the narrative. Following this match, the debate over which number 1 draft pick from 2002 or 2003 was superior reached a conclusion. 2002, 2003. Yao Ming aptly took to social media to post, "Cleveland. This is for you." The level of mockery was palpable, igniting a flurry of comments in response. When a wild brownie in the comment section uttered the word respect, Yao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Pondering who truly lacked respect for the deceased, even targeting their daughter, particularly on a domestic forum known as Dog Poo. Returning to the schedule, following their victory over the Cavaliers, the Rockets surged forward with remarkable momentum. On January 6, they faced the Toronto Raptors back-to-back, securing a 98-91 victory. On January 8, the Rockets returned home to confront the Denver Nuggets, with Yao scoring 30 points and grabbing 15 rebounds, leading the Rockets to a 100-92 triumph. January 10th saw the Rockets achieve a commanding 107-89 win against the Charlotte Bobcats. On January 11, they edged past the Sacramento Kings with a score of 100-96. January 14th witnessed the Rockets dispatching the New Orleans Hornets 95-82, followed by a 103-87 victory over the Atlanta Hawks on January 16. In a mere span of 20 days, the Houston Rockets amassed an impressive 11-game winning streak, elevating their record to 23 wins and 13 losses, positioning them 5th in the Western Conference. Their record trailed only behind the first-place San Antonio Spurs and the 4th-place Dallas Mavericks. The League's standings follow a divisional format, with the Eastern and Western Conferences each divided into 3 divisions. The top team in each division ranks among the top 3 in their respective conferences. Other teams are ranked based on their records, starting from 4th place. The Spurs, Mavericks, and Rockets, all hailing from the Southwest Division, boast formidable records. The San Antonio Spurs at 29 wins and 9 losses, the Dallas Mavericks at 28 wins and 10 losses, thus establishing the Spurs as the Western Conference leaders, despite the Suns' record of 24 wins and 13 losses and the Nuggets at 20 wins and 19 losses. The Mavericks still rank 4th. The Rockets, with a better record than the Nuggets, find themselves in 5th place. The strength of the Texas trio this year is indeed formidable. On January 18, the Houston Rockets will host the Dallas Mavericks at the Toyota Center. A pivotal match for both teams. For the Mavericks, a victory would allow them to surpass the Spurs in the standings, thereby securing absolute home court advantage in the playoffs. Conversely, the Rockets seek to win for the same reason. Currently, the Rockets sit 5th in the Western Conference, and with other teams lacking competitiveness, their first-round playoff opponents would likely be either the Mavericks or the Spurs, under the guidance of Little General Avery Johnson. The Mavericks are having a dream season, while the Spurs continue to showcase their prowess under Popovich's leadership, unless the Rockets can clinch the top spot in the Southwest Division by season's end. They will inevitably face either the Mavericks or Spurs in the first round of the playoffs. However, finishing second in the Southwest Division would grant them home court advantage in the first round. Currently, the Rockets trail the Mavericks by 4 wins, making today's game of utmost importance. A victory would narrow the gap to just 1 win. The Mavericks are equally aware of this reality. Naturally, they will not set their sights merely on preventing the Rockets from closing the gap. Their ambition lies in defeating the Rockets and equaling the Spurs in total wins. Hence, this matchup will see both teams fighting tooth and nail for the victory. The Dallas Mavericks boast a formidable roster this season. The team's cornerstone, Dirk Nowitzki, has now firmly established himself as the German wunderkind, with his long-range shooting causing distress among the league's forwards. Besides Nowitzki, the Mavericks feature several other strong players, such as Jet Jason Terry, who famously schooled LeBron in the 2011 Finals. Jerry Stackhouse, a 2-time NBA All-Star, adds elite versatility to the wing. Josh Howard, averaging 15.6 points and 6.3 rebounds, was selected as an NBA All-Star in 2007. The second-year standout, Devin Harris, is poised to become a future All-Star guard. Additionally, they have the second-best center in the West, Eric Dampier. This Mavericks team previously made a deep run to the NBA Finals in 2006. only to fall short against the Miami Heat due to controversial officiating, losing the Series 2-4. That Yao Ming fully comprehends that the Mavericks are a championship-caliber team this year. This matchup undoubtedly represents the most challenging test Yao Ming has faced since taking the helm. However, due to Yao Ming's connections, the difficulty of this contest has been somewhat alleviated. Last summer, Yao Ming signed the Mavericks starting center Diop, who is slated to be a key player for the Mavericks at this time. Consequently, the Mavericks starting center remains the second-best center in the West, Dampier. Although O'Neal has departed from the West, Dampier still proclaims himself as the second-best center. However, when asked who the first center is, he never divulges that information. This question was posed to Yao Ming by an inquisitive reporter before today's game. Coach Yao Ming, Dallas Mavericks starting center Eric Dampier, has consistently claimed to be the second-best center in the West. Do you believe that the first center in the West is Yao Ming from the Rockets? Yao Ming chuckled at this, recognizing the trap laid by the reporters, who were clearly trying to bait him in a controversy. If he were to declare Yao as the first center, it would imply that he disregarded Stoudemire entirely. They were attempting to stir up discord between the Rockets and the Suns, which is a well-known rivalry. Yao Ming humorously remarked that there are two players vying for the title of first center in the West, Yao Ming and Amare Stoudemire. This statement elicited laughter from all the reporters present, as Yao Ming clearly took a jab at Dampier. However, Yao Ming suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I believe Yao Ming is the best active center in the league. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted, as attendees expected Yao Ming to modestly rank Yao alongside Stoudemire as the top center in the West. Instead, he boldly proclaimed Yao as the best center in the league. Yao Ming smirked inwardly, thinking, isn't this precisely the sensational news you all sought? After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the flashbulbs erupted in a flurry of activity. This was undoubtedly a monumental scoop. Goodness gracious, Kenny, did you hear that? Before the game, Barkley remarked to Kenny that during the recently concluded pre-game press conference, Yao Ming declared that Yao Ming is the current best center in the league. Of course, I only just learned that. Kenny, with a bemused expression, shook his head in disbelief, as if to say, this guy really dares to say such things. I wonder if Yao Ming's newfound confidence stems from the recent 11-game winning streak. While I hold great admiration for Yao Ming, I must confess that I do not believe he currently poses a threat to Shaq's legacy. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Barkley added, despite Shaq's less flamboyant statistics this season compared to Yao's. We must remember, this is Shaquille O'Neal we are talking about. Whenever he's on the court, the opposing team is compelled to send at least 2 defenders to guard him. When the topic of O'Neal arose, Barkley could not help but expound passionately. After all, he possesses considerable authority on the matter, having faced O'Neal numerous times during their concurrent careers. You know, the moment Shaq receives the ball in the paint, he simply uses his backside to shield the defender. As Barkley was speaking, he suddenly leapt from his seat, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening?" At that moment, Kenny had already maneuvered around the host's desk and approached the front of the studio. To everyone's astonishment, he was devoid of pants, wearing only a pair of swim trunks adorned with a donkey's visage beneath his dress shirt. After recovering from his shock, Barkley collapsed on the table in uncontrollable laughter, his hands pounding the surface. "Come on, Charles," Kenny teased, thrusting his backside toward Barkley and playfully slapping it, shouting, "Kiss my ass! Kiss my ass!" The production crew and staff members could hardly contain their laughter at Kenny's antics, gasping for breath amidst their amusement. This moment undoubtedly eclipsed the time Barkley kissed a donkey's rear. When the Rockets achieved their 20th victory, Kenny had already devised a plan to have Barkley kiss his dairy re. However, he had delayed it until today's pre-game, not out of procrastination, but because this highly anticipated matchup was to be broadcast nationwide. Kenny had conspired with the management early on to deliver a surprise for Barkley before the game commenced. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly boost viewership ratings. In any era, capturing attention reigned supreme. Otherwise, Stern and Silver would not have repeatedly altered rules to enhance ratings. As Barkley approached Kenny from behind, their eyes met, Barkley staring squarely at the donkey on Kenny's swim trunks. "Kenny, oh my goodness!" Barkley could scarcely contain his laughter. "Come on, baby," Kenny teased, snapping the waistband of his swim trunks back against his backside. "The game is about to begin, and you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you?" Barkley wore a comical grimace, inching closer to Kenny while attempting to turn his head away. The production staff, reveling in the chaos, began to egg Barkley on, with eyes closed and determination in his heart. Barkley boldly embraced Kenny's backside. With a resounding smack, he planted a kiss squarely on the donkey's mouth. Afterward, Barkley wiped his lips and began to spit in exaggerated disgust. The studio erupted in laughter, the microphones capturing the raucous amusement of the crew. Did I just get bitten by an elephant? Ha ha! Kenny, thoroughly pleased, stood up and retreated behind the host's desk to put on his pants, while Barkley dashed off to the restroom. Only returning just before the game commenced. The attention surrounding this match extended far beyond North American fans. The domestic interest was equally, if not more, fervent. With all the elements converging, this game was sensationalized as a battle of the century. First and foremost, it was a Texas showdown, inherently rich in narrative. The clashes among the Texas trio, Yao Ming, Dirk Nowitzki, and Tim Duncan, were endlessly discussed. Among the league's premier centers, each hails from Texas, with the Rockets boasting Yao. The Mavericks featuring Nowitzki and the Spurs presenting Duncan. Each player is undeniably the linchpin of their respective teams. Direct confrontations between these teams serve as pivotal discussions for fans debating who reigns as the league's most formidable center. Furthermore, during the 2004 to 2005 playoffs, the Dallas Mavericks eliminated the Houston Rockets in the first round, a series marred by blatant officiating bias. This matter is beyond dispute, as referee Tim Donaghy has publicly acknowledged his misconduct. Major domestic media outlets have painted today's game as a quest for revenge for the Rockets. In a live studio, commentator Zhang Weiping engaged in animated discussion with Yang Yi about the upcoming match. Zhang, we all know. Yang Yi eagerly tossed the question to Zhang Weiping. Since Yao's return, the Rockets have enjoyed an impressive 11-game winning streak. Do you believe they will maintain this fiery momentum today? Firstly, we must concede that the Mavericks are a formidable team this season. Zhang Weiping replied diplomatically, opting not to address the possibility of a Rockets victory just yet. However, since Yao's return post-Christmas, the Rockets have steadily improved with each game. Noticing Zhang's reluctance to provide a direct answer, Yang Yi pressed on. So, Zhang, do you think the Rockets will win today? I believe that if the Rockets continue to play cohesively, scoring over 100 points while keeping the Mavericks below that mark defensively, Zhang Weiping declared earnestly, then the Rockets will undoubtedly secure victory. Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Zhang, you are absolutely correct, as warm-ups concluded and the game was about to commence. The teams prepared for the tip-off. The starting lineups of the match were Yao Ming versus Eric Dampier, PF David West versus Dirk Nowitzki, SF Ron Artest versus Josh Howard, SG Rajabel versus Adrian Griffin, PG Chris Paul versus Jason Terry. Both teams fielded their regular starting lineups, with each position presenting its own strengths and weaknesses. In the center position, Yao Ming undoubtedly outclassed the Maverick second-string center, Dampier, giving the Rockets the edge. AT power forward. West and Nowitzki still exhibited a significant gap in ability, favoring the Mavericks. AS for small forward, the peak of Artest represents a top-tier two-way player. Although Howard excels offensively, his defensive prowess pales in comparison to Artest's. Thus favoring the Rockets. In the shooting guard position, Bell utterly outmatches Griffin, whose coaching skills have flourished, yet he fell short during his playing days at the point guard position. Paul has yet to surpass Terry. Despite his subsequent years as a defensive stalwart, he struggles against Terry's speed. Overall, the Rockets hold a slight advantage. However, once the game begins, the dynamics shift entirely. The Rockets have only played together for a total of 11 games. The silver lining is that prior to Yao's return, P.J. Brown had been filling his role, allowing the team to adapt seamlessly to Yao's playstyle. Unlike Brown, Yao is the team's unequivocal focal point. His return necessitates a shift in the team's tactical emphasis toward the interior, requiring adjustments from the other players. In contrast, the Mavericks lineup has been forged through an entire season's worth of synergy during the 2004 to 2005 campaign. The team has consistently positioned Nowitzki as their unequivocal core in their strategic planning. Most importantly, while Yang Li may be reluctant to admit it, he must recognize that, at this juncture, Dirk Nowitzki outshines Yao Ming as the superior team leader. In light of this, it appears that the strength of both teams' players has returned to a state of equilibrium. Since the prowess of the players cannot decisively determine the outcome, it shall fall to strategy to unveil the victor. Prior to the match, Yang Li conferred extensively with Ma Long and SBO, ultimately devising a tactical plan specifically tailored to counter the Mavericks. Whether the Rockets can overcome the Mavericks today hinges on the efficacy of this strategy. Beep! The whistle sounded. Yao Ming and Dampier leaped simultaneously. It was Yao who first reached the ball, deftly passing it to Paul. However, after merely contesting the jump, Dampier sensed impending trouble in previous encounters with Yao. He had seldom faced defeat. Today, not jumping higher than Yao was not due to negligence on his part. In fact, he had reacted swiftly, timing his leap impeccably. Yet he had still been bested by Yao in the jump ball. What does this signify? Yao has indeed quickened his pace. Noticing Dampier momentarily dazed, Yao gave him a pat. Time to fall back. Dampier scratched his head, bewildered, and followed suit. Yang Li's pre-game instructions dictated a slow-paced approach in the first quarter. Dampier had momentarily lost focus, which could have allowed for a covert 4-on-5 attack. However, should that fail, the Mavericks would swiftly initiate a fast break. Terry is currently one of the league's premier fast break specialists, and engaging in a rapid exchange with the Mavericks would yield little advantage. Due to Dampier's slight delay in retreating, Yao easily secured a deep position. Upon receiving the pass, Yao was simply too formidable for Dampier to withstand. After asserting his presence with two powerful pushes, Yao executed a delicate hook shot, effortlessly scoring 2 points over him. Though Daniel felt a pang of frustration, he was left with no recourse. After all, he was merely the second-best center in the Western Conference, while Yao stood as the league's foremost center. As the Mavericks commenced their offensive, Terry brought the ball up court. Nowitzki positioned himself for a pass at the right 45-degree angle. To his astonishment, the player guarding him was not David West, but Yao. This was Yang Li's first strategic maneuver of the match. The league's most proficient big man shooter. Nowitzki towers a height of 7 feet, 13 meters. Conversely, the Rockets' starting power forward, West, is 3 inches shorter, standing at just 6 feet 10 inches, 2.06 meters. Although West possesses remarkable strength and does not shy away from defending against taller opponents, Nowitzki excels in shooting. Faced with a defender nearly half a head shorter, he could effortlessly shoot over him. Under normal circumstances, West would undoubtedly be outmatched by Nowitzki's shooting prowess. However, with Yao defending, the dynamics changed entirely. Yao's height surpassed that of Nowitzki, and with his reduced weight, his speed had improved significantly. Nowitzki, not known for his quickness, would find it quite challenging to take on Yao one-on-one. Realizing this, Nowitzki promptly passed the ball to Dampier near the paint. Since the Rockets opted for mismatched defense, it necessitated that West guard Dampier. Compared to West, Dampier enjoyed a significant advantage in height and weight. Although Dampier's technical skills were lacking, he could certainly leverage his physicality to overpower West in the paint. Yet, the reality proved him mistaken. West, though shorter and lighter than Dampier, was far from inferior in strength. Confronted by Dampier's imposing stature, West resolutely held his ground outside the key. Dampier's passing abilities faltered as he observed his teammates tightly marked, leaving him with no choice but to attempt a solo effort. After a swift pivot, as he prepared to force his way up, West swatted the ball from his grasp with a decisive slap. West quickly regained possession and launched a long pass downcourt. Arteist had already evaded Howard by at least 2 body lengths, receiving the ball and finishing the offensive sequence with a thunderous dunk. Jason, the young general, called out to Terry, signaling him with a gesture. Terry nodded, bringing the ball up court and engaging in a pick and roll with Nowitzki, the starting point guard for the 1998-99 champion Spurs. Avery Johnson was no ordinary player during his career. In his first full season as a coach, he led the Dallas Mavericks to an impressive 60 wins and 22 losses, earning the title of Coach of the Year for the 2005-2006 season. Furthermore, he became the fastest coach in NBA history to achieve 100 wins in a single season. Although the young general's coaching tenure in the NBA was fleeting, his ability to make in-game adjustments was noteworthy. Having Terry execute a pick and roll with Nowitzki was a decision that could prove lethal for the Rockets. With Yao assigned to guard Nowitzki, he would inevitably find himself matched against Terry during the pick and roll. While Yao had successfully shed weight and improved his speed, he remained a traditional heavy center. His speed, although significantly quicker than before, could only be considered average compared to other centers in the league. Nevertheless, at a towering height of 7 feet 5 inches, 2.26 meters, that speed was still quite adequate. Yet against a nimble guard, he would struggle to keep pace. Moreover, Jason Terry was aptly nicknamed Jet. As the saying goes, while one may misname a person, a nickname is seldom erroneous. Once the pick and roll was executed, Terry accelerated, leaving Yao behind. Even when Paul, standing at just 6 feet 1 inch, 1.85 meters, positioned himself in front of Nowitzki, Terry chose not to pass. The Mavericks had analyzed the Rockets' style prior to the match. Should Terry pass to Nowitzki, the Rockets' defenders would swiftly converge, executing a rapid switch. However, if he opted to drive, the Rockets would face a far more difficult situation. As West closed in to provide help defense, Terry bypassed Dampier and leapt high for a layup. Just as West's hand was about to make contact with the ball, Terry executed a crafty underhand scoop, evading the block. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. As anticipated, Yao Ming smiled faintly, having foreseen this outcome. Despite Nowitzki being at the pinnacle of his career, he had yet to develop the ability to disregard all forms of defense. At this juncture, the Mavericks' most formidable option for breaking through was Jason Terry. Terry approached the free throw line, preparing to take his shots. Yao Ming decisively stood up, signaling for a timeout to the scorer's table. As the game entered a pause, Terry shrugged his shoulders and walked off the court, as both teams returned to their benches. The commentator aptly noted, "This marks the first instance this season where the Rockets have called a timeout less than 2 minutes into the game." This clearly indicated that the Dallas Mavericks were indeed a team that instilled a sense of trepidation in the Rockets. Yao Ming rose, chuckling as he patted Paul's shoulder, encouraging him not to lose heart. The previous play had been executed well. It was simply that Terry was astonishingly quick. Even had Paul chosen to navigate around the pick, he would have struggled to match Terry's speed. "Chris, take a breather." Yao Ming then glanced at the bench, and amidst the puzzled expressions of his players, he declared, "Get ready to warm up. It's your turn to take the court." Tony Allen, having eagerly anticipated this moment, quickly shed his jacket upon hearing Yao Ming's words. "Coach, I'm all set." This morning, Yao Ming spent the entire morning reviewing game footage of the Mavericks with Tony Allen. He forbade him from engaging in any superfluous activities, insisting instead that he revisit previous lessons and deepen his understanding of Terry's offensive habits. Among the entire Houston Rockets team, Yao Ming was particularly dedicated to nurturing Tony Allen. Malone even jested that Tony Allen was the prince of the Rockets. Allen, it seemed, was not averse to this title and even took pride in it. During his entanglement with gun-related accusations, it was Yao Ming who came to his rescue. Not only did he bring him back to the Rockets, but he also procured a lawyer to help lift the charges against him. Subsequently, he often took Allen along to watch game footage of other teams. While Yao Ming focused on overall tactics, Allen studied the offensive habits of the opposing team's perimeter stars. It could be said that Allen was now well acquainted with the habits of all the elite perimeter players in the league. Being afforded such individual attention from Yao Ming was a privilege that only Allen enjoyed within the entire Houston Rockets organization. Yao Ming's favoritism was undoubtedly due to Allen's vital role for the Rockets. Present-day stars like Kobe and Wade, as well as future talents like Kyrie and Durant, would all require Tony Allen's defensive prowess. "Tony, do you remember what I told you?" Yao Ming inquired as the timeout concluded. Addressing Allen, who was preparing to enter the game, "I remember," Allen replied gravely. "Lock down Jason Terry." "Not that." Yao Ming interjected with a stern gaze. "There's an even more crucial point." "Huh? Oh, I remember now," Allen said, tapping his head. "Avoid dunks unless absolutely necessary." "Very good. Keep that in mind." Yao Ming nodded in satisfaction. This admonition was not given lightly. Years prior, Allen had suffered a torn ACL after a dunk following a referee's whistle. Fans of the NBA would understand the implications of such an injury for a player. Since then, Allen had lost his explosiveness and transformed into a defensive specialist. However, Yao Ming now intended to develop him into a well-rounded perimeter player, which necessitated ensuring that Allen remained injury-free. In truth, Allen's injury had been purely accidental. Under normal game circumstances, he would certainly be cautious upon landing. Yet, after the whistle blew, Allen's focus waned, leading to his careless injury upon landing. Otherwise, why had he been able to perform countless dunks throughout his career without incident? It was only after that particular dunk following a whistle that he suffered a torn ACL. Aware of this issue, Yang was determined to prevent Allen from reliving that tragedy. The referee's whistle blew, and the game resumed. Upon entering the court, Allen noticed Terry casting a perplexed glance towards Yang Lee on the sidelines. This guy had the audacity to match up against a player who averaged less than 20 minutes of playtime per game. After West's mid-range shot missed, the Mavericks regained possession. Faced with Allen, who was of similar height, Terry decisively opted for a one-on-one play. He executed a crossover step and accelerated to forcefully drive past Allen's left side, attempting to overpower him with his speed. To Terry's astonishment, Allen stayed glued to him, effectively cutting off his driving lane. Terry had no choice but to halt, passing the ball to the approaching Josh Howard. After receiving the ball, Howard charged toward the basket against Arteas' defense. Arteas used his body to block Howard, forcing him toward Yao Ming's position. It was unclear what Howard was thinking, but seeing Yao engage with Nowitzki, he attempted to shoot right under Yao's nose. Did he really think Yao would allow that? Yao sent the shot back with a resounding block. Simultaneously, Allen darted forward like an arrow. After Arteas secured the ball, he swiftly tossed it down the court. Allen received the ball cleanly in the front court and leaped high for a two-handed dunk. Terry rushed to catch up, but was a step too late, watching helplessly as Allen scored right before him. Back on the offensive end, Terry felt disgruntled, having just been outshone by a bench player. Though he was irritated, he did not intend to act recklessly. He first passed the ball to Nowitzki, then maneuvered to the opposite side while Nowitzki held the ball. Meanwhile, Nowitzki returned the pass to Terry. This duo often executed such plays during games. Upon receiving the ball, Terry feigned a shot, hoping to draw Allen into the air, then exploit his speed advantage to slip past him. However, at the very moment Terry executed his fake, Allen slapped the ball away. Terry had already surged forward, but the ball remained stationary. Allen seized it and bolted toward the Mavericks basket. Who on the court could keep pace with Allen? Terry was still caught in motion, rushing toward the Rockets basket. Allen left him in the dust, soaring into the Mavericks paint for a one-handed tomahawk dunk. With consecutive dunks, he forced the Mavericks to call a timeout. A dramatic turnaround. The Rockets merely substituted Allen for Paul, and the dynamics of the game shifted instantaneously. Following the timeout, the Mavericks did not alter their lineup, but adjusted their strategy. Nowitzki spread out to the perimeter, allowing Dampier to come up and set a screen for Terry. Dampier's screens were more effective and afforded him the chance to roll toward the basket. However, Terry was taken aback when Allen managed to slip through Dampier's screen and catch up to him. This guy was like a rabid dog. Terry felt the pressure from Allen, while Nowitzki faced his own struggles. Yao Ming towered over him and was not any slower, so to escape Yao's defense, he could only rely on his teammates for screens. If the screener was Dampier, that was manageable, but if it were Howard or Griffin, Arteas and Bell would be right there to poke the ball away. By the time he secured the ball and passed it out, the Rockets would have already executed a switch. Moreover, with Yao's improved speed, his rim protection range had expanded. During one offensive play, Howard set a screen and drove toward the basket, only for Yao to pursue him and deliver a powerful block. Fortunately, the Mavericks bench still had Stackhouse and Devin Harris. The two provided significant firepower support upon entering the game, while the Mavericks struggled defensively. Their defensive efforts were no less grueling. After all, Yao was a force to be reckoned with. In fact, during the latter half of the 05-06 season, Yao had already reached his peak at 8T that time. He was leading the team single-handedly, frequently putting up performances of 30 points and 10 rebounds, or even 30 points and 15 rebounds. Unfortunately, just as the season was nearing its conclusion, Yao sustained another injury. In a season marked by the injuries of both Yao and McGrady, the Rockets failed to make the playoffs. Yet this dismal season ultimately led to the Rockets receiving the 8th pick in the first round of the 06 draft, which could be seen as a silver lining. They used that pick to select Rudy Gay, trading him for Battier. The Gay for Battier trade remains a topic of considerable debate to this day. The Rockets' rationale at that time was that Yao had entered his prime. McGrady was expected to return in the 06-07 season, and the following season, they could prepare to contend for the championship. Therefore, the Rockets were likely not patient enough to wait for Gay's development. Of course, this is the more official narrative. The true reason is well understood by longtime Rockets fans. The team's owner was frugal. The management's real intention in trading Battier was not to strengthen the team, but rather to shed Swift's substantial contract to avoid paying luxury tax. The Rockets' so-called reinforcements were all predicated on not spending a single extra cent from the owner. Such reinforcements are utterly nonsensical. They were merely a series of ploys to deceive Rockets fans. Instead of seeking players to support Yao, the Rockets overworked him, increasing his average playing time by 4 minutes compared to the previous season. This was nothing short of squandering Yao's prime. Certainly, the current owner of the Rockets is Yao Ming, who undoubtedly would not recklessly squander or waste the peak period of Yao Ming. Take, for instance, today's match against the Mavericks. The Rockets could have allowed Yao to remain on the court for the entirety of the game, leveraging his advantages to dominate the Mavericks decisively. However, Yao Ming chose otherwise, permitting Yao to play only 30 minutes throughout the match. In the fourth quarter, Yao sat out for 6 minutes as the point gap began to close, only to be summoned back onto the court as the situation became critical. With just 25 seconds remaining, the Rockets led the Mavericks by 6 points, upon receiving the ball beyond the three-point line. Nowitzki took a shot directly in Yao's direction. Yao successfully interfered with Nowitzki's attempt, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim as the ball bounced towards him. Yao secured the defensive rebound. Terry promptly embraced Yao, sending him to the free throw line. With Yao sinking both free throws, his personal score reached 30 points, while the Rockets extended their lead to 8, effectively sealing their victory. After a timeout, Harris, utilizing a screen from Terry, received the ball beyond the arc and attempted a three-pointer. However, Raja Bell chose to bypass Terry and leap to block the shot, merely grazing the ball with his fingertips at a complete miss. West protected the ball beneath the basket, and without waiting for the Mavericks to commit a foul, he swiftly tossed it towards the front court. Only 18 seconds remained on the clock. Allen received the ball in the front court, having already crossed into the three-point line. He contemplated executing a dunk, but suddenly recalled Yao Ming's admonitions. Instead, Allen dribbled the ball back out, remaining stationary beyond the arc in more attempts. The Mavericks players, resigned to their fate, awaited the conclusion of the match with expressions of frustration. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed at home with a score of 103-95 against the Dallas Mavericks. Yao recorded 30 points, 14 rebounds, and provided 4 assists to his teammates, while also delivering 5 blocks to the Mavericks. His performance was nothing short of exceptional. Presently, Yao exhibits a faint echo of the prime Shaquille O'Neal. Opposing teams' interior players tremble at the sight of Yao, who possesses the ability to power through the paint as well as shoot from distance. How can one defend against him? The most perplexing aspect is that while there were strategies to counter O'Neal, such as the hack-a-Shaq tactic, employing a hack-Yao strategy against the Rockets is tantamount to a death sentence. Yao boasts a remarkable career free throw percentage of 83.3, making him the executor of the Rockets' free throw strategy. Fouling Yao essentially equates to gifting points to the Rockets. Furthermore, it was not just Yao who excelled today. The entire Rockets team displayed remarkable prowess. All of the starting 5, save for Paul, achieved double-digit scoring. West, who nearly played the entire game, recorded an impressive double-double with 16 points and 12 rebounds. It is not that Yao Ming intends to overwork West. The reasoning is clear. Once Scola entered the game, he immediately became a focal point for the Mavericks' defense, necessitating West's continued presence on the court. Although Paul faced challenges against Terry, resulting in fewer minutes than usual, he still managed to score 8 points and provide 6 assists. The Mavericks' overall performance was lackluster, with their shooting percentage significantly below their season average. Aside from the Rockets' commendable defensive efforts, the Mavericks players simply could not find their rhythm, which was the primary cause of their struggles. Nowitzki, with a shooting line of 9 for 21, ended the game with 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. Terry, under the tutelage of Tony, also managed to score only 12 points. The most unfortunate was the second-best center in the West, Dampier. Facing the league's top center, Yao, he attempted only 2 shots, resulting in a mere 2 points, 2 rebounds, along with 2 fouls and 2 turnovers. He was effectively rendered the second-best center in the West. Following this match, the Rockets' record improved to 24 wins and 13 losses, while the Mavericks stood at 28 wins and 11 losses. The gap in victories between the two teams shrank from 4 wins at the season's outset to 3. The Rockets have drawn closer to catching up with the Mavericks prior to today's game. many remain skeptical of the Rockets' capabilities. However, following this contest, numerous individuals have begun to reconsider their stance. Goodness gracious, the Rockets have achieved a 12-game winning streak. Is this truly the same team from earlier? What sort of magic have they conjured this season to transform into a formidable force in the league? I have long maintained that none of the three teams in Texas can be deemed weak. Yet, prior to the season, you stated that the Rockets would falter under Yao Ming's management. Of course, there remains a substantial contingent that still harbors doubts about the Rockets. Currently, other teams struggle against the Rockets primarily due to Yao's ample stamina. However, concerns regarding Yao's endurance have persisted for several years. Despite the Rockets' impressive performance, let us wait a few days to reassess. The Rockets currently have an abundance of young players, which poses a significant risk. It must be acknowledged that some fans are quite astute. After the Rockets united to vanquish the Mavericks, they completed a season-long 12-game winning streak. Following this, the Rockets resembled students who had just completed midterm examinations, as their competitive spirit suddenly waned. Additionally, players such as Paul, Scola, Calderon, and Tony Allen encountered the rookie wall. The Houston Rockets' performance plummeted. In the lead-up to the All-Star weekend, the entire team struggled immensely at the season's commencement. They persevered for 2 months without Yao. After his return, they gradually adjusted to his presence and altered their playing style. Aside from versatile players like Artest, Bell, Diaw, and Battier, most others were affected to varying degrees. Of course, the assertion that the Rockets' performance has declined is merely a comparison to their previous 12-game winning streak. With Yao and several key players supporting the team, the Rockets' record, while disappointing, does not reach the depths of being unable to secure a single victory. On the court, Artest can be considered Yao Ming's favored wing player. In any team, he consistently exerts the most effort on the defensive end. Offensively, he can play without the ball and, when needed, can handle a significant share of the ball. In critical moments of the game, he is unafraid to take the shot and shoulder responsibility. To summarize, he performs the grueling tasks and is willing to take the blame. Such a high-caliber wing player once expressed a desire to join Cleveland, but was turned away by the management. This underscores that the management of the Cavaliers, much like that of the previous Rockets, is utterly incompetent. Before the All-Star weekend, the Rockets played a total of 16 games in the latter part of the season. Paul regained his form, consistently achieving performances of 15 points and 10 assists per game. Ultimately, the Rockets won half of those matches, finishing with a record of 32 wins and 21 losses, still positioned 5th in the Western Conference. However, the Rockets' actual performance has been eclipsed by the Suns, who stand at 33 wins and 19 losses, causing the Rockets to drop to 4th in the West. Interestingly, after the final game before the All-Star weekend, the Dallas Mavericks also surpassed the San Antonio Spurs in the standings. The Spurs faced the Philadelphia 76ers on the road and lost by 3 points in overtime. The 76ers' star player, Allen Iverson, played a staggering 51 minutes, resting for only 2 minutes throughout the game. In a remarkable display, he ultimately scored 42 points, secured 8 rebounds, and delivered 9 assists, achieving a near triple-double performance that propelled his team to victory over the Spurs. Following this defeat, the Spurs' record now stands at 40 wins and 12 losses. The Dallas Mavericks' final opponent is the Washington Wizards. The Mavericks narrowly triumphed at home with a score of 103-97. Thereby clinching the victory. Consequently, the Mavericks' record has ascended to 41 wins and 11 losses, placing them just ahead of the Spurs by 1 victory, successfully securing the pinnacle of the Western Conference standings. The dynamics of the Western Conference playoffs are becoming increasingly intriguing. However, before the climax of the regular season, the focus shifts to the 2006 All-Star Weekend. The All-Star Weekend of 2006 was hosted at the Toyota Center in Houston, the star player of the host team. Yao Ming once again eclipsed Kobe Bryant to become the leading vote-getter for the All-Star game. The young general, Avery Johnson, was appointed as the head coach for the Western Conference All-Stars, owing to the Mavericks' position at the top of the West. The starting lineup for the Western Conference All-Stars includes center, the big Yao Ming, Houston Rockets; forward, the big fundamental Tim Duncan, San Antonio Spurs; forward, the big ticket Kevin Garnett, Minnesota Timberwolves; guard, the Black Mamba Kobe Bryant; Los Angeles Lakers guard, the point guard Steve Nash, Phoenix Suns. The bench for the Western Conference All-Stars consists of center, the Bear Pau Gasol, Memphis Grizzlies; forward, The German machine Dirk Nowitzki, Dallas Mavericks. Forward, the captain Elton Brand. Los Angeles Clippers. Forward, T-Mac Tracy McGrady, New Orleans Hornets. Forward, the Matrix Sean Marion, Phoenix Suns. Guard, the Gentleman Ray Allen, Seattle Supersonics. Guard, the French Prince Tony Parker, San Antonio Spurs. The composition of the Western roster remains largely unchanged from previous years, with only McGrady dropping from the starting lineup to the bench after departing from Houston, making way for Garnett to take his place. This was an inevitable outcome, given the fact that this year the All-Star Game is in Houston. Had the Rockets struggled, McGrady might still have been voted in. However, the current Houston Rockets, even without Yao for 2 months, remain firmly in 5th place in the Western Conference. The fans of Houston have swiftly forgotten their former star, embracing their new favorites. David West and Chris Paul nearly secured All-Star selections through fan voting, but the fierce competition in the Western Conference made it challenging for players like Nowitzki and McGrady to earn starting spots. In the Eastern Conference, the young Emperor LeBron James surged ahead of the big Shaquille O'Neal in the final moments to become the leading vote-getter in the East. Nevertheless, James's total votes still fell short of those garnered by Yao and Kobe. The Detroit Pistons currently dominate the league with a record of 42 wins and 9 losses, and their head coach, Flip Saunders, naturally assumes the role of the Eastern Conference All-Star coach. The starting lineup for the Eastern Conference All-Stars features center, the Diesel Shaquille O'Neal. Miami Heat. Forward, the King LeBron James, Cleveland Cavaliers. Forward, Vinsanity Vince Carter, New Jersey Nets. Replacing the injured Jermaine O'Neal. Guard, Flash Dwayne Wade, Miami Heat. Guard, the answer Allen Iverson, Philadelphia 76ers. The bench for the Eastern Conference All-Stars includes center, Big Ben Wallace. Detroit Pistons. Forward, the Rashid Wallace, Detroit Pistons. Forward, the Dragon Chris Bosh, Toronto Raptors. Guard, the masked man Richard Hamilton, Detroit Pistons. Guard, Big Shot Chauncey Billups, Detroit Pistons. Guard, the Truth Paul Pierce, Boston Celtics. Guard, the General Gilbert Arenas. Washington Wizards. The Eastern Conference All-Stars are particularly noteworthy, with Arenas stepping in for the injured O'Neal. The 4 players from the Detroit Pistons, though selected by the votes of NBA coaches, also ranked highly in the fan voting segment. Fans are eagerly anticipating the Pistons' representation in the All-Star Game. However, before the All-Star Game commences, there are 2 days of thrilling events to enjoy. First, on the evening of February 17, the Rising Stars Challenge will take place. This event has indirectly become a rigorous training session for the Rockets' young players. Chris Paul, Jose Calderon, and Luis Scola will all represent the rookie team, while Tony Allen and Matt Bonner will compete for the sophomore team. Previously, the sophomore team had triumphed over the rookies for 4 consecutive years. Yet this year, in a surprising turn of events, the rookie team emerged victorious. Even Yang Lee found this outcome unexpected, although the rookie team benefited from the inclusion of Calderon and Scola. The sophomore team also boasted Allen, whom Yang had meticulously trained. Yang only realized, upon reviewing the game footage, that the sophomore team had lost without grievance. Scola transformed into Duncan in this matchup, particularly against the rough-and-tumble Dwight Howard, where a mere feint was sufficient to send him airborne. Throughout the first 3 quarters, propelled by Paul and Scola's efforts, the rookie team maintained a lead over the sophomore team. As the final quarter commenced, the sophomore team needed to close the gap. However, the guards on the court were Devin Harris and Ben Gordon, while Tony Allen sat on the bench. This decision, while seemingly sound, proved to be problematic. Neither player was known for their defensive prowess, and faced with the relentless assaults from Paul and Darren, they struggled to mount any effective resistance. Had Allen been on the court, at least one of the two would have found it challenging to perform. Ultimately, the rookie team triumphed over the sophomore team, claiming victory in the Rising Stars Challenge. Luis Scola, with an impressive tally of 36 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists, was named the MVP of the event. Following the Rising Stars Challenge, the next day features various individual skill contests. First up is the Skills Challenge, with participants including Wade, James, Nash, and Paul. After the last game of the All-Star Weekend for the Rockets, Yang Lee dedicated an entire day to training Paul. This All-Star Weekend is hosted in Houston, and the championship cannot be allowed to slip away to others. Paul, motivated by Yang's leadership, is also eager to clinch the Skills Challenge title. Among the 4 competitors, besides himself, the others are all All-Star starters this year. Triumphing over them to claim the title would undoubtedly be an honor. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Paul's diligent practice ultimately bore fruit. In the preliminary round, Wade clocked in at 39.0 seconds, James at 40.5 seconds, and Nash at 52.8 seconds. Paul, feeling somewhat anxious and committing 2 errors, nevertheless advanced to the finals with a time of 38.0 seconds. In the finals, Wade, who had the second-best preliminary time, took to the court first. His movements flowed seamlessly, without a single error, culminating in a dunk that concluded his performance with a time of 26.1 seconds. Upon hearing Wade's score, the fans erupted into cheers, believing he had already secured the victory in the skills challenge. Paul, standing on the court, gazed at the timer displaying 26.1, took a deep breath. Yang Li, watching from the sidelines, immediately rose to his feet and shouted, "CP3! CP3! CP3!" The majority of the audience, being predominantly from Houston, joined in the chorus, erupting into a deafening chant. CP3! 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 The resounding cheers ignited an energy within Paul. The whistle blew. The game began, and Paul charged forward with the ball. Before the first hoop, he chose not to emulate Wade with a dunk, but rather deftly banked the ball off the backboard, sending it through the net. This way, he eliminated the need to spring back into action after landing, achieving a speed surpassing Wade's dunk and subsequent descent. Next, he skillfully maneuvered around 3 obstacles, showcasing Paul's dribbling finesse. While it may not be deemed flamboyant, its efficiency and consistency are undeniably historic. With no mistakes to speak of, Paul darted toward the passing point like a crimson bolt of lightning. Without even pausing, he executed a pass in motion, sending the basketball securely through the hoop. At the second passing point, which required a bounce pass, Paul seized the ball from the table and effortlessly delivered a one-handed bounce pass right into the basket. Upon reaching the top of the arc, Paul stepped on the three-point line and, with his signature mid-range shot, confidently sank the ball. Following that, he made another successful pass, then swiftly navigated through the obstacles, crossing the entire court before concluding the competition with a spectacular dunk. After landing, Paul quickly looked up at the timer. 23.8 seconds. Paul had set the record for the fastest time in the skills challenge. CP3. 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 The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers once more. He had triumphed over 3 of the league's top stars and claimed the championship while breaking records. After winning, Paul stood for a moment with his hands on his head in disbelief, before rushing to the sidelines to embrace Yang Li. During the awards ceremony, Paul insisted that Yang Li join him in receiving the trophy. Upon receiving the trophy, he immediately handed it to Yang Li. In front of reporters, Paul first praised his predecessors, Wade, James, and Nash. He then mentioned his brother CJ and family, expressing gratitude for their unwavering support. Finally, he extended heartfelt thanks to head coach Yang Li, stating unequivocally that without Yang Li, he would not have secured this championship. This championship does not belong solely to Chris Paul, but rather to the Houston Rockets. Yang Li, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, realizing why Paul could become the union president. This guy has always known how to handle matters. After the skills challenge concluded, it was time for the three-point contest. This year's three-point contest attracted numerous participants. And as the host, Yang Li forcibly inserted one player into the lineup. Many might guess it was Rajon Rondo, but unfortunately, they would be mistaken. The player Yang Li chose to insert was the Red Mamba, Matt Bonner. Additionally, the other 5 participants in the three-point contest included Gilbert Arenas, Quentin Richardson, Ray Allen, Chauncey Billups, and Dirk Nowitzki. Nobody expected that among the 3 finalists this year, only Ray Allen was a guard. The other 2 were Mavericks forward Nowitzki and Rockets forward Bonner. In the finals, Nowitzki performed moderately, scoring only 18 points. Ray Allen had an off night as well, managing just 15 points, thus eliminating himself from contention for the title of three-point king. Finally, it was Bonner's turn, and he exhibited remarkable steadiness. He prioritized accuracy over speed. Ultimately, although Bonner did not complete all his shots, he amassed 19 points, narrowly edging out Nowitzki to claim the three-point contest championship. As for the dunk contest, the Rockets had no participants. Firstly, the dunk contest carries a certain degree of risk. Secondly, Yang Li knew that this year's dunk contest champion would undoubtedly be the 5 feet 9 inches Lil Potato. Nate Robinson. After all, this was a title the league was keen to protect. The skills challenge was timed, the three-point contest was scored, but the dunk contest relied on judges' scores, which rendered it susceptible to manipulation. There is no need to elaborate further. Those who understand on the evening of February 19, 2006, at 8 p.m., the All-Star Game officially commenced at the Toyota Center in Houston. The stars shone brightly over Houston tonight, and the Toyota Center dazzled with brilliance. Apologies, I digress. The 2006 Houston All-Star Game is often regarded as the most star-studded edition of the 21st century. This year's All-Star roster is indicative of just how formidable this event is, especially the Western Conference All-Stars, which became even more illustrious with Kevin Garnett stepping in for Tracy McGrady in the starting lineup. Before the players even took the court, the atmosphere among the fans was already electric. A multitude of celebrities from various fields, including notable figures from the business world, filled the stands. Suddenly, amidst the cheers, a mix of applause and boos erupted. The host, Yao Ming, had made his entrance, instantly capturing the spotlight. In fact, compared to the various luminaries in the audience, Rockets owner Yao Ming was arguably even more popular. As the lights dimmed and the music began to play, the crowd erupted in excitement. The 2006 NBA All-Star Game was about to begin. This was the epitome of an all-star event. The introductions for this year's NBA All-Star Game had been meticulously planned. First, the Eastern Conference reserves were introduced, followed by the starting players. When Eastern Conference starting guard Allen Iverson took the floor, the arena erupted with thunderous applause. Despite never having won a championship, AI's popularity remains unmatched in the league. Yao Ming could not help but rise to his feet, applauding for Iverson. Setting aside all else, Iverson is undeniably a born superstar. Reflecting back on the 1996 NBA draft, Commissioner Stern had visited the green room to shake hands with the rookies. While others appeared shy and cautious in the presence of the NBA commissioner, Iverson effortlessly extended his hand to Stern with a smile. It was as if he were greeting a devoted fan rather than receiving encouragement from the commissioner. The contrast with the other players' obsequious demeanor was stark. Following AI were Wade, Carter, James, and O'Neal. When it was O'Neal's turn, he performed a heart-pumping dance move, amusing the crowd and eliciting another wave of raucous cheers. Finally, the Western Conference All-Star starters were introduced. Nash was the first, prompting another round of enthusiastic applause. In recent years, the Phoenix Suns had ignited a fast-paced style of play in the league, dazzling fans even more than the Kings of yesteryear. The pivotal figure in this transformation was none other than the team's core point guard, Steve Nash. Next up was Kobe Bryant, who, despite a dip in popularity due to legal issues, remained the player most reminiscent of the basketball god. Michael Jordan. Following him were Garnett and Duncan, two veterans who, while not yet old, were among the most recognized power forwards by domestic fans. A popular topic of discussion among fans was who the strongest active power forward in the league was, with the trio of Dunce, Hard, and Soft taking center stage. Dunce refers to Duncan, Hard to Garnett, and Soft to Nowitzki. Whether in schools or workplaces, whenever the discussion arose about who among the three was the strongest, a throng of supporters would emerge, fervently advocating for their chosen power forward. In retrospect, it is clear that Duncan stands out as the best among the trio. Yet, once a question has an answer, the enjoyment of pondering it dissipates. If possible, I truly wish the NBA could remain in an era of debating who among these three is the greatest power forward. Yao Ming had often pondered this, and he was fortunate to find himself once again in this era. Now is the best time for the NBA. The 2006 NBA All-Star Game is a cherished memory for a generation of fans. The 2006 NBA All-Star Game is also the reality that Yao Ming is experiencing. Finally, DJ introduced the star player of the Houston Rockets, Yao Ming. The audience present at the venue was exceptionally enthusiastic, contributing the loudest cheers of the night. After all, this is the home court of the Houston Rockets, and it would be quite unacceptable for their own stars to suffer a defeat. Yao Ming felt fortunate to be able to relish the joy that this year's All-Star event brought him. However, Yao Ming's old habits resurfaced. Originally, hosting the NBA All-Star Game was intended for profit, yet Yao Ming waved his hand and declared that all attendees tonight would receive a complimentary hot dog, a bucket of popcorn, and a pitcher of beer. After the DJ introduced Yao Ming, He received a notification through his earpiece and excitedly announced the news. Consequently, the audience, who barely had time to catch their breath, erupted into another round of fervent cheers, even louder than when Yao Ming was introduced. Indeed, this All-Star night was supposed to spotlight the stars of the game, but with Yang Li's involvement, the Rockets owner had inadvertently become the main attraction. Interestingly, earlier, the audience had been vocally criticizing Yang Li for his despicable behavior. However, after this announcement, the Toyota Center transformed into a grand stage for a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. If only I could have 29 more team owners like Yang Li. Who among us hasn't made a few mistakes during our youth? In my heart, Yang Li is the finest team owner in the NBA. Rockets, champions. From now on, anyone who disparages Yang Li is my enemy. Following this series of promotional activities, the 2006 All-Star Game officially commenced. Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal stood at the center of the court, ready for the jump ball. Whistle, the sound echoed. Both players leaped simultaneously. In the astonished gaze of O'Neal, Yao Ming seized the ball. "Hey Yao, and I see I ump." O'Neal chuckled as he playfully patted Yao Ming's backside. "Thanks, my brother," Yao Ming responded with a grin. The two then dashed a position beneath the Eastern team's basket. "Yao, I heard." O'Neal pressed Yao Ming firmly outside the key. "Your Rockets head coach Yang Li says you're now the best center in the league." "Yes, he indeed said that," Yao Ming retorted, pivoting to the other side of the key, adding that before the game began, "He wanted me to convey a message to you. He has something to say to me." O'Neal quickly followed Yao Ming to secure his position, curiosity piqued about what he might say. "First, I must clarify that this message is from him." Yao Ming forcefully nudged O'Neal with his back and raised his right hand high, signaling for the ball. "So, this statement does not reflect my personal opinion." "Okay, stop beating around the bush, Yao." O'Neal's curiosity piqued, eager to hear what Yang Li had to say. "That he wanted me to tell you." As Yao Ming spoke, he received a high pass from Kobe. "Shaq, your era has come to an end." O'Neal was momentarily stunned by this proclamation. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yao Ming swiftly spun past O'Neal and leapt, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. "Yao, you trickster!" O'Neal exclaimed, angrily tossing the ball against Yao Ming's backside. His petulant demeanor instantly amused the audience. "I did not trick you." "He genuinely said that," Yao Ming replied, turning back with a mischievous grin. "By the way, Shaq, we have an old saying back home. All's fair in love and war." O'Neal, fuming, charged towards the Western team's basket. Now it was the Eastern team's turn to attack. O'Neal decisively opted to take Yao Ming one-on-one beneath the basket. He had to reclaim his pride after being outplayed defensively. Unexpectedly, Yao Ming withstood his initial forceful backing, but then cleverly retreated, causing O'Neal to lose his balance. Thud! O'Neal stumbled back and fell to the ground. Whistle! The referee called a traveling violation. The audience erupted into laughter once more. O'Neal's comical display of defense and offense had indeed provided a source of amusement. Meanwhile, O'Neal lay on his back like a turtle, chuckling despite himself. The current Yao Ming was no longer the naive player of years past. His rapid development had reached a point where he could even jest at his own expense. Garnett hastily approached, helping Yao Ming lift O'Neal from the ground, with O'Neal's weight exceeding 350 pounds. It was quite a challenge for just one person to hoist him up. The All-Star Game commenced amidst an atmosphere of joy. Throughout the first half, it resembled the previous year's matchup. The Western Stars, Kobe, McGrady, Garnett, and the Eastern Stars, Wade, Carter, James, took turns dazzling the audience with spectacular dunks. Nash, Parker, Iverson, and Billups frequently executed thrilling alley-oops for their teammates. The general would shoot a three-pointer, and Yao Ming would respond with one of his own. Hamilton would make a long-range shot, and Yao would connect from the arc. Carter would hit a drifting three, and Yao would capitalize on a screen for a quick three-pointer. Yao Ming's shooting became increasingly confident, and the audience grew more excited with each successful attempt. Every time Yao sank a three-pointer, the crowd leapt to their feet in applause. That was a classic case of reveling in the spectacle, eager to see whether the Eastern All-Stars or Yao Ming's sharpshooting would reign supreme. Ray Allen, Kobe, McGrady, Nowitzki, and others were also three-point specialists. However, since this was Houston's home turf, they willingly assisted Yao Ming, providing him with passes. Just as in the original timeline, the Western All-Stars aimed to help McGrady secure the 2006 All-Star MVP. Yet as the game progressed, others began to realize something was amiss. despite this being an exhibition game with a relatively low defensive intensity. Yao Ming astonishingly knocked down 8 three-pointers in a single quarter. This was a center known for his inside game. How could anyone defend against him when he could score from beyond the arc? Coupled with Yao Ming's 3 successful drives to the basket and 1 fast break dunk, he had amassed 8 points, bringing his total to 32 points, the highest among all players that in the final quarter. The Eastern team indeed commenced their serious play. Under Sanders' direction, they deployed the Pistons' bad boys alongside LeBron's lineup. This mirrored the previous year's strategy, intending to secure victory in this All-Star game. Yao Ming had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, he had conferred with the Western head coach, the general, early on that if the Eastern team was to play seriously, they would field the strongest lineup from the West. Center Yao Ming, power forward Duncan, small forward Garnett, shooting guard McGrady, and point guard Kobe. This configuration was one Yao Ming had only previously envisioned in NBA Live. It represented the ultimate lineup in the game. One without any weaknesses. Could Ben Wallace contend with Yao Ming? He might as well try using his head. Before Yao Ming, he was merely a slightly larger version of Iverson. The power forward position with the big fundamental Duncan was on an entirely different level. At small forward, Garnett could easily handle LeBron in the backcourt. Kobe and McGrady were unparalleled, and no other duo could match their prowess. Ultimately, the Western team triumphed over the Eastern team with a score of 128-120. The MVP of the 2006 All-Star Game was awarded to the hometown hero, Yao Ming of the Houston Rockets. Throughout the game, Yao Ming scored 36 points, grabbed 15 rebounds, and impressively shot 8 of 10 from three-point range. As Yao Ming accepted the All-Star MVP trophy, the 2006 Houston All-Star event concluded on a perfect note. Following the conclusion of the All-Star Game, we are poised to enter the final sprint of the regular season. It is not only the teams vying for playoff berths that are fiercely competing for their spots. Those with aspirations of capturing the championship are also beginning to take matters seriously in order to secure greater home court advantage during the playoffs. On the Rockets' side, Yao Ming has notably altered his usual approach, opting not to include DeJi and Liu in the activated roster of 13 players for the games, if the Rockets are to contend for the championship this year. Every single one of these 13 players must rise to the occasion. The rationale is straightforward. The current iteration of the Rockets is a single core team. Within the squad, only Yao Ming can be considered superstar, implying that the team's foundational strength is rather fragile. In a team with 2 superstars, if one falters, the other can step up to support. With 3 superstars, even if 2 are underperforming, the remaining one may still manage to carry the team. Of course, this is contingent on the absence of any theatrics from these superstars. Should any of them choose to play the part, even if their teammates are firing on all cylinders, the outcome would be insurmountable. Thus, the Rockets currently face a significant challenge. If Yao Ming struggles and finds himself in a predicament, it becomes exceedingly difficult for others to step up. The only one with the potential to do so is perhaps Artest. But his consistency is in question. Nevertheless, Yao Ming had already contemplated this issue while constructing the Rockets lineup. Although the team lacks a second superstar, every player from the starters to the bench possesses commendable abilities. When Yao Ming is not at his best, it may appear that no one can step up, yet in truth, everyone is capable of rising to the occasion. In today's league, there is no longer anyone who can single-handedly contain Yao Ming. To place him in a bind, at least one additional player must provide support. Consequently, this creates a gap of 0.5 players for the Rockets. Hence, Yao Ming's current objective is to train this group, ensuring that they can all stand up when the team requires them. Regardless of the team, any attempt to limit Yao Ming will come at a significant price due to this 0.5-player gap. In the remaining days of February, the Houston Rockets have 4 games left to play, facing the Clippers, Warriors, Magic, and Suns. In the initial 3 matches, the Rockets effortlessly triumphed over their opponents, achieving a modest 3-game winning streak. However, in the final game of February, they encountered the Phoenix Suns. Currently, the Rockets hold a record of 35 wins and 21 losses, while the Suns boast a record of 36 wins and 18 losses, leaving the Rockets trailing by 2 victories. In Yao Ming's assessment, the Suns are likely to be the last victor among the Spurs, Mavericks, and Rockets in the Western Conference Finals. Therefore, should the Rockets advance to the Western Conference Finals and face the Suns, Home court advantage becomes paramount. If the Rockets can secure a victory against the Suns today, they will only trail by one win. Notably, the last game before the All-Star weekend was also against the Suns, and the Rockets emerged victorious then, carrying no psychological burden into this match. The ultimate outcome was a victory for the Rockets. However, the process of the game proved to be quite intriguing. Following the All-Star weekend, Yao Ming found himself grappling with fatigue. This was not due to a lack of stamina, but rather a customary period of exhaustion that he experiences during the latter part of the season. The timing was fortuitous. Had it occurred at the onset of the playoffs, it would have spelled disaster. Yao Ming struggled, and Paul failed to make an impact against Nash. Yet in this contest, Raja Bell and Diaz stepped up. In the original timeline, these two should have been with the Suns. Though the Suns did not acquire them this year, they bolstered their roster with other players. Ultimately, the Rockets duo outperformed the Suns' counterparts. Raja Bell finished with 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists, while Diaz contributed 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists. Their stellar performances propelled the Houston Rockets to victory, riding the momentum of this 4-game winning streak. The Rockets transitioned into their March schedule. It is worth noting that the Rockets had a rather favorable schedule in the first half of the season. However, as they entered March, they faced a daunting stretch of games that on March 1st. The Houston Rockets squared off against the Philadelphia 76ers. Facing a 76ers squad led by Iverson and Weber, the Rockets delivered a commendable performance, ultimately winning the game with a score of 106-101. On March 3, the Rockets hosted the Denver Nuggets. This match was fiercely contested, as both teams engaged in a physical battle from the very first quarter. Although Nuggets center Marcus Camby could not contain Yao Ming, he displayed exceptional awareness, securing 15 rebounds and scoring 10 points. Meanwhile, power forward Kenyon Martin was preoccupied with battling West and neglected to focus on scoring. Consequently, the offensive burden fell entirely on Carmelo Anthony's shoulders. As a Nugget star player, he handled nearly every difficult shot, finishing with an impressive 34 points on 12 of 23 shooting, along with 7 of 7 from the free throw line. For the Rockets, Yao Ming finally regained some rhythm against Camby, shooting 9 of 17 for 25 points and 10 rebounds. Paul performed admirably as well, contributing 15 points and 13 assists. However, amidst the intense competition, both teams struggled with their shooting percentages. Ultimately, the Rockets managed to fend off the Denver Nuggets with a score of 89-78 on their home court. Houston fans, though deprived of the usual culinary delights at the Toyota Center, still left the arena exhilarated. After all, this gritty, physical confrontation epitomized the essence of true basketball. Subsequently, the Rockets continued their impressive run, defeating the Portland Trail Blazers, Minnesota Timberwolves, and Indiana Pacers. Including their victory over the Suns before the All-Star break, they achieved a remarkable 9-game winning streak, just as they were on the verge of surpassing 10 consecutive victories. They encountered the San Antonio Spurs. In this matchup, the Spurs GDP trio shone brightly. Moreover, the Spurs showcased exceptional team defense, limiting Yao Ming to just 20 points and 10 rebounds. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs narrowly defeated the Houston Rockets, 90-88, securing the victory on their home turf. The following day, the Rockets returned home to face the New Jersey Nets. Perhaps influenced by the previous game, the entire Rockets team struggled, unexpectedly losing to the visiting Nets with a score of 92-95. Carter, Kidd, and Jefferson combined for 55 points, along with 25 rebounds and 20 assists, dismantling the Rockets' defense. This defeat prompted complaints from Rockets fans, who lamented, "I told you, Young Lee's Tracy McGrady would come at a cost." A team can only go so far in the playoffs with just one superstar. Not to mention the regular season. Doesn't this expose our weaknesses against stronger teams? Against other teams, the Rockets might still compete. But when faced with star-studded teams like the Spurs and Nets, they truly struggle. Yao Ming still has his shortcomings. He remains ineffective at handling double teams during crucial moments. Ironically, Yang Lee overheard these criticisms and took them to heart. Consequently, during the practice session the following day, he had Yao Ming work on his ability to handle double teams. Yang Lee's directive to Yao Ming was clear: prioritize shooting over passing. A genuine superstar must possess the audacity and even the courage to shoot when faced with a double team in critical moments. Merely attempting to pass to a teammate with an open shot opportunity will only lead to hesitation during decisive moments. If one shot misses, then Then return home and practice diligently to ensure the next shot lands. If you continually seek to pass after a missed shot, opponents will eventually lose their fear of you receiving the ball in crucial situations, as they will know you are reluctant to shoot. Even if they give you space, whether one step or two, you will still choose to pass the responsibility to your teammates. After an entire day of rigorous training, the fruits of labor were swiftly realized in the following day's match. On March 15, the Houston Rockets faced off against the Dallas Mavericks at home in yet another crucial positional battle. The Rockets boasted a record of 41 wins and 23 losses, while the Mavericks stood at 47 wins and 17 losses. A significant gap of 6 victories. Yao Ming was acutely aware that the Mavericks were originally on track to achieve a remarkable 60-win season. However, the repercussions of Yao Ming's decision to poach Diop would likely result in the Mavericks finishing with a record around 56 to 58 wins. Thus, if the Rockets were to lose today, even if they won all their remaining games, they would only reach a ceiling of 58 victories. Therefore, in order to secure home court advantage against the Mavericks in the playoffs, the Houston Rockets had to emerge victorious today. The intensity of the game between the Rockets and Mavericks had already reached playoff levels. Yao Ming opted not to deploy Allen against Terry. Instead, he positioned Paul to face off against Terry directly. Since entering March, Paul had been in spectacular form, akin to having suddenly unlocked his full potential, showcasing marked improvements on both ends of the court. Paul had confided in Yao Ming that his aspiration was to become the strongest point guard in the league. With such lofty goals, there was no room for evasion when confronted with players of equal or superior stature in his position. Only by facing them head-on could he hope to catch up, surpass, and eventually defeat them. As for West, Yao Ming did not press him unduly. He was indeed an all-star caliber power forward, yet disparity remained when compared to the likes of Dirk Nowitzki. In this matchup, Yao Ming was once again tasked with defending Nowitzki. Yao Ming's strategy of mismatched defense had proven effective time and again among centers in the league who lacked shooting prowess. Aside from Shaquille O'Neal, West showed no trepidation against anyone else. Thus, Yao Ming felt confident in entrusting West with the defensive duties against the opposing center. Both teams were undoubtedly earnest in their efforts, and their shooting touch was notably hot. Throughout the match, both sides remained locked in a tight contest, with the largest lead being a mere 8 points in favor of the Rockets. However, the Mavericks quickly retaliated with a surge. Taking a 5-point lead of their own, with only 30 seconds remaining in regulation, the score stood tied at 98. Compounding the situation, the Mavericks held possession of the ball. Terry orchestrated the offense as he advanced, utilizing a screen to move to the weak side, where he executed a simple yet effective pick-and-roll with Nowitzki. Upon receiving Terry's pass, Nowitzki, with barely a fingertips distance from Yao, launched a shot. The ball struck the rim twice before finally settling into the net. The Mavericks led the Rockets 198. With a mere 15 seconds left in the game, the Rockets had one final opportunity for an attack. Yao Ming promptly stood up to call a timeout. In such moments, it was imperative to devise a strategy that maximized their success. Yao Ming drew up a 2-man pick-and-roll play. Once the ball was inbound, Paul received it while Yao and West simultaneously positioned themselves at the arc to set screens. After the pick, West cut directly to the basket, while Yao shifted to the opposite side to assist Artest, who was running towards the three-point line. As Artest emerged, he caught Paul's pass. Simultaneously, in the left corner, Rajiv Bell utilized West's screen to slip to the opposite three-point line. As Howard lunged toward Artest, he decisively passed the ball to the wide-open Bell. Upon receiving the pass, Bell found himself unobstructed as Daniels was blocked by Yao's third screen. Unable to reach a defensive position in time, Yao had executed 3 high-quality screens in one offensive possession, granting Bell an enormous open look. Consequently, Bell confidently opted for a 3-point attempt. As the play unfolded, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were fixated on the soaring basketball. D-Wang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high and leaving the confines of the basket. The entire offensive sequence from initiation to the missed shot consumed a mere 10 seconds. With only 5 seconds remaining in the game, Dampier hurriedly positioned himself underneath the basket, ready to secure the defensive rebound. Yet, just as he prepared to leap for the board, he suddenly sensed the absence of Yao behind him. Yao had spun around and moved directly in front of the basket. Before Dampier could jump, Yao leapt first extending both hands toward the basketball. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Dampier quickly followed suit, attempting to thwart Yao's rebound. However, Yao's superior timing allowed him to seize the ball first. In the midst of this, Dampier's hand swiped at the basketball in Yao's grasp. To Dampier's astonishment, Yao was not merely aiming to secure the rebound. He was intent on making a putback. Consequently, Dampier's slap struck Yao's arm instead. Though Yao was slightly affected, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to tip the ball toward the basket. The basketball wobbled precariously atop the rim, spinning twice before finally settling into the net. The ball went in. Whistle. The referee's signal was clear as he raised 2 fingers, indicating the basket was good. Following this, he pointed at Dampier, signaling a foul with his left hand clenched into a fist, while his right grasped his left wrist that a foul was called. The 2 points counted, and an additional free throw was awarded. With just 2.9 seconds remaining, Yao had not only tied the game for the Rockets, but also gained a chance for a decisive free throw. The crowd, previously tense and silent, erupted with jubilation as they witnessed Yao's successful shot. The atmosphere was electric, as it felt as though the Rockets were on the brink of victory. Of course, if Yao could convert this 2+1 opportunity, they would be merely a step away from triumph. Given Yao's free throw percentage, it was nearly inconceivable that he would miss as the arena fell into a hush. No one dared to make sound, fearing it might disrupt Yao's concentration. Yao stepped to the free throw line, rhythmically dribbling the ball 5 times before raising it to his face. After a brief pause, he elevated the ball above his head and released it. Swish! The additional free throw was flawlessly executed. The Houston Rockets surged ahead 101-100 against the Dallas Mavericks. All that remained was to stifle the Mavericks' final offensive attempt, and the Rockets would claim victory in this contest, with just 2.9 seconds left. The young general could only devise a straightforward screen play to facilitate a quick shot. Given the time constraints, complexity was not an option. Otherwise, they would run out of time before executing the play. Nowitzki was entrusted with the final shot, and everyone on the court was acutely aware of this fact. Therefore, Yao was determined not to afford Nowitzki an opportunity for an easy shot that in fact. As Nowitzki forced a shot, Yao's fingertips grazed the basketball. Ultimately, the ball failed to even graze the rim, sailing out of bounds. As the ball hit the floor, the game clock had already expired. Thanks to Yao's triumphant free throw, the Houston Rockets triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks at home. Throughout the game, Yao achieved an impressive 13 of 19 from the field and 12 of 13 from the free throw line, amassing a staggering 38 points, the highest of either team. Additionally, Yao contributed 3 assists and secured 12 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive boards. Nowitzki also delivered an outstanding performance, shooting 11 of 20 for 32 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. In their respective matchups, Yao clearly outperformed Nowitzki. After the game concluded, Yao, who had executed the game-winning shot, graciously participated in a post-game interview that he specifically expressed gratitude to head coach Yao Ming for his continuous support and guidance. Reflecting on his earlier self, had Yao found himself in a similar situation and faced Dampier's slap after securing an offensive rebound, it was unlikely he would have been able to attempt a 2+1, let alone avoid being sent several feet away. Yao had diligently followed Yao Ming's directives to strengthen his upper body, yet that alone could only assist him in securing the ball. The ability to adjust his shot in the final moments was a testament to Yao Ming's specialized training. Such skills were imperative for Yao to master. Otherwise, what merit did a so-called superstar hold if they could not deliver in clutch situations? In the final moments of today's match, Yao Ming did not instruct Yao Ming to take the lead. This was not due to a lack of trust in Yao, but rather a desire to allow others to gain experience before the playoffs commenced in situations like the final round today. This tactic proved to be an excellent training opportunity. Bell made a crucial three-pointer, while Yao executed a remarkable three-point play to turn the tide. For Bell, failing to score today was not a setback. On the contrary, he realized that he could create shooting opportunities through movement during critical moments. Moreover, there was a significant psychological factor at play. The pressure of knowing that scoring typically leads to victory, while missing shots often results in defeat, weighed heavily on him. Now, he understands that even if he misses, Yao is there to support the team. This revelation will stabilize his mindset when he next faces a similar shooting situation. The game today can be deemed immensely fruitful. It showcased the morale of the entire Houston Rockets roster. Following this, the Rockets surged with momentum. On March 18, they hosted the San Antonio Spurs once more, decisively defeating them with a score of 106-92. Of course, the Rockets' ease in overcoming the Spurs was largely due to Ginobili's absence due to injury. Nevertheless, even with only Duncan and Parker, the Spurs remained a formidable opponent. Yao was once again tasked with guarding Duncan, a role that has become a staple strategy for the Rockets. When faced with two opposing big men, Yao defends the stronger one, whether it be Nowitzki, Duncan, or Garnett. As the star player, one should take on the challenge of guarding the most difficult opponent. That if the matchup is too challenging, one should allow teammates to take over while seeking a more favorable matchup. This is not the hallmark of a true star. Today, Yao's defense against Duncan was remarkably effective. Duncan struggled against Yao's presence, attempting only 9 shots and making 5 of them, while hitting just 4 of 7 free throws, totaling a mere 14 points. In contrast, Yao shot 7 for 15 from the field and 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Although his overall shooting percentage was not stellar, his perfect 7 for 7 for the free throw line allowed him to amass 22 points. On the boards, Duncan secured only 8 rebounds, all defensive, while Yao claimed 10 rebounds, including 2 offensive boards. In this matchup, Yao clearly dominated Duncan. Yet the true protagonists of the game were not Yao and Duncan, but Parker and Paul. Parker delivered an outstanding performance, shooting 10 for 17 from the field, making 3 of 4 free throws, and scoring a team-high 23 points while also dishing out 8 assists and grabbing 4 rebounds. Paul's shooting was equally impressive, hitting 8 of 14 attempts, including 2 of 4 from three-point range and 2 for 2 from the line, resulting in 20 points, second only to Yao. Although Paul scored 3 points fewer than Parker, he contributed 10 assists and 5 rebounds. In terms of matchup performance, Paul held his own against the championship-caliber Parker. When it comes to bench depth, the Rockets clearly surpassed the Spurs, making their significant victory unsurprising. After defeating the 2 best teams in the Western Conference, the Houston Rockets have become an unstoppable force. On March 20, they triumphed over the Los Angeles Clippers at home. The following day, March 21st, the Rockets flew to Dallas to face the Mavericks in their final regular season encounter. The Rockets had previously secured 2 victories against the Mavericks, and winning today would ensure they held the tiebreaker, even if their final regular season record matched that of the Mavericks. This game was another that rivaled playoff intensity. Ultimately, the Rockets showcased their collective prowess, with 6 players scoring in double figures, defeating the Mavericks 102-93. This victory further narrowed the gap in their regular season record against Dallas. On March 23, the Rockets faced the New Orleans Hornets. Due to a back injury, McGrady did not play, and the Rockets decisively overwhelmed the Hornets 112-81. It was evident to all that the Rockets had greatly benefited from their trade involving McGrady this past summer, while the Hornets suffered significant losses. On March 26, the Rockets hosted the Cleveland Cavaliers. For the Rockets, this was yet another favorable matchup. During their previous visit to Cleveland, the Rockets had won by a staggering 29 points. Today, playing at home, the Rockets only needed to exert minimal effort to dismantle the Cavaliers. Yao played only 3 quarters, scoring 27 points and grabbing 7 rebounds. By the start of the 4th quarter, the Rockets had already established a 32-point lead. Naturally, Yao Ming did not send Yao back onto the court in the 4th quarter, preserving his energy for the playoffs. Despite trailing by over 30 points, the Cavaliers chose not to concede. LeBron James, who had only scored 16 points in the first 3 quarters, led a resurgence in the 4th. He played efficiently, hitting 6 of 8 shots, making 8 of 11 free throws, and racking up 20 points. Particularly in the crucial final 2.5 minutes of the game, James relentlessly attacked the basket. Ultimately, he executed a buzzer-beater dunk that reduced the deficit to within 10 points just before the final whistle. The Cavaliers ultimately fell to the Rockets 100-109. James finished the game with 36 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 14 of 34 shooting, having given his all. With a victory over the Cavaliers, the Rockets had 2 more games left in the month. On March 29, they triumphed over the Seattle Supersonics with a score of 115-87. On March 31, they faced the Washington Wizards, sending them home with a 105-97 defeat. Finally, April arrived, marking the final stretch of the 2005 to 2006 NBA regular season. The Houston Rockets currently held a record of 49 wins and 23 losses, while the Dallas Mavericks boasted 52 wins and 21 losses, and the Spurs led with 54 wins and 18 losses. The Rockets were just 2.5 games behind the Mavericks. There remained a chance to catch up to Dallas in the upcoming matches. However, with a 5-game deficit to the Spurs, the gap was quite substantial. Merely relying on their own performance would not suffice to catch up to San Antonio. They would also need the Spurs to falter in their remaining games. It was clear that Popovich and the core trio would not make such a rudimentary error. Given these circumstances, the Rockets' objective became quite clear: to surpass the Mavericks and secure the second seed in the Western Conference for the playoffs. On April 2, the Houston Rockets traveled to Los Angeles to face the Lakers. The Lakers currently held a record of 38 wins and 36 losses, ranking 7th in the Western Conference. Meanwhile, the Sacramento Kings closely trailed behind with a record of 37 wins and 36 losses. Neither the Lakers nor the Kings wished to enter the playoffs as the 8th seed, especially since facing the Spurs in the first round would offer them no chance of victory. Thus, the Lakers brought their utmost intensity to today's game. Despite the Rockets' best efforts, they were no match for the formidable Kobe Bryant. In the 2006 season, he delivered an extraordinary individual performance, scoring 43 points on 19 of 32 shooting for an impressive 59.4 shooting percentage. He also contributed 3 rebounds and 6 assists. The Lakers' second star, Lamar Odom, also shone brightly, playing nearly the entire game for 44 minutes and scoring 21 points with 6 rebounds and 3 assists. Surprisingly, Lakers guard Smush Parker also had a breakout performance, shooting 5 for 8 and scoring 15 points while providing 10 assists and grabbing 5 rebounds. This was undoubtedly the highlight of Parker's career. After all, a tally of 15, 10, and 5 can be considered the statistics of a top-tier guard. However, the true caliber of Parker is well known to those who have followed the Lakers over the years. Although Parker averaged 11 points during his 2 seasons with the Lakers, competing in the NBA proved to be quite challenging for him. Neither before joining the Lakers nor after departing did Parker ever manage to be deemed a competent rotation player. Eventually, he was left with no choice but to play in the CBA, begrudgingly becoming a local legend there. Thus, prior to the arrival of Paul Gasol in Los Angeles, it could be said that Kobe's teammates were of CBA caliber. In summary, propelled by a remarkable team performance, the Rockets unexpectedly fell to the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 98-104. Yao Ming, with an impressive 16 out of 25 shooting, led the team with 33 points alongside 16 rebounds and 6 assists. Despite Yao's valiant effort, the Rockets could not avert defeat. This loss placed the Rockets in a precarious position, as they had 9 regular season games remaining, with each one being critical to compound their difficulties. The Rockets faced a grueling 6-game road trip, including 2 back-to-back matchups. On April 4, the Rockets visited Seattle to face the Supersonics. In a sleepless night for Seattle, the Rockets triumphed with a decisive 104-87 victory, effectively extinguishing the Supersonics' playoff aspirations. On April 5, the Rockets swiftly traveled to Portland to contend against the Trail Blazers. Although the Blazers were already out of playoff contention, they fought fiercely in this match. Brad Miller delivered a stellar performance, scoring 30 points, securing 11 rebounds, and providing 3 assists against Yao. While Yao showed no fear of physical play, he found it challenging to contend with a technically skilled center like Miller. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that Miller could not contain Yao either. Yao contributed an impressive 28 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 assists. His scoring was just 2 points shy of Miller's, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because his teammates were performing exceptionally well. Against the Kings, West also shone brightly, amassing 22 points and 10 rebounds. The duo of Yao and West combined for 50 points, treating the Kings' interior defense with utter disdain. Ultimately, the Rockets comfortably defeated the Kings with a score of 96-73. On April 10, the Rockets traveled to Salt Lake City to challenge the Utah Jazz. Deron Williams had solidified his position as the Jazz's starting point guard under Sloan's guidance. Previously, Paul had been in exceptional form, but against the Jazz, he was completely outplayed by Deron. Paul shot 3 for 11, scoring only 8 points with 7 assists, while Deron managed to score 15 points and 8 assists on 5 for 10 shooting. Clearly, Paul was overwhelmed in their matchup. Nevertheless, victory ultimately belonged to Houston. The partnership between Yao and West had developed seamlessly over half a season, proving effective against the formidable duo of Ochre and Boozer. Yao's relentless performance culminated in 32 points and 14 rebounds, leading the Rockets to a narrow 91-87 victory over the Jazz. After completing the 6-game road trip, the Rockets returned to Houston with a commendable record of 5 wins and 1 loss. On April 12, the Rockets welcomed the Minnesota Timberwolves. However, the Timberwolves lacked any fighting spirit, as their star player, Kevin Garnett, was sidelined due to injury. The Timberwolves, akin to mere spectators, faced the Rockets in peak form. Given the home game setting, Yao was not rested, as the fans had paid to witness his performance. Yet, even with Yao on the court for only part of the game, the Rockets decisively defeated the Timberwolves 108-82. The audience was treated to Yao's presence, a victorious game, and a delightful hamburger feast, leaving everyone satisfied. Following the victory over the Timberwolves, the Rockets boasted a record of 55 wins and 24 losses. With just 3 games remaining, the upcoming opponents were formidable. The 6th-seed Memphis Grizzlies, the 3rd-seed Denver Nuggets, and the top-seed San Antonio Spurs. On April 15, the Rockets faced the Memphis Grizzlies at home. The Grizzlies' general manager, Mr. West, attended the game, eager to meet with Yao. Upon learning of his presence, Yao graciously reserved a VIP box for Mr. West. Before the game, Yao took the time to converse with Mr. West. Frankly speaking, West remarked, "I did not anticipate the Rockets reaching the playoffs this season, let alone achieving a winning percentage exceeding 2/3. Yao smiled and acknowledged, "While I appreciate your commendation, I am aware that the Rockets have a long journey ahead. The playoffs and regular season are entirely different beasts, and championship teams differ from dynasty teams." Mr. West, impressed by Yao's humility, remarked, "Had I known the Rockets had championship potential, I should have traded James Posey to them." This sentiment endeared Mr. West to Yao, as he was not one to engage in underhanded dealings. "Fortunately, you made a wise mid-season acquisition in Ron," West continued, noting Yao's thoughtful expression. "Starting Ron and having Sean come off the bench was a brilliant decision." "Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. West," Yao replied with a smile. "It is truly an honor to have Sean on the team. He is a gentleman akin to yourself, and I'm delighted to work alongside such a person." Mr. West chuckled at Yao's words, and Yao reciprocated with a knowing smile. Their conversation conveyed mutual respect and understanding. As the game was about to commence, West waved goodbye, expressing his anticipation for the performance on the court. "You shall not be disappointed," Yao assured him. Yangli finished speaking and turned to leave the private room. The purpose of West's visit to Yangli today was quite straightforward: to present the letter of intent. Despite the Memphis Grizzlies' commendable performance this year, the internal management of the team is, in reality, exceedingly chaotic. The owner has been actively seeking buyers, eager to sell the franchise, given such circumstances within the Grizzlies. No matter how capable West may be, he would struggle to forge a championship-contending team. Consequently, West set his sights on the owner of the Houston Rockets. Yang Li. It is well known that Yang Li is the true helmsman of the Rockets. In less than a year, he transformed the Rockets into one of the top 5 teams in terms of attendance in the league, undeniably showcasing his exceptional skills. West recognized this and thus determined that his next destination would be the Houston Rockets. Reflecting on their recent conversation, West initially praised the Rockets, which was essentially an acknowledgement of everything Yang Li had achieved. He then mentioned that he should have traded Posey to the Rockets, subtly indicating that he himself ought to join the Rockets. Subsequently, West brought up the matter of Arteas starting and Battier coming off the bench, clarifying to Yang Li that he sought merely an advisory backup role at the Rockets, while Yang Li would remain the starting general manager. Yang Li naturally understood West's intentions, and this was precisely what he desired. Moving forward, Yang Li would manage the team's affairs, while West would serve as his assistant. This powerful collaboration would undoubtedly make waves in the league. Thus, Yang Li, through Battier, expressed his sentiments. It would be an honor to work alongside Mr. West. At this point, the agreement was essentially reached, as both parties harbored mutual intentions. Finally, West expressed his anticipation for the performances of both teams in today's game, conveying a clear message: "Let us finalize this matter this summer." Before leaving, Yang Li assured him that he would not be disappointed, providing West with a sense of reassurance. Therefore, once the 2005 to 2006 season concludes, West will join the Houston Rockets as the team's exclusive advisor. Although Yao Ming has experienced a rebirth, he operates primarily based on knowledge of an unknown future. His approach to team management is characterized by bold and decisive maneuvers that he knows who can be of use to him and finds ways to bring them on board. However, the intricacies of trades remain somewhat unrefined. The arrival of West will assist Yao Ming in refining all aspects. Additionally, Yao Ming's judgment regarding roster composition may not always be entirely accurate. For instance, the current Rockets, while strong, do have certain issues. With West by his side offering suggestions, the Rockets' prowess can undoubtedly be elevated to new heights. In today's matchup, the Rockets had no reason to lose. Yao Ming surpassed Gasol, and West outperformed Uncle Ho. On the wings, Artest and Battier far exceeded Mike Miller and Warwick AS for the shooting guard position. The aging Eddie Jones simply could not compete with the peak-level Raja Bell, the point guard for the Grizzlies. Atkins stands at 1.80 meters, even shorter than Paul, and his skills pale in comparison to Paul's. How can they compete? The bench situation is even more favorable for the Rockets, boasting the strongest bench in the league. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 193, bringing their record to 56 wins and 24 losses. Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks also hold a record of 56 wins and 24 losses. The Rockets and Mavericks find themselves on equal footing. On April 16, the Dallas Mavericks achieved an impressive victory over the Utah Jazz at home, with a score of 111-95. As the Jazz fell out of playoff contention. The Mavericks' win total climbed to 57 the following day. The Houston Rockets faced the Denver Nuggets on their home turf. The Nuggets, lacking pressure to make the playoffs, are essentially the weakest team in the Northwest Division. Aside from the Nuggets, the Minnesota Timberwolves, Utah Jazz, Portland Trail Blazers, and Seattle Supersonics have all been confirmed to miss the playoffs this year. The Nuggets, as the division leaders, are the only team able to qualify. Yet their 43 wins and 37 losses place them at the bottom among the top 8 teams in the West. This is why the Grizzlies, Clippers, and Lakers are all vying for the 6th seed in the West. The top 4 teams, aside from the Nuggets, are teams they wish to avoid. Securing the 6th seed means they could face the Nuggets in the first round, significantly increasing their chances of advancing to the second round. Against such Nuggets, the Rockets certainly would not allow them any opportunities. However, securing home court advantage in the playoffs is still a priority. Thus, the Nuggets played with great effort in today's game. Notably, their star player, Carmelo Anthony, took on the role of power forward, charging into the paint to contend with Yao and West. The outcome was predictably grim. During one offensive play, Melo attempted to dunk on Yao, only to be thwarted as Yao blocked him decisively. After landing, Melo, still unwilling to concede, retrieved the ball and sought another attempt. This time, Yao showed no mercy, swatting the ball away with authority. Ultimately, the Rockets defeated the Denver Nuggets on the road with a score of 96-83, bringing their victory total to 57 and securing the 4th spot in the Western Conference. Following this, both the Rockets and Mavericks were left with only one game remaining. The pressure now shifted entirely to the Dallas Mavericks. On April 19, 2006, the final day of the NBA regular season commenced. Several crucial games started simultaneously. The Mavericks faced the Clippers, currently positioned 7th in the West. The Mavericks could not afford to lose today. A defeat would eliminate their chances of securing a top-half position. Even if the Rockets were to lose, the Mavericks would still fall behind the Rockets in the standings, landing them in 4th place. Of course, even if the Mavericks won, they would still have to consider the Rockets' performance. That if the Rockets won today, the Mavericks would inevitably find themselves in 5th place. For the Clippers, today was equally critical. Both the Clippers and their rival Grizzlies held records of 46 wins and 34 losses. Winning today would secure the 6th seed for them, setting them up to face the Denver Nuggets in the first round. However, a loss would force them to contend with the 2nd-seeded Phoenix Suns. With the Suns boasting 53 wins and the Nuggets only 43, the choice is clear. The Nuggets are the preferable opponent. Once the game commenced, the Mavericks treated this match as if it were the playoffs, even the Western Conference Finals. They overwhelmed the Clippers by the 3rd quarter, by the end of the game. The Mavericks emerged victorious with a score of 103-85, solidifying their regular season record at 58 wins and 24 losses. Meanwhile, The Rockets faced a more daunting challenge as they squared off against the first-place San Antonio Spurs. For the Spurs, this game was equally significant. They currently lead the West with a record of 61 wins and 20 losses, while the Eastern Conference leaders, the Detroit Pistons, hold a record of 62 wins and 19 losses. Should the Pistons lose today and the Spurs defeat the Rockets, the Spurs would claim the best record in the NBA regular season. This would grant them home court advantage regardless of their playoff opponents. The 2005 finals were contested between the San Antonio Spurs and the Detroit Pistons. Thus, the Spurs, intent on defending their championship, would certainly consider the Pistons their potential adversary in this year's finals. Winning today's game would secure them home court advantage in the championship series. Thus, the Spurs are undoubtedly determined to secure victory in the game. The Pistons find themselves in a similar predicament. Should they falter today, they may very well be overtaken by the Spurs, compelling them to strive for triumph as well. The conclusion of the 2005 to 2006 NBA regular season stands as one of the most exhilarating finale days in the past 2 decades. The outcome of any match could significantly influence the playoff matchups. Remarkably, today's overall viewership for the NBA has even surpassed last year's finals ratings. This has brought great joy to Stern as the Rockets, acting as a formidable disruptor, have made even the regular season captivating. Thanks to Yao Ming, the warm-up between the Rockets and Spurs has concluded, and the game is about to commence. The starting lineup for both teams today are Yao Ming versus Nazr Mohammed, PF David West versus Tim Duncan, SF Ron Artest versus Bruce Bowen, SG Rajabel versus Manu Ginobili, PG Chris Paul versus Tony Parker. This lineup speaks for itself. With the exception of Mohammed, all players are renowned figures within the league. However, the 2 small forwards are notorious for their reputations on the Rockets side. Even though Yao Ming and his teammates are operating at an enhanced level thanks to Yang Lee's influence, they still appear somewhat inexperienced in comparison to the Spurs. The Rockets hold a clear advantage in only 2 positions, the interior and West's matchup against Mohammed. While Artest possesses superior offensive capabilities compared to Bowen, facing one of the league's premier perimeter defenders may diminish that advantage. As for the backcourt duo, Yang Lee lacks any system to empower Bell and Paul. Against Ginobili and Parker, they're simply outmatched. Finally, it comes down to the star players, Yao Ming and Duncan. Yang Lee's strategy of utilizing Yao Ming to guard Duncan may only serve to contain Duncan to some extent. Completely neutralizing him is beyond reach. Duncan has already secured 3 championships and 3 finals MVPs. In contrast, Yao Ming has only achieved a spot on the All-NBA third team and has never advanced beyond the first round of the playoffs. While he can perform adequately during the regular season, when it comes to critical moments, Yao has struggled to contend with Duncan. Nonetheless, the significance of this match lies in Yao's opportunity to acclimate to the intensity of playoff basketball, especially as he faces the league's most formidable interior player head-on. This presents a splendid opportunity for personal growth. As the game commences, both teams find themselves locked in a tense struggle. The basketball deity Michael Jordan once proclaimed, "Offense wins games, defense wins championships." Today's match serves as the perfect embodiment of this statement. Whether it be the Rockets or the Spurs, both teams boast players with remarkable offensive prowess. Yao's versatility, Duncan's fundamental skills, Paul's precision passing, Parker's swift drives, Bell's steady three-point shooting, and Ginobili's elusive flair all contribute to their offensive arsenal. However, in this encounter, these attributes pale in comparison to the defensive prowess exhibited by both sides, reaching the caliber witnessed in last year's finals. What sets this match apart is that the Rockets are not merely a team known for their tenacious defense like the Pistons done on the offensive front. The Rockets display a far more aesthetically pleasing style of play. Popovich understands that the Rockets pose a formidable challenge. Hence, he has liberated Ginobili, allowing him to play in his preferred manner. This has indeed become a significant threat to the Rockets. To be candid, the Rockets' defensive strategy stems from a collaboration among Yang Lee, Spoelstra, and Malone. While their overall defensive level is commendably high, one aspect cannot be overlooked. They're somewhat rigid in their approach. They have established a traditional defensive system that aligns with Yao Ming's style as a conventional center. However, when confronted by Ginobili's slicing style, the Rockets' defense can become disjointed. Yang Lee is well aware of this. Yet he finds himself powerless to alter the situation. After all, this is the pinnacle of Ginobili's prowess. The 2005 Finals MVP was indeed a topic of considerable debate. Although Duncan, as the team's cornerstone, put forth the best statistics, one would expect there to be little controversy. Yet, those who witnessed the games understand that the Spurs triumphed over the Pistons largely due to Ginobili's pivotal performances during crucial moments. Had it not been for Ginobili, the Pistons might have claimed the championship in 2005. This assertion may seem plausible, yet it is not entirely accurate. Without Duncan, the Spurs would not even be contenders for the championship. Replacing Duncan with any other player would not suffice. He is the giant of the Spurs, and Ginobili's dazzling finals performances merely stand upon the shoulders of this giant. In today's match, Duncan is tasked with the most critical offensive responsibilities. He must contend with Yao Ming on offense while simultaneously limiting him on defense, thus stabilizing the Spurs' foundation. Absent Duncan, the interior would have succumbed to Yao's prowess, allowing him to penetrate at will. With Duncan spearheading the offensive efforts, other responsibilities could be entrusted to Ginobili to execute freely. Ginobili has indeed risen to the occasion, delivering an impressive performance in the first two quarters, WY halftime. He had amassed 10 points, 3 rebounds, and provided 5 spectacular assists to his teammates. Ginobili has taken on the role of orchestrating the Spurs' offensive flow, allowing Parker to focus on scoring. Paul, as a rookie, is no match for a championship-caliber point guard. Parker, taller and faster than Paul, boasts a wealth of experience that far surpasses that of the rookie. Unsurprisingly, Paul found himself overwhelmed as Parker exploited him with ease. By halftime, Parker had already scored 12 points, primarily through one-on-one confrontations with Paul. As the first half concluded, the Rockets trailed the Spurs by 6 points, with a score of 47-53, entering the intermission. Fortunately, when the bench players took the court, Scola helped the Rockets score 8 consecutive points, preventing the Spurs from extending their lead. During the halftime break, Yao Ming decisively adjusted the strategy. Although the Spurs appeared unstoppable, they were not without vulnerabilities. While Ginobili is indeed formidable, it is well known that he carries the nickname 20-minute Jordan. Of course, this does not imply that he can only play for 20 minutes in a game. Rather, it signifies that he can deliver exceptionally efficient performances within any 20-minute span of match. If he is granted more time, his efficiency tends to decline. Having already played 18 minutes in the first half, Ginobili was nearing his critical threshold. To hasten his descent into a fatigue state, Yao Ming promptly deployed a defensive lineup featuring Artest, Battier, Bell, and Tony Allen. Battier is capable of effectively guarding the power forward position. This is self-evident, as he demonstrated this ability in the 2013 Finals. Once the Rockets lineup took the floor, Ginobili clearly appeared somewhat out of sorts. It is no exaggeration to assert that this Rockets lineup represents one of the league's premier defensive units. And it will remain so for the coming years. Ginobili's crafty passing relies on teammates creating opportunities to score. However, the current Rockets squad offers Ginobili scant opportunities for passing. Left with no choice, Ginobili had to resort to taking matters into his own hand. As one of the league's finest slashers, Ginobili's driving ability is indeed potent. Yet regrettably, this year he faces the league's top rim protector, Yao Ming. There is no subsequent Gao Yuan rule in effect. Yao, with his height advantage, stands guard in the paint like an expansive net, and no matter how elusive Ginobili may be, he will not find it easy to score. In this quarter, the Rockets outplayed the Spurs with a score of 25-17, turning the tables to lead the Spurs by 2 points. Before the final quarter commenced, Popovich permitted GDP to rest on the sidelines. Only by ensuring the optimal condition of the trio could the Spurs hope to secure victory in the decisive moments of the game. Alas, all of this was thwarted by the Rockets' backup power forward, Scola. Within less than 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, Scola scored twice under the basket and assisted Calderon, who sank a three-pointer. The Spurs found themselves on the receiving end of a 7-0 run by the Rockets, with the point differential threatening to reach double digits. Darnett, who was responsible for trading him to Houston, witnessing the trouble Scola was causing, Popovich couldn't help but curse under his breath. Faced with the Rockets' formidable bench depth, Popovich had no choice but to deploy Duncan and Parker to stabilize the situation. Tim, Tony, I know you are both exhausted today, but I need you on the court now. I asked for Gin Billy. He is the key blade to victory. He must be afforded ample rest. Luis, you take a breather as well. Yang Li, observing Popovich's substitution decision, decisively called Scola to sit if Duncan was on the floor. Scola could not be. Should Scola step onto the court, it would only result in him being overwhelmed by Duncan. Even Yao, when in peak form, could only hope for a 50-50 matchup against Duncan. Upon hearing Yang Li's directive for Scola to sit, Yao promptly rose. Yang Li smiled and waved his hand at Yao, signaling him not to rush. Yao, it is not your time to enter yet. This was Yang Li's strategy to manage Yao's playing time. He had to protect his own players. It had been previously stated that the Rockets' greatest advantage lay in their deep bench. While the outcome of this match was indeed crucial, it was not a matter of having no alternatives. There was no need to force Yao into play as Yao's primary backup. P.J. Brown was at least of starting caliber for a weaker team. Though slightly past his prime, he could still manage around 20 minutes per game, alleviating much of Yao's burden that a backup center with an annual salary of $8 million could not possibly be lacking in quality. Concurrently, Yang Li also brought in Uncle Mu. Before Yao returned, they had to staunchly defend the paint. The perimeter defense would be entrusted to Arteist, who was renowned as the league's premier perimeter defender. At his peak, Arteist's defensive range could nearly encompass the entire half-court. Coupled with Rondo and Tony Allen, who were also defensive stalwarts, Yang Li felt quite assured about the team's defense. After all 5 players on the court had once been named to the all-defensive team. As for the offense, it would revolve around Brown's high-post playmaking that if that strategy faltered, they would rely on Arteist and Allen to take matters into their own hands. Presently, Arteist possessed undeniable one-on-one scoring ability, and Allen was in good health, showcasing considerable explosiveness. As the game proceeded and only 6 minutes remained, the Rockets surprisingly held a 4-point lead. The score stood at Rockets 85, Spurs 81. Yang Li reintroduced the Rockets starting lineup, while Popovich summoned Jin Billy. Upon entering, Jin Billy immediately leveraged his individual prowess to penetrate the paint, drawing a foul from Yao. After sinking both free throws, the Spurs narrowed the deficit to just 2 points. With the Rockets now on offense, Paul advanced the ball to the front court, intending to find Yao in the post from beyond the arc. Just as Yao established position, Duncan decisively moved up to assist Muhammad in disrupting the play. Paul had no choice but to pass to the unguarded West. However, Duncan's defensive positioning was impeccable. Almost as soon as West received the ball, Duncan had already recovered to contest. West, receiving the ball, wasted no time in delivering a bounce pass to Yao. Upon receiving the ball, Yao decisively turned to face Muhammad for a double team. To everyone's astonishment, Yao launched a shot right over Muhammad. Thanks to Yao's height advantage, the 2.08-meter Muhammad could not impede him at all. Duncan leaped from the side to attempt a block, but it was too late. Yao, undeterred, released the shot. In an unexpected moment of folly, Muhammad slapped Yao's forearm after the shot had been taken, blowing the whistle. The referee called a foul. Simultaneously, Yao's shot swished through the net. 2 points scored, plus a free throw. In the final 6 minutes of the game, it devolved into a scoring duel between Yao and Jin Billy. In crucial moments, it was imperative that the most capable problem solver on the team rise to the occasion. The Spurs boasted not only Jin Billy, but also Duncan and Parker. Thus, Yao had to step up defensively as well. He needed to utilize his formidable rim protection to limit Parker while also holding his own against Duncan in one-on-one situations. Prior to the commencement of this match, Yang Li had already informed Yao of the necessity of this approach. Even in the face of defeat, Yao would accept it that a star capable of both offense and defense must endure rigorous trials. Otherwise, they would remain trapped within their limitations for a lifetime. Yet, once those limitations were surpassed, they could ascend to true stardom. In this timeline, Yao had already transcended that barrier. Regrettably, this breakthrough occurred during the 08-09 season. It is well known that after the conclusion of the 08-09 season, Yao only participated in 5 games before retiring. Thus, no one had ever witnessed Yao's true peak season in this life. Yang Li resolved to push Yao, compelling him to complete his evolution ahead of time. In the final half of the quarter, the Spurs remained tightly close to the Rockets' score. Despite the Rockets' collective efforts, they could not extend the lead to double digits. With only 58 seconds left in the game, the Rockets led 98-91, a 7-point advantage over the Spurs. At this juncture, possession lay with the Spurs. Thus, they had to convert this possession to retain any hope of a comeback. Should they fail to score, the Rockets could merely run down the 24-second clock, leaving the Spurs with a mere 30 seconds to close the 7-point gap. Unless they had a McGrady. No. Even if the Spurs had McGrady, replicating the miraculous 13 points in 35 seconds would not be an easy feat. Furthermore, the Rockets' perimeter defense was arguably more formidable than that of the Spurs. How could they possibly grant McGrady such an opportunity? For this possession, the Spurs opted to spread the floor, entrusting the ball to Ginobili. Ginobili, on the weak side, faced off against Rondo in a one-on-one confrontation. Duncan positioned himself on the opposite side, ever ready to receive a pass for his signature bank shot. Yao, naturally, could not allow Duncan to receive the ball freely from the sweet spot. He followed up to guard the paint. Just as everyone anticipated Ginobili to force his way past Rondo, Bowen suddenly sprinted toward the weak side corner. Artest, responsible for guarding Bowen, closely followed him. Duncan set a screen for Bowen, causing Artest to momentarily lag. Bowen was a sharpshooter with a specialty in corner threes. If he found his position, it could be lethal. Rondo possessed excellent reading skills on the opponent's offense. He quickly discerned the Spurs' strategy and hurried to block Ginobili's passing lane. Yet, with this slight adjustment, Ginobili burst through toward the basket. As a left-handed player, Ginobili's right side drives lacked the same potency. This was precisely why Rondo dared to obstruct the passing lane while leaving Ginobili's right side open. Nevertheless, the blade was still the blade. While penetrating the paint against Rondo's defense, he caught a glimpse of Parker, lurking just beyond the three-point line. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he swiftly passed the ball to Parker behind him. Parker exploded into action, leaving Paul in his wake. Receiving the pass from Ginobili, he charged toward the basket. Paul, chasing after Parker, found himself blocked by Ginobili and could only watch helplessly as Parker surged toward the paint. Observing Parker's advance toward the rim, Yao instinctively retreated to the basket, prepared to thwart Parker's layup. Upon seeing Yao's positioning, Parker wasted no time and delivered a bounce pass to Duncan. Logically, it should have been West who came to bolster Duncan's defense at that moment. Yet, unexpectedly, Paul found himself positioned between Parker and Duncan, intercepting Parker's pass right in front of Duncan. Without a moment's hesitation after the steal, Paul initiated a fast break. It may sound unbelievable, but the first player to dash out for the counterattack was none other than Yao Ming. The overall tempo of the game was still dictated by the Spurs' offensive play. Thus, most observers were caught off guard. After Yao surged forward, Paul decisively launched a long pass to him. Ginobili was the first to sprint back on defense. Yet the rest of the Spurs were caught too deep in their positions to retreat in time. Yao received the ball near midcourt, while Ginobili, relying on his speed, closed in, just as Yao took a dribble. Ginobili prepared to swipe the ball from him. And then came the classic moment. Yao executed a back dribble, evading Ginobili's steal attempt, and proceeded to drive straight to the basket. Amidst the gasps of Rockets fans, Yao took 3 steps and, with his right hand, elevated the ball high above his head before powerfully slamming it down into the hoop. Following this fast break, Yao's successful basket extended the Rockets' lead to 9 points. While their total score for the game reached 100, the audience erupted in applause, rising to their feet to cheer for Yao, not only celebrating his spectacular basket, but also in appreciation of their victory feast. With merely 40 seconds remaining in the game, Popovich immediately called a timeout to strategize. In this brief window, if the Spurs refrained from fouling, they could manage only 2 possessions at most, making it impossible for them to catch up with the Rockets. Thus, the Spurs had to resort to a strategy of fouling in the ensuing moments. However, they first needed to score before committing fouls to send the Rockets to the free throw line. Failing to score would render their efforts futile. Yao, your mission for today is accomplished. You may rest now. Yao Ming patted Yao's shoulder as he sat on the bench, wiping the sweat from his brow, clearly satisfied with Yao's performance. Although he played for less than half a quarter, Yao had already demonstrated complete dominance on both ends of the court. Subsequently, Yao Ming substituted in West, Battier, Artest, Bell, and Allen. The entire team focused on defending the perimeter, allowing only a token effort in the paint. If the Spurs truly attempted to exploit the interior, they could earn their 2 points, but it was imperative to avoid fouling. This was not a matter of Yao Ming lacking faith in Yao during crucial moments. Had the Rockets been leading by only 2 points, Yao would undoubtedly have remained on the court, as he is one of the best rim protectors in the league. The issue now was that defending against the opposing team's three-point shooters would disadvantage Yao's speed. On the Spurs side, they unsurprisingly brought in a smaller lineup featuring Finley, Horry, Bowen, Ginobili, and Parker, clearly aiming to secure three-point shots. Unfortunately for them, Yao Ming had anticipated this move, and the five players on the court denied the Spurs any opportunities for open shots. Eventually, the ball found its way to Finley. While being closely guarded by Battier, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc of the shot, however, failed to find the rim, instead ricocheting off the backboard. West secured the rebound. But Parker quickly rushed in to box him out. With the Spurs foul count not yet reached, they could only inbound the ball from the sideline. After the dead ball, Popovich stood up, signaling that there was no need to foul anymore. With just 30 seconds left and trailing by 9 points, what was the point of continuing the fight? Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed at home with a score of 191 against the Spurs. Simultaneously, they secured their hold on the fourth seed in the Western Conference, gaining home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. Following the final day's games, the matchups for both the Eastern and Western Conferences were freshly unveiled. The top-seeded Pistons would face the 8th-seeded Bucks, the 2nd-seeded Heat would contest against the 7th-seeded Pacers, the 3rd-seeded Nets would battle the 6th-seeded Bulls, and the 4th-seeded Cavaliers would square off against the 5th-seeded Wizards. The disparity between the upper and lower halves of the Eastern Conference was stark. The Cavaliers, despite having the worst record in the upper half, still boasted 48 wins. In contrast, the 5th-seeded Wizards managed only 42 victories this season. The Western Conference displayed even more pronounced disparities. The top-seeded Spurs achieved 61 wins, facing the 8th-seeded Los Angeles Lakers, who had 45 wins. The 2nd-seeded Suns garnered 54 wins against the 7th-seeded Los Angeles Clippers, who achieved 46 wins. The 3rd-seeded Nuggets, with only 43 wins, were up against the 6th-seeded Memphis Grizzlies, who had 47 wins, meaning the Nuggets had won 4 fewer games than the Grizzlies, the 4th and 5th seeds. The Rockets and Mavericks both shared a record of 58 wins and 24 losses. Except for the Suns, no other teams in the West were even close to the Texas Trio's taillights. Moreover, the 8th-seeded Lakers, with 45 wins, underscored the disparity. This indicates that the 5th to 8th-seeded teams in the East would not even qualify for the playoffs in the West. In this era, the term Wild West was not used lightly. Even the 4th-seeded Cavaliers, despite their 48 wins, would certainly not qualify for the playoffs in the West. Due to the structure of the league, Eastern teams could benefit from more divisional advantages that a team that could dominate in the East with 48 wins would find it exceedingly challenging to replicate such success in the West. With 14 teams fishing for opportunities, the remaining 16 teams officially shifted into playoff preparation mode. Yao Ming was acutely aware of the stakes in the 3 days leading up to the playoffs. He declined all invitations from female basketball players to compete, spending nearly all his time with the Rockets coaching staff and players. This approach starkly contrasted with other team owners, such as Cuban, whose business was their career while basketball was merely a hobby. For Yao Ming, business was a hobby, but basketball was his true vocation. Notably, Yao Ming found little room for growth in his hobbies. As a prospective world billionaire, what more could he strive for? Finally, on April 23rd, 2006, the Houston Rockets welcomed their opponents, the Dallas Mavericks, to the Toyota Center for their playoff opener. Yao Ming approached the first round of the series with the seriousness of a championship game. After all, anyone with discernment knew that the 2006 championship was rightfully the Mavericks. Although the Rockets held a favorable record against them in the regular season, Yao Ming understood that this did not imply the Mavericks were an easy adversary. Among the Rockets players, only Artist P.J. Brown and the seldom-used Mutombo possessed significant playoff experience. Yao, Battier, Bell, and Allen had seen some playoff action, but they were still relatively inexperienced. In stark contrast, the Mavericks' primary rotation boasted ample playoff experience. Most crucially, their star player, Dirk Nowitzki, had not missed a playoff season since the 2000-01 season, having personally eliminated Yao's Rockets the previous year. In terms of playoff experience, the Rockets faced a considerable disadvantage. History in the NBA is replete with examples of underdogs overcoming stronger opponents due to experience disparities. Moreover, the Mavericks and Rockets were evenly matched in terms of talent, making the significance of playoff experience even more pronounced. In the first game of the playoff series between the Rockets and Mavericks, held at the Toyota Center in Houston, the home court advantage surprisingly did not favor the Rockets, as they fell to the Mavericks with a score of 88-91. In an instant, the media erupted with pessimistic commentary on the Rockets' prospects. Charles Barkley remarked, "I admit I underestimated the Rockets at the start of the season. They've had a commendable year. However, it is evident that they are still a young team. And their star, Yao, is still learning how to become a true team leader. I fear their playoff journey will end in the first round." Kenny Smith added, "Yao is currently the best center in the league, perhaps without exception. Yet, the Rockets are simply too young from top to bottom. The youthful coaching staff and the relatively inexperienced roster of players make it exceedingly challenging for a team devoid of seasoned experience to advance further in the playoffs. It is evident that the playoffs are a contest of star power. Yao Ming stands as the preeminent center in the league, a fact well acknowledged by fans across the nation. However, the Rockets can rely solely on Yao. I cautiously predict that in this series, the Rockets must engage the Mavericks in a decisive Game 7 to determine the ultimate victor. As for the media's commentary, it does not significantly impact the Rockets internally. Yet, Yao Ming finds himself in a quandary. Despite a commendable performance in the first game, the Rockets still succumb to defeat. The Mavericks simply executed better, compared to the Rockets, who play a notably rational style. The Mavericks can afford to be unreasonable. Besides the Jet Terry, the explosive performance of Stackhouse is particularly pivotal in this current era, a term frequently bandied about in the league as X Factor, referring to that critical individual whose influence can sway the course of a game. Beyond the overall strength of the team, players like Gin Billy of the Spurs and Peyton of the Heat serve as prime examples. For the Dallas Mavericks, their X Factor is Stackhouse during the regular season. Stackhouse averaged merely 27.7 minutes per game, with a shooting percentage of 40, yielding 13 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 2.9 assists. Yet in the playoff opener, Stackhouse shone, scoring 21 points on 6 of 11 shooting, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, while successfully converting 7 of 8 free throws, all the while contributing 2 rebounds and 5 assists. He was a standout performer among the substitutes for both teams. Conversely, the Rockets lack a definitive X-Factor player. The team is characterized by consistent output, with Yao as the unequivocal nucleus and the others serving as invaluable support, a philosophy that Yao Ming initially embraced, ultimately in the back-and-forth exchanges of the game. The Rockets lack someone who could truly emerge as that X-factor. It is not to say that the bench players are incapable of becoming X-factors. Rather, they simply do not possess that capability at this juncture. Scola, Diaw, and Allen all harbor potential, but they remain too young. When faced with veterans like Stackhouse in the playoffs, they are often completely outmatched. Following the initial loss, the Rockets returned home for Game 2, where the contest remained fiercely contested, culminating in Yao's remarkable performance in the final minute, netting 6 points through a combination of field goals and free throws, allowing the Rockets to narrowly triumph over the Mavericks with a score of 101-99. With the conclusion of the first 2 games, the series stood at 1-1. The Rockets now prepare to travel to Dallas for 2 more encounters. It is imperative that they secure at least 1 victory in these away games. Otherwise, trailing 1-3 would place them in a precarious position. Historically, there have been over 270 instances in playoff series where a team has led 3-1, yet only 13 have managed to complete a comeback, yielding a probability of less than 5. Excluding the 2 instances in 2016 where dubious officiating aided a 1-3 turnaround, that probability drops even further below 4. With such dismal odds, Yao Ming is certainly not inclined to test fate. While a dramatic comeback can be exhilarating, risking it for the sake of thrill is hardly prudent. Thus, in Game 3 against the Mavericks, Yao Ming and the entire Rocket squad brought forth their utmost form to confront the challenge. Ultimately, the Rockets maintained their offensive momentum from the previous game, delivering an exhilarating display, while the Mavericks struggled to withstand this youthful onslaught, succumbing to a 107-103 defeat on their home court. By the time the playoffs reached Game 4, both teams exhibited signs of fatigue. Consequently, the Mavericks, enjoying home court advantage, were expected to perform better. Yet they only managed a narrow victory, defeating the Rockets 91-86. After the first 4 contests, the series was tied at 2-2. with an astonishing cumulative point differential of merely 2 across all games. This round has proven to be the most fiercely contested series in the first round of the 2005 to 2006 playoffs. It is widely recognized that after a 2-2 stalemate, the team that wins Game 5 typically holds an over 82% chance of securing the series victory. Thus, the pivotal Game 5 between the Rockets and the Mavericks became a focal point. On May 3, 2006, the highly anticipated showdown would commence at the Toyota Center in Houston. This clash between the Rockets and the Mavericks stands out as one of the most scrutinized matchups in this year's first round of playoffs. The heightened attention arises from the fact that nearly every matchup in the first round has been fiercely contested, except for the top-seeded Pistons leading the Bucks 3-1. The remaining 7 series are all tied at 2-2. This means that all 14 teams are vying for supremacy. Even the top-seeded Spurs and the 8-seeded Lakers have been locked in a 2-2 deadlock after 4 games. This could very well be one of the most evenly matched first rounds in recent playoff history. Yao Ming opted to adjust the tactical approach for this game, deciding to bench Paul in favor of Calder as the Rockets' primary backup point guard. Calder averages 8 points and 5 assists per game. While these statistics may appear modest, they're commendable given that he achieves these numbers in an average of 20 minutes of playtime per game, mostly against opposing bench players. Nonetheless, it is evident that Calder possesses the capability to function as a starting point guard. Facing Terry, he may indeed face a speed disadvantage, but with Artest and Bell providing support, defensive concerns are mitigated. Yao Ming's reasoning for this strategy is straightforward: to have Paul lead the second unit and impart a harsh lesson to the Mavericks bench. This tactic proved effective. While the starting strength of the Rockets diminished slightly, the bench, under Paul's guidance, achieved the highest efficiency rating of the entire team. Yao's plus-minus for the game was a mere 1. While starting power forward Wes was even -5, in contrast, Paul, leading the bench, saw all his players achieve a plus-minus of 10 or higher. The Mavericks players were already grappling with fatigue. Yao Ming's strategic maneuver struck at the very heart of the Mavericks' game plan. To successfully contain Paul and Scola, they would have to deploy their starters. However, once the starters were in, the Rockets could reintroduce their own starting lineup, resulting in a relentless cycle of torment for the Mavericks. The head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, Coach Shao, finds himself somewhat at a loss, merely an observer as the Mavericks fall prey to the Houston Rockets' onslaught. Ultimately, the Rockets, propelled by the stellar performances of Paul and their bench players, triumphed in the pivotal Game 6 with a score of 108-97. Results for the other 6 pivotal matchups soon followed. The San Antonio Spurs decisively defeated the Los Angeles Lakers, while the Phoenix Suns narrowly overcame the Los Angeles Clippers. The Memphis Grizzlies succumbed to the Denver Nuggets, notably the only team in the Western Conference matchups that managed to win despite a poorer regular season record. 2 days later, the Rockets traveled to Dallas to face the Mavericks. In this Game 6, the Mavericks continued to grapple with the dilemma of Paul playing as a 6th man. While rookie Paul may not possess the same offensive prowess as seasoned scorers like Ginobili and Clay, his ability to orchestrate the second unit's offense is remarkably distinguished. Particularly, the Rockets bench is exceptionally strong, which inadvertently amplifies the significance of Paul's role as a 6th man. In stark contrast, the Mavericks bench has faced considerable struggles, especially their perimeter players, who find it exceedingly challenging to contend with the youthful vigor of the Paul and Allen duo. Although Nowitzki is formidable, he is not the kind of player who can endure over 40 minutes of play in a single game. The only player capable of consistently covering the court is Terry. Yet ultimately, he is but one man against many, and he nearly exhausted himself without securing a victory for the team. Consequently, the Houston Rockets eliminated the Dallas Mavericks with a commanding 4-2 series victory, advancing proudly into the Western Conference semifinals. In this round, their opponents will be the San Antonio Spurs, who also triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a 4-2 series win. This series has been dubbed by the media as a preview of this year's Western Conference Finals. Given the regular season matchup history where both teams have effectively managed the Phoenix Suns, the Suns, bolstered by the 2005 to 2006 regular season MVP, Nash, are indeed formidable. However, they struggle against defensive powerhouses like the Spurs and Rockets. Thus, the outcome between the Rockets and Spurs will likely determine who advances to this year's NBA Finals. During the commencement of the first round of the playoffs, Accolades for the 2005 to 2006 NBA regular season were freshly announced. Besides Nash securing consecutive MVP titles, the Defensive Player of the Year (DPOY) award was once again claimed by the Detroit Pistons' Ben Wallace, marking the fourth time in the last 5 seasons he has received this honor. The only season he did not win was 2003-2004, when the DPOY was awarded to the current Houston Rockets small forward, Ron Artest. In this year's DPOY voting, Artest finished in second place, primarily due to the tumultuous month he experienced with the Pacers. Otherwise, given Artest's performance this year, securing another DPOY would not have been challenged. The selections for the 2005 to 2006 All-NBA teams also diverged significantly from previous years. Firstly, the first team comprised center, Ben Wallace; forward, Tim Duncan; forward, LeBron James; guard, Kobe Bryant; guard, Steve Nash. Originally, the forward should have been James and Nowitzki. However, Duncan surprisingly usurped Nowitzki's spot. This outcome, needless to say, is attributed to Yao Ming. The Rockets had thoroughly dominated the Mavericks in the regular season, yet faced a more evenly matched competition against the Spurs. In the recently concluded first round of the playoffs, Nowitzki's Mavericks were once again ousted by the Rockets, which directly resulted in Nowitzki's exclusion from the original first-team selections. While this is somewhat justifiable, the exclusion of Wallace from the first-team center position appears rather absurd. Wallace, that year, was placed on the second team, having played all 82 games with averages of 7.3 points, 11.3 rebounds, 1.9 assists, 1.8 steals, and 2.2 blocks. Simultaneously, he was recognized as the DPOY and a member of the first-team all-defensive lineup. However, these statistics evidently do not suffice to warrant a place on the first team alongside the DPOY. In contrast, the center on the second team, Yao Ming, despite only playing 57 games, averaged 28.8 points, 12.6 rebounds, and 5.3 assists. From a statistical standpoint, he vastly outperformed Wallace. However, Wallace's attendance record was significantly superior. Ideally, Wallace should have been the second-team center, while the first-team center ought to have been Shaquille O'Neal, who averaged 20 points, 9.2 rebounds, and 1.9 assists this season. Nevertheless, like Yao, O'Neal also had a less than stellar attendance record, participating in only 59 games, just 2 more than Yao. Thus, the voters used attendance as an excuse to exclude Yao from the first team, yet given Yao's superior statistics, he was relegated to the second team, allowing O'Neal to occupy the third team. Such targeted bias is almost overtly apparent. The results of the All-NBA selections naturally sparked intense outrage among fans, even those in America, who found the league's blatant discrimination intolerable. Yao Ming took to social media to express his discontent. If I were to vote for the greatest NBA player in history, I would certainly not choose Michael Jordan, but would unhesitatingly cast my vote for Robert Parrish. Robert Parrish, who entered the NBA in 1976 as the 8th overall pick by the Warriors, boasts a remarkable 21-season career, making him the player with the most seasons played in NBA history. Yao Ming's statement is akin to a scathing rebuke directed at the league. When did a player's longevity become a critical criterion for assessing their prowess? To illustrate simply, one player may have played 15 seasons and 3 peats, totaling 6 championships, all as the primary star. In contrast, another player may have played 21 or even 22 seasons but only secured 4 championships, including 2 as a tertiary option, 1 as a fourth option, with CP3 as a primary, and 1 as a secondary option. Yet, simply because the second player has played more seasons and accumulated more statistics, he believes himself superior to the first player. Is this not absurd? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yao Ming's placement in the second team was a disappointment, as he was unfortunately relegated from the first team. The All-NBA second team comprises center, Yao Ming; forwards, Dirk Nowitzki and Elton Brand; guards, Dwayne Wade and Chauncey Billups. The alteration in the second team reflects Yao's elevation from the original third team, while Nowitzki from the first team has fallen to the second. Overall, apart from Yao, there is little contention regarding the other 4 selections. This season, Wade has exhibited remarkable performance in both the regular season and playoffs, deserving his place on the second team. His position is primarily due to the presence of MVP Nash and the ever-dominant Kobe on the first team, which relegates him to the second team. Lastly, the All-NBA third team for this season includes center, Shaquille O'Neal, forwards. Carmelo Anthony and Sean Marion, guards. Gilbert Arenas and Allen Iverson. There is little to discuss here, except for O'Neal's sacrifice, as he has fallen from the first to the third team. Moving on to the all-defensive teams, this year's selections are particularly intriguing. The emergence of the disruptor Yao Ming has resulted in significant changes to the roster. The first team for the all-defensive lineup consists of Ben Wallace, Ron Artest, Raja Bell, Andrei Kirilenko, and Jason Kidd. Notably, 2 players from the Rockets are included, reflecting the team's formidable defensive capabilities. The all-defensive second team features Marcus Camby, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Tayshaun Prince, and Kobe Bryant. Originally, Kobe was slated for the first team, but he was edged out due to the unexpected rise of Raja Bell. Chauncey Billups, the Pistons star point guard, was expected to be part of the second team, but shockingly found himself excluded. Undoubtedly, the most unfortunate case belongs to Bruce Bowen, who was initially a candidate for the first team, but was completely overlooked due to the Rockets' interference. The rationale is straightforward. Houston's Shane Battier was not selected. Raising the question of why Bowen should be included, that Battier's statistics surpassed Bowen's, and his defensive efficiency was equally commendable. Most importantly, Battier's defense was considerably cleaner than Bowen's. It would be an utter travesty to suggest Bowen's inclusion was warranted due to his perceived dirty play. However, beyond these accolades, the Rockets have garnered the most notable achievements from the recent influx of rookie players. This season, the Rockets welcomed 3 rookies, with Chris Paul being named the Rookie of the Year and securing a spot on the All-Rookie first team. Both Scola and Calder made it to the All-Rookie second team. It can be confidently stated that the probability of these rookies becoming successful players this year stands at an impressive 100%. Third-year player David West averaged 18.1 points, 7.4 rebounds, and 4.3 assists, earning the title of Most Improved Player this season. Initially, Boris Diaw was the frontrunner for this accolade, but ultimately placed third in the voting. Remarkably, the second runner-up for Most Improved Player was the Rockets' own Yao Ming. After all, Yao has dramatically improved from last season's averages of 18.3 points, 8.4 rebounds, and 0.8 assists to an impressive 28. 8 points, 12.6 rebounds, and 5.3 assists. The contrast in his progress is striking. However, Yao is already an all-star caliber player, and his advancement now elevates him to the status of a league superstar. In contrast, David West has successfully transitioned from a bench player to a near all-star level performer. In addition to these 3, Tony Allen ranked 8th in the Most Improved Player voting, Raja Bell placed 14th, and Matt Bonner came in at 20-1st. It can be asserted that under Yao Ming's coaching, players, regardless of their previous affiliations with the Rockets, have experienced considerable improvement. Ultimately, the NBA Coach of the Year award was bestowed upon Yao Ming, the head coach of the Houston Rockets. Prior to the commencement of the playoffs, there were numerous uncertainties regarding the voting results. However, following the first round of playoffs, there was little room for debate. The Houston Rockets eliminated the Dallas Mavericks, and both teams had identical regular season records. To award the honor to the young general rather than Yao Ming would have been a historical farce. As various accolades were announced, the second round of the playoffs commenced. The Western Conference semifinals between the Houston Rockets and the San Antonio Spurs became an intensely fierce contest, reminiscent of a collision between celestial bodies. Both teams prioritized defense, yet possessed formidable offensive talent, resulting in a captivating exchange of strategies. In the first game, both the Rockets and Spurs displayed tremendous defensive tenacity. The match was fiercely contested, culminating in the Spurs narrowly defeating the Rockets 87-85. Aided by Duncan's crucial bank shot with just 5.8 seconds remaining. Duncan was in exceptional form, shooting 12 for 24 and accumulating 31 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists, reaffirming his status as a superstar capable of thriving in high-pressure situations. Unfortunately, Yao struggled, shooting only 8 for 20 and finishing with 20 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 assists in the face of Duncan's explosive performance. Yao and the Rockets could hardly be blamed for their defeat. In the second game, still hosted in San Antonio, the Houston Rockets showcased their collective prowess, avoiding the pitfalls of the first match. Yao excelled with a shooting performance of 10 for 17, leading the team with 27 points, while also securing 11 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks. With Yao's stellar performance, West also flourished, contributing 22 points and 9 rebounds. Paul added 15 points and an impressive 10 assists, leading both teams in assists. The Rockets' DDP trio combined for 64 points, accounting for two-thirds of the team's total score. In contrast, the Spurs' GDP trio managed only 56 points, with Duncan scoring 28 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. Parker added 15 points and 5 rebounds. But under the Rockets' tight perimeter defense, he only registered 1 assist. Ginobili finished with 13 points and 2 rebounds, along with a mere 1 assist. The final score difference of 8 points mirrored the disparity in the combined scores of the two teams. Thus, the Houston Rockets triumphed over the San Antonio Spurs in Game 2, 99-91. Upon returning home, the Houston Rockets continued their winning streak, defeating the San Antonio Spurs once again in Game 3. However, this match was fiercely contested, with the teams exchanging leads a staggering 25 times. Ultimately, the Rockets secured a narrow victory of 104-103, thanks to a critical defensive play by Yao that thwarted Ginobili's last-second shot attempt, following the conclusion of the first 3 games. Popovich made a bold adjustment. However, this adjustment proved overly audacious, as he instructed the Spurs to engage the Rockets in a shootout during Game 4. This played right into the Rockets' strengths, as their role players possess some of the best scoring abilities in the league. Consequently, the Spurs fell to the Rockets 118-123 in the 4th game at the Toyota Center. This offensive showdown was indeed exhilarating, with Houston's home crowd reveling in the spectacle. The cherry on top was the delicious hamburgers awaiting them after the thrilling contest. The high-scoring nature of this game resulted in remarkable individual performances from both teams. Duncan shot 12 for 23, amassing 31 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists. Parker, like Duncan, shot 12 for 23, but added 2 more free throws to finish with 33 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. Ginobili, despite only attempting 11 shots, made 8, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 73. Ultimately, Ginobili tallied 26 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. The GDP trio collectively scored an astounding 90 points, surpassing the total points of most other teams in the second round of the playoffs. However, the Rockets did not exhibit such madness. Yao Ming, throughout the game, achieved an impressive 12 out of 20 shots, accumulating 32 points and 15 rebounds, along with 3 assists, making him the highest scorer for the Rockets. Chris Paul managed to convert 8 of his 14 attempts, securing 18 points while also providing 8 assists. Westbrook showcased his prowess with 8 successful shots out of 12, totaling 20 points and grabbing 10 rebounds. Rajabel, on the other hand, attempted 8 shots, all from beyond the arc, successfully sinking 5 three-pointers for a total of 15 points. Ron Artest also had a rare opportunity to display his offensive capabilities, scoring 17 points on 8 of 15 shooting, accompanied by 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. Apart from the starting 5, Scola contributed 10 points from the bench, resulting in a total of 6 players scoring in double figures. Ultimately, the Rockets, with their superior overall performance, triumphed in Game 4, following their victory in Game 4. The score in the series against the San Antonio Spurs stood at 3-1. Historically in the NBA, when a team leads a playoff series 3-1, the chances of a comeback are below 5 that the Rockets were effectively 1 foot away from the Western Conference Finals. Yet, Yongley could not afford to be complacent. After all, within the ranks of the Houston Rockets, there was the formidable Chris Paul. Standing 6'1", Chris Paul is renowned as the king of comebacks in the league. Throughout his career, he has experienced 5 instances of leading a series 2-0 only to be reversed. And once a 3-1 lead was also overturned. Others often cite Paul's capabilities, but Yongley remained unconvinced. This was not a singular occurrence, nor merely 2, 3, or 4 instances, but a staggering 6 times he had been reversed. It was no wonder Yongley harbored such skepticism. In the subsequent games 5 and 6, regardless of being at home or away, the Rockets faltered, resulting in bitter defeats. The series score against the Spurs quickly leveled to 3-3. Consequently, a decisive Game 7 was necessary to determine the ultimate victor. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns efficiently eliminated the Denver Nuggets with a 4-1 victory and awaited the winner of the Rockets versus Spurs clash. On May 22, the highly anticipated Game 7 commenced in San Antonio. The stakes were unprecedented, as the outcome of this match would unequivocally establish which team would be deemed the strongest in Texas this year. After the Spurs managed to win 2 consecutive games, Yao Ming was compelled to adjust his team's strategy. Having Yao face off against Duncan was undeniably a daunting task, as apart from Yao, the other players on the Rockets could not match the prowess of Ginobili and Parker. It was not that Yao Ming lacked confidence in Artest. Indeed, Artest's defensive skills were among the finest in the league. However, on the offensive end, Artest's scoring ability fell short compared to Ginobili and Parker. Other players like Paul and Westbrook were merely regular season performers, exhibiting signs of hesitation on the playoff stage. Besides Yao, the rest of the Rockets roster saw a decline in postseason statistics compared to the regular season. Yao Ming began to reassess the Rockets lineup. If every player were at their peak, they could indeed dominate the league. However, many were still developing, which naturally diminished their impact. Expecting them to mature instantaneously was evidently unrealistic. Thus, Yao Ming made a bold decision, promoting Matt Bonner to the starting power forward position. Offensively, he could create space for Yao, allowing him to unleash his unparalleled post skills to their fullest potential. Additionally, due to Bonner's shooting range, Duncan would expend more energy when defending against Yao on the defensive end. While Bonner's capabilities were insufficient to directly contend with Duncan, Yao's assistance could slightly mitigate Duncan's impact thanks to Bonner's relentless effort. Raja Bell was shifted to the small forward position, tasked with shadowing Bowen throughout the court in the shooting guard position. Yao Ming designated Tony Allen start, ensuring he closely guarded Ginobili as they entered the 7th game of the Western Conference semifinals. Even with the Spurs resting some players during the latter half of the regular season, their stamina was nearly depleted. The Rockets, in contrast, were fortunate to have a deeper bench, allowing them to engage in a war of attrition without fear. Yao Ming's strategy aimed to exhaust the Spurs starters over the first 3 quarters, whether on offense or defense. The plan was to continuously stretch, run, and maintain tight coverage. This approach was evidently taxing on stamina, and the Rockets' primary players risked tiring out before the Spurs starters did. Therefore, Yao Ming was determined not to keep the Rockets starters on the court for extended periods. When fatigue set in, he would substitute in the bench to continue the onslaught. With P.J. Brown, Artest, and Battier available, the Spurs' primary lineup would continue to face exhaustion. Popovich was cautious about withdrawing all his starters, knowing that the Rockets' bench consisted of players of starting caliber, were he to deploy aging veterans like Barry and Van Exel. The Rockets' second unit would dominate them within moments. Yao Ming's tactical approach proved extraordinarily effective in today's matchup. As the saying goes, advanced strategies often employ the simplest methods. Today, the Rockets aimed to outpace the Spurs in a test of athleticism. Reflecting on previous encounters, how did teams contend with a peak Yao Ming? Even if they fell behind by a significant margin in the first 3 quarters, they would continually exhaust Yao. Then, in the 4th quarter, when Yao's stamina waned, they would initiate their comeback. Without Yao on the court, the Rockets struggled against their opponents. With Yao present, they sought to tire him out, ultimately leading to the Rockets' defeat. This strategy was practically an open secret. Yet the Rockets consistently fell prey to it, powerless to counteract. The issue remained that Yao's stamina and the team's bench depth had long been the Rockets' Achilles heel. Now, under Yao Ming's leadership, the Rockets boasted the deepest bench in the league, allowing Yao to conserve energy for the decisive moments. While it was uncertain if they could exhaust their opponents in every game, it was certain they would not face the same collapse in the 4th quarter as in previous years. Yao Ming's strategy of inflicting damage while sustaining some losses had indeed yielded results today. Regardless of the players exhausting their stamina, concern for the next round opponent were irrelevant. Should they lose today, the entire team would head to Rocketown with Bell for fishing, leaving no room for the next round. This all-or-nothing tactic required no forethought for subsequent steps. Securing today's victory was paramount. Popovich could not have anticipated that the strategy originally devised to counter the Rockets would be turned against him. By the 4th quarter, the Spurs core trio, or rather, the entire Spurs team, was utterly fatigued. With 6 minutes remaining in the game, a rested Yao returned to the court. He executed a series of powerful plays in the paint and drew 2 fouls from Duncan, ultimately forcing him to exit the game with 6 fouls. Ultimately,